I was awakened from my dream by a piercing roar, followed by a crack, a bang, and smoke and dust rising in all directions. I frowned and cursed. Who plays a war movie so early in the morning? Isn't it noisy? I woke up and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar room, and was completely stunned. My room is still the same room, but large pieces of paint have fallen off the walls and the table is so rotten that it looks like something picked up from the ruins. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Master, the red alert system is happy to serve you. What is this? Red alert system? I was stunned. The system quickly explained the current situation. Parallel worlds, mutant biological threats, and humanity's retreat. I swallowed my saliva, and a cold sweat broke out. I couldn't help but ask, no nuclear weapons? How did you hold on? The system responded succinctly, there are no nuclear weapons in this world. I mourned for 3 seconds. Without nuclear weapons, how can I fight those monsters? But the good news is that my red alert system can actually create soldiers. Build. I gave the order decisively. In less than a minute, 9 soldiers stood in front of me. They were dressed in neat military uniforms, holding AK-47s, with Desert Eagles on their waists, and their eyes were piercing. Greetings, Commander. The uniform shouts made my ears numb. The system explained that these soldiers were cyborgs and were absolutely loyal to me. I felt proud and named them Su-Yi to Su-Jiu. With you, I feel more confident. I patted Su-Yi's shoulder with a smile, took his AK-47, and looked at it lovingly. Holding this gun, I actually felt a sense of security. But before I could express my feelings, a shrill scream came from outside. The piercing screams made my scalp numb. I subconsciously frowned and waved to Su-Yi, go over and see what's going on. Su-Yi saluted and left quietly. In less than 5 minutes, he returned. Commander, a group of people were fighting with mutant beasts, and someone was just eaten. I pursed my lips, feeling nervous. It was normal for people to die in the end times, but hearing it with my own ears still made my stomach churn. Suppressing the feeling of nausea, I decided to go over and take a look. I had to find out how the humans in this world fought these monsters. Leading 9 soldiers, we went down the dilapidated stairs. The streets were full of ruins and devastation. Except for this building, which was fortunately intact, the surrounding area was like a battlefield. Bang, bang. Gunshots rang out again, and I gestured for everyone to come closer. After sneaking to a distance of 100 meters, I squatted down and raised the telescope equipped by Su-Yi to check the situation. For people surrounded a mutant beast and fired fiercely. The flames were spitting out. That thing turned out to be a dog, but its body had expanded 5 times. Its fangs were exposed, its eyes were red, and its saliva dripped onto the ground, emitting green smoke. Venom? The bullet hit the mutant dog, leaving only a faint trace of blood, but failed to break its defense at all. I frowned. Su-Yi, how do their guns compare to yours? It's slightly less powerful and has a lower hit rate, but the magazine capacity seems to be larger than ours. Su-Yi replied after careful observation. Indeed, those guys had been firing for a minute or two without missing a single shot, and it seemed like they were used to a protracted war. Unfortunately, facing the mutant dogs, no matter how powerful their firepower was, it was like tickling them. One of the women had a serious expression on her face. She was probably the leader of the team. She took out a grenade that glowed blue and threw it decisively. Ice grenade? The system prompt made me stunned. There is no such thing in Red Alert. The grenade exploded, and the cold air spread out. The 5-meter range was instantly frozen, and even the mutant dog was frozen into an ice sculpture. It's done. The 4 cheered. But soon, cracks appeared all over the ice sculpture, and it shattered with a loud bang. The 4 of them were dumbfounded, fear gradually creeping onto their faces. When the mutant dog approached again, I raised my hand and fired a shot. Bang! The 4 of them froze and looked around. The woman leading the group reacted the fastest, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Someone really saved me? She muttered in a low voice, looking towards me with a complicated expression on her face. Could it really come true? I walked out from behind the bunker, with 9 soldiers guarding me. The woman stared at us, her brows slightly furrowed, obviously wondering where we were coming from. As expected, when her eyes fell on me, there was a flash of surprise in her eyes. I also looked at her, thinking, this beauty is not simple. The hero saves the beauty. How to interact with her depends on how I develop it next. The 3 soldiers rushed out in a V-shaped formation, and the AK-47s in their hands opened fire decisively at Sue's gesture. The bullets swept towards the mutant dog like a tiger's bite. Woof! The mutant dog roared angrily, obviously feeling the pain. The bullets from this group of people were more powerful than those from the previous ones, and were already threatening it. Even if it is a second-level mutant beast, its fur defense will not last long if it is targeted at the same point. The mutant dog stomped its four paws and rushed towards the soldiers. Sui quickly made a gesture, and the two soldiers beside him put down their guns and drew their daggers. Close combat? My heart tightened. The monster in front of me looked like it could swallow a person in one gulp, so close combat would simply be suicide. The system's calm voice sounded, "Please rest assured, the initial combat power of the Red Alert soldiers is comparable to that of the King of Soldiers. In this world, the peak of the first level is more than enough to deal with the second-level mutant beasts." I breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "How is strength divided in this world?" Those below the first level are ordinary people. Those who step into the first level become extraordinary people. There are 9 levels of extraordinary people. The highest level is currently the 8th level. I thought to myself, Red Alert soldiers can be upgraded, and if it is according to the Red Alert settings, they can only be upgraded to 3 levels at most. No, there is no upper limit to the growth of soldiers. There will be a bottleneck after reaching the peak of the 4th level. Once you cross it, you can continue to improve. The system broke my thoughts. I asked, "What is the bottleneck?" "It will only be triggered when the soldier reaches the peak of the 4th level." As they were chatting, Sui had already taken action. He dodged flexibly, attracting the attention of the mutant dog, while the remaining 2 launched an attack from the flank at an astonishing speed. The mutant dog opened its fangs and bit Sui with a click. The dagger quickly rushed forward, colliding with the teeth, and sparks flew. Sui used the force to retreat and was instantly dislocated. The daggers of the 2 soldiers stabbed into the mutant dog's side. Woof! The mutant dog felt pain as its fur was finally pierced. In just a few seconds, the mutant dog was covered in wounds. It retreated angrily, obviously wanting to escape. "We can't let it run away." A man in the distance suddenly raised his gun and shot, and the bullet almost grazed Suyi's shoulder. My face darkened, and I almost lost my own soldiers. Lung Yue's face turned even darker, and she punched the man in the face, saying coldly, "Do you want to die? Don't you see there are people over there? Get lost, you are no longer a member of the Rose team." The man covered his face, glared at me hatefully, then ran away in shame with his gun. "Commander, do you want to deal with it?" Susi approached and made a throat-cutting gesture. I hesitated for a moment and nodded. This kind of person is not worth keeping. Susi disappeared quietly. Soon, Sui and his team resolved the battle. The 3 of them returned to the team carrying the mutant dog's corpse and saluted solemnly. "Commander, the target has been cleared. Please give instructions." I pondered for a moment. Can the meat of this thing be eaten?" System prompt: Mutated beasts can be recycled. Second-level mutant beasts can convert 500 points of energy. Okay, let's recycle it. The corners of my mouth slightly raised. I found a way to earn energy. Just as he was about to finish, Sui took out a piece of pale yellow crystal from the mutant dog's body and presented it with both hands. Lung Yue stared at the crystal with envy in her eyes. System prompt: Energy crystal can convert 300 points of energy or upgrade the soldier by 1 level. My eyes lit up and I said without hesitation, "Sui, eat it." Su Yimian did not change his expression and directly swallowed the crystal, chewing it cleanly as if he was eating candy. Lung Yue and the other 2 were stunned, with wonderful expressions. Lung Yue was stunned. Energy crystals are rare things. Who wouldn't save them up and sell them for a good price? Don't think that there is no money in the end times. Since the establishment of the base city, the world has gradually restored order, and hope coins have become hard currency. A second-level energy crystal can be sold for at least tens of thousands of hope coins, which is enough for their team to work hard for a year. But this guy just fed it raw to his subordinates? She wanted to remind him that this thing is only efficient if absorbed slowly, and the absorption rate will be greatly reduced if taken directly, but the man in front of her didn't care at all. Just as she was struggling, Sui's body trembled slightly, sweat broke out on his forehead, followed by a low, muffled sound, and he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze becoming even sharper. "Sui greets the commander." Sui saluted with a completely different aura. I nodded and pulled up Sui's information. His strength was already at level 2, and the other soldiers were far behind. Sure enough, level 1 and level 2 were 2 completely different concepts. Lung Yue stared at Sui, her face full of shock. Not only was this person fine, but he also advanced? She felt that her common sense was gradually being broken. Soon, The soldiers finished dissecting the mutant dog and collected the meat, bones, and teeth one by one. Susie returned quietly and whispered, "Commander, the mission is accomplished." I nodded slightly, knowing that when the Red Alert soldiers took action, they never left any traces. Seeing that the work was done, I prepared to leave with the soldiers. "Hey, wait a minute." Lung Yue suddenly called me. I paused and turned around. "What's the matter?" Lung Yue gritted her teeth, feeling inexplicably unhappy. She was such a beautiful woman standing here, and he just wanted to walk away? "I have to repay you for saving my life." She raised her chin with a bit of stubbornness on her face. "Oh," I responded lightly. Lung Yue's face darkened instantly. Does this guy really not understand romance? Or is he doing it on purpose? Seeing that she was about to lose her temper, I said at the right time, "It's up to you." Her expression softened a little, and she even smiled, a rare moment. The slacker man next to him was shocked and muttered, "It's over. This guy has been targeted by the big sister." Of course, Su Chun didn't know what the consequences would be if he was targeted by a woman. Soon after, we arrived at the 21260 gathering place, which looked like a dilapidated refugee camp from a distance. Lung Yue reminded, "You are too conspicuous." I looked down at my clean and tidy uniforms and those of the soldiers and said with a smile, "Is it conspicuous? I think it's quite normal." Lung Yue was silent for a moment, and was basically certain in her heart that this man was probably the young master of a big family in the base city. Otherwise, how could he have such neat equipment and soldiers to guard him? But the strange thing was that this place was 200 kilometers away from the nearest base city. So why did he come here? But she didn't pursue the matter further. It was enough for her to repay the life-saving grace. The rest had nothing to do with her. The simple wooden houses and fences of the gathering place looked shabby. There was a wooden sign at the door that read 21260, with the numbers representing the number of the place. As I was looking around the gathering place, a harsh voice came over. "Hey, isn't this Red Rose? How come there are only 3 people left? Where are the other 2? Are they dead?" The person who spoke was a sturdy woman who was 2 meters tall. Her tone was full of sarcasm, but her eyes kept drifting towards me, obviously attracted by our clean clothes. Looking at the 2-meter-tall, sturdy woman in front of me, I had only one thought in my mind. WTF, is this really a woman? The visual impact made me question my life. Lung Yue glanced at her and said with disdain, "Wang Xiaohua, what happens to my teammates has nothing to do with you. Don't think that you can challenge me just because you have 2 less people. You will never be able to compare to me." Wang Xiaohua. I almost laughed out loud. With such a sturdy body, he was actually called Xiaohua? What's wrong with this world? Wang Xiaohua's face darkened. "Call me Bo Wanghua." "Stop calling me Wang Xiaohua, Red Rose. Can you still laugh now?" Lung Yue's expression changed slightly, as if she had thought of something. I was too lazy to pay attention to her anymore. Instead, I turned back to look at me and said, "It seems that there is no chance of repaying my gratitude this time. How long do you plan to stay here?" 2 or 3 days. Anyway, I just want to get some information and find a place to deploy the base vehicle. Only with a base can we truly gain a foothold. Lung Yue nodded and led the group into the gathering place. Wang Xiaohua snorted coldly and looked at me, scanning me up and down several times, which made me feel uncomfortable. It would be fine if a beautiful woman was staring at me, but the one in front of me doesn't look beautiful at all. "What's up?" I asked with a frown. Wang Xiaohua touched his chin and smiled with satisfaction. "Little white face, name your price." "What?" I was stunned for several seconds. When I reacted, my face suddenly turned dark. Shit, I was treated like a duck? I raised my hand and pointed at the group of men behind her. "If you want to find someone, go to the back. These guys are professional." The men all looked pale and had kidney deficiency. I instantly understood that this guy was not a queen of flowers at all, but more like a flower thief in the gathering place. Wang Xiaohua's face darkened, and she was obviously angered by my words. In this gathering place, who dares to talk to her like this? Boom. She picked up a huge axe at her feet and smashed it hard on the ground. Dust flew up, and the axe almost cracked the ground. "This is your last chance. Come back with me, or else..." Before she finished her words, my face turned cold. Sui took a step forward and spat out one word with a cold look in his eyes: "Get lost." The air suddenly became quiet, and everyone around widened their eyes. Who dares to talk to a female boss like that? In the entire gathering place, there are no more than 3 people who can stand up to her like this. Wang Xiaohua sneered, then swung the axe and chopped at Sui fiercely, with a whistling sound. Many people subconsciously closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch the scene that followed. The expected scream did not appear, and when they opened their eyes, everyone gasped. Sui grabbed the axe with one hand and didn't move. I was also stunned. I didn't expect Sui to be so fierce. Commander, second-level soldiers can concentrate their energy on one point to enhance their defense. The system explained promptly. It suddenly dawned on me that it seemed like it was a wise decision to let Sui level up. Wang Xiaohua finally showed panic in her eyes. She was at the peak level 1, and even her axe could be caught by her bare hands. The opponent must be at least level 2. Before she could react, Sui grabbed the axe and punched her in the face. Puff! Wang Xiaohua spat out a mouthful of red water, and several teeth flew out along with the red foam, and she fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Sui returned to my back quietly, as if nothing had happened. I glanced at the crowd watching, and no one dared to look at me strangely. With 9 soldiers, we walked straight into the gathering place, and no one dared to stop us. I know that this matter has spread everywhere today. A man with 9 extraordinary people, one of whom is at the 2nd level. This person is not ordinary. He can crush the Queen of Flowers. At least he is at the peak of the 2nd level. This kind of person should not be messed with. Listening to the discussions behind my back, I knew in my heart that it was impossible to keep a low profile. Not far away, a deep voice came. Tell your men not to provoke this man. Anyone who violates the rules will be killed without mercy. Balchong? I almost couldn't hold it in. What era is this? How can someone still dare to use this name? Are Big Bear and Little Bear also nearby? The level of dirtiness and mess in the gathering place was beyond imagination. Looking around, almost no one had clean clothes. As a result, there were only 10 of us, and we were dressed neatly and spotlessly. It was difficult to keep a low profile. I simply found someone to stop him and got straight to the point. Where is the most powerful person here? The person who was stopped was a gangster, with a smirk on his face, nodding and bowing. Sir, you asked the right person. We have 3 big guys here, all of whom are the managers of this place. Which one are you looking for? As they were chatting, an arrogant voice came from a distance. Boss, we have robbed another fortune this time. Those old guys are really tired of living if they don't obey you. I looked up and saw 3 sloppy hooligans walking towards me triumphantly. Not far behind me, 2 old men were lying in a pool of blood, already dead. The thug who stopped him didn't care at all, and even called out, "Come here and meet me." When the 3 hooligans saw me, their attitude immediately became obedient. "Hello, sir." I didn't say anything and just looked at them quietly. A sense of awkwardness began to fill the air. "Is this what you usually do?" I spoke slowly, and my tone was so calm that it made them feel uneasy. The gang leader laughed awkwardly. "Uncle, you have to support your family. These old guys won't live long. It's better to hand over the money as soon as possible, so as not to waste resources." "Yeah, that makes sense." He just smiled smugly when I grabbed his neck and lifted him up gently. Let go." The gang leader's face turned red and he struggled desperately. The 3 hooligans nearby stood there in a daze, not knowing whether to run or rescue. Sui did not give them a chance to choose. He raised his hand and swung his knife. 3 silver lights flashed, and they fell to the ground, covering their throats, with blood gushing out. The gang leader widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. "You?" I said calmly, "The lives of the 4 of you are not as valuable as those 2 old men." As soon as I finished speaking, I exerted a little force with my hands and broke his neck, and his body fell limply. This was the first time I killed someone with my own hands, but I didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion inside. Instead, I felt an indescribable calmness. The people around were talking quietly, but no one dared to say anything. Until an uncle spoke up. "Young man, these people are Balchong's men. If you kill them, he won't let you go." "Balchong?" I couldn't help but laugh. "Where does he live?" The uncle was stunned, hesitated for a moment, pointed in a direction, and repeatedly reminded, "Balchong is not easy to mess with, don't be impulsive." "Thank you." I waved my hand and led my men directly to Balchong's territory. As expected, the news soon reached Balchong. Balchong himself lives up to his name, with his shiny bald head reflecting the light. He is slumped in a chair, holding a cigarette in his mouth, looking like he is enjoying himself. The younger brothers below were extremely anxious. "Boss, Xiaobao is dead. We have to get back our position, otherwise who will take you seriously?" Guang Tuqing slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes grim and cold. "He killed my people. You can't just let it go. Ambush him and get rid of him." The younger brother under him was immediately excited and came over to ask, "Boss, who do you want to take with you?" "Take a Biao." Upon hearing this name, The scene instantly became quiet. A Biao is a tough guy at the peak of the first level, only half a step away from the second level. With him taking action, the success rate is extremely high. Guang Tuqing slowly took out a small metal gadget from the drawer and handed it to his men. Take this with you to ensure that this problem can be solved in one go. A trace of greed flashed in the younger brother's eyes, and he took it carefully. Don't worry, boss. I promise that he will never come back. I was walking on the small path in the gathering place with 9 soldiers, and many people were secretly looking at us along the way. The bald man was probably waiting on the road. I knew in my heart that this journey would not be peaceful. Sure enough, after Leng Yue heard the news, she rushed over with an unpleasant look on her face. Su Chun, leave quickly. Bald Chong has already ambushed people. I raised my eyebrows. Oh? Leng Yue gritted her teeth. Bald Chong is not simple. A Biao is his strongest subordinate. At the peak of the first level, specializing in doing dirty work, you can't afford to offend him. Oh, that's perfect. Perfect? Leng Yue was stunned. I smiled and patted Su Yi's shoulder. We also want to stretch our muscles. Leng Yue opened her mouth and finally sighed. I can see that you are really not afraid of death. Judging from Bald Chong's location, he is not far from me, just a dozen minutes walk away. Along the way, I saw the true appearance of this gathering place. It was simply a refugee camp. There was a strange smell in the air, and the people around were all pale and thin, with almost no fat people to be seen. I noticed a man eating something. Can that be called food? A dark, black object that he was chewing with great relish. What is that? I asked with a frown. Su Yi came closer and said, Commander, it's probably the intestines of some mutant beast, dried by the wind. Before the end of the world, probably no one would touch this thing, but now it has become a food that people are fighting over. I felt a little depressed. The earth was mutating, mutant beasts were rampant, and the living space of mankind was compressed to the point of near extinction. Thinking of this, I swore to myself, one day, I will completely eliminate these mutant beasts and let humans dominate the earth again. After walking for about 10 minutes, Su Yi suddenly reminded me that there was an ambush ahead. I stopped immediately. He had a strong sense of vigilance, and since he spoke, it meant that the situation was not simple. Can it be solved? I asked. No problem. He answered simply. Su led 4 people to sneak over, leaving a few people to protect me. I stood where I was, observing the situation ahead through the shared vision. I only discovered this ability recently, and it is really convenient. Su Yi's movements were extremely covert. If I hadn't shared our vision, I wouldn't have been able to detect his presence at all. He approached a person silently, slashed him with his dagger, and the person fell to the ground without even a shout. The other red alert soldiers also acted quickly, eliminating most of the enemies within a few minutes. But the good times didn't last long. When the 8th person was killed, an enemy happened to look back and saw him. Although he was killed immediately, the ambush was still exposed. Kill them. With a roar, the enemy began to fight back. The civilians hiding in the wooden house were too scared to go out. A sturdy man with a machete rushed towards Su Er. He seemed to be a Biao, Bald Chong's thug. His movements were ferocious, but Su Er was no pushover either. He drew his dagger and fought him head-on. At the same time, other enemies were quickly cleared by the red alert soldiers, and the situation gradually became clear. A Biao realized that the situation was not good and tried to escape, but was stopped by Su Yi. The dagger flashed, and his arms were cut off at the same time, and his screams were heart-wrenching. Young master, the people are here. Su Yi dragged a Biao in front of me. I looked at the sturdy man and said, Guang Tu Chong really thinks highly of me. He sent you to ambush me. Don't you know that I have a second-level extraordinary person under my command? A Biao was stunned when he heard this and blurted out, What? A second-level extraordinary person? The boss didn't tell me at all. His tone didn't sound like he was lying, and I immediately understood what was going on. Bald Chong wanted to use me to get rid of a Biao. Since he is so cruel, I will help him. I said coldly, and Su Yi killed a Biao with a single knife. The system's voice immediately rang in my head. Kill a first-level peak transcendent and gain 100 energy points. I was moved. It turns out that killing extraordinary people can gain energy. This is good news for me. At least it allows me to clean up these threats legitimately. A moment later, I stood in front of a house that was larger and more imposing than the other cabins and shouted, Bald Chong, come out. The door opened and Bald Chong came out with a group of people. He looked me up and down and said contemptuously, Boy, this is not the place for you to act wildly. If you want to live, hand over your things and get out. Otherwise, stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, do it quickly. I don't have time to waste with you. I interrupted him directly. Bald Chong was irritated by my attitude, but his greedy eyes were exposed. I sneered in my heart, thinking that his greed is insatiable and his fate is already doomed. Thinking about this, I've already started calculating how much energy I can earn by killing them. At Guang Tu Chang's command, his men swarmed forward. Even though they knew we had second-level transcendence, they did not dare to retreat. Bald Chong is famous for his cruelty. He is ruthless to his enemies and even more ruthless to his own people. The soldiers rushed forward to fight, but Sui was the only one who stood quietly beside me, staring at Bald Chong. The two second-level peak transcendents were confronting each other. Guangtou Chong smiled coldly. Master, your men are all dead. I will send you on your way. I shrugged indifferently and watched Bald Chong being blocked by Sui. Bald Chong took out a long metal stick and smashed it at Sui like a violent storm, with each hit accompanied by a heavy sound of breaking wind. Most people cannot withstand this kind of crushing force of pure power. Ding, ding, ding. Sui's dagger flew, and he blocked every attack accurately, as if he was playing a trick. He was as steady as a rock, and there was no emotion on his face. Guang Tuqiang's face gradually became ugly. As time went on, he realized that it was not a good thing to drag it on, and his men were completely unable to stop the Red Alert soldiers. I laughed to myself. Bald Chong probably never thought that someone could pull together 8 extraordinary people to serve as thugs. But I could see that he was hesitating, probably because the rules of the gathering place restricted him from using a gun. I sighed and asked the system, "Is there any other way to improve the strength of soldiers?" The system gave a pleasant surprise. The master can directly use energy points to infuse and enhance the strength of the soldiers. Simple and crude, it suits my taste. How many points are needed to upgrade Sui to the first level? 1,000 points. The corner of my mouth twitched. At present, including the points I just got, I only have 110 points. Want to upgrade Sui? Don't even think about it. What about upgrading to the early stage of the third level? 250 points. This is much more reasonable. I looked at the battlefield and counted the few extraordinary people left under Bald Chong's command. It would be enough after killing them all. Sure enough, as the Red Alert soldiers dealt with Bald Chong's men, my energy points continued to rise. 8 enemies fell, and my energy points steadily climbed to 390 points. Upgrade Sui to the early third level. I chose without hesitation. The next second, Sui's aura suddenly surged, and the dagger in his hand flew, bringing up a faint gust of wind, and his speed and strength increased by more than 1 level. Guang Tu Chang's expression changed drastically. Breakthrough in the middle of a battle? Are you kidding me? As soon as he thought of running away, Sui had already flashed behind him and slashed his neck coldly with the dagger. Bald Chong's eyes widened. An indistinct sound came out of his throat, and he fell to the ground. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Kill the second-level peak extraordinary person and gain 500 energy points. I raised my eyebrows. Bald Chong made a great contribution. His energy points increased rapidly, and he now had 640 points in total. Although Sui cannot directly reach the peak of the third level, it is enough for him to move around the gathering place at will. When Leng Yue arrived, she saw corpses all over the ground, including Bald Chong's corpse with his eyes wide open. She was stunned for a moment. Did you really kill Baldy Chong? I raised my eyebrows. Is it strange? Leng Yue had a complicated expression. After a moment of silence, she said, "You know you're in big trouble, right?" I smiled and said, "This isn't a big deal." Leng Yue glared at me. Guang Tuqiang has a close relationship with a big boss in the nearby Bay City, and he is the big boss's spokesperson here. The other 2 strong men in the gathering place did not dare to touch Guang Tu Chang because of this relationship. I nodded, and I felt more appreciative of Leng Yue. She was willing to tell me these things at the critical moment, which showed that she had not forgotten that I saved her life before. By the way, didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? Now I'm free, I said with a smile. Leng Yue rolled her eyes, turned around, and took me to the only relatively clean restaurant in the gathering place. The environment in the store is nice, and all the people who come here are extraordinary people. Ordinary people can't afford it at all. Leng Yue waved her hand. Order whatever you want. It's my treat. I flipped through the menu, ordered a few random items, and asked casually, Captain Long, do you have a detailed map nearby? Leng Yue took out a map and spread it on the table, marking the surrounding terrain and the danger level of each area, ranging from level 1 to level 5. I glanced at it and found that the highest level 5 area was obviously a restricted area, and the lowest level 1 area should only have some ordinary first-level mutant beasts. Lung Yue pointed at the map and explained, the danger level is divided according to the strength of the mutant beasts. There will basically be no second-level beasts mixed into the first-level area, but we can't guarantee that it will be accurate every time. There is also competition between mutant beasts, and the weak ones may be replaced by stronger ones at any time. I nodded. This kind of apocalyptic law is normal. The law of the jungle has always been there. How much? I asked. Lung Yue waved her hand and said, you saved my life. A map is nothing. I'll give it to you. Maps are of great significance to a team's survival. Lung Yue said it easily, but I knew she was deliberately downplaying its value. When the dishes came, the soldiers sat at another table and devoured the food in no time. They ate cleaner than washed plates, which made people around them look at them sideways, wondering if they had been hungry for a few days. I glanced at the dishes on the table, and indeed most of them were mutant beast meat, which tasted surprisingly good. After dinner, I stood up and patted my clothes. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. If anyone bothers you, you can tell me my name. I know that Lung Yue is most likely in trouble, most likely because of one of the 3 big players in the gathering place. But I have already dealt with Baldy Wong, and the remaining 2 are probably the source of trouble. I won't be going back to the gathering place in the short term, so before I leave, I have to leave her a life-saving talisman. Lung Yue was stunned for a moment, but before she could react, I had already left the restaurant with the soldiers. Check out. She waved her hand helplessly. The waiter handed over the bill with a smile. A total of 507 hope coins. Minus the decimals, 500 will be enough. Lung Yue's face suddenly fell. Su Chun, you bastard. As I walked out of the gathering place, the angry curses from afar were still ringing in my ears. I knew that the meal was not cheap, and if I didn't leave now, I would probably be forced to pay the bill. When we left, no one in the gathering place dared to stare at us with greedy eyes. The demise of Bald Chong is equivalent to setting an example. I use my strength to tell everyone that we are stronger than the 3 giants in the gathering place. When the 2 remaining giants in the gathering place heard the news of my departure, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Once Bald Chong dies, his territory will be ours. Returning to the city where I once lived, standing on the familiar streets, I felt a little complicated. Although it was a parallel world, the street scenes were almost exactly the same. System, what are the requirements for deploying the base vehicle? A flat open space is enough. It is best if there are minerals nearby to facilitate the transportation of the mine vehicle and convert energy. I remember there was a large coal mine outside the city. Due to the terrain, it had not been possible to mine on a large scale, which led to the lagging development of the city. Thinking of this, I led the soldiers to the location of the coal mine in my memory. When we arrived, we saw a dilapidated open pit mine with broken walls and black or exposed, like a treasure trove of energy. Master, are you sure you want to deploy the base vehicle here? The system prompts. I was about to nod when an idea suddenly occurred to me. Wait, if I build another base vehicle somewhere else, can I have a branch base? Yes, but the sub-base needs core support, and the core needs to be provided by the master. Core? I was stunned. When did you need a core to build a base vehicle in Red Alert? Reality is different from games. The core is the key to maintaining the operation of the base. A base vehicle without a core is just an ordinary vehicle and cannot generate a sub-base. How do I get the core? You have a chance of getting it by killing mutant beasts. I smacked my tongue. This kind of probability event is the most unreliable. It is better to build the base in front of us first. Deploy the base vehicle. Following my command, a heavy tank appeared out of thin air in front of me. Unlike the one in the game, the real thing was more oppressive than the game screen. It was simply a mobile fortress. The base vehicle slowly unfolded, covering nearly 500 square meters. The metal shell reflected cold light, and the automatic turret slowly rose, looking ready for battle. System, this base vehicle is too luxurious, isn't it? I exclaimed in amazement. The game simplifies many details. The base vehicle in reality is more in line with combat needs. I was looking at the base vehicle with great interest, preparing to start building a power plant. When I saw the price, my smile froze instantly. 800 energy points for a power plant? Go grab it. I stood beside the base and looked at the buildings gradually taking shape, and I felt so relieved. Although the base in front of me is as simple as a temporary construction site, I know that this is just the beginning. The boilers at the power plant hummed, steam rose slowly, and the heat hit my face, reminding me that energy was being poured into the system. At the ore refinery, the minecarts have slowly entered the mine, starting the first wave of mineral mining. That's what it looks like. I nodded with satisfaction. Thinking back to my previous battle with that group of mutant chickens, I still find it outrageous and even want to laugh. In the apocalypse, my first hunting target turned out to be a group of chickens. But I have to say that this batch of chickens is quite good. At least it allowed me to accumulate more than 10,000 energies in one go. I looked up at the power plant, silently pondering the next direction of development. The opening of the ore refinery means that I can finally be self-sufficient, rather than living like a pauper relying on energy from here and there. System, are there other mutant beast gathering points nearby? I was feeling a little itchy. With this group of red alert soldiers, gaining energy was easier than cutting leaks. The people at the gathering place 21260 have all felt something is wrong recently. Normally, they would occasionally run into one or two first-order mutant beasts while wandering around, but now, let alone mutant beasts, not even a hair can be seen. Has your team discovered any first-order mutant beasts recently? Someone asked casually in the bar. If I could find it, would I still be sitting here? I would have gone out hunting long ago. The man opposite rolled his eyes and said unkindly, with our strength, we can only deal with first-level mutant beasts. After all, we are just ordinary people. If we didn't have guns, we would be nothing. Ordinary firearms are more than enough to deal with first-level mutant beasts, but once you encounter a second-level or above mutant beast, you can only laugh. Rumor has it that there are weapons in Base City that can deal with high-level mutant beasts, but they have only heard about them in casual conversations, and no one has ever seen what they look like. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look! New mission!" The bar suddenly fell silent, and everyone turned their attention to the task board. The new task notice was particularly eye-catching, pinned in the center. Let me see. Investigate the cause of the decrease in mutant beasts outside. A reward of 1 to 3,000 hope coins for any clues? In an instant, the whole bar was boiling. 3,000 hope coins. How long will it take to eat, drink, and have fun? By then, women will have everything they want. Just thinking about it makes me happy. The next second, everyone in the bar rushed out, fearing that if they were slow, the clue would be snatched away by others. This type of investigation mission does not limit the number of teams. Whoever finds the clue first will get the reward. Lung Yue stood in the corner, watching this scene, thinking deeply. She always felt that Su Chun was involved in this matter. Ever since Su Chun left the gathering place, the number of mutant beasts began to decrease. This timing was too coincidental. On the other hand, I was sitting happily in the construction plant, staring at the system interface. The commander's own office, bedroom, and command room are all fully equipped and are much more comfortable to stay in than outside. The interface lists the current buildings and combat units. Construction plant, the core of the base. Without it, it would be extremely difficult to build another base. Power plant, the core of power supply. Without electricity, the base will be paralyzed. One power plant can supply power to 3 buildings. Or refinery, carrying a transdimensional minecart. Although it has no attack power, it is very efficient. It can return instantly after loading it with ore, saving time. Barracks, the cradle of soldiers. In addition to basic soldiers, it can also train hounds and engineers. I glanced at the icons of the air command and the tank factory, but they were still gray. I had to wait until my commander authority was upgraded before I could unlock them. Come on, take your time. I muttered and opened the barracks construction interface. Hounds cost 200 energy points each, and engineers cost 100 energy points each. I thought about it and simply ordered 5 hounds and 4 engineers, spending 1,400 energy points in one go. But I don't need this little bit of energy now. The hunting activities in the past few days have allowed me to accumulate more than 40,000 energy points. However, I never had the same luck as the mutant chickens. These mutants were very smart and would flee as soon as they noticed something was wrong, making it difficult for me to find a large number of targets. As for mutant beasts, no matter they are of the first or second stage, I accept all of them. In addition, the ore refinery is refining or day and night, and the energy points are constantly increasing, which is why this number has been reached. There was a noise in the barracks, and soon 5 hounds and 4 engineers came out in a line. The engineers saluted, and the hound squatted on the ground, with a sharp look in his eyes, and barked at me. I looked at the hound carefully, and it was indeed very majestic, with obvious muscle lines and sharp teeth shining coldly in its mouth. It seemed that anyone who was bitten by it would have a hard time surviving. The engineer looked quite decent, wearing a yellow hard hat and worker's uniform, and carrying a blue toolbox. In the game they are pure tools, but it is different here. In reality, every engineer has a desert eagle on his waist, so they at least have some self-protection ability. The surname Su has been taken, so just call you Chun-Yi to Chun-Si, I said, pointing at the 4 engineers. Thank you, Commander, for the name, the engineers shouted in unison. As for you guys, I looked at the 5 hounds and couldn't help laughing. You're called Daha, you're called Era, and you're Waha. The hounds didn't understand how perfunctory the name was. They just wagged their tails excitedly and circled around me. Woof woof. The 5 guys were obviously very satisfied. Laughing aside, we must not delay the work. I glanced at the remaining energy points, thought for a while, and made up my mind. System, build 100 soldiers for me. No need to speed up the construction time. Anyway, I don't lack time. What I lack is energy. The order has been issued. Start manufacturing soldiers. After creating 100 soldiers, the energy I had was almost gone. But I am not worried, because the minecart is already on the way. As soon as the ore is refined, the energy points will increase rapidly. Once the soldiers are ready, my mutant hunting team will be complete. Chapter 12. Where did the wild dog come from? Luo Heng yawned out of boredom, looked at Zhang Tao who was driving, and glanced at the captain sitting in the back. Captain, do we really have to go there? Just go over and take a look. Maybe there are some clues over there. Lung Yue said expressionlessly. Luo Heng curled his lips and said nothing. If he were to say, he wouldn't believe Su Chan would stay there. The 2 reasons they came out this time were one for an investigation mission and the other for finding Su Chan. Lung Yue was worried that this investigation mission was really related to Su Chan. So if she found him, she could notify him in advance so that he could be prepared. Their target was exactly the place where they first met Su Chan. Although the possibility was not high, they had no other place to look. The world is so big, it's really not easy to find a few people hiding. Is this investigation mission really related to him? His subordinates are indeed very strong, but not strong enough to sweep away the mutant beasts around them, right? Luo Heng still didn't quite believe it. Normally, this is indeed the case, but unfortunately Su Chan is not an ordinary person. Lung Yue looked out the window with deep eyes. I always have a feeling that he is not simple. There was no conversation along the way. It took 2 hours for the car to finally arrive at this not-so-big city. Of course, compared with other big cities and their gathering places, this place is very big. They stored the car in a hidden place and walked into the city. Driving the car in the city was courting death. It turns out that driving into the city is almost certain to lead to death. The loud noise of the car engine starting up will attract mutant beasts from several kilometers away. It would be fine if they are level 1, but if they encounter level 2 or even level 3 mutant beasts, they would be courting death. The 3 men were fully armed and entered the city quietly. They quickly came to the place where they met Su Chan last time. Unfortunately, they did not see Su Chan. I said he was definitely not here. This place is not suitable for living at all. Apart from those who were driven out of the gathering place and those mutants who were like crazy, how could ordinary people be here? Before Luo Heng could finish his words, Uncle Zhang Tao covered his mouth with his hand. Shoo! Zhang Tao made a gesture and pointed to a place not far away. A black shadow appeared in a corner there, and no one knew what it was. Luo Heng was not stupid. He gave Zhang Tao and Lung Yue a look and pulled out the knife from his body. If he fired a gun here, it would easily attract more mutant beasts. Close combat was the best option. Of course, the prerequisite is to see what the other party is. If it is a first-level mutant beast, he will not be very afraid. When I got a little closer, before I could see clearly what the other person was, a black shadow rushed over in an instant. It's a mutant, be careful. Lung Yue, who was the strongest, discovered the other party's true identity, which is a mutant girl. Her clothes were tattered, with strips of cloth hanging on her body. There were many wounds all over her body. What flowed out was not bright red blood, but a green liquid, which was very disgusting. Her skin all over her body had ulcers to varying degrees, which made people unable to bear to look at it. This is the mutant. It's not just animals that mutate. Humans do as well. After humans mutate, there are only 2 outcomes. One is to survive and become a superhuman, and the other is to fail and become a mutant. Mutants are not recognized by humans. They have lost their true selves and turned into a group of monsters that only know how to eat. Like mutant beasts, they are hunted by humans. This time, a first-level mutant appeared. His strength was not very strong. Lung Yue breathed a sigh of relief, then swung her hand and stabbed him with a dagger. Phew! The dagger pierced into the mutant's eye socket quickly, accurately and fiercely, but the mutant did not feel any pain. She still opened her smelly mouth towards Lung Yue, wanting to eat her. Luo Heng on the other side seized the opportunity and stabbed the mutant's heart. With a stir, the mutant finally died. If you want to kill a mutant, you must eliminate the brain and the heart, neither of which can be missing. In the past, some people didn't know about this situation and simply blew up the mutant's head, thinking that everything was fine. However, with the heart providing power, the mutant who lost his head directly killed the person. There is a certain probability that energy crystals will appear in the brains and hearts of mutants. Let's see if there are any of them. Lung Yue said. Luo Heng squatted down and began to dig out the energy crystals. Of course, the captain could not be allowed to do such rough work. Soon, his face lit up. Captain, a great harvest, both in the brain and the heart. Luo Heng saw 2 rice-sized energy crystals in his hands. This thing looks small, but it can provide a lot of energy, and even if he goes back, he can exchange it for a lot of hope coins. Not bad. Just when Lung Yue was praising Luo Heng, a scream reached their ears. There were other people nearby. It's screaming so miserably. Could it be that it encountered a second-level mutant beast, or a second-level mutant human? Luo Heng guessed. You'll know when you go over there and take a look. If you can help, help. If you can't, just leave. This is Lung Yue's principle. She doesn't like thieves to rob each other. The 3 men approached and saw at a glance a team of 5 people who were bitten by a dog and screaming in pain. One of them had half of his buttocks missing and was covered in blood. The 3 of them looked at each other. What was going on? Where did the wild dog come from? It's not like they haven't seen mutant dogs before, but they definitely don't look like this. This dog looks like an ordinary dog without any mutations. Is this a joke? Are there any mutated animals in the world now? I understand. This must be a dog with internal mutations. There is no change in appearance. You see, its speed is not even as fast as that of the people in that team. I know that, Captain. He is a first-level transcendent. This must be a mutant dog, Luo Heng said. Lung Yue looked at it carefully for a while and agreed with Luo Heng's guess. No one would believe that an ordinary dog could dodge the attack of a first-level transcendent. The dog was very fast and kept circling around them, staring at their butts. After a while, 2 people's butts were missing half, which was painful just by looking at it. If Su Chun had not given the hound the order to be on guard instead of killing, these 5 people would have died long ago. The hound in alert state will launch an attack, but it will not be fatal. Unless the opponent has the power to threaten the hound, then the hound will launch a full-scale attack. Alert! An intruder has stepped into the edge of the base, and a hound is engaged. The system's alarm sounded in Su Chin's mind. Su Chun was very calm. He upgraded all 5 hounds to the early 3rd level. It cost a lot of energy points, but it was definitely worth it. Chapter 13. Welcome to my base. Bring up the picture. Following Su Chin's order, a translucent interface appeared in front of him, showing the scene of the hound dealing with the invaders. The strength of the early 3rd stage hound is extremely powerful, and it is definitely not something these people can deal with. Just by looking at the hound teasing these people, Su Chin knew that he was safe. I wonder if these people found this place by accident or... It would be great if we could build a radar or a control command center. System, can we build a radar if we reach level 3 authority? Yes, Master. How do we deal with these intruders? Su Chin thought about it and felt that if he just killed them directly, there would be no need. However, if he let them go back, there would definitely be many people coming here again, which would be very annoying. Send a few soldiers over to capture them. I just think one transdimensional mining cart is not enough, so let's use these people as miners. With Su Chin's order, the future of these people was determined. Lung Yue initially wanted to go out and help these people. After all, they were all gathering in the same place and would see each other every day. But before she could take any action, she saw a few familiar-looking people who rushed up and knocked out a team of 5 with a few punches and kicks, and then carried them away. Big sister, why do those people look so much like Su Chin's men? Luo Heng's words made Lung Yue react. Yes, the soldiers just now were dressed exactly the same as Su Chin's men, but those soldiers were not the 9 people she had seen. So, Su Chin actually has more than just 9 subordinates? When she thought of this, Lung Yue realized that Su Chin's identity must be extraordinary. Could an ordinary person have more than a dozen extraordinary subordinates? We came out to find Su Chin and inform him about the gathering place. Now following those soldiers, we should be able to find him. Zhang Tao is worthy of being an elder. Being older, he knows more. Lung Yue thought for a second and nodded directly. Let's follow. The 3 men followed quietly behind several soldiers. They thought they were being very cautious, but unfortunately they were discovered by the soldiers long ago. But under Su Chin's command, these soldiers did not do anything, as if they had not discovered anything, and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, Lung Yue discovered that this seemed to be the road leading to the coal mine. Could it be that Su Chan was at the coal mine? She couldn't understand Su Chin's thoughts. The coal mine was not very important to them now. In addition, there were many mutant beasts lurking there, which caused the coal mine to be idle. As the three of them gradually approached the coal mine, a shocking scene appeared before their eyes. Several huge machines are located at the edge of the coal mine. One of them looks like a pagoda, with blue arcs flashing constantly and emitting astonishing heat. There are two huge boilers on top of a building, and a large amount of coal is being crushed and squeezed on top, with black exhaust gas coming out from it. On top of a strange square building, there stood a statue that was more than 10 meters tall. What made Lung Yue's eyes twitch the most was that she recognized that the statue was Su Chun. There is one building left that looks relatively normal, like an office building. Lung Yue's face changed. She didn't know when dozens of soldiers appeared beside her. These soldiers looked at the three of them with cold eyes, leaving only one path. Does this mean that you want us to go in by ourselves? Lung Yue knew that they had no choice but to go in. She was very shocked. Although she had not been here for about a year, there were definitely no such buildings here originally. To build such a large building, a large number of manpower and materials are needed. Did Su Chun really do this? Under the guidance of the soldiers step by step, only Lung Yue stepped into the command room, while Luo Hang and Zhang Tao were waiting outside. When Lung Yue saw Su Chin's figure, she finally confirmed that it was Su Chun who did this. Welcome to my base. Su Chun looked at Lung Yue with a smile. Su Chun thought about the reason for letting them in. He knew that it would be better not to expose his base so quickly. So the best way was to have someone act as an insider to help him conceal the news here and pass on various information to him. He knew only a few people in the gathering place, and the one he was most familiar with was probably Lung Yue. Su Chun had some understanding of this woman's character. She was a good person. Letting the other party in was, on the one hand, to intimidate him, and on the other hand, he wanted to give him some benefits. Only a big stick and a sweet date can make others obedient. If there is no benefit, who would be willing to help you? Are you really the Su Chun I know, and is this the base you built? Lung Yue now has countless questions. No rush, sit down and talk slowly. Su Chun waved his hand, and a soldier brought over a chair and asked Lung Yue to sit down. I will selectively tell you what you want to know. Su Chun's meaning was very clear. If there was something that couldn't be said, then don't ask. Lung Yue rolled her eyes at the man and said, after he said this, there's nothing I can ask you. She thought about it and asked the first question, is your name fake? Su Chun laughed, don't worry, my name is real, guaranteed to be genuine. Lung Yue felt as if she had breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask, what's going on here? There were definitely no such 4 buildings here before, and there are so many soldiers. Are they all extraordinary people? When she came in just now, Lung Yue noticed that those soldiers were all extraordinary people. If this were to be made known to others, it would shock the world. Everyone knows that not everyone can become a superhuman. If you want to become a superhuman, you either have to be very lucky or have a mine at home. She heard that some base cities have evolutionary agents that can turn an ordinary person into a superhuman. But this evolution agent is very expensive and they cannot afford it. However, here with Su Chun, everyone is a transcendent, which is simply incredible. She has never heard of such a thing. I can't tell you everything about the buildings. I can only tell you one thing. There will be more and more buildings here in the future. I will build a huge base here, so you don't need to worry about these buildings. Also, my soldiers are geniuses. They are all extraordinary people. As the questions and answers went by, Lung Yue was already numb with shock. If what Su Chun said was true, this place would definitely become comparable to a base city in the future. Chapter 14, Advanced Tasks. Lung Yue stood about 10 miles away from the base and looked back with a complicated expression in her eyes. Just now, in the command room, she obtained a large amount of energy crystals from Su Chun. Now her backpack is full of energy crystals, which are enough for her to use until the 4th level. Big sister, what did you and Su Chun talk about in there? Whose Big Shot's illegitimate son is he? Luo Hang asked curiously. To be able to own such a powerful base, Su Chun must be no ordinary person. This is the same as his previous guess. This guy is definitely a young master. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Don't you know the old saying that was passed down in the past? Without waiting for Lung Yue to finish, Luo Hang said angrily, I know, I won't ask, but I didn't expect his strength to be stronger than I thought. Those people went there just to ask for trouble. This time when we go back, we will pretend that we don't know the situation here. We will tell others that those people died in the mouths of mutant beasts, and we risked our lives to help them, and we only took away some of their belongings. Lung Yue said as she looked at some small things in her hand. These little things were given to her by Su-chan. The purpose was naturally to let her go to the gathering place to confuse people and make them unaware of the real situation here. After returning, Lung Yue attributed the death of the team to the mutant beast, as Su-chan said. No one doubted that people died at the mouths of mutant beasts outside the gathering place every day. This was commonplace, and there was nothing strange about it. Su-chan, on his side, accelerated the speed of accumulating energy. According to the system, as long as his energy points reached 50,000, he could be upgraded to level 3 authority. He looked at the energy points he had left. There were still more than 20,000. He needed more energy points. Now we don't get much energy points from hunting mutant beasts every day. At most, we can only get a few thousand points a day. At the ore refinery, we can get about 2,000 energy points every day through the transportation of the transdimensional mining cart. Even if we add 5 miners, the speed will not increase much. Su-chan knew that there was really no way to do this. The energy provided by the coal mine itself was not much. If it was replaced with gold, silver, or rare earth mines, there would probably be more energy points. Or if he had more minecarts, the speed of the energy points would be greatly increased. With the idea of not wasting any manpower, Su-chan changed his strategy. The number of people in the team that originally went out to hunt mutant beasts was reduced, and except for the necessary guards, all the remaining people went to mine. If the hounds were able to mine, he would even want to send them over. Hound. As soon as the 5 people woke up, they found themselves captives and were forced to start a mining journey. At first, the 5 men resisted fiercely, but soon the soldiers taught them a lesson, and now they were more obedient than their grandsons. The 5 people never thought that someone would actually build a base here. It seems to be quite large. It has so many extraordinary subordinates, and they also accompany them to mine. Which boss is so idle? Aren't the extraordinary people all superior people? Why are they mining with ordinary people like them? It's really hard to guess what the boss is thinking. On the first day, they endured humiliation and waited for a chance to escape. However, when they found out that their food was mutant beast meat that even extraordinary people rarely eat, they immediately swore that they would never leave even if they were beaten to death. This meat is delicious and fragrant. Although the soldiers were cyborgs, Su-chan would never let them sleep on the ground. With the efforts of all the soldiers, they built many wooden houses nearby, which were no worse than those in the gathering place. 3 days later, Su-chan stood outside. After 3 days of accumulating energy, his energy points were finally approaching 50,000. Congratulations, Master, for opening the Level 3 Commander Authority. You can strengthen 1 unit every day. The strengthened unit will be upgraded by 1 level, and its strength will not exceed level 4. At first, Su-chan thought this authority was good and could improve the abilities of his soldiers. But when he found out that the so-called unit was the number 1, he had the urge to beat up the system. Why don't you just say 1? At present, Su-chan's strongest subordinate is still Su-yi, who was promoted to the peak of the 3rd level by him. Su-chan directly used his level 3 authority, and immediately Su-yi was promoted to the peak of the 4th level. I have detected that the master has a soldier who has reached the peak of the 4th level. An advancement mission has been issued. This soldier can defeat mutant beasts or extraordinary people of the same level by himself to break through the bottleneck and continue to improve his strength. This mission only has 1 chance. If you fail, the soldier will never be able to advance. Su-chan frowned. Why not let all the soldiers advance? What's the point of this mission? This mission can select soldiers with truly strong qualifications. If they can't even pass this mission, it's just a waste of energy. The system's voice was a little cold. Su-chan did not refute the system's words. He also felt that the system was right. If he couldn't even pass this task, he would be a waste if he continued to train him. In the future, he will have more and more soldiers under his command, and this task will be just right for him to distinguish which soldiers have potential. If they pass the task, they are worth continuing to train. If they fail, then they will probably be cannon fodder in the future. After finishing the conversation with the system, Su-chan looked at Su-yi. Do you have the confidence to complete this task? Su-yi knew about this when the system issued the task. He looked serious and saluted solemnly to Su-chan. Please rest assured, Commander. Su-yi will definitely complete the task. Very good. Then you go out and complete the mission by yourself. Once the mission is completed, come back immediately. Yes. Su-yi left the base alone. Su-chan had no idea how strong the peak 4th level mutant beast was. The strongest mutant beast he had dealt with recently was only 3rd level. Under his human wave tactics, even the most powerful 3rd level mutant beast became his meal. These days, Su-chan has not been idle. He has been trying hard to understand the things in this world, and the source of this information is of course the system. However, the system only told him the big things, such as the changes in the world at that time, but the system didn't know the small things. Suchin suspected that the system knew but just didn't tell him. Forget it. I'll just develop slowly first, and then my army of apocalypse tanks will be dispatched to crush the mutant beasts around. Suchin almost drooled at the thought of a bright future. He had just been upgraded to level 3 authority, and it would probably take some time to build a tank factory. Oh, right, let's build the radar first. With the radar, I can build my Patriot missiles and prism towers. Now I want to see if those flying mutant beasts still have the guts to fly over my head. Chapter 15 Radar. In order to accumulate energy to break through the commander's level 3 authority, Suchun has not used any energy in the past few days. This time he plans to arm his base well, otherwise the base will not have much defensive capabilities and several buildings will become targets. The radar must be built, but it only takes 10 hours. While the radar is being built, Suchin focused his attention on two things. One is the wall, and the other is the defensive building. Walls in Red Alert are all similar, surrounding your base to form a certain degree of defense. In the game, this thing would be destroyed by almost one shot, but in reality, Suchun was quite confident in its defensive capabilities. At least ordinary shells could not cause a fatal blow to the wall. There are also defensive buildings, of which there are several types. One is the sentry gun, one is the Gatling gun, and the other is the machine gun bunker. Of course, these three types are only what can be built at present. There are many things that Suchun cannot build. The sentry gun is similar to the Gatling gun, both of which are defensive guns. They are mainly used for defense. Another type of machine gun bunker is very suitable for hiding around. Several soldiers can be placed inside and use the equipment inside the bunker to carry out various attacks. Build 10 machine gun bunkers and scatter them around the edge of the base. Then build 5 sentry guns and 5 Gatling machine guns and place them next to the machine gun bunkers. Once you encounter an invader, fire a warning shot first. If the enemy continues to advance, you can kill them on the spot. Suchun gave the order coldly. He didn't worry at all about hurting his own people by mistake. As long as it was someone he approved of, they could pass through this line of defense safely. Of course, the subsequent lines of defense could not be unobstructed. Under Suchin's series of instructions, the wall is being built rapidly, with the shortest construction time. In just a few minutes, Suchun saw a wall surrounding his buildings. There were only a few doors left as exits, all guarded by soldiers and hounds. It could be said that not even a fly could get in. Well, prepare a sentry gun for each door. Suchun was worried, so he built some more sentry guns. Now Suchun is waiting for the radar to be built. Then he can build Patriot missiles and light prism towers. The power of these two things is absolutely amazing. Just as Suchun was dreaming about the radar being built, the system's voice sounded, "Alarm, insufficient power. The electricity is running out so soon?" Suchun was speechless. However, he also knew that one power plant maintaining 3 huge buildings and being responsible for so many sentry guns and Gatling machine guns at the same time would indeed lead to power shortages. So he spent some of his energy to build a second power plant, and now there was enough electricity again. At this time, Suchin couldn't help but miss the nuclear reactor in Red Alert. With this thing, he didn't have to worry about power shortage at all. 10 hours was a long time to wait, so he simply took a nap. When he woke up, the radar was built. Hey, the radar is finally ready. Let me see what the radar's detection range is. In the game, the radar's detection range is the entire map, but the prerequisite is that your own units have expanded their field of vision. Places without vision are all dark. Suchin sat on the chair in the command room. A map appeared in front of him, showing his own base. Only this place could be seen, and everywhere else was pitch black. System, what is the detection range of the radar? 500 kilometers in radius. This range surprised Suchin a little. As far as he knew, the range of land-based radar was not so large. It was worthy of being the Red Alert's radar, and the effect was good. If I had a spy satellite, I could see anywhere in the world. Radar would be useless. I learned from the system that as long as Suchin's units enter the dark zone, the map can be expanded and something will be displayed on the radar. For a Red Alert player who wants to open a map, the most suitable unit is the Hound. It is very fast and highly maneuverable, making it very suitable for opening a map. However, in this world, Hounds are not the most suitable choice. There are mutant beasts everywhere outside. If the Hounds are besieged, their fate will probably be terrible. Thinking of this, Suchun changed his approach. He used soldiers to explore the way. Don't forget, there are cars in this world. However, cars are luxury items and few people own them in the settlement. Gasoline is even more of a luxury item and most people cannot afford it. While driving, A soldier can light up the surrounding map at a faster speed, so that he can control all the surrounding information. On the map, Su Chen's units are all blue, other units are marked in yellow, and only units confirmed as enemies are marked in red, making it easy to distinguish between friend and foe. This time, Su Chen sent out his right-hand man, the strongest soldier besides Su Er. Sui went out to complete his promotion task and has not returned yet, so only Su Er is left to do this. Su Er came to the gathering place alone with a dog. Many people come in and out here every day, but after seeing Su Er's clothes, the surroundings fell silent for a while. Many people still talk about what happened a few days ago. A man who had just arrived at the gathering place actually killed one of the three giants and became the new three giants. However, this one of the three giants did not stay in the gathering place, but stayed outside, which was shocking. Everyone knows how difficult it is to survive in the wild. There are all kinds of mutated beasts emerging one after another, and you can easily fall into their trap if you are not careful. How many people just died in the wild, and even their bodies could not be found? Is that clothes from that big guy? It looks like that's correct, but why did that big guy send someone here? Who knows? It has nothing to do with us anyway. Su Er ignored everyone's gaze and went straight to Lung Yue in the tavern. The master asked me to ask you, who in this gathering place has a car, a good car with excellent quality? I want to borrow one. Su Er said expressionlessly. As for cars, everyone who reaches a certain level has one. The only problem is gasoline, which is hard to come by. Lung Yue had a car in her hand. She was a little surprised. Su Chen obviously had so many things, but he didn't even have a car? Among the three giants in the gathering place, except for the dead Bal Chong, the other two, Wang Daqiang and Ma Sanyin, all have cars. They are of very good quality and can withstand the impact of second-level mutant beasts. I see. The young master told me to give it to you. Chapter 16. One person and one dog are enough. On this day, people in the gathering place discovered that a man in a clean military uniform, holding a dog in his hand, was standing in front of Wang Daqiang, one of the three giants in the gathering place. Now the people in the gathering place became a little excited. Many of them knew that this person represented that person. Could it be that that person was going to take action against the second giant? A younger brother walked out and looked at Su Er's clothes with some envy. He had never worn such clean clothes before. Don't you know that this is the territory of our boss Wang Daqiang? What do you mean by this? The younger brother glared at Su Er defiantly, and his momentum was almost gone. The young man really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Su Er glanced at him calmly and said, I came here under orders to borrow something from Wang Daqiang. What? You want to borrow something from the boss? The younger brother was stunned, then burst into laughter. No one has ever dared to borrow things from their boss. Everyone knows that Wang Daqiang is a gambler. He is the only one who can borrow things from others. No one dares to borrow things from Wang Daqiang. Those who had things borrowed from them dared to be angry but not to speak out. Who could afford to offend Wang Daqiang, one of the three giants? Tell me, what do you want to borrow? I was really curious that there were such ignorant people in the world. A car. This time the younger brother didn't say anything, but looked at Su Er with pity in his eyes. Everyone knows that Wang Daqiang is not only addicted to gambling, he also has a hobby, which is cars. He invested most of his savings in his car, and his car was modified into a war beast. It can be said that with just this car, he can face a third-order mutant beast alone. The car is his root. In the past, if anyone dared to say that his car was not good, he would immediately get angry. Now someone wants to borrow Wang Daqiang's car. Isn't this courting death? You're done, kid, the younger brother sneered and walked into the house. Soon, a young man with a cigar in his mouth walked out. He had a slicked-back hair, which was jet black and shiny as if it could reflect the light. He was wearing black clothes that couldn't even cover up his muscles. He was a muscular tyrant. This person is Wang Daqiang, one of the three giants here. You want to borrow my car? Wang Daqiang looked down at Su Er from above. Su Er was 1.8 meters tall, but he was actually a head shorter than Wang Daqiang. That's right, I don't know what you need. Su Er replied calmly. Haha. Wang Daqiang exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at Su Er with a sarcastic look. Let your master come over. You are not qualified. How could Wang Daqiang not know that the person behind this man was the one who killed Bal Chong? Even so, Wang Daqiang was not afraid. Among the three giants, only Bal Chong is the weakest. Even if Su Chen destroyed Bal Chong's strength, he still looked down on Su Chen. You are still a long way from getting the young master to come. One man and one dog will be enough. After being confronted by Su Er on the spot, Wang Daqiang's face turned cold. He waved his hand, and his brothers rushed forward. If the boss has to do everything, what's the use of having these younger brothers? The people around looked at Su-er with pity. Even though Su-er looked strong, Wang Daqiang had many extraordinary people under his command, including second-level extraordinary people. How could one person and a dog deal with it? But what happened next made them think they were dazzled. Su-er had no expression on his face. He just made a move and untied the dog's collar. In an instant, the seemingly harmless dog turned into a terrifying beast. Is this a mutant beast? Someone exclaimed. The hunting dog Daha was seen running through the crowd at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Before they could get close to Su-er, all of them fell to the ground. Each of them was missing a part of their body. Some were missing arms, some were missing legs. As for those who were missing the fifth limb, Su-er said he had no way to help them. Wang Daqiang looked at Daha with fiery eyes. This kind of strength was definitely a mutant beast. Moreover, it seemed to be the kind of mutant beast whose appearance had not changed at all. This was simply a natural camouflage. No one would have thought that such an ordinary-looking dog would actually be a mutant beast. In this era, mutant beasts are rampant, but not all animals have mutated. There are many animals that still maintain their original appearance, but these animals are very rare. A pet that has the appearance of an ordinary animal, but actually possesses the strength of a mutant beast. Who wouldn't want such a pet? The fact that this dog could easily defeat his men showed that it was at least at the peak of the first level. If it was trained by him, it would be just a matter of time before it could break through to the second level. If he knew that this hound was actually a peak level 3 guy, I wonder what he would think. I want this dog, Wang Daqiang said to Su-er in a domineering manner. In Wang Daqiang's understanding, he will never fail to get what he wants. Of course, to the outside world, everything he got was borrowed. But what Wang Daqiang didn't expect was that, except Su Chun, no one could point a finger at Daha, so Daha bit it. Blood spurted out, and one of Wang Daqiang's fingers was gone. The people around were stunned. What kind of development was this? They couldn't keep up with it. Wang Daqiang doesn't care what others think. He wants the dog that bit off his finger to become his dog meat hot pot tonight. Go to hell. A gun appeared in Wang Daqiang's hand at some point. It was a silver pistol, full of streamlined beauty. The moment they saw the gun, the faces of the people around them changed. Oh no, Wang Daqiang has fired his gun. His nickname is Wang Daqiang. He is really an expert with guns. It is said that his ancestor was an arms dealer, and he knows a lot about guns. This gun seemed to be obtained by him from a base. Once hit by it, even a second-level mutant beast would be unable to defend itself. Wang Daqiang could already see the scene of the dog dying at the hands of his gun. But before Wang Daqiang could react, he felt a black shadow flash before his eyes, and his arm disappeared. A shrill scream came out of Wang Daqiang's mouth. When the people around saw that the dog was biting an arm, a feeling of fear arose spontaneously. That was the king of the big three, and he lost an arm without even firing a shot. No one would believe it if you told others about it. What made them even more upset was that Su-er frowned and said, Daha, the master has ordered that you are not allowed to eat unclean things. When Wang Daqiang heard this, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Chapter 17 Open Map. Wang Daqiang, one of the 3 giants in the gathering place, died today. The news spread to everyone's ears at the speed of a gust of wind. No one dared to believe that Wang Daqiang was gone just like that. He is a peak-level, second-level transcendent. Who can kill him? Later, many people found out that it was a young man with a dog who single-handedly killed all of Wang Daqiang's men. Fuck. Who was this guy so powerful that he could kill Wang Daqiang by himself? You don't know this, right? Have you heard of the most mysterious giant? The man who killed Wang Daqiang this time seems to be one of the giant's subordinates. You're not teasing me. How is this possible? Who has nothing better to do than tease you? Believe it or not, I am telling you that there are no longer 3 giants in the gathering place now, but 2 giants. However, I feel that the 3rd giant should be having a hard time now, right? Ma Sanyan does feel bad now. Of the 3 giants who originally gathered together, he is the only one left. Bal Chong and Wang Daqiang are both dead. The culprit is the young man named Su Chun. I asked people in the base city before, and it seems that there is no family with the surname Su there. Where did this Su Chun come from? Ma Sanyan was a little flustered. What he feared most was the unknown. He had very little information about Su Chun. He only knew that the other party had a second-level extraordinary person and 8 first-level extraordinary people under him. As for whether there were other forces, he didn't know. He subconsciously thought that Su-er was the only second-level transcendent, and he had no idea what power Su Chun possessed. After killing Wang Daqiang, Su-er went straight to the car that Wang Daqiang had parked in the backyard. As others have said, the vehicle looks pretty ferocious, with spikes all over its surface, a machine gun on top, and 3 rocket launchers in the back, so it can be said to be fully armed. The car body is made of strong bulletproof material, which can basically ignore the attack of the second-level mutant beast, and even the third-level mutant beast can be resisted for a while. When Su-er drove away from the gathering place, Su-chun, who was far away in the base, discovered 2 blue spots through the radar. They were Su-er and Da. As Su-er's car continued to move forward, many places were displayed on Su-chin's radar interface, basically showing a range of 1 mile around Su-er. Hey, what is this? Suddenly, Su-chin found a yellow light spot on the radar. According to the system settings, the yellow light spot is either a neutral unit or something valuable. So he gave orders to Su-er from a distance, asking him to go to the yellow light spot to see the situation. Su-er received the order and changed direction without saying a word and came to where the yellow light spot was. Here, Su-er didn't see anything, but Daha seemed to have discovered something and kept sniffing the ground. Daha was walking and smelling something. Finally, it stopped and barked wildly at the ground. Is it here? Su-er walked over, took out the dagger from his body, and stabbed it into the ground. Bite. The dagger hit something hard, and the recoil made Su-er's hands numb. Su-er was a little curious, so he took a shovel from the car and started working. With Su-er's efforts, he dug out a transparent sphere from the ground. The sphere looked somewhat magical, with many light spots inside colliding with each other, bursting out with brilliant light. Su-er reported his discovery, and Su-chun was also confused. What the hell was this? Master, this thing is the core of the base vehicle I told you about before. Su-chin's eyes lit up. Is this thing the core? He had always thought that this thing might only appear in the future, but he didn't expect to have it so soon. Unfortunately, he thought of one thing, that is, he did not have a tank factory and could not manufacture a base vehicle. Otherwise, he could use the core to build a second base vehicle and deploy a second base, then his strength would be even stronger. Su-er, put away the core. If you encounter other yellow spots later, deal with them if you can. If you can't deal with them, write them down and deal with them later. The main purpose of Su-chun asking Su-er to go out was to open the map so that all areas covered by the radar could be clearly seen. In this way, if anyone was against him, he could also discover it in advance through the radar. Afterwards, the radar discovered a lot of yellow spots again, but the same situation as the core was not encountered once. Su-chun was not surprised. The core had a certain probability of dropping after the mutant beast died. Although he didn't know how it appeared underground, it was a good thing for him. Those yellow spots were mostly mutant beasts. Su-er killed all the ones he could, and marked the ones he couldn't defeat. He would wait for the army to arrive and flatten this place. In this way, Su-er spent 3 days and finally lit up the area within a radius of 500 kilometers. At this time, on Su-chin's map interface, there was a large bright area, which would only be displayed in black if it was beyond the range of the radar. I wonder when we can build a spy satellite. If we have one, is there any place on Earth that I can't see? On this map, there are no less than 10 gathering places, and even a base city. Su-er walked around in it openly and lit up the map here. Apart from these places where humans live, most of the rest of the place is inhabited by mutant beasts, and there is very little space for humans to live. Let's first clear out the mutant beasts in this area. We can also get some energy and minerals at the same time. Su-chin pondered for a moment. The current situation was not suitable for building a second branch base. He did not have enough energy to create the power to protect the branch base. Su-er returned to the base and reported to Su-chun. At this time, he had become an early fourth-order soldier. This was his own strength. Su-chun did not use energy to enhance his strength. Red Alert soldiers can also obtain some energy by killing other units, thereby improving themselves. After 3 days of development, the number of people in the base increased again, and even the number of hounds reached 50. It can be said that the current strength of the base is enough to completely defeat a gathering place. Alert, intruder, zoom in. The system's voice rang out, and the interface in front of Su-chun enlarged and showed a large number of mutant beasts running towards the base. Su-chun faced it calmly. How far are they from the base? Less than 50 kilometers. The distance is not far, and these mutant beasts will arrive at the base in just a few hours. Su-chun must be on guard against these mutant beasts and must never let them rush into the base. But soon, the system's voice appeared again. After calculation, the target of these mutant beasts is not the base, but the gathering place numbered 21260. Chapter 18. Tragic Gathering Place. The gathering place at this time had no idea that a large group of mutant beasts were heading towards them 50 kilometers away. Lung Yue went out with her team early in the morning to hunt mutant beasts as usual. Since the last incident, she has not recruited any more people, and the team has always maintained a strength of 3 people. After what happened last time, she fully realized that only herself could be relied upon. Su Chun gave her a large amount of energy crystals, which she divided among Luo Hang and Zhang Tao for use together. After these days of absorption, her strength had reached the early stage of the 2nd level, and the other 2 had also reached the middle and late stages of the 1st level. As long as one is a transcendent, who doesn't want to be more powerful? Big sister, I didn't expect that I would reach the middle stage of the 1st level so quickly. I thought it would take 1 or 2 years. Luo Hang was a little excited. He became a transcendent relatively late, so logically speaking, his aptitude was not good, because the younger one becomes a transcendent, the greater his potential. He has been a 1st stage transcendent for a long time, but has not been able to break through to the next level. This time, with the help of the energy crystal given by Su Chun, he finally reached the middle stage of the 1st stage. These are all Su Chen's things. He gave them to us. It is obvious that he is training us in secret. Lung Yue said. Luo Heng certainly knew this, but he didn't take it seriously. It's not bad to follow Su Chun. You see, with his arrival, the gathering place has lost 2 giants. I heard that Ma Sanyin seems to be so scared that he doesn't dare to go out casually recently. Zhang Tao laughed cheerfully and said, I passed by the door of Ma Sanyin's residence yesterday. There were many people standing outside the door, and there were also many extraordinary people protecting him. He was really afraid of death. The 3 of them returned to the gathering place with a great harvest. Their strength had greatly increased, and they hunted more mutant beasts. However, because Su Chen's men had swept away many of the mutant beasts around, they had to go to farther places to hunt mutant beasts. Nowadays, in the gathering place, the value of meat, bones, and other things from mutant beasts has skyrocketed. This truckload of mutant beasts is enough for them to make a fortune. But when they just returned to the gathering place, they found that something was wrong. The people here were in a panic, holding weapons in their hands and staring outside, as if they were ready to fight at any time. After they asked around, they found out that it was actually a riot of mutant beasts. The news came from the nearby base city. Each base city has the means of long-distance observation. The range and accuracy may not be as good as Su Chen's radar, but it is only slightly worse. The actions of so many mutant beasts were discovered by the base city, and the gathering place numbered 21260 was informed, which made the gathering place feel like it was facing a formidable enemy. The biggest reason why there are so few gathering places nowadays is these mutant beasts. For some unknown reason, some mutant beasts will suddenly riot and destroy everything around them. If it is a base city, it would be okay. The defense capabilities of the gathering place are too weak. Once encountering a mutant beast riot, there is almost no chance of survival. So far, no one has heard of any gathering place that has been able to withstand the mutant beast riot. When these people heard about the mutant beast riot, they all despaired. As for escaping, who can outrun a mutant beast? Not even a car. There are many extremely fast types among the mutant beasts, so it is guaranteed that no one can escape. It's better to stay in the gathering place. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. There have been cases where some people hid in gathering places and managed to escape. Of course, once this situation is discovered, the person will be executed on the spot. At the critical moment of life and death in the gathering place, those who only think about their own survival are not worthy of survival. Lung Yue had seen several people hiding, but were found out and killed on the spot. Several corpses appeared on the streets. At this time, no one would care about these dead people. If they could not stop the riot of the mutant beasts, they would soon become corpses. No, not even a corpse will be left. The mutant beasts are very interested in humans. Humans treat mutant animals as food, but don't mutant animals also treat humans as food? Big sister, I didn't expect that after so many years without a mutant beast riot, they would actually target us. Am I so unlucky this year? Luo Heng smiled bitterly. Zhang Tao sighed, I am older than you, but I have never encountered a riot of mutant beasts. Are these mutant beasts crazy? Uncle Zhang, you are much older than me. You are almost old enough to be my dad. Luo Heng complained. What a joke. I'm only 35 years old. Fuck, I thought you were already 50. Lung Yue ignored the 2 people's complaints. She suddenly thought of Su Chan. She wondered what this man was doing and whether he knew what was about to happen in the gathering place. Even if we know, who can stop the mutant beasts from rioting? Su Chun, who was in the command room at this time, suddenly heard the voice of the system. Trigger the mission. Rescue Lung Yue. Since this mission exceeds the current strength of the Master, the Commander's Level 4 authority is temporarily unlocked, and the requirements of the Air Command Department are waived. You can directly build armed helicopters. If the mission succeeds, you will get a chance to draw a lottery. If the mission fails, the energy acquisition speed will be reduced by half for 1 week. Su Qin's eyes lit up. A chance to win a lottery? What can I draw? As long as it's owned by Red Alert, all of them can be drawn. It all depends on the owner's luck. Su Qin understood all at once that it all depended on this one chance. Then he thought of something else. I built a helicopter gunship, but I don't have an air force. How can this thing be counted? Only after the air command is built can we continue to build various air units. Without the air command, these things cannot be assigned a direction. The radar is just a radar, and it has a different function from the air finger unit, so it cannot be confused with the game. You can continue to use it, but you can't accurately target a specific place. Su Chun raised the corner of his mouth. With an armed helicopter, was he still afraid that he could not save Lung Yue? The only thing he was worried about now was whether Lung Yue could survive before he arrived. On his map, the mutant beasts had come to within 5 miles of the gathering place. This distance was already very close for some people, and they took out their weapons one by one. Those who had guns took out their guns, and those who didn't took out some steel pipes. Although these things were of no use to the mutant beasts, they were the last line of defense in their hearts. Standing at the front of the crowd was Ma Sanyan, and he looked very ugly. Why did these mutant beasts choose this place? Why didn't anyone tell me the news in advance? Is there someone who wants to kill me with the help of these mutant beasts? Ma Sanyan couldn't help but think. Being able to become a giant in a gathering place, you can tell that his connections are not simple. But now, Ma Sanyan felt for the first time that there was a problem in his relationship. Chapter 19 Death Crisis. Countless mutant beasts came running, causing even the ground to shake slightly. Along with the shaking, the hearts of the people in the gathering place also began to shake. They had always heard that many gathering places were destroyed by mutant beasts, but since it had not happened to them, they had always treated it as a topic of conversation. However, when it really happened before their eyes, they were scared. Big sister, are we going to die today? I really don't want to die. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. Luo Heng smiled bitterly. Lung Yue comforted him. The scale of the mutant beasts this time doesn't seem to be very large. Maybe we still have hope of survival. In fact, Lung Yue knew that the possibility of them surviving was very small. She felt an unmatched aura from the mutant beasts in front. These were at least mutant beasts of level 3 or above. She is just an early second stage extraordinary being. Ma Sanyan, the most powerful person in the gathering place, is only at the peak of the second stage. He may not be able to stop an early third stage mutant beast. Not to mention that these mutant beasts seem to be more than just early third stage. I didn't expect to encounter a mutant beast invasion so soon. If there is really no other way, then I can only... Just as the three of them were thinking about different things, they heard someone shouting, "The mutant beast is coming, 500 meters, 400 meters, 100 meters away." Such a close distance was just a matter of charging for the mutant beasts. However, so many mutant beasts did not rush up at the first moment, but stopped 100 meters away from the gathering place. A shepherd dog with white fur all over its body walked out with noble steps, barking towards this side nonstop. Woof woof woof. The people in the gathering place were all confused. They knew the dog was talking, but the key point was that they didn't understand dog language. Mutant beasts have their own language, and among the extraordinary people, there are those who have the ability to communicate with mutant beasts. They have heard that advanced mutant beasts seem to know human language, but they have never seen it. After barking for a while, the sheepdog seemed to realize that these humans couldn't understand what it said, so it simply took out a cardboard, asked a monkey mutant to write something on it, and threw it over. As the strongest person in the gathering place, Ma Sanyan walked over and picked up the cardboard. But when he saw clearly what was written on it, his face turned dark. What the hell is this? There are indeed words written on it, but these words are written in a flamboyant and wild style, even wilder than cursive script. Who the hell can recognize them? Lung Yue took a quick look and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She didn't recognize him either. I don't know how we have offended you. Please point it out. Seeing that they could communicate, Ma Sanyan shouted to the sheepdog. But the sheepdog seemed very dissatisfied that Ma Sanyan did not answer the question on the cardboard. If it was replaced by a mutant beast that could speak, it might be able to see that what was written on the cardboard was, "Who killed so many of my men?" Woof. The sheepdog seemed not to want to communicate with Ma Sanyan. With a loud yell, all the mutant beasts launched a charge. They looked like they were going to flatten the gathering place. Ma Sanyan knew that he had no choice but to fight at this moment. He missed Balchong and Wang Daqiang so much. If these two people were still there, he would have less pressure. Currently, in the entire gathering place, he is the only peak-level second-level transcendent, and the total number of other second-level transcendents does not exceed 10. This is just a small gathering place and cannot be compared with the base city. The strong ones among humans have already entered the base city, and the gathering place has no future. Everyone shoot. Wait until the mutant beasts get close, then engage in close combat. If anyone shoots randomly, I will be the first to kill him. At this critical moment, Ma Sanyin was still very reliable, and no one dared to disobey him. Da-da-da. Those who had guns took out their guns and fired forward. Countless guns formed a visible barrage, which immediately blocked the attack of the mutant beasts in front. Most of these mutant beasts are first level, with only a few being second level. Firearms can still have an effect on them. This is the so-called quantitative change leading to qualitative change. A first-level mutant beast was hit by countless bullets and turned into a sieve. This gave the people in the gathering place hope, and the firepower of the guns became even stronger. In fact, there are not many people in the gathering place who own guns, and most of them are ordinary people who are unarmed. This time it is related to the life and death of the gathering place. Some people, including Ma Sanyan, who have stockpiled a lot of guns, distributed the guns to some ordinary people, letting them serve as the first line of defense to resist these mutant beasts. Ma Sanyan and others retreated to the back. Ah! Suddenly a scream was heard, and a mutant beast's horn pierced a man's chest, and then he was shot to death by other people. This person is the first to die, but definitely not the last. As the firepower weakened, the mutant beasts, most of which were killed or injured, finally rushed into the gathering place, and the massacre began at this moment. The mutant beasts are so powerful that ordinary people cannot resist them at all. Without guns, these ordinary people will be seriously injured if they are even slightly touched by the mutant beasts. Only extraordinary people can face first-level mutant beasts head-on, but even first-level extraordinary people rarely engage in close combat with mutant beasts. The weapons they use most are firearms. In just a few minutes, these ordinary people holding guns were almost all killed or injured, and the smell of blood was overwhelming. Master San, can we take action now? A younger brother asked Ma Sanyan. Some people call him Ma Sanyan in private, but these younger brothers all call him San. Ma Sanyan took a deep puff of his cigarette and said, "Take out all those area weapons and kill these mutant beasts." He felt very painful when he said this. Even for him, it is not so easy to get these weapons. These are his savings of more than 10 years. In this world, apart from the Hope Coin, only various weapons are valuable. Anything that can keep you alive in this world is very valuable. Then a series of explosions were seen where the mutant beasts were, blowing all the mutant beasts into pieces. None of these weapons are less powerful than Lung Yue's ice grenade, and some are even more powerful. This time, Ma Sanyan can be said to have invested a lot of money. In order to survive, everyone will use all means. However, when the next batch of mutant beasts entered the gathering place, and almost all of these mutant beasts were second-level mutant beasts, a trace of despair appeared in Ma Sanyan's eyes. Among these mutant beasts, there are several that are as powerful as him. Even if they fight with all their strength, do they really have a hope of surviving to the end? Chapter 20 Reinforcements from Base City? For a moment, Ma Sanyan fell into despair. Not only him, but people from other gathering places were the same. The second-level mutant beasts didn't care about their thoughts and rushed in all at once. When they saw people, they went up excitedly and ate heartily, enjoying the food. Ordinary people had already been frightened out of their wits and fled in panic, unable to form an effective defensive line. Some extraordinary people were able to fight back, but the first-level extraordinary people were no match for the second-level mutant beasts and ended up being eaten. Since the effects of extraordinary people are better than those of ordinary people, these mutant beasts prefer to look for extraordinary people. Screams can be heard from time to time here. It is simply hell on earth. Lung Yue and the other two hid in a corner, watching a mutant beast eat a transcendent being, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. "Big sister, what should we do?" Luo Heng was very panicked. There are mutant beasts everywhere here, and they are second-level mutant beasts. With his strength, he will probably be eaten soon after he goes out. If the big sister hadn't taken out an odor eliminator, the three of them would have been dead. This is a good thing that is only available in the base city. He didn't expect that the big sister actually had it. This can temporarily eliminate the smell on his body and prevent being discovered by the sensitive noses of some mutant beasts. It is a good thing that is in short supply in the gathering place. Lung Yue glanced outside and whispered, "Wait, these mutant beasts will definitely become careless at some point, and we'll take the opportunity to escape then. In this situation, if they continue fighting they will all die in the end, so the three of them can only try to escape. At this point, no one cares whether you are a deserter or not." After waiting for 10 minutes, Lung Yue found that there were no mutant beasts nearby, so she led the two out of the corner. As they walked, Luo Heng suddenly exclaimed, "Look up in the sky. Are those reinforcements from the base city?" Reinforcements? Lung Yue subconsciously looked up at the sky and saw a black in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a helicopter. There are not many people who can afford helicopters these days. At least they have not heard of any gathering place that has one. Only the base city has such a thing. Luo Heng subconsciously thought that this was the reinforcement sent by the base city, and there might be several powerful extraordinary people on them. In this case, the gathering place would be saved. But then they discovered that the helicopter was suspended in midair with no intention of descending. What was going on? At this time, Su Chan was sitting in the helicopter with 5 soldiers. This time, in order to save Lung Yue, Su Chan mobilized his strongest force. The most conspicuous one among them was a soldier sitting next to Su Chan. His mental state was much better than others. This person was Su Yi, who had just returned after completing the advanced mission. Originally, Su Chan was planning to continue improving Su Yi's strength, but the system told him that only when his commander authority reached the 5th level could he continue to allow soldiers to break through. Otherwise, the soldier's level would not exceed his commander level. This resulted in Su Yi still being at the peak of the 4th level, but he was the only soldier who had completed the advancement mission. In battles at the same level, other soldiers were really no match for him. "Commander, please give orders." All the soldiers looked at Su Chan respectfully. "Your order this time is to find Lung Yue and bring her back safely. If there is a young man or a middle-aged man next to her, rescue them as well." "Yes." Then the helicopter slowly landed. The appearance of the helicopter gave many people a glimmer of hope. They all guessed that it was the reinforcements from the base city. They never thought that besides the base city, there were people who owned such a thing as a helicopter. As the helicopter landed, some people actually gathered where the helicopter was about to land, apparently hoping that the helicopter could rescue them. They discovered it, and the mutant beasts naturally discovered it too. 5 second-level mutant beasts ran towards the direction of the helicopter and killed several people along the way. Save me quickly, I know a big shot in base city." "Money, I can give you money. As long as you can save me, I will give you all the money. I am a 1st-level peak transcendent. I can be your subordinate, and we can sign a contract starting from 20 years. Everyone wants to survive, and they put forward various conditions, but these conditions are a joke to Su Chan. Get out of here." Suddenly there was a loud roar, and Ma Sanyan came over in a somewhat embarrassed manner. He looked at the helicopter respectfully. Since he could come here by helicopter, it was obvious that he was from the base city, and he seemed to be a strong man. "Sir, I am the mistress of the Ma family. I hope you can take me back to the base city for the sake of the Ma family." Master Ma San's fawning expression shocked everyone else. When have they ever seen the 3rd master like this? The helicopter stopped in mid-air, and a voice came from it. "Ma family Xiao San, I don't think I've heard of you." When other people heard this voice, they didn't feel anything, but Lung Yue was too familiar with Su Chen's voice and was stunned for a moment. "This is Su Chen's voice. He even has a helicopter?" Lung Yue said in surprise. "What? This is his helicopter? Isn't it said that helicopters are only available in base cities?" Luo Heng couldn't believe it. It seems that the base we saw last time was just the tip of the iceberg. Zhang Tao sighed. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, 5 soldiers in military uniforms came down from the helicopter. Ma Sanyan's face changed immediately. He was very familiar with this uniform. Isn't this the uniform worn by the men of the man named Su Chen? Ma Sanyan realized that something was wrong at that moment, but before he could leave, he was surrounded by 5 mutant beasts, and his face suddenly turned pale. "There's no way to escape now. Big sister, I'm about to die. I hope my death won't be too painful," Luo Heng said with a wry smile. The mutant beasts around them exuded an astonishing aura. Each of them was a 2nd-level mutant beast, and was not something they could deal with. When they faced a dog that had just become a 2nd-level mutant beast, they almost got wiped out, let alone now there are 5 of them. Only Lung Yue had no look of despair on her face. She thought of one thing. Su Chen's men were able to deal with the 2nd-order mutant beasts back then. Even though there were 4 more of them now, it should not be a problem for him. Sure enough, the next action of the Red Alert soldiers let Lung Yue know that she was right. The fighting power displayed by the red alert soldiers shocked everyone, and Ma Sanyin was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Where on earth did these people come from? How come they are so powerful? They are second-level mutant beasts. Chapter 21, Dead or Alive. 5 red alert soldiers stepped out. They were unarmed and their bodies were as fast as lightning. They flashed past the 5 second-level mutant beasts and then returned to their original positions. No one could see their movements clearly. Everyone felt their eyes blurry, and the 5 second-level mutant beasts just stopped moving. The next second, the heads of the 5 second-level mutant beasts suddenly fell to the ground. Blood spurted out, shocking everyone. This, Ma Sanyin's eyes widened, speechless. If he hadn't been so cunning, he might have been scared to death. These people can actually kill second-level mutant beasts in seconds. Could it be that they are all third-level transcendents? Who exactly is Suchun? How could he have so many third-order transcendents as his subordinates? Even some big shots in the Bay City don't have such a deep background, right? Ma Sanyin knew that the servant of the eldest young master of the Ma family was only a second-level extraordinary person. He used to be the servant of the eldest young master of the Ma family. Every third-level extraordinary person could be said to be a middle-level person. Unless the other party had a very prominent identity, he would not be qualified to have a third-level extraordinary person as his subordinate. Lung Yue's eyes lit up. She was surprised by the performance of Su Qin's subordinates. This strength was at least at the 3rd level. But the most powerful of Su Qin's subordinates she had seen before was also a 2nd-level transcendent. When did he have so many 3rd-level transcendents under his command? The situation here seemed to have been discovered by other mutant beasts. Immediately, a large number of mutant beasts gave up the food that was within their reach and rushed here instead. They wanted to eat all the murderers who dared to kill them. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of mutant beasts were galloping, making the ground make violent noises. Each noise seemed to hit their hearts, making them turn pale. At this moment, a man suddenly rushed towards the rope lowered by the helicopter, and he actually wanted to use it to climb onto the helicopter. Others followed suit, and suddenly the place became noisy. Roll! There was a roar so loud and deafening that it made the ears of those who were trying to grab the rope bleed. Only extraordinary people could withstand it. Sui walked up to those people with a cold face, kicked the pioneer out, and looked at the others. Is Miss Lung Yue here? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone subconsciously looked at Lung Yue, which made Lung Yue stunned. What did this mean? Su Chan was driving a helicopter just to save her? Inexplicably, Lung Yue thought of the oath she made at the beginning, that she would marry whoever saved her, and her face suddenly turned red. Sui followed the gazes of those people and forced a smile on his face. Miss Long, please come over. And if your team members are here, they can also come over. Soon, Lung Yue and the other 2 walked over, making the people around them extremely envious. This was the only chance to survive, and it was given to just 3 people? It's fine to bring a beauty like Lung Yue, but what about the other 2 people? A greasy middle-aged man and a young boy. The 3 of them were extraordinary people after all, and they quickly climbed onto the helicopter along the rope. Sitting on it was Su Chan. Hey, long time no see. Su Chan greeted. Lung Yue's eyes twitched. We haven't seen each other for just a few days. How can it be like, long time no see? Did you come here specially to save me? Lung Yue couldn't help but ask. He came over in a helicopter and called her name. If she said it wasn't him, she wouldn't believe it herself. Su Chan had no intention of playing coy with her and nodded directly. That's right. Luo Hang and Zhang Tao had strange looks on their faces. Ever since Su Chan only met with Lung Yue last time, they felt that the 2 of them seemed to have some unspeakable secret. Now it seems. Lung Yue was also stunned by Su Chan's straightforwardness, and her face turned red again. Su Chan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. If it wasn't a system task, he might not have come. After all, there is no helicopter. If he wants to rescue Lung Yue, he must send a large number of soldiers to fight against the mutant beasts. In the end, a large number of soldiers will definitely be lost, which is not what Su Chan wants to see. Seeing the 3 people boarding the helicopter, a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in the eyes of the others. Someone asked Sui, brother, when can we get on the helicopter? Sui Chin didn't even look at the man and simply ignored him. This made the man very unhappy, and with the mutant beasts rushing over, he knew that if they didn't get on the helicopter, they would be doomed. Thinking of this, the man shouted, Everyone, this is the only way for us to survive. If you want to live, follow me. But just as this man said something, a gunshot rang out. A bloody hole appeared on his chest, and he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Anyone who dares to come any closer will be killed without mercy. Su Yi's cold voice reached the ears of these people, like a bucket of cold water, which chilled them to the core. Only then did they remember that the helicopter had no obligation to rescue them. They had previously thought that it was reinforcements from the base city, but now it seemed something was wrong. Ma Sanyan had a sinister look in his eyes. If there was no helicopter, he would probably die soon. Oh no, these people were leaving. Su Yi and others saw the mutant beasts rushing towards them from a distance and prepared to leave here by helicopter. As for the life and death of these people, what did it have to do with them? Their goal this time is to take Long Yue away, and other people are not within their mission scope. But watching the last hope of survival leave is something no one can bear. Stop. If you don't let me get on the helicopter, I will detonate the bombs on my body immediately. Ma Sanyan stood up and lifted up his clothes. Several bombs were tied inside his clothes. They were high-end ones that could seriously injure third-level mutant beasts. According to rough estimates, the bomb can affect an area of 50 meters around it, and the helicopter happens to be within this range. Once Ma Sanyan really detonates it, the helicopter will definitely not be able to escape. Seeing that things seemed to have taken a turn for the better, everyone else took out their weapons. Who wouldn't want to live? In the past, if they had seen a third-level transcendent, they would never have dared to have such thoughts, but facing their own life and death moments. Who cares whether you are a third-level transcendent? Dead or alive, this is a very important question. Who wants to die if they can live? In the face of death, everything else takes a back seat. Seeing so many people taking out their guns and pointing them at the helicopter, Su Chun on top smiled. He knew from before what choice humans would make at a time like this, and he had already thought of a solution. It's time to start. Before Long Yue could react to the meaning of Su Chen's words, she heard screams coming from outside. Chapter 22: The Power of Level 2 Authority. Da-da-da. A huge machine gun suddenly extended from the front of the helicopter, spitting out flames and firing at the people below. In just a few seconds, most people in the field were shot into sieves, and only a few were still alive. This didn't mean that they were powerful, but that they were just lucky. Su Chun was riding an armed helicopter, not an ordinary helicopter. It was equipped with powerful machine guns, cannons, as well as some rockets and missiles. He had never used them before, and he did not expect that he would use them on humans for the first time. These people made Su Chun feel disgusted. If he did not have strong strength, he would have been rushed up by these people and thrown down, and these people would have fled. In the past, Su Chun might have been an ordinary person, but after he got the red alert system, he knew that his future would not be so peaceful. The last time he killed someone, Su Chun was very calm, and it was the same this time. Those people who attacked him were his enemies. Don't be soft when dealing with the enemy. Even on the radar interface, the yellow light spots that originally represented neutrality of these people all turned into red light spots representing the enemy, and all the enemies must be eliminated. Seeing the machine guns preparing to attack again, Ma Sanyan, who survived by chance, shouted, "Wait a minute." Su Chun stopped the attack of the helicopter and looked at him. "I'll give you one last chance to say your last words." Ma Sanyan's mouth twitched, but the situation was not good now. He did not argue about it, but said, "I am from the Ma family of Bay City. If you kill me, you will offend the Ma family. Think about it. Do you dare to offend the Ma family, which is one of the top 20 families in Bay City?" Ma Sanyan was very proud, as if the Ma family's status was very great. The survivors around looked at Ma Sanyan with envy. In the past, the third master was only powerful in the gathering place, but he was nothing outside the gathering place. However, if what he said was true, the status of the Ma family was much higher than that of the three giants in the gathering place. Everyone knows that it is extremely difficult to enter the Bay City nowadays, let alone if you are a member of a family. It is very difficult for a person to join a family. After all, joining a family means that you have a backing, which is the greatest guarantee for life in the apocalyptic times. As long as you don't offend anyone from other families and tell the name of your own family, no one will dare to do anything to you. Ma Sanyan thought that if he mentioned the name of the Ma family, Su Chun would not dare to do anything. However, what he didn't know was that Su Chun was not from this world, and he didn't care about the Ma family at all. Once his base has a tank factory and produces a large number of tanks, he will be able to flatten an entire Bay City by himself. Su Chun didn't say anything, but the machine gun of the armed helicopter sounded. Ma Sanyan couldn't figure it out before he died. Is Su Chun really not afraid of revenge from the Ma family? Now, except for Long Yue and the other two, no one in the entire gathering place survived. Luo Heng quietly moved a little to the side. He was a little afraid of Su Chun. This man just killed so many people without changing his expression, even though he was not the one who did it directly. Lung Yue did not find it strange. From the first time he met Su Chun, he felt that Su Chun was not simple. He was ruthless when dealing with enemies, but very good to his own people. For example, this time, Su Chun actually drove a helicopter to save her, which made her feel very warm in her heart. Go back. Following Su Chun's order, the helicopter began to prepare to fly back, but because some time was wasted on those people, the mutant beasts around them had surrounded them, and the situation of the helicopter was very dangerous. Commander, go first. We will cover your back. Sui stepped forward without hesitation. His powerful aura as a peak 4th level master was revealed, shocking Lung Yue and the other two. Is this the 4th level? Luo Hang was almost frightened to death. The most powerful person he had ever seen in his life was a peak level 2 transcendent. He had never seen a level 3 transcendent, but suddenly a level 4 transcendent appeared here. What the hell was going on? Not only Sui, several other soldiers also stood up, revealing an aura no less than Sui. They were all at the peak of the 4th level. Lung Yue and the other two were already numb, but what was incredible to them was that Su Chun actually said, "No need for you to cover us, let me do it this time." Commander. How could Sui and others agree to let the commander take action? But when they saw the commander's eyes, they gave up. Su Chun stood at the door of the helicopter, looking at the mutant beasts that jumped up and were about to bite the helicopter. His right hand suddenly changed and turned into a rocket launcher, and a rocket was shot out directly. Boom. The huge explosion almost blew away the helicopter. Fortunately, this thing was made by the red alert system, so the quality was guaranteed and it quickly maintained balance. However, all the mutant beasts below were dead. Hiss. The three of them gasped. They had never seen a person's arm turn into a rocket launcher, and the power was so strong. Was this his extraordinary ability? Not all extraordinary people have extraordinary abilities. Most of them just have enhanced bodies and do not have any special abilities. But there are always a few lucky people in the world who can obtain extraordinary abilities. These abilities are strange, and no one knows what the rules are. Really, all kinds of weird abilities will appear. Su Chen's ability is strange, but very powerful, and this alone is enough. In fact, they didn't know that Su Chen only used his level 2 commander authority and borrowed the ability of one of his units, and the unit he borrowed was an armed helicopter. That's right, it was the armed helicopter. The system said that he could borrow any unit, not just any soldier. The armed helicopter naturally belonged to Su Chen's unit, so he could borrow its capabilities. He borrowed the rocket from the armed helicopter. After firing a rocket, everything became quiet all of a sudden. I didn't expect this level 2 permission to be so useful. I can even borrow a helicopter. If a Mirage tank or a Prism tank appears in the future, wouldn't that be great? Seeing that their commander was laughing so hard that his mouth was crooked, Sui and others looked straight ahead. Only Lung Yue and the other two thought that Su Chun was mentally ill, otherwise why would he laugh like that? Ahem, let's return to the base first. Before Su Chun could finish, an alarm sounded from the helicopter. There is a huge energy reaction, approaching quickly. Su Chen looked over and saw a white shadow running towards him at a very fast speed, leaving a mess wherever it passed. What is that? Su Chun was a little surprised. Sui and others took out their guns. No matter what they were, they could not threaten the commander. Chapter 23, Special Level 3 Mutant Beast. The white shadow stopped under the helicopter, revealing its original posture. Looking closely, it turned out to be a sheepdog. Woof woof. The sheepdog barked at the helicopter, but who the hell can understand dog language? Just as Su Chun was about to say something, the system's voice sounded. It has been detected that the master is unable to communicate with the mutant beasts, so the language communication ability is specially activated. With this ability, the master can communicate with any intelligent creature. This ability consumes 10,000 energy points. Su Chun felt a pain in his flesh. This was 10,000 points of energy, not a small number. But when he thought about it, being able to communicate with any intelligent creature meant that he didn't have to learn various foreign languages, which was a good thing. This time, he understood what the sheepdog said. Human, get down here. Why are you barking like a dog? Come up if you have the guts. Su Chun hooked his finger downwards. The sheepdog was stunned. It never thought that a human being could understand what it said and fight back. Stupid human, you actually dared to kill my men. You are so brave, come down quickly, the sheepdog shouted. Su Chun remained unmoved and showed a cold smile. Haha. The others looked at Su Chun and the dog communicating in confusion. What was going on? Could it be that Su Chun has awakened the ability to communicate with mutant beasts, but didn't he already use that ability just now? Luo Heng felt his mind a little confused. Zhang Tao pondered and said, if I'm not mistaken, he might be the rare dual ability owner in the legend. Wow, possessing two extraordinary abilities is so awesome, Luo Heng exclaimed. Leng Yue didn't say anything, but just looked at Su Qin's back quietly. After barking for a while, the sheepdog found that the human ignored it, and it got so angry that its white hair stood up like a hedgehog with its fur standing on end. Woof! The sheepdog roared, and the sky and earth changed color. That wasn't the case, but there was something wrong with the wind around them. Commander, the helicopter is somewhat out of control. The surrounding airflow has changed, shouted the soldier driving the helicopter. Of course, Su Qin noticed this change, and the source must be the sheepdog. Then you only have to make one choice. Kill the sheepdog. Su 1, Su 2, Su 3, Su 4, Su 5, the 5 of you. Kill it as quickly as possible. Su Chun gave the order coldly. The 5 soldiers saluted, and then got off the helicopter directly. Leng Yue and the other 2 were stunned by the performance of the 5 soldiers. Are these Su Qin's men? They were asked to do something that was almost suicide, but they didn't say a word. That's not right. They seem to have reached the 4th level. In that case, Luo Heng seemed to have discovered the truth. The unlucky one is the sheepdog. Although he couldn't tell the sheepdog's level, it should not be higher than level 4. In this case, the sheepdog would definitely be the one who would be unlucky in the end, as those 5 soldiers were all level 4 transcendents. Su Chun asked them to go down together, on the one hand to deal with the sheepdog, and on the other hand to prevent other mutant beasts from coming to cause trouble. Next, Leng Yue and the other 2 saw a one-sided massacre. Su Yi and the others did not use their full strength. They actually fired from a distance and used guns to consume the sheepdog's energy. This was simply shameless. Clearly having the power to defeat the opponent, he resorted to using guns instead. This made Luo Heng, a passionate young man, unable to bear it. However, he soon discovered that the guns of Su Yi and others seemed to have an effect on the sheepdog, which was wrong. Ordinary firearms are only effective against first-order mutant beasts, and even ignore second-order mutant beasts. This sheepdog is at least a 3rd or 4th-order mutant beast, so how could it be afraid of the firearms in their hands? Could it be that their guns can threaten the sheepdogs? This thought flashed through Luo Heng's mind. Luo Heng's idea was correct. The guns of Su Yi and others would indeed threaten the sheepdog. These weapons had been upgraded at the base. The base vehicle is called a construction plant after it is expanded. It can manufacture equipment for various units according to the comprehensive strength of the base, such as AK-47 and so on. Originally, the weapons of Su Yi and others were barely enough to deal with the second-level mutant beasts, but now all their equipment is brand new. The guns alone can threaten the 3rd-level mutant beasts. If they use daggers for close combat, they can fight even the 5th-level mutant beasts. The shepherd dog was very anxious. It was not an ordinary 3rd-level mutant beast. Only when it reached the 4th level would it have wisdom, but it had it at the 3rd level, making it a special 3rd-level mutant beast. It thought it would be easy to deal with the human gathering place this time, but it didn't expect that its brothers suffered heavy casualties, and now even it itself is in danger. No, you must run. The shepherd dog sprayed a stream of air at Su Yi and the others. The airflow was compressed and turned into an air blade. Even with the strength of Su Yi and the others, it would be very dangerous if they were hit. But with their strength, how could they be hit so easily? The 5 men dodged and avoided the attack, but the sheepdog took the opportunity to run away. Su Yi and others subconsciously prepared to chase after it, but at this moment, a rocket fell from the sky and hit the sheepdog. Boom! The ground was shaking and the sheepdog was lying half dead on the ground, with large areas of its body charred, looking very miserable. I have to say that the shepherd dog is still very strong, but it met Su Chun. Take it away and return to base. Su Yi and others took the sheepdog onto the helicopter, which quickly flew toward the base, leaving behind a devastated gathering area. After returning to the base, Su Chin's first thing was to complete the task. Master has successfully completed the task and has been awarded a chance to draw a prize. Would you like to draw now? Of course. Su Chun was still very confident in his luck. He thought about how he was once called the Seal King of Europe and received envious and jealous looks from others. The next second, a turntable appeared in front of him with 10 grids on it. After a quick look, he found quite a few good things, including free Mirage tanks and Apocalypse tanks. These were the war tools he had always dreamed of. Start. Stop. As the turntable stopped, the pointer stopped in a box. When Su Chun saw what was written in the box, he was stunned. Paratrooper. This was exactly the reward he had drawn. He pinched his brows. If he remembered correctly, Paratroopers were a unique ability of a certain force. Every once in a while, they could summon a certain number of soldiers, and they could land anywhere on the map. It was very convenient. But what's the use of him having paratroopers? Chapter 24 Control of Base City. Wait, when did the system ever give him something useless? Su-chun carefully read the relevant instructions about the paratroopers. He could summon a team of 12 paratroopers at any time and anywhere. These soldiers had the same attributes and equipment as the soldiers just established from the barracks, and there was no difference. If that's all, it's not worthy of being a reward. Could it be that I, the European Emperor Seal Su-chun, will fail today? Impossible. After Su-chin's careful inspection, he finally found a problem. The instructions said that paratroopers could be summoned anywhere. So what if he summoned the paratroopers in the black area on the map? Thinking of this, Su-chin couldn't help but have a lot of ideas. So he opened the map interface and clicked on the black area outside, indicating that he wanted to summon paratroopers. The system's voice sounded, "Master, do you want to summon paratroopers here? It seems that there is no problem here. So where is the limit for summoning paratroopers? With the base as the center, the range is about 1,000 kilometers. The system replied. Su-chin's eyes lit up. This was twice the range of the radar. This was good news for him. This way he would be able to know the situation in other places. All he knew at the moment was the situation within 500 kilometers around the radar, and he knew nothing about other places. If I call in a paratrooper there, will there be vision on the map? Su-chin remembered that in the game, with a radar, the entire map could be covered, provided that the map was opened. So is it the same situation here? Beyond radar range, base units can display scenes for a period of time that cannot be retained for long. Su-chin understood. That is to say, he could only see the places where the paratroopers passed by, and those places would gradually become completely invisible and turn into black areas over time. Even this is enough. Thinking of this, Su-chin decisively chose to summon paratroopers 1,000 kilometers to the north. He was in the south and wanted to know the situation in the north. Just when Su-chin chose to summon the paratroopers, a plane suddenly appeared in the air 1,000 kilometers away from the base. 12 people jumped out of the plane, and then the plane flew into the clouds and disappeared. At the same time, Su-chin saw 12 blue spots appearing in the black area on the map. These were the 12 paratroopers he summoned. The 12 paratroopers had just landed and immediately gathered together to be on guard around them. No danger is detected for now. Contact the commander, said a soldier who seemed to be the captain. Commander, the first paratrooper squadron has landed successfully. Please give instructions. Your mission is to explore the area and see if there are any human bases or gathering places. If you find any, you can mark them on a map. If you encounter mutant beasts, fight them if you can, otherwise run away. Do you understand? For these paratroopers, Su-chin planned to use energy to enhance their strength, but the system told him that he could not enhance their strength because they were out of sight. In this case, unless he could build a spy satellite, he would not be able to enhance the strength of soldiers anywhere. Fortunately, these soldiers have the strength of the peak of the first level when they are born, so at least they have the ability to protect themselves outside as long as they don't seek death. After receiving the order, the paratroopers began to explore the surrounding situation. At this moment, the system's voice appeared, "Trigger the mission. Take control of a base city. Any means are available. The population loss cannot exceed 50%. Success will increase the commander's authority once and give you 3 chances to draw a prize. Failure will reduce the commander's authority by 1 level." This task made Su-chin raise his eyebrows. This task was still a bit stressful for him. The military force of a base city was not something he could deal with at his current level. Fortunately, there is no time limit for this task, so he just needs to work hard to complete it. There was nothing happening with the paratroopers, so Su-chin didn't pay any more attention to it. He found Lung Yue and the other 2, who were resting in 2 wooden houses. It was called rest, but in fact it was house arrest and they couldn't leave the cabin. Su-chin, what do you want? Are you going to keep us locked up until we die? Seeing Su-chin appear, Luo Heng mustered up his courage and said these words. After that, he hid behind Lung Yue. As expected, he said the most cowardly words in the cruelest tone. I'm not that boring. Rather, I'm going to give you a chance. Su-chin sat down calmly. Opportunity? The 3 looked at each other. You should have seen what happened to the gathering place. If it weren't for me, you would have ended up like everyone else. Is that correct? The 3 of them nodded. Of course they knew that it was Su-chin who saved them. In that case, if you help me do something, I'll give you some benefits. Isn't that weird? Lung Yue said seriously. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Well, you are worthy of being the captain of the Rose team. Su Chen clapped his hands, and immediately several soldiers came in, took out a large number of weapons and equipment and placed them on the table. I need you to enter the base city, work hard to climb to the top, and serve as my insider. What do you want to do? Leng Yue felt something was wrong when she heard what Su Chen asked them to do. Nothing. I just felt a little bored and wanted to take control of the base city. Look, what kind of words are these? How can you say you want to control the base city just because you are bored? Do you have any misunderstandings about the base city? Su Chen, the power of the base city is not as simple as you think. As far as I know, there are 3 levels of base cities, level 1, level 2, and level 3. Among them, the level 1 base city is the most powerful, guarded by level 8 extraordinary people, and there are only 5 of them in the world. The second is the level 2 base city, with 35 in number, and the largest is the level 3 base city, with 60. The closest one to here is a level 3 base city called Wangchang City. Don't underestimate the level 3 base city. There is at least one level 7 transcendent in charge of it. Every transcendent above level 6 possesses amazing power. They can be said to be humanoid strategic weapons. Each of them is the most precious treasure. Without them, there would be no human beings in the current situation. To control a base city, no matter how powerful the military force is, you also need a strong force as a backing. Those extraordinary people above the 7th level all have a huge background. Otherwise, they would not be able to reach that step. As far as I know, only a few extraordinary people above the 7th level are lone walkers. They rely on themselves to reach that step, but such examples are too rare. Luo Heng and Zhang Tao were fascinated by what they heard. It was the first time for them to know the situation outside. Not everyone could know this information. To be precise, everyone in the base city may know about it, but in the gathering place, only a few people know this news. Black Area. Chapter 25. If you don't confess, I will punish you. There is no doubt that the base cities are powerful, otherwise no base city would have fallen over the years. Su Chen actually had an idea about a base city, which surprised the 3 of them. Planning a base city is not something that everyone can do. You just need to find a way to get in, and let's not talk about other things for now. Su Chen was naturally not worried about whether the 3 people could get in. All 3 of them are extraordinary people. It would be funny if they couldn't even enter a base city. You should know that even in the base city, not everyone is a superhuman. There are a large number of ordinary people, and superhumans are only a minority. If there are really extraordinary people willing to join the base city, as long as they have no criminal record, then there is a high possibility that they can join the base city. It's just that many wild extraordinary people have families to support, and they have no choice but to live in gathering places outside. Or some extraordinary people who can't make it in the base city will also stay in the gathering places. Okay, but how are we going to contact each other then? This is a problem. Even if they can enter the base city, it will be useless if they cannot contact Su Chen. Su Chen had thought of this a long time ago, and took out 3 things from the table and threw them to them. This is a specially made communicator. It's effective within a range of 500 kilometers, just like a cell phone. The 3 of them looked at this communicator that looked like a mobile phone with a hint of shock in their eyes. You have to know that this is the end of the world, not the past. Few people own mobile phones because the cost of building signal towers is too high. It's okay in the base city, but many signal towers in the wild will be destroyed by mutant beasts. With this communicator, it was much easier for them to contact Su Chen. Su Chen did not give them more rest time, and directly asked them to go to the base city, and by the way, spread the news of the destruction of the gathering place there. All base cities have a rule that once a gathering place is destroyed, the base city must send people to investigate and find out what caused the destruction of the gathering place. Most of them are due to riots of mutant beasts, but there are also a few due to other reasons. This situation is rare, but it does exist. Su Chen asked them to go over, just to lure the enemy out of their hole. He couldn't deal with a base city for the time being, but a part of it was not a problem. The energy accumulation speed is still too slow. I need more energy. Just as Su Chen was thinking about how to get more energy, Sui came over and said, Commander, the sheepdog has awakened. Please give me instructions. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He brought back the sheepdog that was not dead yet, not just to take a good look at the appearance of a mutant beast, but most importantly, he hoped to know something about the mutant beast through this sheepdog. Humans know too little about mutant beasts, especially since most of their information comes from gathering places. This sheepdog can communicate, which is a breakthrough. Under the leadership of Su Yi, Su Chen came to a temporary prison. The so-called temporary prison was just a small space dug out in a cave, which was then enclosed with steel fences to form a prison. When Su Chen saw the sheepdog, its whole body was tied up, and even its mouth was trapped in an iron cage, so it could not make any sound. What Su-chan remembered most was that the sheepdog had many small wounds all over its body. What happened? Su-chan didn't remember that the sheepdog had these wounds on its body, and didn't it turn into charcoal? Commander, after the sheepdog woke up, he wanted to escape from prison using his own abilities, but was discovered by our people. In order to make it remember, we used a dagger to make a mark on its body, cutting a cut each time. Sui replied. Su-chan looked at the sheepdog silently. There must be dozens of cuts on its body. How stubborn are you? Open its mouth. Sui went up and opened the mouth of the iron cage, and now the sheepdog could finally speak. Fuck, I almost suffocated. The shepherd dog took a deep breath. As long as you answer my questions, I can let you live. Su-chan said with a smile. The shepherd dog said disdainfully, You think I was scared? If you have the guts, just kill me. If you want me to be your traitor, don't dream about it. Yeah. Su-chan smiled and waved at Sui. Sui took out a dagger and pointed it at the sheepdog. I've always heard that dog meat is very nutritious, and mutant dog meat should be even more nutritious. I'll cut some and bring it back to have a dog meat hot pot. Su-chan said casually as if he had no other thoughts. The sheepdog just glared, stood up its ears, and tensed up its whole body. It wanted to use the meat from my body to eat hot pot. Humans were indeed as scary as it had heard. No, my meat is not tasty. After the mutation, my meat is poisonous, the shepherd dog shouted. Su-chan looked at the sheepdog with some surprise. This guy's desire to survive was quite strong. Whether it's poisonous or not is not up to you to decide. If you don't want to be made into dog meat hot pot, you'd better tell me. When talking about this, the shepherd dog showed his loyal expression again. You can kill me, I will never tell you. Well, you are very brave. Chop off its penis for me. I heard that it can be used to make tonic wine. Woof. The sheepdog was so scared that his legs tightened. Are you still a human being? You actually want to eat my dog penis? As a male dog, how can it pamper its harem without a whip? No, I must not let my dog whip loose. Ask me, sir. I will tell you everything I know. Seeing the appearance of the sheepdog, Su-chan raised the corner of his mouth. It turned out that even the most fearless person, dog, will have weaknesses. But soon, Su-chan discovered that when the sheepdog answered, his eyes drifted a little, like this. At this point, you still dare to lie to me. If you don't confess, I will punish you severely. Su-chan threatened. Just now he asked for some information about the strength of mutant beasts, but the shepherd dog said that their strongest mutant beast is only an 8th order mutant beast, and there are no more than 10 7th order mutant beasts. Haha, if the mutant beasts are so weak, why are humans still at a disadvantage? Just think about it, and you will know it is impossible. A mere sheepdog dares to deceive him. The sheepdog found out that he was exposed, and looked like a dead dog that was not afraid of boiling water, which made Su-chan sneer. Sui, close the door and let the dog out. Following Su-chan's order, more than a dozen black shadows rushed into the prison, and with a click, the prison door closed. These black shadows were exactly Su-chan's hunting dogs. They looked at the sheepdog with aggressive eyes, which made the sheepdog feel cold. I admit it. I admit everything. Drive them out quickly. I don't like male dogs. Woof. Chapter 26. Life is hopeless. In the end, Su-chan did not let a brutal incident happen in prison. He just frightened the sheepdog on purpose. What he didn't expect was that the sheepdog was frightened and fainted. After the hounds left the prison, Su-chan slapped the sheepdog to wake it up. This is your last chance. If you say nothing or lie, the next time you'll be greeted by those hounds. As soon as the sheepdog woke up, he hurriedly checked his anus. He was relieved when he found that his anus didn't hurt. It definitely didn't want to experience what happened just now again. It was too terrible. As a male dog with ideals and ambitions, if he was really raped by so many male dogs, how would he face his harem? I'll tell you. I don't know much. I don't know who the strongest mutant is, but the strongest in this area is a 7th level mutant named Emerald Fox King. It is very insidious and cunning, and will not allow any mutant to challenge its status. There have been mutants who have challenged it in the past, and their final end was miserable. Among mutant beasts, there are at least 2-digit level 8s, 3-digit level 7s, and countless level 6s. Level 3 mutant beasts like me can be found everywhere. My lord, just treat me like a fart. The sheepdog begged for mercy. It had never expected that while dealing with a small gathering place, it would provoke such a great god. Why was its life so miserable? After listening to this, Su-chan's face darkened. There would definitely be no more than 10 8th level extraordinary people among humans, no more than 57th level extraordinary people, and only 1 or 206th level extraordinary people at most. The gap in numbers between the two sides was so huge. How could they play this game? Humankind is really lucky to have survived until now. If mutant beasts attacked humans together, humans would probably have ceased to exist long ago. Why do you want to attack the gathering place? What benefit will it bring to you? This question made Su-chun very confused. By attacking the gathering place, they could only eat some humans at most. This kind of benefit was not necessary for them. A large number of mutant beasts will die in every attack, which should be a loss for them. The sheepdog didn't seem to want to say anything, but the situation before him didn't allow him to do anything. He could only say, "My superior told me this. It's a plan proposed by a mutant beast boss." He said that he wanted to use the method of boiling a frog in warm water to slowly wear away the power of mankind. When all the gathering places are destroyed, it will be the end of the human base city. Su-chun felt a chill on his back. It was clearly a human scheme, but it became so powerful in the hands of the mutant beasts. The key point was that no one had discovered this for so many years. They always thought that there was something wrong with the mutant beasts. It turns out that this is a trap set by mutant beasts for humans. Wait, this kind of plan should only be known by the top leaders. How did a small third-level sheepdog know about it, even if it has some special features? The shepherd dog smiled awkwardly. Actually, my boss is my father-in-law. Su-chun's eye twitched. After all this time of relationship, you turned out to be a live-in son-in-law and a guy who likes to eavesdrop? If humans didn't know about this plan, it might really be realized by mutant beasts. Humans don't have much sense of crisis about this situation. Only when the enemy is really at the gate will humans feel that a disaster is imminent. In other words, only when the knife cuts your body will you feel the pain. What does the life and death of the gathering place have to do with the base city? Even if more people die, the base city doesn't care. The original gathering place was for people who were unable to enter the base city and were forced to make the choice. If they could enter the base city, who would be willing to stay outside where their lives would not be guaranteed? If he hadn't learned about this plan from the sheepdog, he would probably only know about it when humanity was extinct. You mutant beasts are evolving very quickly, as you can come up with such a plan. Su-chun exclaimed. In just 30 years, the mutant beasts evolved from a race with little intelligence to one with intelligence no less than that of humans. This speed of evolution is too unreasonable. No one knows what caused the mutant beasts to evolve so quickly. All people know is that one day, animals suddenly became mutant beasts, and some extraordinary people appeared among humans. Since then, the world has changed. Su-chun doesn't care about the situation here. Anyone who dares to provoke him will be killed. The shepherd dog didn't say anything. It had already told everything it knew. It could be said that it was now a traitor to the mutant beasts, and once the mutant beasts found out, it would suffer a miserable end. Looking at the sheepdog with a look of despair, Su-chun suddenly had an idea. If we use the sheepdog to infiltrate the mutant beasts' forces and kill other mutant beasts, isn't that a matter of course? Su-chun has always been a little worried that if he kills too many mutant beasts, it will attract the attention of powerful mutant beasts. At present, his strength is not very strong. Only when he is truly strong enough to be fearless can he kill mutant beasts unscrupulously. But now there is a problem: how to control the sheepdog and make it obedient. If the sheepdog doesn't obey, he can't do anything. System: is there any way to control this sheepdog? Master, the mind controller can meet your needs. Su-chun's face turned red. This thing was a super weapon. If he had it, he would probably also have a nuclear bomb weather controller. Why would he still need to control the sheepdog? If you are unhappy, just drop a nuclear bomb and the world will be peaceful. Just when Su-chun was struggling, he seemed to think of something. The sheepdog is a mutant, but its appearance hasn't changed much. So, his hound is the same. Can he use the hound to disguise as a mutant and sneak in? Su-chun nodded a thumbs up to his own idea, and then shouted to the outside, "Su-yi, find a few brothers to kill this dog, and have dog meat hot pot tonight." Hearing this, the shepherd dog fainted on the spot. Afterwards, Su-chun created 100 hounds according to his own ideas. Led by Daha, they pretended to be mutant beasts and mixed into the group of mutant beasts. Whenever there was a chance, they would take the initiative to provoke a fight, and it would be best if they killed the opponent. All enemies killed by the red alert units will be counted as Su-chun's, which means he can gain energy. Era, Da is gone. Now you are the head of the base. You are in charge of all the hunting dogs here. Do you understand? Su-chun said while touching Era's head. Woof. Era was very excited. Now that his big brother was gone, it was finally his turn to show himself. As long as he performed well and was noticed by the commander, It would no longer be a dream for him to reach the peak of his life. Chapter 27. Exploration of Base City. Lung Yue and the other two walked hundreds of kilometers and spent half a month before finally arriving near Wangchang City. A few hundred kilometers were nothing before the apocalypse. One car could quickly get there. But now there are mutant beasts everywhere, and their walking speed has been greatly reduced. However, along the way, their strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. Everyone has improved to a small level and is not far from the next small level. The reason they were able to make such rapid progress was, on the one hand, because they faced various crises, and on the other hand, because of the various energy crystals that Suchen left for them. Otherwise, no matter how good their talents were, it would not have been possible. Is this Wangchang City? This is the first time I see a real base city. It's so big. Luo Heng exclaimed. What appeared before them was a city surrounded by a huge wall. The wall was 50 meters high and no less than 10 meters thick. The surface of the wall was covered with a layer of metal, and it was obvious at a glance that the defense was very strong. In front of the gate of the base city, many people were queuing up to enter. If you want to enter the base city, you need to go through inspection to prevent people from sneaking into the city. Once discovered, these people will be severely punished, but even so, there are still people who take risks. After all, as long as they enter the base city, their lives will be guaranteed. The base city will provide every ordinary person with enough food to maintain basic needs every day. If they're willing to work, they will get more food. Countless ordinary people want to enter the base city, but unfortunately there are too many requirements to enter the base city. One of the most important requirements is that any young and strong men and women in the base city who are over 50 years old and have not become extraordinary people will be expelled from the base city. If someone gives birth to a child, they can also get rewards from the base city. Luo Heng once hoped that he could join the base city, but after living in the gathering place for 20 years, he had long regarded it as his home and never left. In fact, with his status as a superhuman, he is qualified to join the base city, but he just doesn't want to. This time, the gathering place was destroyed and he finally came to the base city, but this time they joined as spies. The three of them walked over to line up and waited for about half an hour before it was their turn. Take out your passes. The guard shouted to Lung Yue and the other two. Big brother, we are from the gathering place and want to join Wangchang City. What procedures do you think are required? The three of us are extraordinary people. As he said that, Luo Heng took out a pigeon egg-sized energy crystal and stuffed it into the guard's hand. The guard took it calmly with a serious expression. So the three of you are extraordinary people. You can go over there and find a man named Lin Bo. He is responsible for registration. Just tell him that it is my Captain Huang's words. Lung Yue gave Luo Heng a look that said, well done. If Lung Yue were asked to do this kind of thing, she probably wouldn't be able to do it, but Luo Heng could do it easily. Before meeting Lung Yue, Luo Heng was just a person living at the bottom of society and had done everything. The three followed the direction pointed by the guard and finally found a person lying on the table. You must be Brother Lin Bolin, right? We were introduced by Team Huang. We want to join Wangchang City, but I wonder what the procedures are. Similarly, Luo Heng handed over the same energy crystal. They had a lot of these things. As soon as Lin Bo woke up, he found an energy crystal in front of him. He put away the energy crystal at a speed so fast that even Luo Heng felt dizzy and then looked at them. Report your names and strengths. Don't lie. We will test your strengths later. The stronger you are, the more benefits you will get. By the way, I'll tell you a piece of information. There are vacancies in many positions in the base city recently. If you are strong enough, you can fight for it. Luo Heng deeply felt the value of this energy crystal flower. Lung Yue, a mid-stage second-order transcendent, has no abilities, and her attack method is Luo Heng. Zhang Tao. The three of them told each other some of their information, and then Lin Bo led them into the base city and came to a fairly large building. Three newcomers came at once. How strong are they? Lung Yue saw that Lin Bo led them to a middle-aged man. His eyes were very sharp, as if he could see through everything. One mid-stage second-order transcendent and two late-stage first-order transcendents. Lin Bo said, not bad. You can reach this level outside. If you are in the base city, you should be even stronger. What a pity. The middle-aged man shook his head, asked Lin Bo to go back, and looked at the three people. You can call me Instructor Wang. I am responsible for testing your real combat power. Come one by one and use all your skills. Hot weapons don't count. After a fight, Instructor Wang was fine, while Lung Yue and the other two were sweating profusely. They used all their strength but didn't even touch each other's clothes. The difference in strength was too great. This person was at least a third-level transcendent, maybe even a fourth-level one. The two of you are barely strong enough. Only you are outstanding. The outstanding that Instructor Wang was referring to was naturally Lung Yue. This is your pass, and the badge representing you as extraordinary people. From now on, you will be a member of Wangchang City. Looking at the two things in his hands, Luo Heng was a little stunned. Is it so easy to join the base city? Didn't they say there was an identity check? Luo Heng asked. Haha, your identities have been confirmed since you entered the base city. After all, extraordinary people are a minority and easy to find. You are the extraordinary people from the gathering place numbered 21260. We in the base city have just received news that your gathering place has been destroyed. The initial estimate is that it was a mutant beast riot, but we have sent people to investigate. Everyone in the base city knew about this matter, except the three of them. Instructor Wang's words were an explanation to them. The three of them looked at each other. They didn't expect that the base city had already sent people over, so they didn't need to take the initiative to ask for it themselves. No one believed that the three people came out from the center of the gathering place. Instructor Wang thought that they were lucky and happened to be outside the gathering place and did not encounter those mutant beasts. Otherwise, with their strength, how could they have escaped? At this time, a helicopter was flying in the sky not far from the base city. This is not Su Qin's armed helicopter, but a helicopter belonging to the base city. It is just an ordinary helicopter without any weapons. There were only 4 people on the helicopter besides the pilot. Mr. Qi, I hope you can take good care of us on this mission, someone said with a flattering smile. In front of this man sat a young man with an arrogant look on his face. He seemed to be of a very noble status, making the other 3 people unconsciously feel half a head shorter than him. As long as you listen to my instructions obediently, it won't be a problem for you to join the Qi family in the future. Chapter 28 Weird Analysis Results. The Qi family ranks 3rd among all the families in Wangchang City. It can be said that except for those 2 families, the Qi family is the strongest. Anyone from the Qi family is respected in the outside world, let alone this young Master Qi. Originally, Qi Xiao didn't need to be involved in this exploration mission, but he used his power to directly replace one person and join the exploration team. In fact, this kind of task is not only easy, but also very lucrative. Most importantly, it is a B-level task. In the base city, tasks are divided into 5 levels from high to low, SABCD. CD level tasks are more common, and there are many of them. Only tasks above level B are not only scarce in number, but also not available to everyone. The other 3 were somewhat happy. Not only could they complete the task easily this time, but they could also get along well with young Master Qi. They might even be able to join the Qi family all of a sudden. This was a good thing that not many people could encounter. Along the way, the 3 men kept complimenting Master Qi, using their treasured flattery skills, and even took out some good things to give to Master Qi. Young Master Qi was very satisfied with the attitude of these people. As the young master of the Qi family, this is how he should behave when going out. The helicopter quickly arrived at the destroyed gathering place, and everyone's face changed slightly when they saw the tragic situation here. This was the first time for them to carry out such a mission. When had they ever seen such a situation before? The bloodstains and mutilated bodies all over the ground were shocking. The wooden board with the 5 numbers 21260 written on it, which was erected next to the gate of the gathering place, was fortunately preserved here and not destroyed. This is the gathering place numbered 21260. I didn't expect it to become like this. The man spoke in a very calm tone. Living in the apocalypse, everyone has seen death, but this is the first time they see an entire gathering of people dead. After the initial shock, they quickly calmed down. Master Qi, our mission this time is to find key evidence to prove that this gathering place was destroyed by mutant beasts, and not other situations. Please wait in the helicopter for a while. We will complete the mission soon and return to the base city. Young Master Qi waved his hand and said, I came out this time just to see what's going on outside. It's too boring on the helicopter. You guys go do the mission, and I'll walk around. Seeing young Master Qi's attitude, the others were helpless, but they did not dare to persuade young Master Qi. Who knew what kind of temper young Master Qi had? If he was unhappy and wanted to kill themselves, there would be no way to reason with him. A young master of a family killed an ordinary transcendent, and no one dared to do anything to him. The base city has its own rules, but these rules are still just decorations for the strong. So the 3 of them dispersed to the gathering places and began to look for evidence. The driver stayed with the helicopter. On the one hand, he could provide early warning, and on the other hand, he was the only one who could fly the helicopter. If something happened to him, no one would be able to return. Young Master Qi walked into the gathering place. When he saw the dirty ground and the wooden houses, his eyes revealed deep disdain. Father once said that the gathering places are where the inferior people live. These inferior people have no right to survive. Their existence is a shame to us superior people. Young Master Chi looked around. It was very quiet here, and there was no living person. Just then, a flare rushed into the sky, indicating that someone had discovered something. Even young Master Chi had to go over and see what was going on there. When the four of them gathered together, they looked at the person who sent the flare. "What did you find?" asked Chi Xiao. "Mr. Chi, look here." A man pointed to the ground, where there were a large number of mutilated corpses, which was very horrifying. "According to my deduction, there should have been dozens of people here. Maybe there was an internal conflict, and these people actually killed each other. The problem lies here. At that time, the mutant beasts surrounded them, but these people not only did not think about breaking through, but instead started killing each other. This is very strange." Mr. Chi was not a man who knew nothing. He looked carefully and found that the situation was similar to what this person said. The only strange thing was that he noticed that there were many bullet holes on the remains of these people. These were not caused by ordinary firearms. How could such a small place like the gathering place have such good weapons? No, you see, these people died in the same place, and there were also deaths on the other side. If we infer that it was cannibalism, there is one thing wrong, that is, they were going in the wrong direction. This person is standing between two waves of dead people, and the three sides are not connected in a straight line. There is a third party here. It was this third party that killed both parties. However, there is no trace of blood on this third party. They seem to have escaped from the gathering place. There is only one possibility. They have the means to fly. These people are good at tracking and can naturally find the problems. However, the result of this analysis made everyone feel a little strange. If a third party really appeared, killed everyone and escaped, then how did they escape? Did they also have a helicopter? But apart from the base city, who would have helicopters? This is unscientific. Without a helicopter, it is almost impossible to escape from the mutant beast riot, even for a fourth-level transcendent. According to preliminary inference, the culprit that caused the destruction of the gathering place was indeed the riot of mutant beasts, but other things seem to have happened in the meantime. "Mr. Chi, do we need to report it truthfully?" A man looked at Mr. Chi. They all knew that only young Master Chi had the power to make decisions here, not them. Interesting. A flying tool that looks like a helicopter. Even if it's not, if the other party is a superhuman who has mastered the ability to fly, as long as we get it, we will make a profit. Chi Xiao raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the three people, searched the surrounding area as quickly as possible. Maybe the other party is not far from here. The fuel for a helicopter is not that easy to get. Even if it is a superhuman who has the ability to fly, it is impossible to fly long distances. The three of them nodded, and without saying a word went to search in three directions. There was a flash of heat in Chi Xiao's eyes. He originally thought that it was just a formality, but he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected discovery. Is it a helicopter, or a being with extraordinary flying abilities? Chi Xiao returned to the helicopter alone and asked the pilot to fly in the air to search. A few hours later, Su Chun, who was taking a nap, suddenly heard the system alarm. Alarm! Someone is intruding. Do you want to eliminate the intruder? After opening the radar interface and zooming in, Su Chun saw a person walking stealthily towards the base. Just give him a warning. If he doesn't obey, send him off again. Chapter 29 City Defense Cannon. Yin Fei was one of the people who participated in the B-level mission this time. He came to a ruined city closest to the gathering place out of curiosity. He thought that if there really were people, they would most likely be hiding here. Phew. Yin Fei killed a first-level mutant with a knife and spat on the mutant's corpse. Dirty mutants. I really don't know how such things can exist in the world. I really hope that all mutants will die, and the mutant beasts will die together. He hated mutants very much. Since he was a child, his relatives had died at the hands of mutants, which became his childhood nightmare. If he hadn't been lucky, he would probably have died at the hands of mutants. This means that whenever he meets a mutant outside, he will try to kill the other person, unless he is no match for them. Yin Fei looked around and found some traces leading to here. It seemed that they passed through the ruined city and went further away. Should I go over there? Yin Fei was a little conflicted. Even though he was a third-level transcendent, he was still worried whether there would be danger there. But after thinking for a while, Yin Fei finally decided to go over and take a look. If there was really danger, he still had some confidence that he could escape. He took out a map and looked at it carefully for a while. According to the map, there is a coal mine in this direction. Could it be there? Yanfei was very cautious and slowly approached the location of the coal mine. Finally, he entered the base's alert range and was discovered by the system. Behind a small mound, there is a machine gun bunker and a sentry gun, which were placed by Su Chun. They have never been used since their establishment. At this moment, the soldiers in the machine gun bunker received orders from the commander to fire a shot in one direction. The commander's order naturally could not be disobeyed, and one of the soldiers quickly came to the position of the sentry gun, adjusted his position, and fired a shot. Bang! When Yanfei heard the sound, he was a little surprised. What was this sound? Just as he was recalling, the shell fell less than 50 meters away from him. Boom! Yanfei's ears were temporarily deafened by the explosion, and he felt like he had lost his ears. How could there be a cannon here? Look at its power. It's comparable to the weakest city defense cannon in the base city. Yanfei cursed in his heart. Fortunately, the extraordinary person's body was relatively strong. After a few minutes, he felt that his ears could finally hear the sound. Yanfei retreated several hundred meters before stopping. He felt his heartbeat quicken and his face turned pale. If that shell had been a little closer to me, I would have been dead. Isn't this place next to a coal mine? How come there is a city defense cannon? Yanfei couldn't understand. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply called everyone else over to think of a solution together. Su Chun saw the guy launch a flare and did not stop him. He did it on purpose. The task issued by the system is to control the base city, so this is a breakthrough point, which may be able to weaken part of the base city's power. The most important point is that he saw that he was very close to the energy required for the next commander's authority. Once he reached level 4 authority, he would be able to unlock 2 buildings, the Air Command Headquarters and the Tank Factory. With these 2 things, he can create an army of tanks and a large army of armed helicopters. With both the Army and the Air Force, nothing will be a problem. He could guess that the base city should also have an Air Force, but with Red Alert, he had nothing to be afraid of. After a while, everyone, including Qi Xiao, gathered together. What did you find out? Asked Qi Xiao. Master Qi, I was almost hit by a shell 500 meters ahead. If I'm not mistaken, there must be something wrong there. Young Master Qi raised his eyebrows. A cannonball? This is a desolate mountain area. How could there be shells? Could it be related to the situation at the gathering place? Is it that third party? Another person exclaimed. Qi Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Of course, he couldn't see what was happening in the distance from here. But since he had discovered something was wrong, how could he give up? Maybe it's not just a helicopter that was discovered, but a military base that may have been unearthed. This possibility is not impossible. Before the end of the world, this country established hidden military bases in many places. After the end of the world, many military bases were discovered in some base cities, which expanded the combat effectiveness of the base cities. If someone really stumbled upon a new military base, it would be normal to protect it. Young Master Qi's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. Once the military base was really discovered, their Qi family might be able to become the leader of Wangchang City. I now order you to go and investigate. If you find any important clues, I will guarantee as the heir of the Qi family that you will have endless money and energy crystals for the rest of your lives. The 3 of them then realized that this young Master Qi was not only the young master of the Qi family, but also the heir of the Qi family. This identity was even more honorable than what they had known before. Thinking of the power of the Qi family, the 3 of them had no intention of resisting. If they did not obey young Master Qi's orders, they would end up in a miserable state even if they returned to the base city. The 3 of them looked at each other and decided that if they tried their best, they would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. If they didn't, their lives would be in danger. Thinking of this, Yanfei, as a representative, said, "Please rest assured, Mr. Qi, we will definitely bring back the precious information." Very good. Go ahead. The 3 of them did not enter together, but went in from 3 different directions. They were not stupid, and if they stayed together they would be easily discovered. The safest way was to fight separately. Su Chun laughed. These guys were indeed very greedy. But if he is not greedy, how can he proceed to the next step? Send some people over there to capture them and use them as miners. I happen to be short of people here. As Su Chun gave the order, a team of soldiers ran towards the direction of the 3 people. The weakest of these soldiers are at the early 3rd level. There are too many soldiers. If Su Chun wants to upgrade all of them to the peak 4th level, he will not have enough energy even if he squeezes him dry. In desperation, he can only choose to upgrade the soldiers to the early 3rd level first, so that they at least have some self-protection capabilities. If people knew that only soldiers at the early 3rd stage have the ability to protect themselves here, they would probably be scared to death. Yin Fei and the other two had no idea that all their actions were under Su Chen's surveillance. The radar was so invincible. Yin Fei didn't know the situation of the other two people. This time he used his own unique skills and finally got close to the place where the shells were fired. Finally, he saw clearly that the cannon looked more advanced than the city defense cannon. Chapter 30, The Terrified Trio. Could this be something more advanced than the city defense cannon? But didn't we take this out from the military base? How could it be more advanced than the city defense cannon? Yin Fei couldn't understand it. City defense artillery was only developed in the last 10 years or so. It can unleash the greatest firepower with the least energy consumption and is very suitable for defensive battles. Unable to figure it out, Yin Fei didn't think about it any further. He knew that he just needed to give more information to young Master Qi. Other things had nothing to do with him. Even though he knew there was a military base here, he didn't dare to think too much about it. This kind of place was not something he could get involved in. Just as Yin Fei was quietly approaching the sentry gun, he suddenly found that there was something wrong with the mound of earth next to the sentry gun. He took a closer look and found that a gun had popped out of a small hole in the mound. Oh shit, this is a bunker. Yin Fei had never seen a bunker before. If he had no mobility when fighting mutant beasts, he would die miserably. The bunker was totally unsuitable for fighting mutant beasts, but it would be useful when fighting against humans. Could it be that the people here knew that someone would find this place and built a bunker here on purpose? Yin Fei felt that he was very cautious and would definitely not be discovered. If he knew that Su Chen enlarged his video and watched it, he wondered what he would think. Well, he looks like a veteran. What a pity. Su Chen commented casually. Yin Fei is good in all aspects and is a qualified fighter, but he met Su Chen. Just as Yin Fei was thinking this, he heard a burst of gunfire, piercing the tree where he was hiding. Not good. Yin Fei was shocked. He didn't have time to think about how he was exposed. He fell to the ground and avoided this round of shooting. Impossible. How did the other party find me? Does he have an infrared detector? Yin Fei thought. He did not stay here any longer, as that would be courting death. He did not stand up and run away, but crawled forward very experiencedly. However, not long after he crawled forward, he saw several pairs of feet in front of him. He slowly raised his head and saw 5 red alert soldiers staring at him coldly. He smiled foolishly. Hello. Bang. A red alert soldier hit him on the head with the butt of his rifle, knocking him unconscious on the spot, and then carried him away. Except for Yin Fei, the other 3 had the same fate, being a level 3 transcendent, which was just the standard for red alert soldiers. If his energy was sufficient, it would not be a problem to upgrade the standard to level 4. The 3 were quickly tied up and sent to the same place as the previous group. When they learned from those people that there was a complete base here and a large number of soldiers, they fell silent. Considering that these people are extraordinary people, Su Chen decided to bleed them every day. Without blood, no matter how powerful they are, they can't do anything. Honorably, the 3 of them joined the miners' team and contributed to Su Chen's energy points. On the way to the mine, the 3 men were almost scared to death when they saw the tall buildings. They were actually planning to sneak into such a heavily guarded base. Did they want to die? After waiting for an hour, Qi Xiao still didn't see the 3 people. He frowned, knowing that something was wrong. Although those 3 people were not very powerful, they were at least considered middle level in the base city. Especially their ability of tracking and anti-tracking, few people could compare with them. He hasn't come back for an hour. Something must have happened. Thinking of this, Qi Xiao did not hesitate at all and decisively returned to the helicopter and flew to the base city. TSK, they are worthy of being members of the family. So cruel. These people just throw people away without any intention of coming in to rescue them. Su Chen curled his lips into a sneer. Su Chen has some understanding of the people in this world. Basically, they all put their own interests first, and most of them are very selfish. In the end times, being a good person will only end up in a miserable state, and only by being selfish can you survive. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations to the Master for reaching the energy standard and unlocking the level 4 commander authority. You have one chance every day to randomly summon any red alert combat unit. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He finally unlocked the level 4 commander authority. Randomly summoning a red alert combat unit, right? That looks pretty good. So Su Chen decisively took advantage of this opportunity today. In the next second, a figure appeared in front of him. See you, Commander. Su Chen was silent, looking at the soldier in front of him who was wearing a space suit, not knowing what to say. He actually didn't recognize at first glance what combat unit this was. Fortunately, the system told him that this combat unit was called magnetic infantry. Su Chen was overjoyed. This was the magnetic infantry he had always wanted. It was a little different from the one in the game, and he almost didn't recognize it. The most powerful thing about the magnetic trooper is that he can emit unstoppable magnetic energy waves to crush the enemy. With his level 2 authority, he can borrow the abilities of the magnetic trooper, which is simply perfect. Very good. From now on, you will be my personal guard and protect my safety. Yes, Commander. The magnetic infantry was an unexpected surprise. If it weren't for this random summon, he estimated that it would take some time to build the magnetic infantry. It is better to have it in advance than later. The magnetic infantry were like the ancient guards, always following behind Su Chan. He was very satisfied. After all, from the appearance, the magnetic infantry were more powerful. Just looking at their space suit-like clothes, you could tell that they were of high class. Su Chan came to an open space, build an air command unit and a tank factory. The Air Force will need 12 hours, and the tank factory will need 24 hours. Please wait, Master. In just one day, he would be able to see both buildings. At this moment, Su Chan suddenly thought that the magnetic infantry and the magnetic reactor seemed to complement each other. He just happened to be building a new power plant, so he would choose a magnetic reactor as the power plant style this time. The three buildings suddenly reduced Su Chan's total energy a lot, but Su Chan didn't care. By the time the base city sent a large army, his tank troops would probably be ready. On the other side, after several hours, Qi Xiao's helicopter finally arrived at the base city. He did not waste any time and went straight back to the Qi family and found his father, the current head of the Qi family, Qi Haoyan. Zhang'er, why are you in such a hurry to come back? Is there anything you want to tell me? Qi Haoyan looked at his son Qi Jiang calmly. He was quite satisfied with his son, who knew how to disguise himself outside. Probably no one would have thought that this good-for-nothing son of his was the one he valued the most. Chapter 31: The Temptation of a Military Base. Father, this time I accepted a B-level mission to investigate the cause of the destruction of the gathering place, and I made an important discovery. This discovery is a great opportunity for my Qi family. Qi Jiang showed a confident smile and said, this opportunity may make my Qi family the #1 family in Wangchang City. Bang! Qi Haoyan's right hand was unstable, and he couldn't hold the teacup on the table. He looked at Qi Jiang with a hint of shock in his eyes. An opportunity that can make the Qi family the #1 family. What exactly is this opportunity? Zhang'er, don't say anything careless. Tell me everything you know. Yes, father. Qi Jiang started from the beginning and told his father everything he knew. After listening to this, Qi Haoyan's eyes were uncertain. This news was too important to him. If there is really a military base there, as his son said, it would be a huge opportunity for the Qi family. However, he also knew that this kind of thing must not be spread out easily, otherwise if it was discovered by other families, he would not be able to keep it to himself. I know what's going on. I will send out the elite members of my family later. You lead them to sneak in there and directly take control of the military base. The people in the military base now are definitely not from other families, so don't hold back. Qi Jiang was overjoyed. Only his father knew about the elite members of the family, and he only knew the basics. If he remembered correctly, the elite members of the family, the weakest of whom were at the peak of level 3, there were quite a few at level 4, and there was even a level 5 strong man. Father, please rest assured, I will definitely take down the military base. Qi Jiang was full of confidence. Qi Haoyan was very fast. He used the Qi family's abilities to conceal the truth and sent his family's elite troops out of the base city without being discovered by others. In order to avoid the possibility of being discovered, they did not choose a helicopter, but drove directly to the military base. There are at least 800 cars going out every day, if not 1,000, and they don't attract much attention. Young master, this mission is not difficult for us, but it may cause some damage to the military base. I hope you can understand, a fully armed soldier said to Qi Jiang. This kind of situation is inevitable in a battle, but he is worried that the young master is not aware of it. If he blames them, they cannot afford it. Qi Shaoi waved his hand and said, I know all these things. You just need to take down the military base. It's not a problem to destroy it a little, but you must protect the weapons depot inside. Every military base has an armory that contains a large number of weapons, which is the most important place. Yes. After a day's work, they finally arrived at the designated place. As soon as the cars stopped, a group of people rushed out, found their hiding places, and took out binoculars to observe. That bunker and the city defense cannon are what the young master mentioned. 2 of you go over there and kill the people in the bunker within 1 minute and load all the captured weapons onto the vehicle. This time they brought out a huge truck that could hold at least 10 city defense cannons. The 2 warriors slowly approached. As extraordinary beings, their perception was sharper, and there was almost no sound. But when the bunker was less than 100 meters away, gunshots were suddenly heard. Oh no, we've been discovered. The two men were a little depressed, and they dodged in a hurry and fought back with their guns. The battle began. The captain outside had a grim look on his face, but he was wearing a mask so no one else could see it. Just now he wanted to show off in front of his eldest master, but he was discovered before his men even got close. It was so embarrassing. Two more people over there. Two people went over, and as time went by, they still failed to take down the bunker, which made the captain look very ugly. Are these the elite members of my Qi family? Qi Jiang frowned. According to his idea, once the elite troops of the Qi family appeared, they should be able to take over the military base very quickly. However, they were stopped just at the beginning. This was simply a shame. Seeing that the guns were ineffective, the four elite members of the Qi family looked at each other, two of them opened fire to cover, and the remaining two rushed forward. They were all extraordinary beings with strong physiques and extremely fast speeds. It took them less than 5 seconds to cover 100 meters, and they arrived in front of the bunker in an instant. Die! Just as a superhuman took out a special grenade and prepared to put it into the bunker, a heat wave came towards him the next second. This is actually a flamethrower. In the game, the bunker can switch between various attack methods according to different enemies. In reality, various weapons are placed inside, among which the flamethrower is a very common one. Firearms can be used to target enemies at a long distance, while flamethrowers are used to target enemies at a close distance. In just a moment, the two soldiers were burned into two firemen by the flamethrower. However, their physiques were too strong and they could not be burned to death in a short time. They rolled on the ground in pain, and their miserable screams echoed around them. Use the rocket launcher. The captain's face changed drastically and he gave the order. After receiving the order, the two soldiers at the back took out their rocket launchers without saying a word and fired, completely disregarding the lives of the two men. Boom! With a loud bang, two rockets hit the bunker, and soon they saw a big hole in the bunker, which looked very miserable. They didn't believe that the people inside could survive under such circumstances. Unfortunately, they underestimated the defensive power of the bunker. As long as the bunker was not completely destroyed, the soldiers inside would not be fatally injured. At most, they would only be seriously injured. Just as they were preparing to move forward and completely destroy the bunker, they were stunned to see that the bunker was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. I at UN %. Qi Jiang cursed on the spot. What the hell was this? Why did a bunker that was about to be destroyed recover on its own? What kind of technology is this? Qi Jiang swore that he had never heard of such advanced technology in other base cities, and memory metal was not so advanced. Suddenly, Qi Jiang thought of a possibility. Could it be that the military base they discovered was not an ordinary military base, but a military base conducting some high-tech research? When he thought of this, Qi Jiang felt his breathing become heavier. If they could get the military base, not only would their Qi family be able to control Wangchang City, they might even be able to extend their reach to other base cities. But Qi Jiang didn't know that this was just a maintenance function of the red alert. Before a unit is completely destroyed, it can be repaired by paying a certain amount of energy. Chapter 32 Despair. A bunker blocked the elite troops of the Qi family. If it had happened in the past, Qi Jiang would never have believed it even if he was beaten to death, but the facts before him told him that it was true. Captain Jiang, are these the elite members of my Qi family? Qi Jiang looked at the captain unhappily. Captain Jiang's heart skipped a beat. If he left an impression of waste in the young master's mind, he would have no future at all. Please rest assured, young master. We can definitely take over this base. Maybe the periphery is very important and the other party has taken out a large number of weapons and placed them here. Captain Jiang explained. Qi Jiang thought about it and realized that it was true. If it were him, he would definitely use this method to protect the periphery, as long as no one broke into the military base. I'll give you 5 minutes to break down this bunker. After hearing the eldest young master's ultimatum, Captain Jiang knew that this was not going to work. Speed enhancement. Captain Jiang shouted softly, and a faint light appeared on his body, which disappeared in a flash. Qi Jiang knew that this was him using his extraordinary ability. Captain Jiang's extraordinary ability is to increase his speed in a short period of time, which is very practical. Captain Jiang's body seemed to be an illusion, and he arrived on top of the bunker in just 2 or 3 steps. This was the blind spot of the bunker, and no weapon could attack here. Explode it for me. I saw him clench his right fist and punch the surface of the bunker hard. Boom. The entire bunker shook violently, as if it had sunk 1 or 2 centimeters. He is a mid-stage fourth-order transcendent with terrifying strength. He can kill an elephant with one punch, and even a bunker cannot withstand his continuous punches. Finally, he broke through the bunker. In order to prevent the situation just now from happening again, he took out two incredibly powerful miniature bombs, threw them directly in, and then left decisively. Boom. Now the entire bunker was gone, and the sentry gun not far away was also affected and seemed to be damaged. Captain Zhang could no longer do anything about it. They actually let them get away. Seeing two figures running inside, Captain Zhang did not chase after them, fearing that it was a trap to lure him. Seeing their captain take action and kill the opponent directly made the other elite soldiers a little frustrated. Don't be discouraged. This must have been a trick by the enemy. They deliberately made us think that the defense inside was very strong and wanted us to retreat. Captain Zhang encouraged his team members and came to the two team members who had been burned to charcoal. The Qi family will be responsible for their families. As long as the Qi family exists, the soldiers' families will never be bullied. Qi Jiang knew that he had to stand up at this time. Sure enough, after hearing Qi Jiang's words, everyone, including Captain Zhang, became a little excited. Why do they work so hard? One is for themselves, the other is for their families. Bury their bodies on the spot and move on. They didn't know that Su Chen saw everything that happened here. The previous operation of repairing the bunker was done by Su Chen. These people are really useless. It's just a bunker. I didn't even use the sentry gun and almost couldn't get through. Su Chen was a little helpless. After this incident, he knew the advantages and disadvantages of his bunker, as well as what kind of enemies it could deal with. Simply put, if the opponent's speed is not fast enough, he probably won't be able to reach the bunker, but once facing a speed-type enemy, the bunker will have a huge flaw. So, we're going to put the sentry gun on top of the bunker in the future? Bunkers and sentry guns are only the first line of defense, and the second line of defense is the hounds. Daha and a large number of hunting dogs were sent out by Su Chen, disguised as mutant beasts. They were fighting with other mutant beasts for territory. The remaining hunting dogs in the base were commanded by Era. The resting husky suddenly looked up and smelled the scent of an intruder. Woof! When Era shouted, the hunting dogs hiding in various places moved at the sound, without making any sound, ready to subdue all the invaders. Haha, this time it's finally my husky's turn to perform. The husky was very excited, and its tail was wagging back and forth. Today, Era has reached the peak of the 4th level. Due to Su Chen's order, it has not gone out to carry out advanced tasks for the time being, but has stayed in the base, waiting for these people. The hounds were like wandering souls in the darkness. They walked around in all kinds of blind spots. Even when hundreds of hounds surrounded Qi Jiang and his group, no one found any trace of any hound. When it comes to hunting, hounds are the top masters. As they walked, Captain Zhang suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Qi Jiang asked puzzledly. Something's wrong, it's too quiet around here. Captain Zhang was very cautious. He looked around and saw a small valley full of rocks. It should be a hole that was blasted out to facilitate coal mining. This kind of place is very suitable for ambush. The next moment, countless black shadows descended from the sky. Captain Zhang's eyes were glaring. Enemy attack. Protect the young master. The remaining dozen or so team members surrounded Qi Jiang, their guns spewing flames and pouring out countless bullets. But what horrified them was that most of the bullets were dodged by these black shadows, and even some bullets that hit them failed to penetrate them. This is simply impossible. You know, their guns are specially made and can penetrate the skin defenses of most third-level mutant beasts, but now they are completely useless. Change weapons. Following Captain Zhang's order, all team members took out a grenade from their bodies. Of course, this was not an ordinary grenade. It contained a very explosive substance with great explosive power. They all used it as a trump card and did not expect it to be used here. 5 of them threw grenades, which exploded instantly. Boom. The surrounding walls were shaking and countless pieces of rubble fell down. The power of these 5 grenades was too strong. Woof! Era roared angrily. It had just lost 10 of its minions. This was its first mission, and it had lost so many. How was it going to explain this to the commander? In anger, Era rushed into the opponent's defensive position. What would happen if a 4th-level peak hound rushed in? Era tells you. In one word, bite. Phew. The husky's speed created an illusion, and even Captain Zhang couldn't see Era's speed clearly. In just a few seconds, everyone was injured. The most seriously injured was Captain Zhang, who had a bloody hole in his stomach bitten by Eru. Team leader. Captain Zhang waved his hand and said, "It's okay. They won't die for now. Why are there so many mutant beasts here? and they seem to be at least level 3. Could it be that we are wrong? Those occupying the military base are not humans, but mutant beasts. Chapter 33. I don't believe it. Qi Jiang was shocked by Captain Zhang's guess. Could it be true? Fortunately, at this time, the mutant dogs did not attack, but watched from the sidelines, which gave them a chance to speak. Qi Jiang thought about it, and felt that what Captain Zhang said was very likely. Some high-level mutant beasts possessed intelligence that was no less than that of humans. If they discovered a military base, they would definitely not allow humans to occupy it. So, all the humans here are controlled by mutant beasts? When Qi Jiang thought of this, he wanted to retreat. He wanted to go back and tell his father this important news. Then his father would definitely take action against him. The Qi family might not be able to take over this place relying solely on their strength. But when he saw the mutant dogs around him, he smiled bitterly, knowing that there was no way he could break through. Just then, they saw a path made by the mutant dogs, and a man walked out, a man who looked very young. You all have come from far away. I originally wanted to give you a welcome dinner, but there is no way. This place is too shabby, so I have to inconvenience you for a while. Su Chun said with a smile. Qi Jiang took a step forward and said in a proud tone, I am Qi Jiang, the eldest son of the Qi family. These people are my subordinates. Let these filthy mutant beasts leave here. Otherwise my Qi family army will come and flatten this place. Captain Zhang's face changed drastically. My young master, if you want to show off, you should also see the situation clearly. Now I am the fish on the chopping board. Aren't you looking for death by saying this? It's not that Qi Jiang couldn't see the situation clearly, but he thought that the threat posed by the Qi family was greater than anything else. Anyone who lived near the base city should know how powerful the base city was. His Qi family was the third most powerful family in the base city. Who would dare to resist? If it were an ordinary person, he might really be afraid. After all, the strength of base city is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But he didn't know that Su Chin's goal was to deal with base city. How could he be afraid of base city's revenge? Oh, is the Qi family really that powerful? Humph, Qi Jiang said disdainfully. He thought the other party was afraid of the Qi family's reputation. Just when he was happy, he saw the other party waving his hand and countless mutant dogs rushed up. He just felt a black screen in front of his eyes and knew nothing. When Qi Jiang woke up, he found himself trapped in a wooden house, surrounded by several smelly people. There's a newcomer here. Tell us about yourself. A man next to him grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Where is this place and who are you? Qi Jiang took a few steps back and asked. You came all the way here, but you don't know where this place is? Someone looked at him strangely. Qi Jiang suddenly realized that this was the military base he had always dreamed of. Is this a military base? It's correct to say it's a military base, but it's different from what you imagined. The base here was built later. If I'm not mistaken, the base was built in a very short time, probably no more than a month, said one person. Impossible. Building a military base in 1 month? Are you crazy? Qi Jiang certainly didn't believe what these people said. Even their base city took several years to complete construction, but a military base like this was built in less than a month, haha. I know you won't believe this, but we arrived a few days earlier than you did. A week before you came, there were only 4 or 5 buildings in the base. But did you know that yesterday, several huge buildings suddenly appeared in the base in just 1 day? Qi Jiang's pupil shrank. He couldn't believe it. But these people were very calm, as if they knew about it. Who are you? Why are you here? Who controls this base? Qi Jiang was very concerned. Newcomer, sit down and talk slowly. Qi Jiang learned from these people that they were people who had discovered the abnormality here, and had come here specifically to investigate. However, they were soon caught and treated as minors. Their daily job was to dig coal, and they had no time to rest. What surprised them the most was that the person in charge here actually let the soldiers mine with them, which left them no chance to escape. A young man controls this base? Qi Jiang suddenly thought of the person he saw before he fell into a coma. Could that person be the one in control? For some reason, Qi Jiang's heart was filled with jealousy. Even though he had no intention of controlling a base, someone had accomplished this before him. Unforgivable. Bang. Suddenly the wooden door opened and a soldier walked in with a gun. Everyone get out and start mining. Su Chin didn't care about the situation of those miners. He already knew that the man he caught was from the Qi family in Wangchang City and seemed to be of a high status, so he contacted Leng Yue, who was in Wangchang City. After 2 days of observation, Leng Yue and the other two temporarily found a place to stay in Wangchang City and asked around for information about all kinds of things in Wangchang City, no matter how big or small. Please help me check if there is a person named Qi Jiang in Base City. This person should be the young master of a certain family. Su Chen's voice came from the phone. There is only one Qi family in Wangchang City. I will check it out right away. Soon Leng Yue found information about Qi Jiang. She was a little surprised. Could it be that Qi Jiang went to the base and was caught by Su Chen? Leng Yue didn't think much about it and passed the information about Qi Jiang to Su Chen. Su Chen took a look and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. He believed that as long as Qi Jiang was there, the Qi family would definitely not sit still, and they would definitely send troops over. By then, his main force can finally appear on the stage. But when he saw that his energy had almost become zero, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Those things were really big gold eaters, and all his energy was consumed. No, it looks like we need to speed up the mining process and build 5 more trans-time mining carts. The mining speed of the hyperspace minecart is many times faster than manual labor, and the amount it can transport at one time is also much higher. According to the system's estimation, this coal mine is not small and is enough for the base to use for at least 1 year. Don't underestimate the time of 1 year. As the number of buildings in the base increases and its strength increases, the speed of mining will be faster. In the later stages, a mine may be mined out if it is not used for a day. Just as Su Chen was waiting for the base city to send troops over, he received a contact from a soldier. This soldier was none other than the reward paratrooper he had received. Because the location of the paratroopers was beyond the limit of the radar, Su Chen could not see where the paratroopers were, so he basically let them go recently. He did not expect that the paratroopers would contact him at this time. Could it be that the paratroopers had discovered something? Chapter 34 Iron Ore. Commander, we have made a significant discovery here, the paratrooper captain reported. Su Chen then clicked on the place where the paratroopers were, zoomed in and looked over, only to see a team of paratroopers standing in a canyon, guarding their surroundings. What discovery? Su Chen became interested. What exactly was it that was called a major discovery by the captain of the paratroopers? We have discovered a large iron ore deposit here that has not yet been developed. Su Chen's eyes lit up. An undeveloped iron mine was a source of endless energy for him. What he lacks most now is energy, but there is a problem. The place where the paratrooper team is located is 1,000 kilometers away from him. With such a long distance, he has no way to build a new ore refinery. There is only one possibility. He builds a new base vehicle, escorts the base vehicle over there, and builds a branch base there, so that a new base can be established. It just so happened that he had obtained a core that could manufacture a base vehicle some time ago, so a branch base could be built at any time. The only problem is that if branch bases are really established, he can barely manage 2 bases at that time. But when there are more and more bases in the future, how can he manage them alone? The system gave a solution to the problem. When the Master's Commander Authority reaches level 4, every time you build a soldier, there is a certain probability of building a super soldier. The so-called super soldier is more powerful than a soldier in all aspects. At the same time, it has a certain command ability and can serve as the deputy commander of a subbase. Super soldiers, there seems to be no such thing in the game. If there is, does Tanya count as one? Su Chen thought of Tanya's hot body and couldn't help but reveal a lewd expression. However, the system's words ruthlessly extinguished his hope. Super soldiers are born randomly and have nothing to do with the game. Please be rational, Master. Su Chen curled his lips. In this cold-hearted world, only breasts could give him a little warmth. However, with level 4 authority, it is possible to summon super soldiers. It seems that he will need to build a large number of soldiers recently. By the way, what is the probability of a super soldier being born? It's better for the Master not to know. I fucking knew that probability and stuff like that are all lies. Su Chen, feeling tired, looked at the situation over there with the paratroopers. The captain of the paratroopers took out an engineer's shovel and dug on the ground. After a lot of effort, he dug out a large piece of ore. Judging from the surface, it was indeed iron ore. Su Chen certainly didn't want to miss out on such a large iron mine. He thought about it carefully and finally decided to take over this place. The problem is that he doesn't have much energy now. Building a base vehicle is not a problem, but it is very dangerous for the base vehicle to travel a distance of 1,000 kilometers. He had to send out a large army for protection in order to escort the base vehicle there safely. As expected, I still need energy. Does the system have any tasks that can quickly obtain energy? Send me more. I won't mind too much. The system was shocked. Someone actually asked the system for a task. It was so shameless. The system decisively rejected it. In desperation, Su Chen could only continue to send his army out to hunt mutant beasts, making the surrounding area almost a forbidden zone for mutant beasts. On the other side, Chi Haoyan discovered that his son and the elite team had never returned, and he knew something had happened. With the strength of an elite team, not only did they fail to capture the military base, but they also lost my son? These rubbish. Chi Haoyan was trembling all over. Chi Jiang was his designated successor, and he absolutely could not lose him there. Chi Haoyan knew that this matter might not be something that his Chi family alone could swallow. He was very decisive and directly informed the other 9 families about this matter. Immediately, all 9 families were in an uproar. Have you heard that the Chi family discovered a military base and invited the other 9 families to explore the base together? TSK, your information is old news. Let me tell you, do you think if the Chi family can really take over this military base, will they share it with other families? Let me tell you, it was my wife's brother-in-law's nephew's uncle, who told me that the main reason for this incident was that the eldest son of the Chi family disappeared in that military base, along with an elite team of the Chi family. The head of the Chi family had no choice but to do this. No wonder. I was wondering when the Chi family would be so generous. But no matter how powerful that military base is, it can't stop the power of the 10 major families, right? No one thought that the combined strength of the 10 major families would be unable to capture a small military base. They were all discussing that once the military base was captured, the prices of some guns would probably drop, and this was their top priority. After the price reduction, you must stock up. The 10 major families have temporarily united and prepared to concentrate their forces to deal with the military base. To this end, each family has taken out 50 tanks and 10 helicopters, and the air and land forces have jointly dispatched, determined to win. The people in Base City were extremely excited. They had not seen such a big fight among the big families in Base City for a long time. This is 500 tanks and 100 helicopters dispatched at once. At first glance, it looks like an overwhelming force. This kind of force can easily attack some more dangerous mutant beast gathering places. It's a pity that the Base City's current stance is defense, and very few people actively attack mutant beasts. Only when facing a military base will they be willing to spend a lot of money. Leng Yue immediately told Su Chen about the situation in Base City. Su Chen's eyes flashed after hearing it. He finally waited for the army from Base City to arrive. It will soon be your turn. Su Chen looked towards the back of the base, where there was a large shadow. The Base City was very arrogant. 500 tanks and 100 helicopters moved straight towards Su Chen's base. When they encountered mutant beasts along the way, they just fired at them and everything was destroyed. These are the main battle tanks before the end of the world, called Black Lion tanks. The huge muzzle looks like a lion with bared fangs and claws, and is extremely ferocious. With the firepower of the Black Lion tank, even a level 3 mutant beast would be seriously injured with one shot, and only a level 4 mutant beast could withstand it. It is very powerful. So many Black Lion tanks firing at the same time was a scene that even the people in the Base City had only seen a few times. A man in green clothes stood on the front tank, his clothes rustling, and a big cigar in his mouth, looking very cool. This person is the commander of this operation, Wang Yi, a peak 5th level transcendent. Chapter 35. Open the door and get humiliated. The tank core stirred up clouds of dust, like a yellow dragon advancing on the ground, and the huge waves it brought up shocked many people who participated in the war. It had been a long time since they had seen such a scene. Since the establishment of the Base City, they had rarely had such a large-scale battle. Except for some veterans, it was the first time for most people. Only war is the most fascinating. I hope those rats in that military base can please me. Wang Yi sneered. He was full of confidence in this operation. He was just a man who accidentally discovered a military base. Even if he found some people to unite, could he be a match for the Base City? The eldest master of the Chi family is such a loser. He can't even handle a weak military base, and yet he makes his father lose face and unite with other families. But if it weren't for this, why would I take action? Wang Yi seemed to be talking to himself. He stood on top of the tank, but the tank's forward speed had no effect on him. The dust was separated 1 meter in front of him. This is the power of a 5th level transcendent, who can skillfully use the energy in his body and release it out of his body. As the level of the extraordinary person increases, the distance at which the energy released from the body can also increase. It is said that an 8th level extraordinary person can cut off the head of an enemy thousands of miles away with one move. This is exactly why the status of the extraordinary people is so transcendent. Without the extraordinary people, humans would not be able to fight against mutant beasts. The limit of weapons in this world can only work on 7th-order mutant beasts, and have almost no effect on 8th-order mutant beasts. Fortunately, there are no 9th-order mutant beasts, otherwise humans may not be able to stop them. As soon as the army from the base city left, Su Chun knew their movements. At this rate, it should take 3 hours to get here. Looks like I need to get ready. Even though he knew that the other party had 500 tanks and 100 planes, Su Chun remained calm. If he didn't have a certain level of confidence, how could he dare to challenge base city? 3 hours passed quickly, and the army of the base city gradually approached the place they had learned from the intelligence. Commander, please give the order. A soldier looked at Wang Yi respectfully. As a commander, he certainly would not stand on the front line. He was just pretending before. Now Wang Yi is riding in a helicopter, able to give various orders at any time, and with a sky view, he can see more things. At his height, he could vaguely see some tall buildings in the distance. Of course, what surprised him most was that the other party seemed to be unaware of the situation on their side. Is this an empty city plan, or are they simply ignoring us? Wang Yi touched his chin. No matter what the opponent's situation is, if they retreat in the first battle, they will probably be laughed at by others. Wang Yi waved his hand and said, "Let 10 tanks serve as the vanguard to test the enemy's strength." The power of 10 tanks is enough to destroy a gathering place, but using them as vanguards is a bit of a waste. Soon, 10 tanks left the team and headed forward. Boom. But before the tank had advanced 100 meters, a shell fell from the sky and hit a Black Lion tank, making a deafening noise. Even though the tank has the function of isolating some sounds, the vibration caused by the shell still almost made the driver and the assistant inside faint. Bastard, fight back? These people are all elite. Based on the trajectory of the artillery shells, they simply calculated the approximate position of the enemy and fired decisively. Bump, bump. 10 shells flew out of the muzzle and landed in the distance at an extremely fast speed, with a roar sounding. Did we kill them? Someone couldn't help but murmur. The next second, countless shells fell from the sky like rain, covering all 10 tanks. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued. Such a horrific scene made Wang Yi a little dazed, but he soon realized that this was an attack from the opponent. Everyone, fight back. The helicopter troops will go up to support us and eliminate the enemy's city defense artillery. Wang Yi also figured out from the enemy's attack that they were using city defense artillery. If it was a main battle tank, the armor of the Black Lion tank would not be able to block one shell. Only the shells from the city defense artillery could penetrate the armor of the Black Lion tank in one go. Wang Yi was very puzzled as to where the other side got so many city defense cannons. Just now, he roughly counted them and found that there were at least 30 city defense cannons. This was simply incredible. It must have been left inside the military base. It seems that this military base is not the kind of place that has been around for a long time. It even has city defense cannons that only appeared 10 years ago. Wang Yi gave himself a reason. No one would believe that these city defense cannons appeared out of thin air, but to Su Chun, these things did appear out of thin air and at most consume some energy. There are not only city defense artillery, but also a large number of machine gun bunkers on the routes that these tanks must pass. The bunker is multifunctional and can be used to deal with different enemies. When the enemy is a tank, ordinary firearms are useless, and they take out rocket launchers and flamethrowers. In an instant, this place turned into a sea of fire. Dozens of bunkers took out flamethrowers at the same time. The scene almost made people think that this place had turned into a sea of fire. In the game, the flamethrower in the bunker is very lethal to tanks. Even here, the flamethrower still performs well. I saw the flamethrower on the surface of the tank, and in less than 5 seconds, the armor began to melt. No one noticed at first. They wanted to use the armor of the Black Lion tank to force their way through, but they found that their tank suddenly stopped moving. "What's going on?" the driver roared. "Tank. It's become a tank." The deputy's voice was trembling. The driver almost couldn't hold back and slapped the tank. "Melt it. This is a Black Lion tank. How can it possibly melt?" Holy shit. The driver, who had just thought of this, found that there was suddenly a hole in front of his eyes, and then there was flames all over his eyes, and the world fell into darkness. "Everyone retreat and keep your distance. There's something wrong with these flames." Wang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he immediately gave the order. The tanks behind retreated hurriedly and kept some distance, but the city defense guns were still raining shells. Wang Yi almost cursed when he saw this scene. Don't these shells cost money? Then he thought that these shells seemed to be obtained from a military base and were really free, so he had nothing to say. At this critical moment of life and death, who cares about the artillery shells? I guess what the other side wants to do most is to drive them away, right? Chapter 36 War Mission. When the army of the base city and his men were fighting, Su Chun heard the voice of the system. Trigger the war mission. Mission objective: defeat the enemy. The enemy's loss rate must be at least more than half, with no upper limit. If the mission succeeds, a reward of 100,000 energy will be given. If the mission fails, the commander's authority will be reduced by 1 level. Suchin blinked. What's the matter with the war mission? Why wasn't there one before? Only when the master participates in a real war can the war mission be triggered. The previous actions against mutant beasts were not called war. The system explained. Well, the system is really my caring little cotton-padded jacket. I just said I was short of energy, and you sent me such a big energy gift package. Should I accept it or not? System. I have never seen such a shameless host. Suchin knew that since it was a war, anything could happen and he couldn't be careless. The first line of defense was composed of machine gun bunkers, sentry guns, and some soldiers. Faced with powerful weapons like tanks, the soldiers could not resist with their bodies and had to rely on various weapons and equipment. According to his estimation, the other side should know that they can only move forward by destroying the machine gun bunker, so they are likely to use a helicopter team. As Suchin guessed, Wang Yi found that the tank team could not move forward, so he decisively ordered the helicopter team to go over. Even city defense guns are helpless against something like a helicopter in the sky. After all, city defense guns cannot reach such high places. Wang Yi stopped the helicopter in midair, and the soldiers on it took out various types of grenades, pulled the bolts, and threw them directly down. This is a simple bomber. The power of a single grenade may not be great, but if soldiers on 100 helicopters throw a large number of grenades at the same time, the power will be terrifying. You should know that these grenades are specially made. The weakest one can kill a second-level mutant beast, and the powerful one can even kill a fourth-level mutant beast. A series of bombing sounds occurred where the bunker was located, and almost instantly, the bunker was blown up. Once the bunker was completely destroyed, Suchin would not be able to repair it. However, none of the Red Alert soldiers died. The weakest of them were only level 3. Most of the explosions were borne by the bunkers, and only a small part was borne by themselves. At most, they were only seriously injured. The injured soldiers come back for treatment, and all the sentry artillery crews retreat. Suchin gave the order. Faced with the commander's order, no one objected. Everyone placed the sentry gun on a homemade cart and pushed it away. These things cannot be thrown away. After all, they are built with energy. After actual combat, Suchin found that the power of the sentry gun was still a little lacking. It was okay to deal with some weak enemies, but once the enemy's armor was very high, the sentry gun would have almost no effect. Next, let you taste the main course. Wang Yi's face was gloomy. They had just gone outside and they had lost more than 20 tanks. You have to know that the construction cost of this kind of tank is very high. Even in the base city, the total number is not large. Now they have lost more than 20 tanks here at once. He knew that he would definitely be blamed when he returned. Forget it. As long as we can take over this military base, everything will be fine. If I'm not mistaken, there might be some technology that's ahead of its time in this military base. This possibility is not impossible. Before the end of the world, this country established military bases in various places and conducted various researches. A military base was excavated in a base city, and a technology that was ahead of its time was obtained from it, that is, communication technology. It is precisely with this technology that these base cities scattered around the world can connect with each other. Every technology that transcends the times can change the future of mankind. Keep going. We must take this place. Wang Yi did not rashly let the army of helicopters rush forward. He was also worried that there were air defense forces in the military base, and their helicopters did not have the ability to counter air defense. When Wang Yi's helicopter gradually approached the coal mine, he finally saw that there was indeed a base under the coal mine. But the appearance of this base is a little different from what he imagined. Huge buildings were located at the bottom of the coal mine. Some of these buildings looked so strange that he had never seen them before. No matter what, this is definitely a base. We must get it. Wang Yi's heart was burning with excitement, and he ordered the tank to speed up. He could already imagine how much reward he would get if he took over this base. Just a loud noise interrupted his sweet dream. What's going on? Wang Yi was very unhappy. Could it be that the enemy took out the city defense artillery to attack again? The damage of these shells to the armor of the Black Lion tank was too low. The previous losses of tanks were mostly caused by flamethrowers, and the city defense artillery only destroyed a few tanks at most. But when Wang Yi looked down, he found a tank emitting black smoke and with a big hole on it. The driver and the assistant inside had long been killed. His face changed suddenly. He did hear a sound just now, which means that the shell just now blew up a Black Lion tank. No, this is definitely not the power of the city defense cannon. Is there any other weapon here? As soon as this thought flashed through Wang Yi's mind, hundreds of shells landed from a distance and fell into the tank core. In an instant, the place seemed to have been plowed hard by an iron plow. There were broken Black Lion tanks everywhere, and the scene was horrible. With just one salvo, at least 50 tanks were scrapped, and more than 60 tanks had various problems. Tanks. The other side also has tanks. There are 100 of them, and their power is no less than that of the Black Lion tanks. How is this possible? Wang Yi gritted his teeth. When he came out, he also considered that the other party had tanks, but the number he imagined was far less than that. He thought there were only 20 at most. As far as he knew, the military base with the largest number of tanks only had 50 tanks, and the rest were manufactured by them later. The stunned tank corps quickly launched a counterattack, with both sides fighting back and forth and suffering losses on both sides. Wang Yi's face was gloomy. The helicopter troops go over and destroy the enemy's tank troops. At this point, helicopters must be dispatched. Even if the enemy has air defense capabilities, he does not believe how strong the air defense capabilities of an abandoned military base can be. But when he saw the air defense capabilities here, Wang Yi regretted it deeply. Su Chun raised the corner of his mouth. He had known for a long time that when his grizzly tank was deployed, the opponent would definitely take out the helicopter unit as their trump card. This was the opponent's only way, and he also had corresponding tricks. Chapter 37. Hit a big plane. Ever since the tank factory was established, Su Chun couldn't wait to build the grizzly tank. In fact, there were 2 other tanks for him to choose from. One was the Rhino tank, and the other was the Tornado tank. However, Su Chun loved the grizzly tank, so he built all of them. He made up his mind and built 100 grizzly tanks, which directly exhausted his energy. He did not have the energy to directly upgrade the level of the tanks. That's right, the grizzly tank can also be upgraded. When Su Chun learned about this, he was confused. He knew that tanks could be upgraded in the game, but this was reality. Who the hell has ever seen a tank being upgraded in real life? However, the levels of tanks are different from those of soldiers. They only have 3 levels, and upgrading to level 3 is already the pinnacle. The newly built grizzly tanks are still classless and can only be upgraded after they kill a certain number of enemies, or Su Chun can upgrade them using energy. Su Chun is extremely poor now, so naturally he has no way to upgrade the grizzly tank, which results in all grizzly tanks being classless. Of course, as a tank produced by Red Alert, its power is superior to the opponent's Black Lion tank. This is why Su Chun's tank was able to kill so many opponents' tanks in one encounter. But the other side dispatched a helicopter unit, and the grizzly tank was good in everything except air defense. Su Chun had already thought of a corresponding solution for this. I saw 20 vehicles that looked like armored vehicles driving out of the base and heading towards the helicopter troops. They looked like they were going to die together with the helicopters, and they were moving at a very fast speed. Some people on the helicopter noticed this scene, pointed at the armored vehicles and said with a smile, "Look, those vehicles are actually rushing over here. Let's give them a good beating later." The others laughed heartily, not even thinking about what some armored vehicles could do to their helicopters. According to common sense, it is true that even a rocket launcher cannot shoot to such a high place. It's a pity that they haven't played Red Alert. The armored vehicle suddenly stopped, and several small cylinders on it stood up and aimed at the helicopters. Then the people on the helicopter saw a scene that they would never forget until their death. They saw small missiles flying out of the cylinders and rushing towards the group of helicopters in the sky. This frightened the pilots so much that their hands shook and they quickly tried to turn around. These are missiles. They will be destroyed if they are touched. Damn it! Who said that the other side has no air defense capabilities? Someone roared. It's the commander. Go find him and yell at him if you dare. Finally, the missiles and helicopters met, emitting brilliant sparks. With just one shot, more than 30 helicopters were killed, several of which turned and collided with each other on their own. Wang Yi was lucky enough not to be hit. He looked at the armored vehicle below with a sad look in his eyes. What is that? Of course, Wang Yi didn't know that these so-called armored vehicles were actually called multifunctional infantry vehicles. This type of vehicle was very magical and would use different functions depending on the combat units it carried. It was said that this type of vehicle had more than a dozen functions, which is why it was called a multifunctional infantry vehicle. This time Su Chun built anti-aircraft infantry, but with their short legs, they would definitely not be able to outrun the helicopter. In addition, the anti-aircraft infantry had not been strengthened yet, and their strength was only at the first level. It would probably take several rounds of anti-aircraft guns to blow up a helicopter. But it is different if you change to a multi-purpose infantry vehicle. With the bonus of anti-aircraft infantry, the anti-aircraft firepower of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle is enough to destroy a helicopter in one shot, which is very violent. This is Su Chin's trump card. Air defense infantry plus multifunctional infantry vehicles, who can compare with him in the field of air defense. Without the threat from the air, Su Chin ordered the tanks to advance gradually. This time he wanted to leave at least half of the enemy behind for the sake of the war mission. The tanks kept firing shells as if they were free, and the people of the Black Lion Tank Corps had already realized that this operation had failed. 1/3 of their most powerful helicopter unit was killed as soon as they appeared. How can they fight? Wang Yi was very unwilling to accept this. Wasn't he originally leading his team to invincibility? How did it turn out like this? Charge forward and throw the bomb. Wang Yi's eyes were red. He was like a gambler who wanted to take one last chance. Although Wang Yi was the commander of this operation, the soldiers participating in the operation were all from the top 10 families. As an outsider, he wanted these people to die for him, but naturally no one agreed. Almost all the helicopters and tanks began to retreat, completely ignoring Wang Yi's orders. Only the people of the Wang family did not move. They had to obey Wang Yi's orders, otherwise the punishment waiting for them would be very severe. Wang Yi's face was distorted with anger. He knew that these guys might not listen to him sometimes, but he didn't expect it to be at this time. If all the teams move forward at this time, there is still some hope of defeating the opponent, but if they run away, there is no hope at all. Thinking of this, Wang Yi gritted his teeth and said, "Retreat." Wang Yi knew that if he insisted on doing it his own way, the Wang family would definitely follow him, but in the end his family would suffer heavy casualties while other families did not. This was very dangerous for the Wang family. The ranking of families in Base City depends on their respective strength. Without strength, you can only be inferior to others. On the other hand, if your strength is enough to intimidate everyone, then you can control Base City. The controller of each Base City holds the position based on his own strength. Seeing that the other party wanted to escape, how could Su Chin miss such a good opportunity? When he killed the enemy just now, he heard a notification from the system, saying that by killing a supernatural person, he would get a certain amount of energy. In this short period of time, he obtained no less than 20,000 points of energy. If he wanted to kill the opponent completely, it would take at least 100,000 points, right? Add to that the energy rewards from the war mission. Needless to say, let's go to the club tonight. The speed of the Grizzly tank is slightly faster than that of the Black Lion tank. This is exactly why the Black Lion tank cannot escape the shooting range of the Grizzly tank, which makes the Black Lion tank corps very depressed. Not only that, the original design of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle was just one word: fast. Although it was not as fast as the helicopters, the multi-purpose infantry vehicle shot down a large number of helicopters again during the pursuit. They chased them for hundreds of kilometers before letting them go. Wang Yi was really about to cry. He came out in high spirits with 100 helicopters and 500 tanks, and thought he had reached the peak of his life. But now he knew what it felt like to fall from the clouds. Chapter 38: The Birth of a Super Soldier. Su Chin ignored the planes and tanks that escaped. He asked his men to collect the shattered wreckage of the planes and tanks. These could be recycled here in the system. These were all energy and could not be wasted. Su Chin, who had been a scavenger for a while, was looking at his energy point balance happily. It showed that the energy points were 120,000. With just one war, he gained 120,000 energy points. It turned out that what the ancients said was right. Only war can make you rich. Because his energy points exceeded 100,000 points, he opened the level 5 commander authority, and the effect was like being possessed by the Emperor of Luck, which lasted for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, Su Chin's luck would reach its peak, and it could only be used once every week. When he saw the commander's authority, he returned to the command room without saying a word. System, give me 10 consecutive draws. System. This is not some crappy mobile game. I don't have any 10-pull combos for you. The system suddenly felt a little tired. How much resentment did its master have towards the 10 consecutive draws? When it saw its level 5 commander authority, the first thing it thought of was this matter. Su Chin would never say that he was once an African chief, and that he had never gotten anything good from 10 consecutive draws. Everything he got was from his hard work. He was truly a hard worker. Su Chin quickly calmed down. He thought of a way to use the level 5 authority, which was to build soldiers as quickly as possible within 3 seconds of activating the level 5 authority. In this way, it might be possible to build a super soldier. Su Chin is very much looking forward to the super soldiers that are not in the game. Once he really builds a super soldier, he can build a branch base. The next second, Su Chin decisively activated the level 5 authority, and immediately he found a faint golden light appearing on his body. Could this be the legendary good luck? Su Chin did not waste any time. In the first second, He immediately built 100 soldiers and used energy to erase the construction time and built them directly. I don't want to draw 10 times in a row anymore. How about 100 times in a row? Su Chun just couldn't believe that he couldn't draw a super soldier even after 100 consecutive draws. However, when he saw the soldiers coming out, he was silent for a moment. Well, very scientific, they are all ordinary soldiers. In the second, he continued to draw 100 times in a row, still scientifically. Su Chun almost couldn't help shouting that we must hold high the banner of science. There is no such thing as a European emperor. However, when he was building for the third second, a flash of golden light appeared and he subconsciously shouted, "Fuck, golden legend." But the surroundings were very quiet. Even the system didn't speak. Su Chun discovered that the golden light just now disappeared because his level 5 authority had expired. 300 soldiers, 300 consecutive draws. No super soldiers, a sure win. My luck is really so bad that I can't even draw 300 times in a row? Su Chun felt very tired and prepared to create another soldier as the captain of these 300 soldiers. However, at the moment of construction, the system's voice appeared. Congratulations to the master for successfully building a super soldier. The construction time is 12 hours. Would you like to spend energy to erase the construction time? What? Su Chun was stunned. He couldn't believe that he had failed after 300 consecutive draws, but then he made a single draw and a miracle happened. Hurry up, erase the construction time. As he said this, Su Chun quickly ran to the edge of the barracks. There were already 300 soldiers standing there. When they saw Su Chun, they shouted in unison, "Greetings, Commander." "Okay." Su Chun responded, but his eyes were still fixed on the gate of the barracks, because soon his first super soldier would come out from inside. Su Chun was very excited. He didn't know what the first super soldier that would appear would look like, whether it was a male or a female, and what its abilities were in various aspects. Soon, the gate of the barracks opened and a tall figure walked out. Su Chun looked carefully and saw a sexy beauty wearing secretary's clothes, with long, straight black hair, black high heels, and a pair of eyes with a hint of coldness, full of temptation. "Zhu Ling greets the commander." The woman saluted Su Chun. "Are you my super soldier? Did you give yourself the name Zhu Ling?" Su Chun was very satisfied with his first super soldier. Not to mention anything else, it was pleasing to the eyes just by looking at it. "Commander, I am a long-range attack super soldier. As long as you give me a gun, I can kill the enemy before he sees me. I have the strength of the 5th peak when I was born, and I can help you sweep all enemies. If you think the name Zhu Ling is not good, please give me a new name." Su Chun shook his head repeatedly. "This name is very good, no need to change it. Since you are a super soldier, your power is naturally above all other units. Now I grant you the power second only to me. You can mobilize any unit. You can do it at will for a small part, but you must notify me if you want to mobilize a large part." "Yes, Commander." Su Chun suddenly remembered that he already had the authority of a level 5 commander. This meant that his soldiers could be upgraded to the peak level 5? Thinking of this, Su Chun immediately upgraded Su Yi to the peak of the 5th level, which cost him nearly 10,000 points of energy at once, which surprised Su Chun. He didn't expect that so much energy would be needed to advance from the peak of the 4th level to the peak of the 5th level. From this point of view, the energy he has is not much at all. Taking Zhu Ling back to the command room, Su Chun asked a question. "Zhu Ling, if I asked you to be the deputy commander of a subbase, what would you do? There is already a paratrooper unit stationed there, and a rich undeveloped iron ore has been discovered there." This is a test for Su Chun. What he needs is not a super soldier with strong limbs and a simple mind, but a deputy commander who can analyze himself and respond according to the situation at the time. If Zhu Ling really started fighting with others over a disagreement, how could he be confident in handing over the branch base to her? There was a gleam in Zhu Ling's eyes. She knew that this must be a test from the commander. She thought for a while and said, "Having a paratrooper unit is a good thing for us. They can discover the surrounding situation in advance and pave the way for us to build a subbase there. If we have an undeveloped iron mine, there may be more mineral deposits around. Building a subbase there will be very efficient, and we will get more energy. Although I don't know how far it is from here, if it is very close, the commander can completely build a subbase and control it by himself. In this case, this place is very far away from the main base, at least thousands of kilometers away. I wonder if I am wrong." Chapter 39: The Possibility of a Separate Base. Su Chun was a little surprised. He only said a few words, but Zhu Ling could actually guess these things from his words. Then what? Zhu Ling knew that she had guessed correctly. She smiled slightly and said, "Over 1,000 kilometers. With the strength of our base, we can basically escort the base vehicle there. However, there may be various accidents along the way, so we need a reliable person. Zhu Ling is not talented, but I am willing to take on this responsibility. Very good. Your analysis is better than I thought. Zhu Ling, I will now appoint you as the deputy commander of the second base and give you 50 grizzly tanks, 20 armed helicopters, 10 multi-purpose infantry vehicles, 500 soldiers, 100 hounds, 10 engineers, 10 anti-aircraft infantry and base vehicles, as well as a large amount of supplies. Can you get there within 7 days and successfully build a subbase? Zhu Ling's face was serious, and he saluted Su Chun. I will complete the mission until my death. These combat units account for almost half of Su Chen's current strength. Of course, there are many defense units in Su Chen's base, which cannot be moved and cannot be taken away by Zhu Ling. This branch base is really of great importance. With the branch base, the construction speed there will not be slower than here, so his energy acquisition speed will be doubled. Less than an hour after the birth of the super soldier Zhu Ling, he left here with a large number of red alert units and headed towards the direction of the paratroopers. Su Chen knew that the journey would definitely be dangerous, but it was necessary to do so for the development of the base. He didn't have super soldiers before, so there was no other way. But now that super soldiers have been born, if he still doesn't do this, he would be a real loser. Luckily I got a core, otherwise it would be awkward to have a super soldier but no base vehicle. Thinking of this, Su Chen suddenly had the idea of getting the core. He needed cores, the more the better, so that when super soldiers were born in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about these super soldiers having no bases. He remembered that the system said that the core of the base vehicle would only explode with a certain probability when a mutant beast was killed. However, until today, he had never seen a core explode, and the only one was dug out. System, the cores I dug out last time were all found. So are there other cores with similar situations? This possibility exists. The core is actually also a combination of energy, but it is more advanced than energy crystals and very rare. If someone obtains the core and puts it somewhere, then the owner may be able to find it. Su Chen looked in the direction of the base city. If there was any place that would be the core, it would definitely be the base city. It seems necessary to go to the base city, Su Chen murmured. On the other side, Wang Yi's team was almost like a lost dog. Even though there was no Su Chen's team chasing them, they still returned to the base city as quickly as possible. The base city was immediately in an uproar. No one had thought that their team would be defeated after setting out. What happened to the easy victory they had promised? What about the promise to take over the military base? As the commander of this operation, Wang Yi was summoned by the people from the 10 major families. In a reception hall, the heads of the 10 major families were sitting there, and Wang Yi was like a prisoner, being stared at by 10 people. Wang Yi, why did this mission fail? Asked the head of the Wang family. He knew that Wang Yi was a member of the Wang family after all. If other families directly scolded him, they would lose face. Therefore, he was the only one who could speak up. Wang Yi looked aggrieved. Master, the reason for this failure is not my fault. It's because the opponent is too strong. I know you won't believe what I say, but I have a video here. Before the end of the world, the function of video was very common, even to the extent that everyone could shoot short videos, and it was extremely popular for a time. Even now, there are still people who like to shoot short videos, and it has become a habit. Of course, only some extraordinary people can have this habit. Ordinary people have trouble even getting enough to eat. So how can they have the time to shoot videos? Wang Yi took out his mobile phone and played a video on the device. The content of the video started from the time when the battle started. The perspective was from Wang Yi's perspective. The 10 family heads saw that the Black Lion Legion was defeated by the bunkers and city defense artillery at the beginning. If the helicopters had not been dispatched, they would probably not have been able to pass the first level. Afterwards, the other side dispatched a tank unit, which made the faces of the 10 family heads change. It was beyond everyone's expectation that the other side had so many tanks. As for the loss of tanks, they had already known about it and could still tolerate it for now. Later, the emergence of multifunctional infantry vehicles and terrifying anti-aircraft missiles made the helicopter troops a laughingstock. After watching all the videos, the hall fell silent. After a while, Chi Haoyan, the head of the Chi family, said, "Everyone, this is no longer a problem for our family, but a problem for the entire base city. The other party's purpose is very clear. They want to control the military base, so in the future they may launch an attack on the base city. In this case, the base city will be very dangerous. Once everyone's interests are involved, they can't help but start thinking about whether they should take action this time. After all, every family had suffered certain losses in the previous actions, and this loss would be painful even if they were wealthy and powerful. They feared repeating the same mistakes if they dealt with the military base again, which would only increase the enemy's strength and weaken their own. At this time, a family head spoke up. How about this? We asked the master controller to take action. The three words, controller, seemed to carry magical power, causing many people's faces to change and become quiet. Finally, it was the head of the Wang family who spoke. The controller is in seclusion. He will not take action unless it is a matter of life and death for the base city. Once the controller succeeds in breaking through, then our base city may become a second-tier base city with a 7th-level peak extraordinary person. It is obvious that the person in charge of Wangchang City is from the Wang family. The controller was unable to take action, and the heads of other families sighed. Now they were reluctant to deal with the people who occupied the military base. Among these family heads, only the head of the Qi family was the most anxious. After all, his son was captured by the other party. Of course, he also knew that his son should be fine, but he would definitely suffer. How about this? We issue a mission to attract other extraordinary people. There are many extraordinary people with strange abilities. They may be able to sneak in. Once we get the specific information inside, the other party will let us dominate them. Qi Haoyan's words moved many owners. After discussing it, they finally agreed to this plan. Chapter 40I, The Invisible Man, am so arrogant. On that day, a mission appeared in the base city and all surrounding gathering places. The mission is very simple. Go to a military base and get useful intelligence from it. Judge the intelligence based on its amount and usefulness, and then give corresponding rewards. These rewards will be paid jointly by the top 10 families in Wangchang City. As soon as this task appeared, it caused a sensation among everyone. The people in the gathering place were not well informed and had no idea that the base city had just suffered a great loss at the hands of Su Chun. They excitedly accepted the task and prepared to go in a team. In the base city, they all knew that the 10 major families had just suffered a defeat there, and most people just watched and said nothing. Almost no one dared to take on this mission, even though the reward for this mission was very rich. In order to stimulate the extraordinary people to take on the task, the 10 major families have taken out a lot of good things as samples. Any one of these things is enough to make the 4th-level extraordinary people fight for it, and even has a great effect on the 5th-level extraordinary people. As for those above the 6th level, ordinary things have no effect on them. I don't know if it was stimulated by these rewards, but some extraordinary people really started to take on the tasks, and Tu Lei was one of them. Tu Lei is a 3rd-order transcendent. His strength can only be considered average in the base city. His life is okay, not as good as others, but better than others. When he saw this task, he was very excited. This task was tailor-made for him. Tu Lei possesses an extraordinary ability. He can become invisible. That's right, it's such a perverted ability. Basically, as long as he is invisible, no one can find him unless he is a supernatural being above level 5. This is his greatest reliance. He was confident that with the ability of invisibility, he could easily sneak into the military base and obtain important intelligence. Such a large base city naturally has more than just the extraordinary ability of invisibility. Some people who are very confident in their abilities have taken on the task. The base city has issued a mission to have extraordinary people sneak into the base and steal intelligence. Leng Yue hurriedly passed the news she knew to Su Chun. Su Chun found it a little funny. If he remembered correctly, wasn't the ability of a spy to sneak into the enemy's home in red alert? Since these people want to sneak in, I will give them a big surprise. Tu Lei set out alone. The mutant beasts along the way were basically scared by the previous tank troops, which increased their speed, and they arrived at the designated location unimpeded. Here, they saw bomb craters all around, which showed how fierce the battle was at that time. Tu Lei swallowed his saliva. The combat capability of this military base was terrifying, as it was able to defeat the army of the base city. If he was discovered, would he die miserably? Impossible. My invisibility will not be discovered. The mission message mentioned that the enemy only has powerful weapons and equipment, but no powerful individual extraordinary people. Tu Lei comforted himself and began to use his extraordinary abilities. His body gradually disappeared, and in less than 3 seconds, it was as if he did not exist there. He had become completely invisible. Tu Lei walked over so unscrupulously, but he didn't know that he was discovered as soon as he entered the detection range of the base. Oh, the first experimenter arrived so soon? Su Chun was a little surprised. When he enlarged the interface, his expression was stunned. System, come out and tell me, where is the intruder? The other party is a superhuman with the ability to become invisible. It is normal that the master cannot see him. After being openly despised by the system, Su Chun decisively took out his watchdog. Come on, Era. As soon as he finished speaking, a hound rushed out from behind a rock and bit Tu Lei's butt. Tu Lei never thought that a dog would appear and was bitten on the butt by the hound on the spot. Ah! Tu Lei let out a heart-wrenching scream, and suddenly he couldn't even maintain his invisibility and was exposed. He knelt on the ground in pain, holding the dagger in one hand, wanting to chop off the dog's head, but when a gun was pointed at his head, he stood still. This is the first one. Capture him and wait for the commander to deal with him. This was the only sentence Tu Lei heard before he fell into a coma. Tu Lei is just the first, not the last, and he is not the most unlucky one. Su Chen's defense circle here is very large, with various combat units distributed around it. Bunker hounds are the most common. There is a special combat unit placed in one direction by Su Chen. This is the radiation engineer he summoned with his level 4 authority. This guy who looks a bit like a magnetic infantryman can be said to be no longer a pure human. His body has a strong resistance to radiation. The big tube-like things on his body can create a radiation zone. Any life, including some non-living things, that enters it will be attacked by the radiation zone and die on the spot. Thinking back to the time in the game, Su Chen's favorite thing was to create a few radiation engineers, block some key roads, and kill the enemy soldiers one by one. It can be said that radiation engineers are really like a single man blocking the way for 10,000. Of course, if the opponent has long-range attack capabilities, the radiation engineers will be helpless. After all, games are different from reality. In the game, radiation engineers cannot move after putting down the big pipe, but it is different in reality. Radiation engineers can hide and move at will. However, the radiation zone has a very obvious feature, which is that it turns the ground green. Anyone with a discerning eye will know that there is a problem. It just depends on whether the other party will be fooled. What made Su Chen speechless was that there really was an idiot who was fooled. That idiot probably hoped for a lucky break and stepped directly into the radiation zone. After taking a few steps, he screamed and wanted to get out, but he died at the edge of the radiation zone. This was the first time Su Chen saw the power of radiation. It was completely different from the feeling in the game. It could be said that this thing was a powerful weapon once released. Just throw a radiation engineer into the enemy team and insert a large pipe into the ground to create a radiation zone, and there will be no living people around. If this is the case for one, what about a group of radiation engineers? Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. He found that he couldn't use the thinking of the game to think about things here. Many things were different from those in the game. For example, in the game it was impossible to let the radiation engineer fly into the sky and land. On the first day, all the invaders were caught, and those who were not caught were killed. These invaders all have various special supernatural powers, such as invisibility and camouflage. Unfortunately, these abilities were useless in Su Chen's eyes and were discovered in minutes. Chapter 41. Check out the house in advance. The sudden loss of so many extraordinary people frightened many people who were ready to make moves. In addition, when the news of the defeat in Bay City spread, no one dared to mention sneaking into the military base anymore. For a moment, the surroundings became very quiet, as if nothing had happened before. Only the people in the Bay City knew that after suffering such a huge loss, the top 10 families would definitely not give up. They have not taken any action for the time being, and they must be planning some big move. Su Chen didn't care. He brought 2 soldiers, Su Yi and Su Er, to the gate of the Bay City. It is estimated that the people in the Bay City could never have imagined that Su Chen, as the commander of the base, would actually come to them. With the strength of the 3 of them, they easily entered the Bay City. Later, when they were taking the combat power test, the 3 of them deliberately let themselves go, probably showing the strength of second-order extraordinary people, and directly obtained passes and badges representing extraordinary people. Why are you here? It's very dangerous here. It would be terrible if someone discovered your identity. When Leng Yue learned that Su Chen had entered the Bay City, she was completely stunned. This is an ordinary bar in Area C of the Bay City, with both ordinary people and extraordinary people in it. They were sitting in a private box. Luo Hang and Zhang Tao were also stunned when they first saw Su Chen. They never thought that Su Chen would come to the Bay City alone. Is he really not afraid of being discovered? Su Chen waved his hand. Calm down. I have never been here except for the gathering place number 21260. No one knows my identity except you 3. When the mutant beasts rioted and destroyed the gathering place, it can be said that only Leng Yue and 3 other people survived. In this way, no one else would know Su Chen's identity, and his identity would not be at risk of being exposed. Leng Yue thought about it carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. What are you doing here? Can't we just find out the news about the base city? Leng Yue asked curiously. She knew that the purpose of Su Chun asking 3 people to come here was mainly to deliver various information in a timely manner. She couldn't understand why Su Chun would take the risk to come here. Can't I come over and see the house in advance? Su Chun blinked. Lung Yue sprayed the wine in her mouth directly, almost spraying it on Su Chin's face. What did you say just now? See the house in advance. How can you look at a house by looking at the entire base city? Lung Yue felt terrible. She was really defeated by Su Chin's thinking. She knew that Su Chin wanted to control the base city, but she never expected that Su Chin would actually risk his life to come here for just this reason. This was simply unreasonable. In fact, looking at houses was only one of the reasons why Su Chin came here. The main reason he came here was for the core. As long as he has the core, he can build a base vehicle. With the base vehicle, as long as he waits for the appearance of super soldiers, he can continue to build new branch bases. The more sub-bases he has, the more energy he will get, and the stronger his combat effectiveness will be in the future. All of this is necessary. If he wants to get the core, he must come to the base city. If he waits until he controls the base city, it might be too late. Your strength has improved a lot. Are the energy crystals enough? Su Chun saw the strength of the 3 people at a glance. After all, he was a peak 5th level commander. If he didn't have this kind of vision, then there would be nothing to say. Enough, Brother Chin. Let me tell you, there are many more good things in this base city than in the gathering place. For example, this bottle of wine would be sold at a sky-high price in the gathering place, but here, it is just the most ordinary wine in this. Luo Heng already knew that they would follow Su Chun in the future, so how could they not flatter him at this time? Zhang Tao is a rather taciturn person, but his eyes are full of respect when he looks at Su Chun. Su Chun defeated the army sent by Base City with his own strength, which shocked him greatly. For the first time, he realized that Base City was not that powerful. At this moment, someone knocked on their box. Su Yi's ears moved slightly and said, "There are 8 people outside. 2 of them are extraordinary people. If nothing goes wrong, they are here to cause trouble." Looking for trouble? Hearing these 3 words, Lung Yue and the other 2 were stunned. Since they came to the base city, they have been very low-key and have been searching for all kinds of information. They have never caused any trouble. How did this trouble come about? Luo Heng was a smart man. He went over to open the door with a fake professional smile on his face. "What do you want to talk to us about?" "Get out of my way." The big man in the lead was very arrogant. He pushed Luo Heng away with one hand. His strength was so great that Luo Heng couldn't resist. This guy was an extraordinary person and was stronger than him. Then these people swarmed in and surrounded the small box tightly. "Well, it's really hot. It's you. Come with me." The big man completely ignored everyone else and pointed at Lung Yue. Now Su Chin finally understood that beautiful women are the root of trouble. This time it was Lung Yue's appearance that brought her trouble. Lung Yue was a little stunned. She hadn't encountered such a thing for a long time, but she didn't expect to experience it again in the base city. In the gathering place, she is very powerful and no one dares to treat her like this. But in the base city, her strength is lower middle level and she does not pose any threat. Lung Yue's face darkened. She was very confident in her appearance and knew how lethal she was to men. However, this man looked at her as if she were a commodity. Who did he think she was? Snap. The bullet was loaded, and a gun appeared in Lung Yue's hand, pointing at the big man's head. "Say it again." Lung Yue has never been a weak woman. She was the captain of the Rose team. As a woman, she made other men obey her orders, and it was not just her looks that counted. The big man was stunned for a moment. He didn't seem to expect Lung Yue's reaction to be so violent. If he fired a shot, even if the other party violated the rules of the base city, he would be doomed. A trace of cold sweat broke out on the big man's forehead, and he forced a smile on his face. "Beauty, let's talk it over. I just came here to invite you to a banquet. I have absolutely no other intentions." As expected, people will be timid in front of guns, unless they are confident that they can dodge bullets. But at that point, at least a 6th-level transcendent can do it. Banquet? I don't like attending any banquets. Go back and tell that person to get as far away from me as possible. Lung Yue was domineering. "Okay, that's what you said. Just wait for me." The big man did not forget to say something harsh before leaving, but his cowardly attitude made people laugh. Chapter 42. No woman dares to reject me. A good gathering was disrupted by outsiders, so Su Chan and others simply left and went to the place where Lung Yue and the other 2 were temporarily living. As a base city, it is home to thousands of people, which results in a shortage of residential space. The entire base city is divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, D. Area A is the most important area in the base city. Basically, people from the top 10 families live there. It is also the place with the best environment in the base city. Area B is where other families and some forces live. Only extraordinary people can enter here. Ordinary people are not qualified to enter. Area C is the most lively area, where there are both ordinary people and extraordinary people, a mixed crowd. Area D is where some ordinary people live. It can be said to be a refugee camp in the base city. The people here struggle for life every day and have no future. Unless someone unexpectedly becomes a transcendent, he will never be able to leave here in his entire life. This results in very compact living quarters in Area C, where Lung Yue and the other two live. Each of them only has a house of 20 square meters, and this is a privilege only granted because of their status as extraordinary people. If it were ordinary people, a room of 10 square meters would have to accommodate 10 people. The environment in this place is too bad. When I take control of the base city, I will give each of you a big house. Suchen said. Lung Yue didn't care. She didn't have any big requirements for the living environment, but Luo Hang was different. His eyes lit up immediately. Really? I want a house of thousands of square meters, a house that I can roll around in. No problem, but first of all, you need to continue to improve your strength, and secondly, don't die easily, otherwise the big house will be gone. The three of them have not gone out to perform missions during this period, and the energy crystals that Su Chun gave them are enough for them to use for several months. Once they go out to perform a mission, they are in danger of death, and the mutant beasts outside are not so easy to deal with. Just as they were chatting, a group of people suddenly rushed into their building and came to the floor where Lung Yue was. Open the door for me, people inside. We are from the city defense team. Someone reported that you have a Class A wanted criminal here. Open the door quickly. Lung Yue's expression changed slightly. Someone from the city defense team? The city defense team is a department that protects the base city. Most of its members are ordinary people, but as official personnel of the base city, even extraordinary people dare not do anything to them. If you offend the city defense team, the consequences will be disastrous. How could there be Class A wanted criminals here? They must be here on purpose to cause trouble. Luo Hang was very unhappy. No matter how unhappy they were, they couldn't easily offend the city defense team here. Otherwise, they would really be unable to move forward in the base city. It was Luo Hang who opened the door again, but before he could say anything, a large group of city defense team rushed in with guns, pointing them at everyone. Sui and Su-Er put their hands behind their backs and stood in front of Su Chun, blocking the direction of all bullets. As a red alert soldier, the safety of the commander must be your first priority. A man who looked like the captain of the city defense team looked at everyone, focusing on Lung Yue. Now Su Chun understood that these people from the city defense team must have been called by the person who invited Lung Yue to the banquet. The person who could mobilize the city defense team showed that he was of very high status and might even be a high-ranking figure. If Lung Yue was just an ordinary little person, it might be dangerous for such a person to target her. But now, Su Chun gave Lung Yue and the other two a look, telling them not to resist. They were soon captured by the city defense team, who told them to go back and assist in the investigation. The reasons were very high-sounding, but they were thrown into jail as soon as they returned. Of course, Lung Yue was not included, as she was taken away alone. Brother Chun, you must save the big sister. She will be in danger this time. Luo Hang was very anxious. As a member of the Rose team, he is very respectful to Lung Yue, otherwise he would not have always followed her. It can be said that Luo Hang had long regarded Lung Yue as his own sister. Don't worry, the reason I let her be captured is because I want to know who gave the order. Su Chun narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. If anyone dares to touch my people, I will make him die miserably. In secret, Su Chun instructed the system, turn over Lung Yue's picture. As long as Su Chun wanted, he could see everything within the radar range anywhere, not just in the command room. The next second, the image of Lung Yue appeared in Su Chun's mind. He saw Lung Yue sitting in a luxury car, wearing a blue dress, and her face seemed to have makeup on, which made her appearance increase several times. Lung Yue was originally a great beauty, and after dressing up like this, she was simply stunning. Wow, this is incredible. Su Chun murmured. Brother Chun, what did you say? It's nothing. We will escape from prison in a while and create some chaos here. While speaking, Su Chun looked at the other cells. There are more than just a few people imprisoned here. According to Su Chun's perception, there are at least more than 100 people imprisoned here, and dozens of them are extraordinary people. It is impossible for extraordinary people to be caught here for no reason. So there is only one truth. Someone used the city defense team to deliberately send these people to prison. On the other side, in a magnificent room, Wang Yi was chatting and laughing with a sexy beauty in his arm. As a role model in the Wang family, he had always been smooth sailing until he was hit by an arrow in the knee and was defeated by Su Chan. Since then, his life has not been as good as before. Other members of the Wang family were sneering and mocking towards him, and even some people whom he had looked down upon before were actually against him. Wang Yi was angry and came here to have some fun. Just then his men said they saw a beautiful woman, so he sent someone to invite her over. What made him unhappy was that the other party did not give him face, so he used his power to let the city defense team go over. This method was not the first time he had used it, and it was easy to succeed. He received news from his men that the beauty was on the way and was definitely more beautiful than any woman he had ever seen. He knew the character of his subordinates. Judging from their vision, they could say such things, which showed that the woman was definitely not a bad person. No woman dares to refuse me. You can't afford the consequences of rejecting me. Wang Yi was very proud. He possessed power that countless people envied, precisely because he was the young master of the Wang family. But when he thought of his previous failures, he felt his anger about to burn out. It was all the fault of the owner of the military base. If it weren't for him, he would have reached the peak of his life long ago. Why would he still be drinking here? Chapter 43 Chaos. Master, the person has been sent over. A transcendent came to Wang Yi's side and spoke in a low voice. Very good, send her over here. Wang Yi's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand, asking his men to take everyone away. Not long after, a beautiful woman who made Wang Yi's breath stop walked in from the door. Her cold face and seductive figure made Wang Yi feel something in himself was stirring. Beauty, you may not know who I am. Let me introduce myself first. I am Wang Yi, the young master of the Wang family. You can call me Young Master Wang. Wang Yi said chatteringly. Leng Yue had a cold face, but she was thinking about what Su Chan had told her before. When you meet that person, try to delay time, and we will come to rescue you. For some reason, she felt full of trust in Su Chen's words. Thinking of this, she began to play along with Wang Yi. When the radar detected Leng Yue coming to the door of a high-end hotel, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Action! As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yi's hands shook, and the handcuffs that bound his hands turned into powder. Then he kicked open the prison door and started fighting with the jailer outside. Su Er helped the others to untie themselves. Since others could not see their strength, they were treated according to the standards of second-level transcendence, which gave them an opportunity. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm sounded in the prison. Su Chen asked Luo Hang and Zhang Tao to help the prisoners escape, while he, Su Yi, and Su Er blocked the soldiers coming from above. It was estimated that this situation had not occurred in the base city for a long time, and those people were a little confused for a moment. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and run. Luo Hang shouted angrily when he saw that he had opened the door and these prisoners were still standing there stupidly. The prisoners woke up as if from a dream and rushed out excitedly. As long as they could escape from the base city, they would be free as a bird in the sky. Su Yi is a soldier at the peak of level 5, and although Su Er is a little bit behind, he is also at the peak of level 4. The two of them rushed forward recklessly, and no one could stop them. Oh no, it's a 5th-level transcendent. Hurry and ask someone to come over. When these soldiers found that their guns were almost useless against Su Yi, they became panicked. Which 5th-level transcendent is not a high and mighty figure? If they want to ask such a person to take action, it will take at least some time, but they just don't have time. While the prisoners rushed out and fought with the soldiers outside, Su Chen quietly took them away. Their strength was too strong, and no one was willing to stop them. After that, they found a car. Luo Hang skillfully opened the door, started the car, all in one go. Seeing Su Chen's strange look, Luo Hang explained, I learned a lot of things when I was a child in order to survive. Su Chen nodded to show his understanding. He knew that a child who knew nothing in the environment of a gathering place would really starve to death. The car's engine roared, following the route Su Chen directed, rushing all the way to the high-end hotel. Fortunately, this high-end hotel is still in Area C. If it were in Area B, it would be a bit troublesome. The chaos in the prison soon stabilized, except that a small number of prisoners escaped, causing chaos in the base city. Now even some high-ranking officials in the base city knew what was happening here. Let Chief Zhao take action. Give him 1 day to capture all the escaped prisoners. If there is one less, he will bring his own head to us. A big shot was angry. They were furious because they were defeated by that military base not long ago, and this incident suddenly triggered their anger. Area C of the base city was in chaos, and countless city defense teams began to take action, searching for the fugitives, including Su Qian and others. It's a pity that there are too few people here who own mobile phones, and no one took a picture of Su Chun and others who had just entered the prison. They only knew that these people who had just been arrested were very powerful, and one of them was actually a 5th-level transcendent. No one expected that Su Chun and others did not hide, but broke into a high-end hotel and rushed directly to a luxurious private room. Boom. The door was kicked open by Su Chun, and Wang Yi, who was chatting with Leng Yue inside, suddenly became furious. Who is so bold as to do this? However, before Wang Yi could say anything, a hot fist hit his head. Wang Yi was a 5th-level transcendent after all, so his reaction was not slow. He dodged immediately, but the opponent did not seem to be ready to let him go and fought with him. Su Chun ignored that. He believed in Su Yi's strength. The fact that he could pass the promotion task showed that Su Yi had great potential. Almost no one at the same level could be his opponent. Are you okay? Su Chun looked at Leng Yue. He had to say that the scene he saw with his own eyes was completely different from the interface shown by the radar. Even Su Chun was amazed by Leng Yue's outfit. Leng Yue noticed Su Chun's look and smiled. It's okay. You came at the right time. I'm glad you're okay. Change your clothes and let's go. Su Chun regained his composure. With such a big thing happening here, they can't stay in Area C for the time being. However, they can't enter Areas A, B, L either. The guards there are stricter. With this calculation, they only have one place to go, and that is Area D. While Su Chun was saying a few words, Su Yi had successfully subdued Wang Yi and brought him to Su Chun. Master, how do we deal with this person? Su Chun took a look at Wang Yi and recognized him immediately. This guy was the commander of the enemy attacking the base. What a coincidence. Su Chun did not hesitate and waved his hand. Kill him? Wang Yi's eyes widened. You're not playing by the rules. You should at least ask about my identity before making a decision, right? Wait, I'm from the Wang family, and my uncle is the controller of the base city. If you kill me, you'll be finished. Wang Yi hurriedly pointed out his identity. He was worried that these people were idiots who had no idea who they were, so he brought out his biggest backer. Oh, the controller of base city is your uncle? Su Chun seemed interested. That's right. My uncle is about to become a 7th-level peak transcendent. At his level, it's no problem for him to make things happen with a wave of his hand. As long as you let me go, I can guarantee in the name of the Wang family that I will not cause you any trouble. Wang Yi had a sincere expression on his face. In fact, he was already thinking about countless cruel punishments in his heart. As long as he escaped, he would use all means to catch these people and torture them to death. Really? But I don't need it. Su Chun's words were like the whisper of death, echoing in his ears, and these were the last words he heard. Chapter 44 Energy Beads. Wang Yi is dead. This news spread throughout the base city in a very short time. No one dared to believe that Wang Yi, the young master of the Wang family, would actually die in the base city. Some people said that 5 extraordinary beings broke into the hotel and killed Wang Yi inside. Wang Yi was a 5th-level extraordinary being, and the one who could kill him must be at least 5th level, or possibly even 6th level. There are not many 6th-level transcendents, even in the base city. If he was really killed by a 6th-level transcendent, then who was it? All of a sudden, the entire base city became in a state of panic, and those 6th-level extraordinary people did not dare to go out casually, for fear of being misunderstood by the Wang family and being regarded as the criminals who killed Wang Yi. For a while, the liveliness of Area C dropped a lot. But these have nothing to do with Su Chun and others who are hiding in Area D. They rented a house at a very low price. Of course, the house here is rather shabby and cannot be compared with the previous 3 areas. Haha, big sister, you didn't see how Brother Chun was in control of everything. If I were a woman, I would probably be fascinated by Brother Chun. Luo Heng was describing to Leng Yue some of the things that happened at that time, focusing on Su Chun's performance at that time. Leng Yue glanced at Su Chun. Is he really that worried about me? Su Chun closed his eyes, as if he was resting. In fact, no one knew that he was observing the situation in Area C through the radar. The area was now full of city defense team members. Whenever they saw someone on the road, they would go over to inquire, and the area was on high alert. Not only in Area C, but also at several entrances and exits of the base city, there are more guards, and everyone entering and leaving will be strictly checked. In this situation, the prisoners who wanted to escape had no chance. Only Su Chun and his group were not recorded. After all, Su Chun and the others were arrested because Wang Yi privately mobilized the city defense team, and they did not follow the formal procedures. The city defense team had no records of Su Chun and the others. They hid here just in case. It seems that we can't go to Area C in the next few days. We have to wait until the storm is over, and we have to collect information about the core. Su Chen pondered for a moment and called Luo Heng over. Brother Chen, what do you want me to do? Do you know that there is a more advanced crystal above the energy crystal? Su Chen asked. If it were in the past, Luo Heng really didn't know, but after spending some time in Base City with his cleverness, he had already figured out many things about Base City. Brother Chen, are you asking about energy beads? I heard that above energy crystals, there is something called energy beads. Of course, I have never seen this thing. I have only heard that it is only useful for extraordinary people above level 5. As for what it is used for, I don't know either. Being able to know these things in such a short time shows that Luo Heng really put a lot of thought into it. Go ask around to see if there's any place that sells energy beads. If you find any, come back and tell me right away. Brother Chen, don't worry. I'm the best at getting information. Luo Heng went out, and Zhang Tao also went around to collect various information. Su Yi and Su Er went out to observe the terrain to prevent any sudden crisis. In this way, Su Chun and Leng Yue were the only ones left in the room. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Su Chun simply didn't know what to say. After all, his relationship with Leng Yue was a bit strange. It didn't seem like they were friends, but it wasn't entirely like they were superiors and subordinates either. It was a bit complicated. Wangchang City is a third-level base city. Although it only has one seventh-level extraordinary person, I see that the most powerful among your subordinates is this fifth-level peak extraordinary person. How are you going to deal with him? Leng Yue said. Su Chen knew that Leng Yue was worried that he would not be able to defeat Base City and would eventually be annihilated by Base City. In fact, this seventh-level extraordinary person in the Base City is also the only variable that Su Chen is worried about. He has not yet produced a unit that can suppress the seventh-level extraordinary person. He thought of many ways, one of which was to grow slowly and wait for the superweapon to appear, such as a weather controller or a nuclear missile silo. He could launch any one of them and turn even a seventh-level transcendent into ashes. It's a pity that he wants to build a super weapon, which will require a lot of energy. Before the super weapon appears, the opponent's seventh-level extraordinary person may be dispatched. Su Chen decisively abandoned this method. The second method was to build a super soldier with strong combat power. Unlike Zhu Ling, who could attack from a distance, he needed a super soldier that could engage in close combat. As far as he knew, the seventh-level transcendent in Wangchang City seemed to be a melee type. The birth of a super soldier is the same as the authority level of the commander at that time. Zhu Ling was at the peak of level 5 when he was born. If he waits until his authority is upgraded to level 7, the super soldier born will be at the peak of level 7. By then, he will have the capital to compete with Wangchang City. However, he didn't know how long it would take for him to be upgraded to level 7 authority, and what he lacked most now was time. He knew that the 7th level transcendent in Wangchang City was in seclusion to break through, so he must improve his strength before he came out. Soon, 5 days passed. During these days, Luo Heng carefully inquired about the information about energy beads, but most people had only heard of this thing, but no one knew where to find it. However, Su Chen did not get the news about the energy beads, but got the news from Zhu Ling instead. She had successfully brought the base vehicle to the location of the paratrooper team and was ready to start building a branch base. Okay, build quickly, mine the iron ore as quickly as possible, and establish a certain defense system to protect the subbase. This was Su Chen's order. As long as the subbase continues to dig out iron ore, he will be able to obtain a large amount of energy. In the future, he will be able to get considerable energy income even if he does nothing every day. This is a great thing for him. After receiving Su Chen's order, Zhu Ling began to unfold the base vehicle. It was the same scene that Su Chen saw at the beginning. It was a base vehicle that looked small, but it covered a large area after being unfolded. Then power plants, refineries and other buildings were all built. In order to obtain energy quickly, Zhu Ling directly used energy to erase the construction time. Su Chen looked at his energy points dropping rapidly and felt a pain in his flesh, but when he thought about his future energy income, he could only pretend that he didn't see it. No one knows that 1,000 kilometers away, there is another base full of powerful combat power, which will become a help to Su Chen. Brother Chen, I heard about the energy beads. At this moment, Luo Heng ran in excitedly. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. Is this considered good things coming in pairs? Chapter 45, Do we have so much money? According to the information Luo Heng received, an energy bead will appear in an auction house at noon tomorrow, and this item will be the finale of the auction. The next day, Su Chen brought Sui and Luo Heng to the auction house. The reason why Leng Yue and the others were not brought along was mainly because he was worried about accidents. Su Er was responsible for protecting them there. Brother Chen, according to the information I heard, This auction house is quite high-end, and it seems difficult for ordinary people to get in, Luoheng said in a low voice. Suchen remained calm and said, just follow me, don't worry about other things. Suchen walked in front, and Su-yi and Luoheng followed behind him like bodyguards. The three of them came to the door of the auction house and were stopped by a guard. Sir, please show us your VIP card. The guard was very polite. After all, anyone who could come here was not simple. I heard that there are a lot of good things for sale here. Can I enter without a VIP card? Suchen's expression was a little arrogant, and he completely demonstrated the posture of a young master from a big family. The guard was shocked. He didn't know who this person was, but there were too many people here that he couldn't afford to offend. Sir, this auction is different from previous ones, so we have issued new orders. Only people with VIP cards can enter. There is nothing I can do about it. The guard smiled bitterly. At this moment, Luoheng took a few steps forward and slapped the guard in the face. How dare you? Even my young master can't enter. Who else is qualified? The guard was stunned and frightened by Luoheng's words. Could it be that this young master was from the Wang family? Only someone from the Wang family would dare to say such things, right? Just as Luoheng was about to continue, Suchen stopped him with a wave of his hand. Stop. It's just a VIP card. How can I do it? Seeing Suchen's unhappy look, the guard was worried that he would be targeted by this young Master Wang, and his life would definitely be difficult in the future, so he thought of a way. Sir, the box is full, but I can arrange ordinary seats for you. I just need you to bear with me. How dare you? Luoheng was furious and prepared to slap him again. As a result, Sui stopped him. Sui looked cold and said, let the young master decide everything. Do you want to die? As he spoke, Sui burst out with the aura of a 4th-level transcendent, shocking the guard. Now the guards are even more certain that Suchen is the young master of the Wang family. Apart from the young master of the Wang family, who else could have a 4th-level transcendent as a bodyguard? As if frightened by Sui, Luoheng retreated obediently. Even ordinary seats are fine. I don't want to see some people's faces. Please prepare them for us. Suchen seemed to have an expression of disgust. The guards didn't think much about it and hurriedly prepared seats for them. As long as the guards could put them in, everything would be fine. The guards still had this power. And this time, due to the higher level of the venue, many people without VIP cards were unable to enter, resulting in not many people in the ordinary seats. The three of them just found an inconspicuous place to sit down. Although it is called an ordinary seat, everything is prepared according to high standards, and it does not look like an ordinary seat at all. The three of them waited for about 10 minutes before the auction began. The surrounding lights dimmed, and beams of light illuminated the entire stage. A sexy and beautiful woman appeared on the stage. She held a small wooden hammer in her hand. There was a table next to her, and on it was a plate covered with a red cloth. Welcome to our Tianyu auction house. We have prepared dozens of auction items this time. There will definitely be something you like. Next, we will start the auction of the first auction item. The beauty didn't say anything more. She knew that these people came here for the auction items, not her appearance. In such an occasion, beauties are obviously not as important as the auction items. Watching the auction items appear one by one, Suchen and Sui were very calm. Only Luoheng was very excited. This was his first time to participate in an auction of this level, and these things really opened his eyes. Most of them are various weapons. In this world, a powerful weapon is sometimes more useful than powerful strength. For example, the 9th auction item is an ice and fire mine. Once a creature steps on it and leaves, it will immediately explode with the power of ice and fire, causing the creature to die cruelly in the realm of ice and fire. This thing can kill a 4th-level transcendent, and even a 5th-level transcendent will be injured. Many people are bidding for it. If Luoheng didn't know he had no chance, he would almost have wanted to snatch it. Suchen didn't care about the things in front. He only cared about one thing, which was the final item, the energy bead. Next is the finale of this auction. I believe all the distinguished guests know what this is. Yes, it is the energy bead that all the distinguished guests have been looking forward to. And this time there are not just one, but two. The whole audience was in an uproar. No one probably thought that there would be 2 energy beads. If these were given to a 6th-level transcendent at the peak, then maybe this 6th-level transcendent would have a chance to break through and become a 7th-level transcendent. Once one becomes a 7th-order transcendent, not only will one's strength undergo a drastic change, but one's status will also be completely different. Even if he cannot become the controller of the base city, he will definitely be the deputy controller. This kind of situation usually only occurs in 1st and 2nd-level base cities. Third, and third-level base cities have never had a situation where they have a deputy controller. There is no way. The birth of a 7th-level transcendent is too difficult. The appearance of every 7th-level transcendent is a carnival for mankind. One energy bead may not be guaranteed, but two are different. At this moment, the atmosphere in the field became a little solemn. Everyone wanted to take pictures of the two energy beads. They all wanted to become a family with a 7th-level extraordinary person. Su Chun ignored the atmosphere around him, his eyes fixed on the two energy beads on the stage. System, are those two the cores? Yes. After getting recognition from the system, Su Chun finally felt relieved, and then the auction began. 10 million hope coins, the first person shouted. You want two energy beads for 10 million? I'll give you 30 million. 50 million. 100 million. The last voice came from Su Chun. This sentence scared Luo Heng. He asked nervously, Brother Chun, do we have so much money? This is 100 million hope coins, not just one hope coin. Even if Su Chun had given them so many energy crystals at the beginning, there would not be as much as 100 million. Chapter 46 Citywide Alert. Luo Heng had never seen Su Chun have so much money. Even if Su Chun had a lot of energy crystals, it would take at least a large truck. This amounted to 100 million hope coins. Sure enough, Su Chun's price of 100 million shocked everyone. For the big families in the base city, 100 million hope coins could be taken out, but it would be a huge loss and not worth it. Although the energy bead can give a 6th-level transcendent hope of breaking through to the 7th level, it is only a hope, and the success rate may be less than 30%. Even if you can buy it, but fail to break through in the end, it would be a huge loss. Su Chun suddenly became the focus of everyone in the audience. When they saw that Su Chun was such a young man, they all asked each other which family this young man was from. But after asking around, they found that no one knew this person, which meant that the young man was not from their circle. But he is not in their circle, so how could he possibly afford 100 million? Soon, the beauty on the stage heard something, and she shouted to Su Chun, Sir, because 100 million hope coins are of great importance, my auction house hopes that you can take out something worth 100 million hope coins, or an amount of 100 million hope coins. I hope you don't mind. This worry is correct. If Su Chun clearly does not have 100 million but offers a price of 100 million, and the item does not get sold in the end, then it is the auction house's responsibility. I have something here that's worth 100 million. Su Chun strode onto the stage and came to the side of the beauty. The beauty was also a little curious about what could be worth 100 million. Since the end of the world, there were only a handful of things worth 100 million. Excuse me, sir, what is worth 100 million? This is it. As he said that, Su Chun stretched out his hand and grabbed the two energy beads beside him, then smiled brightly and slipped away decisively. From the very beginning, Su Chun was not prepared to spend money to buy the energy beads. Since he couldn't afford it, he could only rob it. The beauty was stunned for a moment and screamed, Robbery! Everyone in the auction hall was shocked. Someone actually dared to rob in the base city. He must want to die, right? Sui had been reminded by Su Chun early in the morning, so he grabbed Luo Heng's arm and rushed out at a very fast speed. The auction suddenly turned into a chase meeting. With Su Chun and Su Yi's strength at the peak of the 5th level, their speed is as fast as lightning. Ordinary extraordinary people can't catch up with their speed at all, and even bullets from guns can't hit them. This is the power of 5th level extraordinary people. What should we do with the big sister and the others? Luo Heng suddenly reacted. I asked them to wait at the door in advance. Su Chun did not let them go out directly. After all, the inspection at the door was very strict. Even if they let Lung Yue go, she was too conspicuous. When he got to the door, he would wait for them to pass by and then rush out. This was Su Chun's plan. Being able to get 2 cores, this operation is worth it. I can now build 2 branch bases. Su Chun thought. He could see that his energy was gradually increasing at a very fast speed. Zhu Ling's base had already started mining. Judging from the speed, there were probably no less than 10 transdimensional mining trucks. The entire base city was in an uproar. Ever since the jailbreak happened yesterday, no one expected that a robbery would occur just a few days later, and it happened at the Tianyu auction house. Everyone knows that Tianyu auction house is a large auction house spanning more than a dozen base cities. To offend this auction house is even more terrifying than to offend the controller of a base city. It is said that Tianyu auction house has at least one 7th level transcendent backing it up. Some people who heard about this were confused. Are these people looking for death? Su Chun didn't have time to care about what other people thought. He was now trying hard to run towards a city gate. Lung Yue, who was near the city gate, suddenly found that the gate was closed. What should she do? Once the city gate is closed, no one can open it without the order of the top leaders of the base city. This city gate is quite strong and is said to be able to withstand the attacks of fifth-order extraordinary people. Did something happen to Brother Chen and the others? Zhang Tao asked puzzledly. When Zhang Tao called Su Chen Brother Chen for the first time, he was shocked. I really can't bear it when a middle-aged man like you calls me Brother Chen. Later, Su Chen realized that this guy just grew up quickly. It should be correct. I wonder what big noise they have made that even the city gates are starting to close. Leng Yue knew that if this continued, even if Su Chen and the others came, they would not be able to get out. This won't work, Su Er. I know I'm not qualified to give you orders, but I hope you can think about it. If this continues, Su Chen may not be able to get out. I think it's best for us to create some chaos here so that they can arrive in time. Leng Yue thought her method was good, but she overlooked one problem. Su Er could contact Su Chen at any time, which meant that Su Chen had already been prepared. Miss Long, don't worry. The young master has already made preparations. We just need to wait here. Su Er was very calm. Influenced by Su Er, Leng Yue finally calmed down. Since Su Chen was prepared, she just had to wait. It was Su Chen who rescued her from the gathering place full of mutant beasts. Not long after, the city gate was finally closed, and then Leng Yue heard a burst of gunfire, getting closer and closer to them. Finally, she saw 3 people rushing towards her. Who else could it be but Su Chen and his 2 companions? The city gate is closed. Su Chen stopped beside Leng Yue and saw the changes in the city gate, but his tone was very calm, without any sense of anger. What should we do now? Leng Yue asked. Us? Before Su Chen could speak, an angry roar sounded. No one has ever dared to rob things from my Tianyu auction house. You are so brave. The next second, a fat man with a broad body appeared not far away. He looked at Su Chen breathlessly, as if he wanted to eat him. The fat man is the extraordinary person who is in charge of the Tianyu auction house, a peak 5th-level extraordinary person. After all, even the Tianyu auction house cannot equip every auction house with a 6th-level transcendent. A 5th-level peak transcendent is already quite strong. It's a pity that this fat guy doesn't know that Wang Yi, a 5th-level peak transcendent, died at the hands of Su Yi. So who is he? Su Chen ignored him and looked up at the sky. Suddenly he chuckled. It should be about time. As soon as he finished speaking, a shrill alarm sounded in the base city, and the whole city was on alert. Chapter 47, I'm not here to fight. Everyone in the base city was confused. Why was there a city-wide alert? This level of alarm hasn't been issued since the mutant beast attack more than a decade ago. Could it be that the mutant beasts are attacking again? At this moment, the faces of the old people who had experienced that incident changed drastically. The base city was not of this scale at the beginning. It could only be regarded as a large gathering place at most. If it were not for the passion of the people at that time who used their lives to fight against the mutant beasts, how could there be the base city today? When the fat man heard the alarm, his fat body trembled and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. How is it possible that the mutant beast would attack us at this time? But he knew that every time the safety of the base city was at stake, all the extraordinary people in the city would unconditionally accept orders and fight for the base city. If someone did not fight, that person would be found out and killed on the spot to intimidate others. Especially as strong ones, they must lead by example and be at the forefront. This is the biggest reason why mankind has been able to survive until now. The fat man is a 5th-level peak transcendent and is considered a high-ranking figure in the base city. Except for the only 7th-level transcendent controller, there are not many 6th-level transcendents. In other words, his strength can rank among the top 15 in the base city. By then, he would definitely be on the front line, which was the last thing he wanted to see. Not only the fat man, but also the heads of those big families were frightened when they heard the alarm, and hurriedly asked what the reason was for issuing a city-wide alarm. Master, our people have discovered that a large number of troops are heading towards the base city, less than 10 kilometers away from the base city. Preliminary estimates show that they are not part of the known base city. Please issue an order, Master. These family heads were all stunned. A large number of legions were heading towards the base city, and they were not legions from other base cities. What was going on? Suddenly their expressions froze and they thought of a possibility. These legions might be from that military base. Well, the last revenge has not been taken yet, and they actually have the guts to come here. Do they think that we, Wangchang City, are easy to bully? A family head was angry. The most powerful feature of a base city is not its offensive capability, but its defensive capability. After all, if its defensive capability is too poor, the base city would not have been able to exist for such a long time. Hurry up and find out what army the other side has dispatched. Soon, the news about the legion outside reached the hands of each family head. They carefully looked at the other party's information and suddenly fell silent, because they discovered that the other side actually had 500 tanks, which looked like they had never seen before, and were more powerful than the Black Lion tanks. They also found 80 anti-aircraft vehicles of the same type that destroyed the helicopter team. These two types of weapons alone gave them a headache. Tanks are used against ground forces, and anti-aircraft vehicles are used against air forces. This makes it almost impossible for them to go out to fight, and they can only passively defend. This is a shame for a base city. Not only that, what shocked them the most was that the other side actually dispatched an infantry unit of 1,000 people, which made those big guys a little incomprehensible. What role can these infantrymen play in this kind of battle? Only Su Chen showed a smile. Since the birth of his soldiers, he has never used the special abilities of his soldiers. Yes, soldiers do have special abilities that allow them to excel in combat. The people in the base city had no idea why these legions came here. Could it be that they were here to avenge the attack they suffered last time? But it was clearly us who were defeated, and you still want to take revenge. What does this mean? The big guys in the base city are really depressed. They go to someone's house to bully him, but end up being bullied by others. They go home in shame, and the other party even comes to their house to beat them up. Who the hell can they go to for justice? It's not just these troops. Soon they saw the 150 armed helicopters in the sky. The enemy even had air units. How could they fight them? It's not that base city does not have air defense capabilities, but its air defense capabilities are relatively weak. There are no powerful flying mutant beasts in this area, which leads to not much deployment in this regard in Wangchang City. If 150 helicopters rush towards Wangchang City, it is very likely that a few of them will be able to break in and pose a threat to the people inside. This situation is not what the bigwigs in Wangchang City want to see. It can be said that Su Chen's team cannot destroy the entire Wangchang City, but it is enough to inflict heavy losses on Wangchang City, which will trigger a citywide alarm. Due to the citywide alarm, Su Chen's affairs seem to become unimportant for a moment. Brother Chen, could it be that those legions outside are you? Luo Heng heard the voices of people around him and immediately thought of this. Su Chen looked at Luo Heng with praise. This guy was indeed very smart. Yes, when we set out for the auction house, I contacted them and they sent troops to meet us. Luo Heng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, Brother Chen, your welcome and the welcome I know are not the same, right? How can this be called welcoming? This is clearly about actively starting a war, right? Faced with Su Chen's troops, the base city did not dare to ignore them and immediately sent people over to find out the other party's intentions. If there was a possibility of negotiation, that would be the best. However, as soon as this incident is over, these big guys will never let go of that military base. They will not allow others to sleep soundly beside their beds. The threat posed by the military base to them is getting bigger and bigger, and it must be eradicated as soon as possible. No one has ever thought about whether or not to unite with the people in the military base. To the top leaders of the base city, anyone who does not follow their orders is a traitor to humanity. A man dressed like a foreign gentleman drove over in a car. He shouted from a distance of 100 meters, I am a negotiation expert sent by the base city. Is the other party from the military base? Please ask your commander to come forward and speak. Not long after, a figure walked out. It was Su San. Su Chen, Su Yi, and Su Er are all in the base city. So the only one who can serve as a representative is Su San. However, Su Chen can talk to Su San in time, which means that Su San's words are equivalent to Su Chen's words. I am the commander. Tell the people in the base city to open the city gates. I want to attend the auction held by Tianyu Auction House, not to fight. Su San lied with his eyes open. The other party's negotiation expert almost couldn't help but spit in his face. You just came here to attend an auction, and you brought such a big fuss with you? Do you think I'm stupid? Do you believe that this group of people are not here to fight? Not to mention other things, the fuel consumption alone for the mobilization of these legions is a horrific expense. It's a pity that he doesn't know that these things don't consume fuel, but only consume energy, and the price is very cheap. Chapter 48, Breaking Down the Gate. The negotiation expert knew something. The Tianyu auction had ended, but the finale item was snatched away by someone in the end, and now it seemed that he was chasing the person who stole the item. So he briefly explained the matter, and Su San was furious. What? The thing I wanted was snatched away by the crowd. Where is he? I will cut him into pieces. The negotiation experts never thought that Su Chen was the real commander of these people. After all, who would have thought that the commander of a military base would sneak into their base city? "Commander, please calm down. That man will be caught soon. We can then hold another auction. If you're interested, you can participate at any time." But can these legions? The main purpose of the negotiation expert is to get these legions to leave. Otherwise, these legions will pose a great threat to the base city. How could Susan let them capture the commander? He came here just to rescue the commander. "If you can't catch anyone, we can help." Without waiting for the negotiation expert to speak, Susan shouted, "Where are the soldiers?" "Here." The 1,000 soldiers behind shouted at the same time, their voices reaching the sky. Even the base city could hear this shocking sound. "Go help base city catch people. If we can't catch anyone, everyone will be punished."
Yes.
After saying that, the soldiers completely ignored the grim-looking negotiation expert and headed straight towards the base city. The negotiation expert was sweating profusely and quickly took out a cell phone to contact the higher-ups inside. He couldn't let the weapons from the base city hurt these soldiers, otherwise the two sides would really be in a situation of life and death. But the negotiation expert forgot one thing. After the last battle, the two sides were already in a situation of a fight to the death. 1,000 soldiers formed a square formation and marched in unison. That formation made the soldiers standing on the city wall feel nervous. They had never seen such soldiers since the end of the world. This was something that only existed before the end of the world. Each city gate has its own city guard. The city guard here is an early 5th level transcendent, and his strength is not weak. But when he saw these 1,000 soldiers coming towards him, he felt like he didn't know what to do. As long as he gives the order, these 1,000 soldiers will be killed soon, but after that, base city and the other side will fight. Even if base city can win, it is estimated that it will suffer heavy losses. The opponent's strength is not weak. At this time, the big guys were also arguing fiercely. There was only one reason that could make them quarrel, and that was how to treat these people. Some people advocated fighting the other side directly, saying that anyone who dared to provoke base city would be courting death. However, some people also think that the enemy's vanguard has such strength, and its actual strength may be no less than that of the base city. In the end, if they fight, both sides will suffer losses. Neither side could convince the other, and finally the head of the Wang family spoke up. "Have you forgotten that we sent troops to deal with them a few days ago? Do you think they will repay evil with kindness?" The words of the Wang family head were very realistic. They had fought once before, and no matter how good their attitude was now, the other party would never forget it. "In that case, let's fight." The battle broke out suddenly, and the first to open fire were the base city's city defense cannons. As the largest and most powerful cannon in the base city, the city defense cannons have made many contributions, and this time would be no exception. At least hundreds of city defense cannons opened fire, with shells aimed at where the soldiers were. No one thought that these soldiers could survive. It's a pity that they don't know how powerful these soldiers are. Seeing that the shells were about to explode among the soldiers, those people suddenly saw a flash before their eyes. A circle of things like small fortresses appeared around the soldiers, surrounding them. In addition, the barrels of the guns in each person's hand became thicker and bigger, giving off a hint of the breath of ferocious beasts. This is exactly the soldier's special ability, deployment. Only some arms have this ability, and the deployment capabilities of each arm are different. For example, the deployment capabilities of soldiers can form a small fortress around them to protect themselves, and the power of the weapons in their hands also changes and becomes stronger. The only flaw with deployed soldiers is that they cannot move. They can only move again after being dedeployed. After deployment, the soldiers' offensive and defensive capabilities were greatly improved, and there was also a hidden ability. This was told to Su Chan by the system, otherwise he would not have known it. That is, when the number of deployed soldiers increases and is within a certain range, their deployment capabilities will be increased, up to 1/10 of the total. In other words, out of 1,000 red alert soldiers, each can improve various attributes by 200%. This is the bonus after deployment. It can be said that each of these red alert soldiers is a tough nut to crack. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells fell into the range of the soldiers. No one thought that these soldiers could survive. Although the city defense cannon was the weakest cannon, that was relative to cannons. Its power was much greater than that of firearms. Even if a third-level transcendent was hit by the city defense artillery without any preparation, he would at least be seriously injured. If he was unlucky, he would be killed on the spot, not to mention those below the third level. These soldiers are all at the peak of level 3, so it is no problem for them to withstand the city defense artillery. With the various bonuses deployed, they can resist the city defense artillery without any harm. When the people on the city wall saw that none of the soldiers were injured, everyone fell silent. Am I dazzled? That was a city defense cannon, How is it possible that no one died? Could it be that they are all transcendents above level 4? Someone murmured. No one believed that these soldiers were all transcendent beings above level 4. Even the base city could not achieve this. The people in the base city were dumbfounded, but the red alert soldiers were not. After they were deployed, the shooting range of their guns increased, just enough to hit the city gate. So 1,000 red alert soldiers opened fire at the same time, and the scene was quite shocking. Boom, boom, boom. The city gate was shaking a lot. This was an attack by 1,000 soldiers. Even if the city gate could withstand the attack of a 5th level transcendent, it would still be overwhelmed. Fight back, kill all those people. The city defender couldn't help it and gave the order. Along with the city defender's orders, all kinds of sounds were heard on the city wall, including city defense cannons, rocket launchers, and various firearms. As for the more advanced cannons, no one used them. It was a waste to use these advanced cannons against soldiers. Chapter 49 Red Alert Soldiers vs Extraordinary. A war broke out. Under Su Chen's command, all combat units pressed forward, bringing great pressure to the city gate. After all, the base city was originally designed to defend against mutant beasts, and almost no consideration was given to defending against humans' own weapons. This is the first time that a situation like this of attacking the base city has occurred. The Grizzly tank's artillery fire was directed at the various city defense cannons on the base city's walls. Almost every shot would destroy a city defense cannon, which made the city defenders feel very distressed. The armed helicopters even launched missiles, causing explosions on the city walls from time to time. No one could withstand the power of the missiles from the armed helicopters unless the opponent was a 4th level transcendent. Only the multi-purpose infantry vehicle did not move, hanging behind the tank troops, ready to defend against the enemy's air units at any time. For a moment, the city gate was suppressed. The city defenders knew that if this continued, their city gate would be in danger. Although other weapons were rushing here, the city gate would be gone before that. Fortunately, these people didn't know that the purpose of these legions was to welcome Su Chen. Otherwise, they would definitely concentrate all their strength to capture Su Chen. The city gate was shaky and about to be blown to pieces by artillery fire. At this moment, the city guard seemed to have received some orders. He gritted his teeth and issued an order that seemed to be a dead end to his men. Let all extraordinary people leave the city and fight against the enemy. Don't let them enter the city. The city defender knew that if his city gate was breached, even if he killed these people in the end, his position would be lost and his end would be miserable. As the only city defender whose city gates were breached by others in decades, he will be recorded in history, of course in a bad way. In order to defend the city gate, he had no choice but to give this order. Only extraordinary people can stop the enemy's soldiers and tank troops. As for the helicopter troops, they will naturally be dealt with by the base city's air defense forces. Once a citywide alarm is sounded, all extraordinary people in the base city must unconditionally accept all orders, even if the order is to send them to their deaths. Soon, all the extraordinary people in the surrounding area were gathered together, even including Su Chen and others. In the eyes of the people at Tianyu Auction House, they were robbers who stole the auction items, but in the eyes of the city defenders, they were all extraordinary people in the base city and naturally had to obey orders. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. He finally waited for the base city to issue this order. In fact, before this, he knew that the base city had this order. As long as his army suppressed the city gate, the city defenders would definitely send nearby extraordinary people to fight, and this would be their chance. If there is chaos among the people, they will have a chance to escape, and this is what Su Chen wants to see most. Since Su Chen entered with the strength of a 2nd-level transcendent, his position was relatively far back. In the front were several 5th-level transcendents, including the city guard, including the Fat Man. The Fat Man was very depressed. His strength was the strongest in this area, which meant that he had to stand in the front. Damn it, the people at that military base are really good at finding trouble. Can't you just wait until I finish my job before coming? The Fat Man cursed in his heart. He just wanted to enjoy his life here peacefully. Fighting was not something he liked, but he had no choice now. The city defenders went down to fight, and the person in charge of command became an adjutant. With an order, a team of more than 300 extraordinary people suddenly rushed out of the city gate. Boom! The tank shells never stopped and were fired directly at the extraordinary person's position. This was naturally Su Chen's order. Otherwise, no matter how brave the Red Alert soldiers were, they would not dare to fire at the commander's position. Su Chen possesses the strength of the peak 5th level and can almost ignore these ordinary shells. Even though some of the Grizzly tanks have been upgraded to the 1st level after the last battle, Su Chen is still not afraid. Only Leng Yue and the other two needed their protection, Otherwise, if they were hit by a shell, there would be no chance of survival. Get out of my way. Seeing a shell coming, the fat man yelled and slapped it directly, knocking the shell away on the spot and exploding in midair. This is the power of the 5th level transcendence. Their bodies are almost not afraid of these ordinary shells, and being directly blown away is a piece of cake. It can be said that with the strength of a 5th level transcendent, he can completely deal with a group of 1,000 people by himself, provided that the opponents are all ordinary people. Seeing that their own 5th level extraordinary person was so powerful and completely ignored the artillery shells, the extraordinary people behind him were like being injected with chicken blood. They hugged their weapons tightly and rushed forward. Their target is the team of 1,000 people. They believe that as long as there is a 5th level extraordinary person leading the team, what can 1,000 soldiers do? No one has ever thought that those 1,000 soldiers were all extraordinary people. Hundreds of extraordinary people showed off their abilities. Some suddenly grew larger, some became extremely fast, and some even added their own strength to bullets, making the bullets they fired extremely powerful. These are the extraordinary people. Except for some extraordinary people who do not have extraordinary abilities. Those who have extraordinary abilities emit their own light and rush forward directly. In this era, thermal weapons are extremely powerful, but extraordinary people cannot be ignored. Su Chen knew that if he wanted to truly create chaos, he would have to fight in close combat. If both sides kept shooting at each other, they would never be able to get close. So Su Chen canceled the deployment of the soldiers and directly ordered the Red Alert soldiers to launch an assault. The two teams finally collided with each other. As soon as they came into contact, the extraordinary people in the base city were stunned. They thought they could easily kill the enemy soldiers, but in one encounter, they lost dozens of people, while the enemy only lost a few. This contrast made the city defender's face change drastically. Just now he was about to kill a soldier, but the soldier barely dodged him, and 2 more soldiers rushed over, and the 3 of them dealt with him together. These soldiers were all at the peak of the 3rd level, and their abilities in all aspects were very balanced, which meant that when 3 of them joined forces, they could actually fight on par with the city defenders at the early 5th level. Only the fat man at the peak of level 5 is more troublesome. His strength is too strong, and the soldiers at the peak of level 3 can hardly stop him. However, for the commander's order, they are willing to use their lives to stop him. No one noticed that the Red Alert soldiers seemed to be unable to see Su Chen and others. They found the extraordinary people around them and rushed over one by one. They looked like they were ready to fight them to the death. Su Chen and others easily came to the back of the Red Alert soldiers. The people below could not notice this problem, but the adjutant on the city wall discovered this unusual scene. Chapter 50 Su Chen's Trump Card. The adjutant's face changed slightly. He had always been wondering why the military base would come to attack the base city at this time. At first he thought the military base was just here to test them, but fighting like this was no longer a test. But just now he saw 6 people break away from the team of extraordinary people and go to the back of the enemy soldiers unimpeded. The key point was that the enemy soldiers seemed not to have seen those 6 people, which gave the adjutant an idea. The main purpose of the other party coming here this time is to rescue these 6 people, and attacking the city gate is just to cover up their tracks. Thinking of this possibility, the adjutant subconsciously took out his mobile phone, ready to report the matter, but at this moment, a hand grabbed his mobile phone, and then he felt a pain in his heart. Before he died, he saw that the person who killed him was actually his most trusted confidant. Why? As a supernatural being, he did not die so quickly and still had a breath left. It's nothing, you're just unlucky. The man smiled and stabbed the dagger forward a little more. This time the adjutant was really dead. Since the two were located relatively far back, and everyone was paying attention to the battle below, no one could have imagined that someone would frame their adjutant on the city wall. This man hid the adjutant's body, then stood up. After a series of changes, his clothes and appearance became exactly the same as the adjutant just now. If someone saw this, they would probably be shocked beyond words. Isn't this the ability of camouflage? The commander is in danger. We can't delay any longer. The man murmured. The next second, he issued an order for all extraordinary people to retreat. When receiving this order, the city defender was a little unbelievable. What was the adjutant doing? Didn't he see that they had the upper hand? Because of the melee between them, Su Chen's tanks and armed helicopters were unable to fire at the area to avoid accidentally injuring their own people. Even though the Red Alert soldiers all had peak level 3 combat power, the city defender and the fat man, 2 level 5 transcendents, were too powerful, causing a lot of damage to the soldiers. Among the other transcendents, there were also some level 3 and level 4 transcendents, who caused considerable casualties to the soldiers. In just a few minutes of fighting, the Red Alert soldiers had lost more than 100 people, and the extraordinary people had also lost nearly 100 people. If this continues, the final result is likely to be that all the Red Alert soldiers are killed, and the other side will only have 2 fifth-level extraordinary people left. Therefore, although the city defender was very unhappy with the adjutant's order, he still carried out the order. After all, it was he who handed over the power, and now the adjutant was the one with the most power here. Retreat. At the order from the city defender, these extraordinary people immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran back. Who would be willing to stay in a battlefield where people could die? The city defender came to the city wall angrily, wanting to find his adjutant. But when he went up to take a look, where was his adjutant? "Where is the adjutant?" the city defender asked when he caught someone. "Mr. City Guard, after the adjutant gave that order, he left the city wall, and I don't know where he went." But not long after, someone found the adjutant's body in a relatively hidden place. Everyone was stunned. According to the test, the adjutant died before the order was given. So, who was the adjutant who gave the order? At the same time, in a dark corner of the base city, a seemingly ordinary man was communicating with Su Chen. "Commander, I have evacuated safely, and no one will discover my identity." "Very good. Thanks to you this time. From now on, you should find a way to get to the top of base city. Of course, don't be too prominent. Keeping a low profile is the most important thing. Remember one thing, before your strength reaches the 6th level, you must try not to come into contact with 6th level extraordinary people. Of course, the same goes for 7th level extraordinary people. There is a certain probability that they will see through your disguise." "Yes, Commander." The communication was cut off. The man pressed down the hat on his head and walked into the crowd. This man was none other than Su Chen's trump card, the spy he had drawn through the lottery. Only Su Chen knew about the existence of the spy. He did not tell anyone. Since he was a spy, his identity had to be kept secret. The spy's strongest ability is disguise. He can disguise himself as anyone. Of course, the premise is that the opponent's strength is not too strong. If he is asked to disguise himself as a 6th level or even 7th level extraordinary person, he will be easily exposed. After all, his own strength is only at the peak of the 5th level. Su Chen had already asked the spies to disguise themselves as soldiers on the city gate. At the critical moment, they could kill the powerful figures on the gate and replace them. At the beginning, Su Chen's target was the city defender, but unfortunately the city defender had to take the fight himself. However, it would be nice to have an adjutant. At least he could give orders. Without the obstruction of the extraordinary people, the remaining Red Alert soldiers escorted Su Chen and others back to the tank corps. An armed helicopter picked them up and all the corps began to retreat. This anticlimax operation left the bigwigs in the base city confused. What were the people in the military base doing? Since the only adjutant who knew the truth was killed by a spy, the rest of the people had no idea what had happened, and the incident became a mystery. However, the actions of the military base this time gave the base city a big slap in the face, making those bigwigs look ugly. When did their Wangchang city become a place where anyone could come and go as they pleased? If this continues, the people in the base city will probably lose their morale. For the sake of base city's reputation, they must take action. The Lord Controller said at the beginning that his seclusion would not exceed a year at most. Now there is less than a month left. Once the Lord Controller comes out, all military bases will be useless. Under the power of the Lord Controller, those weapons are nothing. The boss sneered. They were well aware of how powerful the Controller was. No matter how many weapons the opponent had, they could not match the power of the Controller. Let them be arrogant for a while. During this time, let our people try not to provoke them and keep a close eye on the situation in that area. We must not let what happened today happen again. For a while, the base city and the base were safe and sound, and it seemed that neither side cared, but some smart people vaguely discovered that a storm seemed to be brewing. On the way back, Luo Heng hardly stopped and kept chattering. There was no way. He was really too excited. He originally thought that he was doomed this time, but he didn't expect that they would successfully escape from the base city in this way. If this kind of thing were to be told to others, I guess no one would dare to believe it. Chapter 51. I don't want to be a vase. After returning to the base, Lung Yue felt like she was reborn. She really thought she couldn't escape this time. Facing the powerful force of a base, what could she, a transcendent with only 2nd level strength, do? Lung Yue has always known that only those with strength have the final say in this world, and this time she really understood it. Without Su Chen, there was no way they could leave the base city safely, and Su Chen was a man with powerful strength. Not to mention his own strength, The group of people under him owns such a powerful base, which is his confidence. With the base, he doesn't have to be afraid of the base city at all. Just those soldiers, each of whom is a transcendent, are enough to shock Lung Yue. After returning to the base, Luo Hang and Zhang Tao obediently returned to where they lived. They could not go to many places in this area casually. After all, Su Qin's buildings were everywhere. But Lung Yue did not go back. She looked at Su Qin without saying anything. Su Qin coughed lightly. What's the matter? Yeah. Lung Yue nodded. Okay, let's go to the command room and talk. The two of them sat down separately. After a while, the soldiers brought some dishes to them. Su Qin had put a lot of thought into this plan, and now he felt very hungry. Eat. My men are all rounders and are good at cooking. The food is definitely more delicious than what you've eaten before. It was not the first time that Su Qin tasted the food cooked by his men. He sincerely felt that if his men were not soldiers, they could become 5-star chefs without any problem. After all, the system is built according to extremely high standards in all aspects. The Red Alert soldiers have almost no shortcomings. If there is one, it is only one. They are all men and cannot have children. Lung Yue was in no mood to eat. She stared at Su Qin from the beginning and said, I don't want to be a vase. Su Qin stopped and wiped the oil stains from his mouth. He looked at Lung Yue seriously. Are you serious? I've always been serious. Su Qin didn't say anything. He stared at Lung Yue for a few seconds before saying, Isn't it good to be a vase? You know I am willing to save you, so I won't let you die easily. In the future, under my protection, you don't need to live the same way as before. I know. How could Lung Yue not know? After experiencing the last time she was rescued by Su Qin, and this time Su Qin did not mind the trouble and even sent out a large army to take them out, how could she not know? But that is not the life Lung Yue wants. She, Lung Yue, nicknamed Red Rose, is not a name she calls herself, but a name given to her by others. Because at that time, she amazed everyone with her own abilities. It's impossible to be a vase. Su Qin saw the fighting spirit in Lung Yue's eyes. From the beginning to the end, this woman had never thought about becoming a vase that was always protected by him. Since you have such awareness, I will give you a chance. Su Qin raised his lips. About 50 kilometers away from the base, there is a group of about 100 first-order mutant beasts, the leader of which is a second-order mutant beast. I want you to go there alone and eliminate all the mutant beasts. You can make me stronger in this way? Lung Yue's mouth curled up slightly, outlining a beautiful arc. You are mine. As long as you show your value, I will not be stingy. I have plenty of energy crystals here. Su Qin leaned back slightly, acting like a big boss. Okay, it's settled. Lung Yue smiled and started to eat a lot in front of Su Qin. Not only Su Qin, but she was also hungry. Su Qin watched Lung Yue eat quietly without saying anything. Although he said that just now, he would never let Lung Yue really die there. Am I also a face control? Su Qin was a little puzzled. It is true that Lung Yue is very beautiful, but after being influenced by a certain action movie over the past decade, he has seen all kinds of beauties and he actually softened his heart here. In fact, with Su Qin's current strength, Lung Yue had no way to force her to become a vase. Forget it. Just consider it as an act of kindness on my part. The next day, Lung Yue left the base alone, but Lung Yue did not realize that Sui was following her secretly. How could Su Qin feel at ease letting her do such a dangerous thing alone? Lung Yue currently only has the strength of the late second level. Facing a group of hundreds of first-level mutant beasts, whose leader is a peak second-level mutant beast, it is too dangerous. As for Luo Hang and Zhang Tao, Su Qin had only one order, which was to let them follow the Red Alert soldiers to gain experience, hunt mutant beasts, and improve their strength. He doesn't keep useless people here. There shouldn't be anything to worry about in the short term. I need to quickly reach level 6 authority during this period of time, so that the maximum combat effectiveness of my units can continue to improve. At this time, the long-lost system voice sounded, Master, if you want to upgrade to level 6 authority, in addition to reaching the energy standard, you must complete a mission. Starting from level 6 authority, you must go through a mission every time you upgrade your authority. What? There is still a task. Come here. I'll give you another chance to reorganize your words. Su Qin gritted his teeth. The system was silent, and Su Qin couldn't reach the system, so he could only call out a few times in frustration. Forget it. A mission is just a mission. Is there any energy reward? Su Qin did not forget the energy reward from last time. It was 100,000. Master, there is no reward for this kind of mission. Su Qin silently raised his middle finger. I was asked to complete the task without any reward. Even without the reward for the task, Su Chan could see that his energy was growing rapidly. He believed that it would not be long before he could reach the energy point to unlock level 6 authority. Zhu Ling's side is developing quite fast. After all, they didn't start from scratch. They have the main base as a backup, so there is no need to worry about the lack of energy in the beginning. According to Zhu Ling, 50 trans-time and space mining cars have been built there to mine iron ore with all their strength, and the energy points are rising rapidly. As long as there is energy supply, these time-space mining carts do not need to rest for 24 hours a day and can only mine. Not only mine carts, but all kinds of construction units have also been built over there. Currently, they have a defensive force that is no less than that of our side, including grizzly tanks, armed helicopters, etc. It can be said that the power over there is very strong. And Zhu Ling also used the same method to snatch a car from a nearby gathering place and asked a soldier to drive the car to light up the map. Now, a large bright area appeared on Su Chen's interface. Hey, what is this? Chapter 52 Black Spot. On the radar interface, Su Chen had always seen only 3 kinds of light spots, blue, yellow, and red, but just now, Su Chen discovered a strange light spot, which turned out to be a black light spot. This is interesting. It is the first time he has seen a black light spot. What does it represent? System, what do the black spots mean? Su Chen asked. Master, the black light spot represents the unknown. It may be a very special environment, or a treasure, or even a powerful mutant beast. Unknown? Su Chen touched his chin. An unknown thing was enough to arouse his interest. He wanted to see what the black light spot was. As for what the black light spot is, only the past can tell. Zhu Ling, take some soldiers to the black light spot and take a look. If you find anything good, bring it back. If it's too dangerous, go back temporarily. Yes, Commander. Zhu Ling did not hesitate at all. He immediately took 100 soldiers, lightly equipped, and headed towards the black light spot. There are mutant beasts everywhere in the mountains here. If you set out with a large army, it will be easy to clash with the mutant beasts. This is unnecessary for Zhu Ling. This time they went there mainly to investigate what the black light spots were. If it was something beneficial to the base, she would definitely bring it back. Zhu Ling is a super soldier of the long-range attack type, but this does not mean that her melee combat is weak, just relatively speaking. Along the way, Zhu Ling would only take action if they encountered mutant beasts that the Red Alert soldiers could not resist. Otherwise, she would just let the soldiers solve the problem themselves. The situation at the branch base is the same as that at the main base. The general combat effectiveness of the soldiers is at the peak of the 3rd level, and only a few can reach the peak of the 4th level. Zhu Ling has not allowed the soldiers to carry out the promotion mission for the time being. Once an accident occurs, the strength of the base will be lost. Su Chen had been following Zhu Ling's actions through the radar interface. When he noticed a red light spot moving rapidly towards Zhu Ling's team, he was about to give a reminder, but he thought about it and didn't say anything. This is a good opportunity to test Zhu Ling's strength. He has never seen Zhu Ling's abilities before. He wants to know whether this super soldier is stronger than ordinary soldiers. In Zhu Ling's hand was a 2-meter-long gun, which was a weapon she was born with, and it was called soul-destroying. This firearm will be enhanced as her strength increases. Zhu Ling and her group were getting closer and closer to the black light spot. She did not have Su Chen's authority to observe the radar interface at any time. She could only see the radar interface in the command room of the branch base. When the red light spot was less than 500 meters away from them, Zhu Ling suddenly raised his hand, and all the Red Alert soldiers stopped instantly. The surroundings were very quiet, as if there was no danger at all, but in Zhu Ling's perception, she found that there was something approaching quickly. Bump! Suddenly, Zhu Ling raised the gun in his hand, aimed in a direction, and fired a bullet. It was like a cannon, making a loud noise. Almost in the blink of an eye, a scream was heard in the distance, and then there was no sound. A soldier ran over and brought back a mutant beast of considerable size, with a fist-sized energy crystal in his hand. Deputy Commander, this is an early-stage 6th-order mutant beast, confirmed dead. The soldier reported. Well, let's deal with it right here, and we'll set off again in 5 minutes. Even Zhu Ling could not ignore a 6th-level mutant beast. She followed the frugal rules set by Su Chen and had to take any valuable mutant beast with her unless there were special circumstances. Su Chen saw the whole process clearly and was a little shocked by the weapon in Zhu Ling's hand. This is the power of super soldiers. They can actually kill enemies across levels? Su Chen thought. Su Chen didn't know much about Zhu Ling's strength. This was the first time he truly witnessed Zhu Ling's power. An early 6th-order mutant beast died at Zhu Ling's hands. If it were to break into a gathering place, no one there would probably survive. However, Su Chun soon thought of a question. Why did the 6th-level mutant beast suddenly want to attack Zhu Ling and the others? Su Chun forgot one thing. Humans can increase their strength by eating mutant beasts. Conversely, mutant beasts can also increase their strength by eating extraordinary people. Zhu Ling is a 5th-level peak transcendent. For a 6th-level mutant beast, he is simply the best delicacy. Eating him can greatly improve his strength. The most important thing is that the 6th-level mutant beast believes that it can easily deal with the opponent, so it runs overexcitedly. Unfortunately, the person it met was Zhu Ling, and he was shot dead by Zhu Ling before they even met. I have to say that Zhu Ling is indeed a super soldier of long-range attack type. If you keep a distance from her, you will die without knowing how you died. With just one shot, a level 6 mutant beast was killed. However, the Red Alert soldiers were very calm and no one showed any shock. It seemed that they had all witnessed Zhu Ling's power. After 5 minutes, the 6th Order mutant beast was cut up and put into the backpacks of all the soldiers. These would be used as food to improve the strength of the soldiers. Gradually, the team got closer and closer to the black light. Finally, they came to the black light spot marked by the radar. Zhu Ling looked around carefully, sensing everything around her, but she did not find anything wrong, as if everything here was normal. She believed in the radar's judgment. Since there was a black light spot marked here, it meant that there must be something abnormal here. Her mission this time was to explore this place and no accidents could occur. Zhu Ling ordered the soldiers to disperse and search the area carefully. These were the most elite soldiers with strong abilities in all aspects, but even so, they still found nothing. Commander, we haven't found anything. Please give us instructions. Su Chun had been paying attention to the situation on Zhu Ling's side, but the strange thing was that when he wanted to zoom in on the location of the blacklight spot, the area was all black, and it felt like there was a crack generator there. The crack generator can create a black curtain. As long as you are within the range of the black curtain, even the radar cannot see the situation there. But this is different from the crack generator. Zhu Ling and others are all his units. If he goes over there, he should be able to see the situation over there. However, the reality is that he can't see anything, only the connection is still there. Just as Su Chun was thinking about what to do, Zhu Ling's voice came again. Commander, there is a situation. Chapter 53 An Entrance. Zhu Ling really didn't find anything at first, so she used a stupid method, which was to let the Red Alert soldiers line up in a row and start searching inch by inch. The range of the black light spot is not large, only about 5 miles in radius at most. If 100 people search such a large area, it will be over soon, even if they start searching inch by inch. It was with this method that the Red Alert soldiers finally made their discovery. Deputy Commander, there's something wrong with this grass, the soldier said, pointing at a blade of grass. What's unusual? Zhu Ling walked over and took a look. At first glance, there was nothing unusual. At the second glance, Zhu Ling also discovered that as a super soldier more powerful than ordinary soldiers, her perception is stronger than that of soldiers. Once she notices something, she will be able to discover it quickly. In her perception, this blade of grass is called grass, but it is not. However, it is indeed full of vitality, which creates a contradiction. If Zhu Ling had not checked every inch of the land and was discovered by the Red Alert soldiers, he would not have noticed this blade of grass. Not only this one blade of grass, the Red Alert soldiers found dozens of such grasses here. Zhu Ling even pulled up one of the grasses directly, examined it carefully, and finally found something abnormal. There are traces of human activity in this blade of grass. There is something going on here. Search for me. During the search by the Red Alert soldiers, Zhu Ling reported the situation here to Su Chun. At this time, Su Chun could not see the situation over there at all, and could only know what happened over there through what Zhu Ling said. When he heard Zhu Ling pulling out a piece of grass, he was silent for a while and gave an order to pull out all that grass. Because Su Chun discovered that when Zhu Ling pulled out a piece of grass, the dark curtain on his inner face seemed to dim a little. Sure enough, the following actions confirmed his words. As the grass was pulled out one by one, the dark curtain became darker and darker and finally disappeared without a trace. These grasses actually act as crack generators, which is incredible. Zhu Ling, preserve these grasses and let the engineers study them when we get back. Maybe they can find something. All along, the engineers at the base have been just there to play supporting roles. They cannot go to the battlefield and can only do some logistics. Now they finally have something to do. Some grass can actually produce an effect similar to a crack generator. This is the first time for Su Chun. If we can research the technology in the grass and apply it to the crack generator, then will the crack generators built in the future be more effective? The system once told him that any construction unit has the potential to become stronger, but it requires research, and the main people involved in the research are these engineers. It's a pity that he can't build a combat laboratory now, otherwise a lot of research and development time would be saved. Yes, Commander. Zhu Ling put all the grass into her backpack. Only she was qualified to keep such important things. Soon, a soldier ran over. Deputy Commander, we found an entrance. Zhu Ling's expression changed slightly, and he hurried over. I saw a camouflaged small door appearing on the trunk of a tree. The camouflage was so perfect that if it weren't for the red alert soldiers, no one else would have been able to find it. 10 people go in and investigate the situation inside. Be careful. Soon, 10 red alert soldiers fully armed walked in. There was a small door that didn't look big, and there was a passage connected to it below. The radar is very powerful, but unfortunately it cannot penetrate the ground. Su Chun could only see the red alert soldiers entering the small door, but there was no way to see what was inside. He was very curious. There was grass that could block the radar where the black light spot was, and there was also a mysterious entrance. So what was under the entrance? About 10 minutes later, a red alert soldier came back. Deputy Commander, there is a lot of space down there. It looks like an underground building. No danger has been found so far. Okay, leave 30 people here to stand guard, and the rest of you follow me in. Zhu Ling was a very decisive person and walked straight in. After entering the small door, there is a pipe-like passage behind it. It is quite narrow and only wide enough for one person to enter and exit. After descending for about 100 meters, Zhu Ling finally reached the ground. Only then did she have time to observe her surroundings. She found that this was a hall of about 200 meters in length. The surrounding walls were made of various metals. There was no one there except the red alert soldiers. Deputy Commander, starting from this hall, we have found 6 passages. Which passage should we enter from? Asked a soldier. Zhu Ling looked around and found that there were indeed 6 passages around, but each passage was blocked by a metal door. She walked to the side of a metal door at random and found some words written on the door. They're all dead, all dead. Those bastards. I clearly told them not to. Go to hell with their research, damn it. Hee hee, can humans really survive? They are all monsters from? What on earth are we fighting against? Ha 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 ha. Humanity will win. Humanity will win. Kill those monsters. They are all. Most of the words could still be seen clearly, but some key parts seemed to have been crossed out, and even Zhu Ling could not recognize them. Where is this place? Why are there these words? Has someone done any research here before? Is this a hidden research institute? Zhu Ling frowned, but she looked at the walls around her and asked the soldier to shoot at the walls, but the walls were unharmed. You know, the red alert soldiers have been strengthened to the peak of the 3rd level, and the guns in their hands can basically tear through the defenses of the 3rd level mutant beasts. As a result, they have no effect on these walls. The defense of these walls is terribly strong. Then Zhu Ling did another test. She fired her weapon, but she only managed to make a small hole in the wall instead of penetrating the entire wall. This shocked Zhu Ling. Her weapon couldn't even block the 6th level mutant beast, but this wall blocked her bullets. It was incredible. 10 people in a group, go into a passage, leave 10 people here, and set off. Zhu Ling walked into the passage where he had just seen the words. The metal doors seemed to be locked, but after a burst of gunfire from the soldiers, the metal doors could not be blocked. Fortunately, the metal door was not made of the same metal as the wall, otherwise their guns would be really useless. When they walked into the passage, it was completely dark inside, but they were prepared. They took out night vision goggles from their backpacks and could clearly see the situation inside the passage. As soon as they came in, they smelled a strange smell. It was like a piece of stinky tofu placed in a stinky sock and fermented for dozens of days. It was so smelly that it was unbearable. Chapter 54 Mutated Beast? Zhu Ling's expression remained unchanged. As a soldier, even if she was asked to stay in a smelly place for 3 days and 3 nights, she would not show any expression, and the same went for the other soldiers. What they care about is where the smell comes from. There's blood over there. It looks like it's been there for a long time. A soldier trotted over and wiped the ground with his hand. Not only here, they found a lot of dried blood in the passage. The strange thing was that they didn't find any corpses, as if these bloodstains appeared out of thin air. The passage is not long, only about 200 meters, and there is a metal door in front. There was a burst of gunfire. The metal door was opened, and 2 red alert soldiers suddenly jumped out, pointing their guns in all directions. If they found anything unusual, they would shoot at the first moment. But it was very quiet around. There was nothing. Then Zhu Ling and other soldiers slowly entered and saw the scene here. This seemed to be a canteen-like place, surrounded by various common canteen tables and chairs. It was about 1,000 square meters in size, and there were some windows for getting meals. Zhu Ling had a sharp eyesight and could see at a glance that there were some rotten and spoiled vegetables in those windows. Of course, these dishes have long since changed beyond recognition and are almost unrecognizable. Check here to see if there's anything. 10 red alert soldiers walked over silently and carefully checked the entire cafeteria, while Zhu Ling came to the kitchen behind the cafeteria. As soon as she entered, a strange color flashed in Zhu Ling's eyes. She realized that there was a living thing in the kitchen. Even though this creature has reduced its breathing to the lowest level, she is a super soldier, so how could she be concealed from him? In an underground research institute that no one has visited for decades, there is actually a living creature, a mutant beast? Zhu Ling was a little uncertain. She didn't feel any special power from this creature, but she would never believe that it was an ordinary animal that could survive here for decades. Zhu Ling pretended not to know and walked into the kitchen. When she came to a cabinet full of dishes, a black shadow flashed by and the animal attacked Zhu Ling. There was a hint of sneer on Zhu Ling's lips. Although she was a super soldier with long-range attacks, she would not lose to ordinary soldiers of the same level in close combat. Zhu Ling stretched out his right hand and grabbed the black shadow. At this time, Zhu Ling saw the appearance of the black shadow clearly. It turned out to be a mouse. And it seems that this is not an ordinary mouse. The mouse's body has no fur and is covered with scales. There is a poisonous stinger at the tip of its originally ordinary tail. It's a pity that when Zhu Ling caught it, he broke the tail by chance. The mouse was completely unable to control its tail. If there had not been any changes on the mouse's head, Zhu Ling really would not have recognized that it was a mouse. Is this a mutant beast? Zhu Ling was a little confused. She had killed many mutant beasts, but this kind of mutant beast was the first time she had seen it. The main thing is that the strength of the mutant beasts is very obvious and the divisions are clear, but this rat seems to be inferior to even a first-level mutant beast. But are there mutant beasts in the world that are less than first level? No one would believe it if I told them. After inspection, there was only this strange rat here, and there was nothing abnormal. So Zhu Ling simply broke the mouse's limbs, tied it up, and put it in his backpack. There was no other passage in this cafeteria, so Zhu Ling led everyone back to the hall. At this time, several other groups had returned, except for one group. Which passage are they going to? Zhu Ling frowned. In this situation, she had to consider the possibility that the team had been wiped out. Deputy Commander, it's that passage, said a soldier. Everyone follow me. Zhu Ling waved his hand and walked towards the passage. As soon as she entered, Zhu Ling had an uncomfortable feeling, as if something cold and sinister was staring at her in the dark, which made her alert. But she did not stop and continued to move forward. The passage was no different from the previous one. There were still a lot of dried blood inside, and she saw the marks left by the previous group, indicating that they did pass through here. They came to the end of the passage, where there was an open metal door, but it was blocked so they couldn't see what was behind it. Zhu Ling leaned over and listened for a while, but didn't hear any sound, which was very abnormal. Even if there was no sound of footsteps from the red alert soldiers, she would still be able to hear them, but this time, she didn't hear them. Zhu Ling made a few gestures, and the metal door was opened immediately. Zhu Ling was the first to rush over, raising the gun in her hand and aiming at the surroundings. She would shoot as long as she found anything abnormal. It was just that the surroundings were very quiet, without any sound at all. Is this a laboratory? Zhu Ling looked around. As a laboratory, there were many research instruments and also many things like transparent glass warehouses, but they were empty. Zhu Ling made another gesture, and the other soldiers began to move slowly inside, with their guns ready to fire at any time. When they arrived here, they didn't find any soldiers from that group, which meant that something really happened to that group. Zhu Ling had an indifferent expression. The soul-killing weapon in her hand was ready. Once she spotted the enemy, she would shoot as quickly as possible. At this moment, a very slight sound was heard. Zhu Ling turned her gun suddenly and prepared to shoot subconsciously. However, when she saw clearly that the person who made the sound was actually a red alert soldier, she hurried over. What happened? Zhu Ling saw a big bloody hole in the soldier's stomach, and he was not far from death. There are enemies. The red alert soldier had managed to hold on until now, just to tell Zhu Ling these 3 words. After he finished speaking, his head tilted and he died. Zhu Ling gritted his teeth and immediately gave the order. Everyone fire. Since the other party doesn't show up, she will force him to show up. 60 soldiers fired at the same time, almost covering the entire laboratory, and the sound of shattering glass could be heard all around. I don't know if this behavior angered the enemies inside, but an angry roar rang out. At the same time, a shadow suddenly attacked the soldier in the front. Zhu Ling's eyes narrowed. She felt it. Die! The soul-destroying gun fired a shot, and a special bullet hit the enemy who attacked the soldier at a speed completely invisible to the naked eye. Phew! The bullet hit the target successfully, but the other party seemed to feel nothing and still rushed towards the soldier. Chapter 55 Orcs. With his extraordinary eyesight, Zhu Ling could clearly see the appearance of this thing. Orcs. Zhu Ling was surprised. The thing she saw had a human-like upper body, but a wolf-like lower body. However, the eyes of this half-orc were full of bloodthirstiness and madness, without a trace of reason. This is definitely not an ordinary orc. You have to know that Zhu Ling's bullet killed an early 6th-stage mutant beast. It only left a bloody hole on the orc's body, but the orc's speed did not decrease at all. The orc's sharp claws finally grabbed the soldier. The soldier let out a muffled groan and swung the dagger at the orc's body. However, the dagger that could deal with 3rd-level mutant beasts did not even cut the orc's skin. Keep your distance and shoot. At Zhu Ling's command, a soldier took the injured soldier out, and the others took out their guns and fired continuously. The orc was very fast, but obviously did not exceed the range of the bullets. A large number of bullets hit his body, but something strange happened. These bullets could not break through his surface defense. What's going on with this half-orc? Is he the result of previous research here? There is no energy fluctuation on the half-orc's body, which means he is using pure physical strength. Zhu Ling couldn't believe it. Just relying on physical strength, this combat power is equivalent to the 6th level, especially the body's defense, which is even stronger than the 6th level. At least her bullets could kill a level 6 mutant beast instantly, but they failed to kill the orc. Da-da-da. Countless bullets poured out, and the sparks from the bullets illuminated the place brightly. The soldiers could see that the bullets could indeed cause no harm to the orcs, but seemed to be able to make him feel pain. Taking advantage of the orc's negligence, Zhu Ling fired again. This time she aimed at one of the orc's legs. The bullet hit the orc instantly, and he fell to his knees. Without a foot, he became a target. Zhu Ling did not hesitate and fired another shot, breaking the orc's other leg. When the orc was no longer a threat, she rushed forward and cut the orc's tendons with a dagger, making the orc a cripple. Commander, I found a half-orc here. He doesn't have any energy fluctuations and can only use the power of his body. Zhu Ling reported the situation immediately. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Orc. Keep the orcs under guard. Once we understand the situation over there, bring them back to the subbase for research. Su Chen was very curious about this half-orc. Combining humans and animals together to create this kind of thing showed that this research had begun after the end of the world. If he continued to investigate, he might be able to find out what caused the end of the world in the first place. 30 years ago, all the animals in the world suddenly mutated, causing a crisis in the human world. At the beginning, humans could still resist with thermal weapons, but as more powerful beasts appeared among the animals, humans were defeated step by step. If there had not been existence among humans that could contend with the powerful beasts, humans would have probably perished long ago. Even today, humans are still at a disadvantage. The base city is safe for the time being, but the number of gathering places outside is gradually decreasing, and news of the disappearance of gathering places can be heard almost every day. Su Chen had looked up a lot of information, but he couldn't find out what caused the mutation of animals all over the world. This was very wrong. Now that an orc has been discovered, there may be information inside that could lead to the original cause, so this place must be closely guarded. Following Su Chen's instructions, Zhu Ling had the orcs taken up and had the soldiers on duty keep a close watch on them while she walked into the laboratory. Here, she found some experimental data. It turned out that some experiments on humans and animals were being conducted here. Most of the test subjects died, and only a few survived. It's a pity that these materials do not mention other things, such as the reasons for the end of the world and what happened here. Based on the information he had obtained, Su Chen made a simple guess and estimated that one of the experimental subjects had gone berserk, killed the researchers inside, and escaped from the research facility. As for what he looks like now, no one knows. But Zhu Ling's words interrupted his guess. Commander, this underground facility was not built within 30 years, but 300 years ago. Su Chen almost spit out a mouthful of water. 300 years ago? Are you kidding me? But Zhu Ling would not lie to him about such things, which means that this is true. 300 years ago, even the predecessor country of this land would not have been able to build such a high-tech underground building. If he remembered history correctly, that era seemed to be a dynasty with an emperor. Now you tell me, When the emperor was still alive, there were such high-tech underground buildings? Black question mark face. JPG. Su Chun pinched the wings of his nose. He felt that his historical knowledge was collapsing. Could this be the reason for the parallel world? 300 years ago, could the researchers there still be wearing ancient costumes? Su Chun said with a smile. Regarding this, I found in some of their records that they looked similar to people today, and there were people of all skin colors and races. Su Chun couldn't understand how an underground research building that was built 300 years ago was only discovered by his people today. This was only possible because of the radar. Without it, he would not have been able to find this place. Check the place carefully. If there is no other danger, send someone to guard it and take the orc back for study first. Yes, Commander. Zhu Ling led the soldiers to check every place and found no problems, so they returned upstairs. Take him back. Zhu Ling waved his hand, and 4 soldiers made a simple stretcher, ready to carry the orc back. At this moment, the orc, who was supposed to be half dead, suddenly jumped up and ran into the forest. Zhu Ling reacted the fastest. He took the gun in his hand instantly and shot the orc. The orc let out a scream, but he actually ran away in pain. Zhu Ling's face looked a little ugly. Her gun was not capable of continuous shooting. It needed at least a few seconds of buffer time. In just a few seconds, the orcs disappeared without a trace. Commander, the orc pretended to be no threat and suddenly ran away just now. I didn't stop him. Zhu Ling regretted it very much. As a super soldier, she made an empirical mistake. She thought that the orc with broken limbs was not a threat, and she did not conduct a second check. Chapter 56, The Second Super Soldier. It's okay. It's the same to take those grasses back for research. The orcs will find them sooner or later. Su Chun didn't care. What he valued more was the effect of those grasses. If they could really be combined with the crack generator, the effect of the crack generator would be even stronger. After knowing the situation of the blacklight spot, there was no problem on Zhu Ling's side for the time being. Su Chun was also considering whether to build a third branch base. After all, he now had 2 cores in his hands. It would be a waste if he did not build a branch base. It seems like I have to use my European Emperor authority. European Emperor, please bless me. Su Chun stood in the middle of the command room, muttering to himself. Finally, he used level 5 authority and 3 seconds of lucky time. So he decisively started to build 200 soldiers. They are even more powerful than the last time. Are you afraid of 200 consecutive blows? In the first wave, the whole team was wiped out and no super soldiers appeared. Su Chun didn't care and started the second wave. This time, 300 soldiers built at the same time. However, the second wave also died out. Su Chun was as steady as an old dog and remained unmoved. This time he was going for a big one, 1,000 consecutive draws. This time, he heard the system's voice. Congratulations, Master, for building a super soldier. It will take 20 hours to build. Do you want to use energy to erase the construction time? Erase, of course, erase. Su Chun was very excited. This time was different from the last time. The super soldiers were built within the European Emperor's time. This European Emperor's authority was finally useful. Su Chun ran excitedly to the barracks, waiting for his second super soldier. He wanted to see what this super soldier looked like. Not long after, a figure walked out from inside. When Su Chun saw the man's appearance, he was confused. What the hell, bald guy? That's right. The person who walked out was a bald man who looked a little silly and was dressed in ordinary clothes. If he had a muscular body, it would be visually intimidating, but this guy has no muscles at all. Su Chun thought he was waiting for the wrong person, so he ran into the barracks and took a look around. There was no one else there, and his idea was shattered. This guy must be his second super soldier. Greetings, Commander. The bald man came to Su Chun and shouted weakly, then he even yawned. Su Chun's eyes twitched and he yelled at the system. What's going on? Why did such a fool appear? Didn't you say that every super soldier is very strong? Master, you have won the grand prize. This person can be ranked among all the super soldiers, especially his close combat ability is almost invincible. Are you sure you don't want it? The system's voice was a little strange. Su Chun was stunned. Is what the system said true? But when he saw the bald man with a confused look on his face, as if he was about to fall asleep at the next second, he really couldn't believe that this guy was a strong melee fighter. What he needs recently is a strong melee fighter. It can be said that the appearance of the bald man is very timely, but the image of the bald man is simply unbearable to look at. What's your name? The bald man scratched his head. Naming is too troublesome. Why don't you give me a name, Commander? Su Chun's mouth twitched. Are you so lazy? Su Chen thought about it, and finally gave him a name, Bald Chong. That's right, it was Bald Chong, one of the 3 giants of the gathering place who had died at the hands of Su Chen. He felt that this title was more suitable for the current bald man. Thank you, Commander, for the name. Bald Chong looked happy. He finally had a name. Su Chen felt a little headache. Is this guy really reliable? Tell me about yourself. Su Chen was able to see the information of the super soldiers, but he felt that he was the only one who knew him best, and he needed Bald Chong to tell him about his own situation in person. The bald man scratched his head. I am good at close combat. Anyway, as long as they are enemies, I just need to kill them. In a word, it's easily done. Su Chen's mouth twitched. I really believe the system's lies. This guy seems unreliable no matter how I look at him. No, I must let someone test his fighting ability. Thinking of this, Su Chen called Su Er over. Su Er had passed the promotion task and was promoted to the peak of the 5th level, which was the same level as Bald Chong. You two will spar here. No lethal blows are allowed. Let's begin. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, the 2 figures suddenly disappeared. No, it was not that they disappeared, but that their speed was too fast. When a transcendent strength reaches the 5th level, their strength can be considered superhuman in the eyes of ordinary people. Not to mention that ordinary firearms cannot hit them. Even if they can hit them, they can control the energy in their bodies to resist the bullets. Even if some artillery shells hit them, there will still be no big problem. This is the horror of a 5th level transcendent. If this extraordinary person has any other extraordinary abilities, his strength will be even more astonishing. The battle between the 2 sides did not last long, just 5 seconds, and Su Er was defeated. Su Chen saw it clearly. Bald Chong was dodging at the beginning, and Su Er's attacks didn't hit him once. In the end, Bald Chong just waved his hand, and Su Er was defeated. The gap in strength between the 2 sides was too big. That's right, but you look too lazy. This won't work. Su Er, train him well these few days and correct his spirit for me. A hint of joy flashed in Su Er's eyes. Yes, Commander. Only Guang Tuqiang showed a depressed expression on his face, but facing the commander's order, he did not dare to refute and could only accept it. It can be seen here that the soldiers are not without personal emotions, but their emotions are all based on Su Chen as the first principle. They will only show some of their emotions when facing other people. Su Er was easily defeated by Bald Chong, so he was naturally a little unwilling to accept it. This time, Su Chen asked Su Er to teach Bald Chong, but gave him a chance to take revenge. To be honest, Su Chen was very satisfied with Bald Chong's strength. This guy could even defeat Su Er easily. If he were to deal with a 6th order transcendent, it would probably be a draw at least. Once he is upgraded to level 6 authority and Bald Chong's strength is raised to the peak of level 6, then does he not have to be afraid of the controller of Wangchang City? Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. What he is most worried about right now is the controller of Wangchang City. According to the information he has obtained, this guy already had the strength of the mid-7th level. It is said that this retreat will take a year, but there is only less than a month left. He is now racing against time. Will he reach level 6 authority first, or will the other party's controller come out first? Chapter 57, Level 6 Authority Mission. Su Chen thought he had solved the problem of the black light spot and could finally take a break, but Sui soon contacted him. Commander, Miss Long has dealt with the first order mutant beasts. Sui's tone was a little strange, but Su Chen didn't care. Oh, it's solved. Then let her come back quickly. But Sui's next words made Su Chen stunned. Miss Long has no intention of going back. She has set her sights on another group of mutant beasts and is ready to continue fighting. What? This woman is so powerful. What kind of mutant beast group did she find? What level is the strongest mutant beast in it? Su Chen asked. Miss Long is looking for a group of 2nd order mutant beasts this time. There is a mutant beast leader who has just broken through to the early 3rd order. The corner of Su Chen's eyes twitched slightly. You are getting too arrogant. How dare a 2nd level transcendent look for a group of 2nd level mutant beasts? Although the 1st and 2nd levels look similar, they are completely different when they are transformed into a population. It can be said that the 1st level mutant beast group that Lung Yue went to find before could only be considered of average difficulty at best, but the 2nd level mutant beast group she was going to find this time could be said to be of difficult difficulty. If she's not careful, Lung Yue will really be finished. Even a 3rd level transcendent would not dare to easily enter a group of 2nd level mutant beasts to cause trouble. Just when Su Chen was about to ask Sui to forcefully bring Lung Yue back, Sui said again, Miss Long has become a 3rd level extraordinary person, and she has also awakened extraordinary abilities. Wait, what did you say? She became a 3rd level transcendent and awakened her transcendent abilities? Su Chun had a strange look on his face. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that extraordinary abilities would only be awakened when one became an extraordinary person. He had never heard of awakening extraordinary abilities when breaking through the third level. If it wasn't Sui who said this, he really wanted to shout, "Are you fucking kidding me?" "Yes, Commander, I have been following Miss Long. According to the Commander's orders, I will never take action unless Miss Long's life is in danger." At the beginning, it was not a problem for Miss Long to deal with those first-level mutant beasts, but when she was besieged by a large group of first-level mutant beasts and had to face second-level mutant beasts, her situation was not good. Just when Miss Long's life was in danger and I was about to take action, Miss Long broke through and became a third-level extraordinary person. She also awakened extraordinary abilities. Her extraordinary abilities seemed to be an illusion. I could see that when she used her extraordinary abilities, those mutant beasts stood there like fools, waiting for her to kill them one by one. After hearing Su Yi's description, it seems that Lung Yue has really awakened her extraordinary abilities. Although this is the first time he has heard of such a situation, it doesn't matter. As Su Chin's friend, how could there not be something special about him? I understand. You continue to protect her until she comes back on her own? Yes, Commander. After cutting off contact with Su Yi, Su Chun took a look at the situation of Luo Hang and Zhang Tao. Led by a team of 10 people, they came to a place where mutant beasts gathered and hunted them. In order to serve the purpose of training, most of the pressure is borne by the two of them, and only a small part of the pressure is borne by the soldiers. The two of them had no objection to this. They gritted their teeth and held on. They both knew that if they wanted to continue following Su Chun, they had to have something to show for it. If they don't have the strength, then they should show their manliness. Seeing the two of them fighting desperately, Su Chun was very satisfied. If they didn't even dare to fight desperately, then they had no right to stay here. Su Chun came outside. After a period of construction, this base really looked like a base. Walls were built everywhere around it, and there were only a few entrances and exits. Soldiers and hounds were guarding each entrance and exit. Especially the hound, which is the best anti-theft device that can see through some disguise changes. No ability can escape the eyes of the hound. In addition to the walls that can be seen everywhere, the most common things around various buildings are Patriot missiles. This thing is a powerful air defense weapon, but it is a pity that there has never been any air unit that needs Patriot missiles to launch. In addition to Patriot missiles, the most common buildings in the base are 3 types of power plants, which are currently the main source of electricity for the base. It can be said that once the power plant is gone, many buildings will temporarily become inoperable. The result is the same if there are fewer power plants, which leads to a larger number of power plants. The last and most eye-catching thing is the tall towers erected on the periphery of the base. However, unlike ordinary towers, the top of this tower is constantly flashing with electric light. This is the best defensive weapon, the light prism tower. The light prism tower is made up of huge prisms. It relies on emitting laser-like beams to attack the enemy, and its power is extremely powerful. The light prism tower also has a hidden effect, which is that nearby light prism towers can assist each other and increase the power of the light beam. That is to say, if the attack of one light prism tower is 1, then the attack of more than 2 light prism towers will exceed 2. It's a pity that the effect of the light prism tower can only be applied to 8 units at the same time. If it could have unlimited coverage, Su Chun would probably be grinning from ear to ear. By then, he would build light prism towers outside and anyone who came would be killed. Su Chun learned from the system that once he reached level 6 authority, he would be able to build almost all units except super weapons and individual buildings. In this way, he would have enough strength to face a base city head-on. At present, Su Chin's strength is not as good as that of a base city. He just caught the base city off guard before. Now the base city has long regarded him as a serious threat. It is not that easy to make what happened last time happen again. 5 days have passed, and Su Chin's biggest concern every day is the improvement of energy points. If he wants to reach level 6 authority, the first criterion is to reach 500,000 energy points. Just today, his energy points finally reached 500,000. It has been detected that the Master's energy has reached the standard of level 6 authority. The authority upgrade task is hereby initiated. No matter what method is used, kill a peak level 6 enemy. After completion, the authority can be upgraded to level 6. The corner of Su Chin's mouth twitched. Are you crazy to ask me to kill a peak level 6 enemy? The strongest unit under his command is only at the peak of level 5. It is unimaginably difficult to ask a peak level 5 unit to kill a peak level 6 unit. It is estimated that even if he can kill it by then, most of his men will be killed or injured. This is under the premise that the 2 super soldiers take action. Without super soldiers, even if he sent out all his troops, he would not be able to kill a peak level 6 warrior. When your strength reaches the 6th level, it's completely different from before. It's like the existence of two different worlds. Chapter 58, Prodigal Wife. This task gave Su Chun a headache. The peak level 6 enemies, whether mutant beasts or humans, were not that easy to deal with. At the beginning, Juling was able to kill an early-stage 6th order mutant beast with one move. But that doesn't mean she can deal with a peak 6th order mutant beast. These are two different things. The 6th level is a big watershed, and the weakest is the early 6th level. This level of existence can easily deal with 4 or 5 peak 5th level existences, but if there are more than 5, the early 6th level may not be able to kill the opponent. But for the level of peak 6th level, no matter how many peak 5th level people come, they can never kill a peak 6th level person. It is because the strength of peak 6th level people far exceeds that of early 6th level people. This is the horror of the peak of the 6th level. If Su Chun wanted to kill a peak 6th level enemy, unless he had a large number of super soldiers at his disposal, he would never be able to defeat a peak 6th level enemy by relying on ordinary soldiers. How to complete this task? Su Chun was struggling. Soon, Su Chun stopped worrying about it, and Sui called him, "Commander, there is something I need to report to you." What? Lung Yue killed another group of mutant beasts? Or is she not satisfied with these groups of mutant beasts and wants to deal with more groups of mutant beasts? Su Chun didn't care. These days, he already knew that Lung Yue had come back, but he had not seen her. He also did not continue to pay attention to Lung Yue's affairs. After all, Sui had been protecting her secretly. Unexpectedly, this time Sui actually took the initiative to contact him. Sui's voice was a little strange. "It's not this matter. It's about Miss Lung absorbing the energy crystal. Lung Yue and the other two can obtain unlimited amounts of energy crystals in the base. These energy crystals are naturally obtained by the Red Alert soldiers by hunting mutant beasts. The most common of them are first and second order energy crystals, and those above third order are relatively rare. These energy crystals are more than enough for 3 people to use, but this time when Sui found him, he actually mentioned the energy crystals, which made Su Chun a little strange. What happened to the energy crystal? At the beginning, Su Chun used energy crystals to exchange for energy points, but since the base was able to obtain energy on its own, he no longer used energy crystals to exchange for energy points. Now the energy crystals in the base have piled up to almost fill a small warehouse. Miss Long has consumed a lot of energy crystals and has now reached the middle stage of the 3rd stage. She is not far from the late stage of the 3rd stage. What? Su Chun was stunned. If he remembered correctly, Lung Yue seemed to have just broken through to the early 3rd level a few days ago. In just a few days, she was about to reach the late 3rd level? Also, what the hell is a lot? Sui should know about their energy crystal reserves, so how could he say the word, a lot? Su Chun thought for a moment and asked, how much did she use? Sui was silent for a moment, then replied, about 1/10 of the total reserves. Su Chun took a breath. He must have heard it wrong. 1/10 of the reserves? You know, if he were to exchange those energy crystals for energy points, there would probably be at least hundreds of thousands of them. 1/10 of his reserves would be equivalent to tens of thousands of energy points. In other words, Lung Yue consumed tens of thousands of his energy, but ended up only advancing from the early 3rd stage to the middle 3rd stage? This loser woman. Su Chun knew that he had to call Lung Yue back and ask about her condition. If this continued, all his energy crystals would be gone in less than a month. This guy is definitely a big gold eater. About half an hour later, Lung Yue came back. When he saw her, Su Chun raised his eyebrows. Lung Yue had made another breakthrough and reached the late 3rd level. What do you want from me? Lung Yue's face was calm, as if nothing had happened. What's wrong with you? You've consumed so many energy crystals in just a few days, and your improvement speed is a bit abnormal. Su Chun said directly. Lung Yue seemed to have known that Su Chun would ask about this matter. She said casually, I don't know either. Ever since I broke through to the early stage of the 3rd level and awakened my extraordinary ability, I have felt very hungry in my body. Only when I absorb energy crystals can I alleviate this feeling of hunger. Su Chun looked puzzled. There was such a situation, but what happened to Lung Yue did appear before his eyes. Okay, now try to absorb as much energy crystals as you can. If it's not enough, we can talk about it later. Of course, you can also try to see if there is anything else that can replace the energy crystals. Seeing this, Lung Yue opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she held back. Why? Is there a time when Red Rose doesn't dare to speak? Su Chun said with a smile. Lung Yue raised her eyebrows and looked at Su Chun. Her her voice carrying a hint of coldness. Just now, I just wanted to say that I haven't been absorbing energy crystals with all my strength these days, otherwise your stock may not be enough. What? Su Chun was stunned by Lung Yue's words. Without absorbing with all his strength, his energy crystal reserves would have been reduced by so much. If he had tried with all his strength, would his energy crystal reserves have been exhausted in less than a week? He really doubted whether Lung Yue was a human. Even if she was a mutant beast, it wouldn't be so exaggerated, right? What a spendthrift woman. Of course, Su Qin didn't dare to say this in front of Lung Yue. He was worried that this woman would really dare to fight him to the death. Energy crystals are a trivial matter. Once we control the base city, we can have as many as we want. Su Qin waved his hand with great generosity. He knew that the base city must have a lot of reserves over the years. If he got a base city, wouldn't those energy crystals be his? Energy crystals were a small matter. His most important thing now was to find a peak 6th order target. His first choice was naturally the mutant beasts. Those peak 6th order extraordinary people in the base city had not yet attacked him, so they were not his enemies, and he certainly would not kill people casually. But it is not so easy to find a peak 6th order mutant beast. If peak 6th order mutant beasts can be seen everywhere, the human situation will be really dangerous. No peak 6th order mutant beast has been found within a radius of 500 kilometers. Do I have to look for it somewhere farther away? But even if I find it, how can I lead the army over such a long distance? Su Chun had a headache. At this moment, Su Chun heard the alarm from the system. Alarm! There is an intruder invading the subbase. Please give the order, Commander. What? Who is so blind as to invade my branch base? Su Chun frowned and immediately enlarged the appearance of the invader, so he saw that it was an orc. Isn't this the orc who escaped last time? He is so bold that he dared to invade my subbase. It seems that if I don't teach you a profound lesson this time, you don't know your father's name. Chapter 59. No matter how hard you try, you still can't find it. When the orc pretended to be dead and ran away before, Zhu Ling felt very guilty. Now he is so bold that he actually found the location of the subbase and wants to take revenge? Su Qin immediately ordered Zhu Ling to go out. This time they must capture the orcs. It would be great to gain such experience that came right to their doorstep. After receiving the order, Zhu Ling immediately walked out of the subbase, stood on the wall of the subbase, and looked into the distance. As a long-range attack super soldier, Zhu Ling's vision has been greatly enhanced. It can be said that her eyes are equivalent to telescopes. In Zhu Ling's eyes, the orcs' whereabouts were clearly visible, and the orcs probably thought their actions were very covert. Zhu Ling did not act immediately. She had to prevent the orcs from escaping, so she had to wait for the orcs to slowly approach. Under Zhu Ling's control, the surrounding sentry guns did not attack, and the soldiers all hid, and the surroundings were very quiet. The orcs came to the edge of the grass silently. It was less than 1,000 meters away from the wall of the base. This distance was only a matter of seconds for the orcs. Although the orc was not very intelligent, he was very vengeful. He remembered the scent of the woman who had injured him and tracked her here. However, he did not rush forward recklessly, but waited for his injuries to heal before preparing to attack. The orcs hid in the bushes without making any movement, and so did Zhu Ling. They waited until late at night when the orcs finally moved. The orcs were moving very fast. I don't know if it was because of the darkness, but their speed was completely different from when they were in the laboratory. A black shadow shuttled across the open space and rushed straight towards the subbase. His eyes emitted a faint light in the darkness, a blood-red light. Just as the orcs were about to break into the subbase, a gunshot rang out, and the soul-destroying bullet hit the orc's body at an unavoidable speed. However, at the critical moment, the orc was not hit by the bullet and only suffered some minor injuries. Huff huff. The orc breathed heavily, his body injured and his previous concealment seemed to be broken. The gunshot seemed to be a signal, and then the soldiers hidden around suddenly appeared, firing bullets from their guns at the place where the orcs were. Not to be outdone, the sentry guns joined the battle, but these attacks had no effect on the orcs. His defense was too strong. Only Zhu Ling's firearms could cause damage to him. The others were almost useless. Seeing this scene, Zhu Ling knew that he had to use other means. Grizzly tanks and gunships moving forward. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of shells flew out from the muzzle of the Grizzly tank, and the armed helicopters that had been prepared long ago fired all their missiles. This time the orcs must be kept alive. The orc strength is not very strong, but their defense and recovery abilities are simply terrifying. Zhu Ling never thought that the orcs' injuries would be healed in just a few days. Countless artillery shells and missiles fell on where the orcs were, and the area was almost turned into a giant hole. Others didn't know, but Su Chun was able to discover through radar that the orc was not dead. Is this guy's defense so exaggerated? With so many attacks, he can withstand even the army of the base city, right? Su Chun was a little surprised. At this time, the system's voice suddenly appeared. The mission target has been found. The target's comprehensive strength is at the peak of level 6. Master, do you want to select this target as the mission target? What? You said this orc is at the peak of level 6? Su Chun couldn't believe it. If the orc was at the peak of level 6, how could he lose to Zhu Ling so easily? This is simply unscientific. Yes, the orc's overall strength is at the peak of level 6. Su Chun noticed one thing, the overall combat power, that is, the orc's level should not be the peak of level 6. His defense is the strongest Su Chun has ever seen, but his attack power is a bit weak. Su Chun was somewhat happy. He had just been racking his brains over where to find the peak 6th order mission target, but he did not expect that it would appear so soon. In this case, as long as he killed the orcs, he could successfully upgrade to the 6th order commander authority. Thinking of this, he immediately contacted Zhu Ling. How confident are you that you can keep him here? Zhu Ling replied, Commander, I'm less than 30% sure. So low? Su Chun frowned. Yes, Commander. The orc is much stronger than the last time I encountered him. I suspect that he has not only recovered his strength in the past few days, but has also improved. Su Chun suddenly realized. No wonder Zhu Ling, with his strength, was not 100% sure. But this opportunity was too rare. He absolutely could not let the orcs escape. If he leaves the radar range, we will never be able to find him. Thinking of this, Su Chun immediately came up with an idea, which was to airlift Balchang over. Using armed helicopters for transportation is too slow. This is 1,000 kilometers. By the time Balchang gets there, the battle will have been over. So besides the armed helicopters, does Su Chun have any other air units? The answer is, of course. Black Hawk Fighter, a unit that can be built as soon as it appears in the air command. Su Chun has never used it. There is no other way. Facing such a huge city as Base City, if we send Black Hawk fighter jets directly there, it is estimated that not many of them will be able to return safely. Even if Wangchang City's air defense is weak, it can't be that exaggerated. Defending against some air units is not a problem. The Black Hawk fighter has high attack power, but its defense is not very good. Basically, if it is hit by a missile, it will be destroyed in seconds. In addition, the Black Hawk fighter is expensive, so Su Chun has never used it. But this time it's different. The orcs are related to whether he can complete the level 6 authority task. He must send Baldman over to increase the probability of success. So the only choice is the Black Hawk fighter. The Black Hawk fighter is very fast, much faster than an armed helicopter. Even if the distance is 1,000 kilometers, I believe it will arrive quickly with the speed of the Black Hawk fighter. Even so, it would take at least 2 hours for the Black Hawk fighter to reach the branch base. During this time, Zhu Ling must stop the orc and never let him escape. Please rest assured, Commander. I will not let him get away this time. Zhu Ling said solemnly. Zhu Ling was ashamed of the last time the orc escaped. If she let him escape again this time, she would probably feel ashamed to see the commander. There are still 2 hours left before Balchang arrives. Chapter 60 Orc Transformation. After enduring the bombing, the orcs only had some minor wounds on their bodies, and these wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhu Ling's eyes changed. This guy's recovery speed was even faster than before. While thinking this, Zhu Ling did not stop. Her gun continued to attack the orcs. This was the only attack that the orcs could not avoid. In terms of melee combat ability and overall strength, Zhu Ling may not be a match for the current orcs, but here is a branch base. Zhu Ling does not need to engage in close combat with the orcs at all. She can just shoot from a distance and slowly consume the orcs' physical strength. She didn't believe that the orcs had unlimited physical strength. As long as she gradually consumed it and waited for Balchang to arrive, she would have more than 80% chance of killing the orcs. One Balchang brings a 50% chance of success, which shows that Balchang is very important. As a melee super soldier, Balchang and Zhu Ling are definitely the best match. One ranged, one melee, perfect. If the orcs hadn't appeared, it would have taken an unknown amount of time for the two of them to join forces to fight. The orc howled, risking being hit by bullets, and rushed into the group of soldiers, ready to kill. At this moment, all the soldiers were deployed, and a small circle of fortresses appeared around them. At the same time, an invisible force greatly enhanced their attack and defense capabilities. Red Alert soldiers will not be afraid. They crouched where they were, took out their big, thick guns, and fired at the orcs. The orc slapped a red alert soldier, but the blow didn't kill the soldier instantly. He was very angry and prepared to attack again, but Zhu Ling's bullet came and directly injured the orc's hand. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the injured soldier decisively lifted the deployment effect and retreated. How could Zhu Ling watch his soldiers being killed? Whenever a soldier was in mortal danger, Zhu Ling's bullets would fly over from an unexpected direction, injuring the orc on the spot and forcing the soldier to retreat and heal. Zhu Ling's face was serious. Before, her bullet could make a big hole in the orc's body, but now it could only injure a small part of his body. If the orc had not been protecting his weaknesses, Zhu Ling would have shot him to death. I hope Balchong can come here soon. There is still 1 hour before Balchong arrives. During this hour, Zhu Ling had almost no rest. If she was careless, a soldier might die. She built 1,000 soldiers here. After all, she focused mainly on the minecarts, which resulted in the number of soldiers being less than that of the main base. 1,000 soldiers was already a lot. But within this 1 hour, she had lost more than a dozen soldiers. These soldiers were so seriously injured that they rushed to the side of the orcs, wanting to die with them. But the orcs' defense was too terrifying. The soldiers' mutual destruction had no effect. They could only watch the orcs become more arrogant. Zhu Ling gritted her teeth. She knew she couldn't go on like this. Use the light prism tower. The attack of the light prism tower consumes a lot of electricity. Once the electricity is insufficient, the entire base may be paralyzed. Generally speaking, she will not use it easily. At this point, she couldn't help but use it. The 8 light prism towers erected around the subbase began to operate. The next second, 8 beams of light suddenly appeared and shone directly on the orcs. The light beams from the light prism tower can penetrate the armor of a tank. Zhu Ling believes that even the orcs' defenses will suffer heavy losses. Sure enough, the 8 light prism towers attacked together, triggering a hidden effect and increasing attack power. Where the 8 beams of light were concentrated, the orc's skin glowed red and looked like it was about to melt. Roar! The orc roared, and the next second, his body underwent an astonishing change. His upper body, which originally had the appearance of a human man, actually had black animal hair growing on his skin. In just a few seconds, a half-orc turned into a werewolf, and the human man's head actually turned into a wolf's head. Ooh! The werewolf let out a long howl and dodged in an instant. Even with the speed of the light beam, it was hard to believe that it couldn't catch up with the werewolf. Fortunately, Zhu Ling's bullets were still able to hit the werewolf, which limited his speed a little. The werewolf discovered that his biggest threat was Zhu Ling. He suddenly looked towards where Zhu Ling was and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Swish! The werewolf flashed and almost disappeared. Zhu Ling could see that the werewolf was moving towards her quickly. It was impossible for her to continue sniping the werewolf. It seems I can only fight in close combat. The werewolf's defense is very strong, but its attack power should not be greater than mine. There is still hope. Zhu Ling took out the dagger from his body and prepared to fight the werewolf in close combat. But when she actually came into contact with a werewolf, she found that she was wrong. If the original attack power of the half-orc was relatively weak, then in his current werewolf state, his strength has surpassed that of Zhu Ling. Su Chen saw on the radar that Zhu Lingang was engaged in a tough battle with the werewolf, and it was very difficult for him to defend himself. He looked at the situation on Balchong's side and learned that it would take another 5 minutes to get there, which meant that Zhu Ling needed to hold on for 5 minutes. Damn it, it's only 5 minutes, I just can't believe it. Su Chen frowned, thinking about whether there was any other way to help Zhu Ling. He was worried that if this continued, Zhu Ling would not last more than 5 minutes. At this time, Su Chen's most considerate red alert system appeared. Master, don't worry. As long as you use a core to strengthen a subbase, all units in the subbase will be upgraded. The biggest upgrades are for construction units and defense units. As for combat units, although they cannot exceed the level of the Master's commander authority, their strength will still be improved. Su Chen's eyes lit up. The core actually has this effect? Su Chen did not hesitate. He used the core immediately to strengthen the branch base. At this time, Zhu Ling, who was fighting with the werewolf, suddenly felt that his strength had increased. What's going on? Was it the commander who did it? Zhu Ling thought subconsciously, but in this kind of battle, she knew she couldn't think too much, so she began to fight back. The sudden increase in strength could not allow Zhu Ling to surpass the werewolf all at once, but barely resisting the werewolf's attack was the most important thing for Zhu Ling. But after fighting for a few minutes, Zhu Ling discovered that the werewolf seemed to be thinking of retreating. She guessed that this transformation might not be sustainable, and she must not let the werewolf escape. Chapter 61 Kill the Werewolf. As a super soldier with long-range attacks, Zhu Ling's close combat times can be counted on one's fingers. This time in the battle with the orcs, she tried her best to entangle the orcs and never let him escape. Because of this, she had many wounds on her body, but this did not shake the fighting spirit in Zhu Ling's eyes at all. The other soldiers could not intervene in the battle between Zhu Ling and the orcs. If they opened fire, the only one who would be in trouble would be Zhu Ling. After all, her defense was far inferior to that of the orcs. Zhu Ling had no choice but to suffer some minor injuries in exchange for a chance to stop the orcs. Otherwise, once the orcs escaped, the plan would be a failure. The only thing she was thankful for was that orcs had no brains and very low intelligence. He just felt that the transformation time was about to end, so he subconsciously wanted to escape. After all, after the transformation, his condition would deteriorate rapidly. Zhu Ling saw this and used his injuries to stop the orcs. This seemed to give the orcs an illusion that as long as he hit them one more time, Zhu Ling would be dead. However, her injuries were too severe, causing Zhu Ling's flexibility to be lower than before. When the orc clawed down, Zhu Ling was about to dodge, but suddenly the wound was pulled. The severe pain caused her body to become paralyzed for a moment, and she could not dodge. It's over. Just when this thought came to Zhu Ling's mind, a voice came from the sky. Beast, get out of here. Before he finished his words, a gust of air blew Zhu Ling away, but the gust of air did not hurt Zhu Ling. However, the orc was not so lucky. He was punched away by Bald Chong, who fell from the sky. At this critical moment, Bald Chong finally arrived. I'll hold him back, and you deliver the fatal blow. After saying that, Bald Chong rushed over and started fighting with the orc. It has to be said that as a melee super soldier, Bald Chong's combat power is quite amazing. In a short period of time, he was able to fight on equal terms with the orcs. It's a pity that his handsomeness only lasted for 3 seconds. Bald Chong's level was still too low. There were many wounds on his body, but his face did not change, and he still insisted on holding on to the orc. Zhu Ling did not waste any time. He decisively took out his soul-destroying sword, took aim and fired. Bump! With a gunshot, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on the right shoulder of the orc who was fighting with Bald Chong. How could Bald Chong miss such a good opportunity? He punched him, making the bloody hole bigger. The orc screamed. His defense was very strong, but the pain did not disappear. Bald Chong's fist was no bluff. At this point, the orc had already wanted to escape. How could Bald Chong let him escape? As a melee super soldier, Bald Chong's combat power is amazing. Even an early 6th-stage mutant beast can be blown up with one punch from him. If it weren't for the amazing defense of the orcs, they would have been defeated by Bald Chong long ago. Su Chun just watched the two of them working together quietly, draining the orc's strength. Finally, Zhu Ling's bullet hit the orc's head directly, blowing his head off on the spot. The orcs are dead. At the moment the orc died, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations to the master for completing the level 6 authority mission. The commander's authority has been upgraded. With the level 6 commander's authority, you can freely teleport between various bases. Teleportation requires a certain amount of energy. Su Chun was overjoyed. He did not expect that the authority of a level 6 commander would be so practical. If he had level 6 authority before, he could teleport Bald Chong to the branch base in an instant, and there would be no need for Bald Chong to take a Black Hawk fighter to the branch base. Not to mention the waste of time. The most troublesome thing is that it delays the opportunity to fight. If Zhu Ling hadn't held the orcs back for 2 hours, it would have been useless even if Bald Chong had gone. As soon as the orc died, Zhu Ling ordered his soldiers to collect his body. This time, the branch base lost a lot of soldiers and the wall also suffered some damage, but there were no other problems. Overall, it's not a loss this time. With this upgrade of authority, we can finally build a combat laboratory. With this place, engineers can conduct research and development. Maybe we can find something out from the orcs and the grass. Su Chun did not waste any time and directly ordered the branch base to build a combat laboratory, using energy to erase the construction time. He couldn't wait to start their research. Soon, a towering building appeared in the branch base. Its appearance looked like a modern urban building, but it was actually a top-notch testing site with various research equipment. With a combat laboratory, engineers are naturally indispensable. They are the most critical research talents. Su Chun waved his hand and directly created 500 engineers to start research day and night. With the bonus of the combat laboratory, he believed that the engineers' research speed would definitely not be slow. The research results here did not conflict with those from the Red Alert system, and the two could be used interchangeably. In other words, Once engineers really figure out why the grass can block radar effects, once it is applied to the crack generator, the effect of the crack generator will be stronger, just like using core enhancement before. It's just that these two effects can be superimposed. When he thought of this, Suchon felt a little excited, and he was looking forward to the engineer's research results. The branch base had a combat laboratory, so as the main base, he naturally could not lag behind. He also built a combat laboratory and trained 200 engineers to conduct their own research. In addition to the combat laboratory, this time the system unlocked almost all units. He was able to build almost all of them except super weapons and some few units. The ore refiner is indispensable. After all, it can refine ore and increase the energy generated by the ore by 10%. Do not underestimate this 10%. The energy we get from ore alone is at least 15,000 points a day. Once it is increased by 10%, it means 1,500 more points of energy every day, which is not a small amount. Needless to say, both the main base and the branch base built are refiners, and also used energy to erase the construction time. A building that was somewhat similar to an ore refinery appeared next to it. The next thing that needs to be built is a repair shop. Soldiers can recover from their injuries through their own treatment, but units such as tanks and armed helicopters cannot repair themselves. After the previous battles, many tanks and planes were damaged. Engineers could indeed repair them, but their repair speed was too slow. It might take a day and a night to repair a damaged tank or plane. Only a maintenance plant can quickly repair these combat units, so maintenance plants are indispensable. Chapter 62 Tanya. A building unit that originally had almost no presence in the game actually plays a big role here. Su-chun did not expect this. Only after actual combat will one know the importance of a maintenance shop. Without a maintenance shop, even if the engineers work themselves to death, they will not be able to repair those tanks and planes. One repair shop is not enough. So to be on the safe side, Su-chun built 3 repair shops. Unlike in the game, one repair shop can accommodate up to 5 units for repair at the same time, but there is only one in the game. Seeing that the maintenance shop was repairing tanks and planes, Su-chun did not continue to pay attention there. He continued to look at the interface in his mind. He didn't know if it was the system's bad taste, but the interface in his mind was exactly the same as the red alert interface he had played before. The right side was divided into 4 areas. The first one was naturally the various building units. He could choose from a variety of styles and was not limited to any one force. For example, for the power plant, he can choose the Allied style or the Yuri style, whichever he likes. Relatively speaking, Su-chun prefers the Allied style, and most of the buildings in the base are of Allied style. Of course, it is undeniable that other forces also have their own special features. Well, these gray areas below mean that I can't build them yet, right? What a pity. If I could build Yuri's replica center, I could get one more soldier for every soldier I build. It would be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How great. Su-chun thought. And this shipyard? There's no river nearby. Where can we build a shipyard? Su-chun rolled his eyes. But he knew that once a shipyard was established, it would be the overlord of the sea. It could build everything from ordinary destroyers to powerful aircraft carriers. No matter how powerful the mutant beasts in the sea were, the aircraft carrier fleet would crush them directly. Of course, we can only think about it now. How can we aim too high when we haven't even settled the ground level? Damn it, why can't the nuclear reactor be built yet? Do I have to wait until I get level 7 authority? Su-chun was very depressed when he found out that the nuclear reactor he most looked forward to still could not be built. With a nuclear reactor, those power plants can be laid off. One nuclear reactor is equivalent to a large number of power plants. The power generation of the two is completely on a different level. As for some of Yuri's construction units, Su-chun took a look and frowned. System, Yuri's slave mine. Are the slaves there also built? Yes, like the soldiers, they are all cyborgs, but not as smart as the soldiers. The slaves are only good at mining. In addition to the slaves, the slave mine building itself is also a wonder. It can move by itself to find the nearest mineral deposits. This is a function that other ore refineries do not have. At the same time, the slave mine does not require mining vehicles and relies entirely on manpower. Su-chun thought about it and decided not to build a slave mine for the time being. It was not because he had pity, but because he only had 2 mines at the moment and the slave mine was redundant. In this way, he built almost all the construction units in the first area, so he set his sights on the second area, which basically had some defensive units, such as bunkers, anti-aircraft missiles, and so on. Of course, there are also some special buildings, such as the mine detector. This thing can detect the enemy's marching route and the enemy's approximate attack units, which is a very powerful ability. It is simply impossible to know the other party's plan in advance while sitting at home. As long as the other party has made a plan and is ready to implement it, the mine detector can discover it in time and immediately detect the other party's marching route. There's no way. Yuri, who possesses psychic technology, is so powerful. It's a pity that the mine control tower can't be built, otherwise it would be even more awesome. Suchin felt a little regretful, but being able to build a mine detector was already very good for him. We need to build a few magnetic storm coils as well. The power of these things is no less than that of the light prism tower. After taking a look, he found that there were many units on the defensive buildings that he could not build. Suchan could only drool at the names of these things. You know, what he wants most is a spy satellite. With this, he doesn't need any radar at all. One satellite can cover half of the Earth. It looks like the spy satellite will have to wait for a while. Suchin sighed and continued to look at the third area. This area is a military unit, and various military units can be built here. Some of these military units are very powerful, such as the radiation engineer won in the previous lottery. No one can pass where this guy is because the power of radiation is too terrifying. Of course, these are secondary. What Suchin cares about most is whether Tanya can be considered a super soldier. You know, when he first learned about the super soldier, the first thing he thought of was whether it was Tanya. As a foreign beauty, Tanya is quite popular in Red Alert. Many people play Red Alert just for Tanya. If Tanya is considered a super soldier, then Tanya's achievements will definitely be very high. If not, then can Tanya be mass-produced? Suchan felt a little numb at the thought of a lot of Tanyas appearing. Finally, Suchan saw Tanya's avatar on the interface, a blonde beauty, and he chose to build it without saying a word. Tanya, it will take 24 hours to build. May I ask if... Without waiting for the system to finish, Suchin shouted, use energy to erase time. Hurry up. The system did not say anything and directly erased the construction time. Suchan ran over excitedly. The construction time actually took 24 hours. This would not be justified if it were not a super soldier. As the door of the barracks opened, a blonde woman wearing a sports vest on her upper body, shorts on her lower body, and carrying 2 pistols walked out. Tanya Adams, see the commander. Unlike the previous 2 super soldiers, Tanya already has her own name and she doesn't need Suchan to name her. Good. Suchan was very excited. He looked at Tanya carefully. She was indeed a popular woman in Red Alert. Her heroic posture alone was enough to amaze people. At the same time, Suchin discovered that after he created Tanya, her portrait dimmed, which means that he can only have one Tanya. Wait, why is her strength only at level 1, not my current peak level 6? Suchan discovered this problem. Tanya is a super soldier that Red Alert already possesses. Naturally, her strength is at the same level as that of ordinary soldiers. The first 2 super soldiers were accidentally created by you, so they have the strongest strength as soon as they are born. The system explained. I understand. This means that only super soldiers obtained by spending money to draw cards have privileges. Those given by the system do not have privileges. System. Chapter 63, Brutal Soldiers. According to the information in the game, Tanya herself is a Special Forces member and the only female member. It is said that she is proficient in 15 ways of killing people with her bare hands, and is good at sniping targets with double guns, blasting, and freestyle swimming. The most special thing is that Tanya completely ignores mental control, which means that any mental ability is ineffective on Tanya. It was for this feature that many people like to use Tanya to attack the Yuri camp, which is really frustrating. Tanya is a super soldier in the medium and short range. Her favorite thing to do is to use the special black vulture pistol on her body to directly blow up the enemy's head. At the same time, the C4 plastic bomb she carries can blow up any unit. If there wasn't a special force in Red Alert that likes to self-destruct all the time, the title of Explosive Maniac would have been given to Tanya long ago. Suchan did not hesitate and directly spent a large amount of energy to upgrade Tanya's strength to the peak of the 6th level. Suchin didn't know how powerful Tanya, who was at the peak of level 6, was. Balchong and Zhu Ling were not in the main base for the time being and could not be tested. Wait, didn't I just activate the level 6 permission? System, how much energy is needed to teleport Zhu Ling and Guangtu Chong? Each super soldier needs 5,000 energy points to teleport. Suchin's mouth twitched. This is more energy than what it takes to build a building unit. You are stealing energy. But there was no other way. Suchan could only spend 10,000 energy points to teleport Zhu Ling and Balchong over. With this ability, he doesn't need Zhu Ling to continue to stay in charge of the branch base. He can teleport at any time and go there when problems arise in the branch base. Greetings, Commander. 2 people appeared and saluted Suchan. Well, you guys have worked hard this time, Suchan said. and at the same time improved their strength. Although it consumed a lot of energy, the improvement in their strength was an improvement in my own strength. This is the third super soldier, Tanya. You three should spar with each other, but don't overdo it. After saying that, Suchin walked aside and left the venue to the three super soldiers. The next second, Bald Chong was the first to move. He rushed directly towards Tanya. Facing this super soldier whom he met for the first time, he felt his blood boiling. Zhu Ling did not hesitate at all and also launched an attack on Tanya, firing a soul-destroying shot. But this time, the power was not very strong. As Zhu Ling's master, she can fully control the power of each bullet fired by Zhu Ling. Don't ask why, the answer is black technology. Facing the joint attack of two super soldiers of the same level, Tanya remained calm. She took out two pistols from her body, shot one at Zhu Ling, and did not fire the other one. Instead, she aimed the butt of the gun at Bald Chong's abdomen. Arrogant. This word suddenly popped up in Zhu Ling's mind. This newly emerged super soldier was too arrogant. One person actually wanted to deal with two of them at the same time? The bullet fired by Tanya met the bullet fired by Zhu Ling in midair, making a muffled sound. At the same time, Bald Chong's fist hit Tanya's head. In his eyes, enemies are equal, male or female. Just at this moment, Tanya's body suddenly twisted, like a snake, to an incredible angle, and she dodged Bald Chong's fist. At the same time, Tanya's butt of the gun hit Bald Chong directly in the abdomen. Bald Chong groaned and took 3 steps back, which showed that Tanya was quite powerful. After just one test, both sides roughly knew each other's situation. Zhu Ling's face was serious. She noticed Tanya's situation. It can be said that Tanya is a very comprehensive super soldier without any shortcomings in all aspects, but at the same time, she has no special strengths. Zhu Ling's long-range attack ability and Guang Tuchong's powerful melee ability are things that Tanya cannot surpass. However, because her abilities are very balanced, it is basically impossible for anyone to defeat her in a short period of time. The three of them fought together. This time, Zhu Ling and Guang Tuchong did not join forces. Each of them attacked the other two. This time they fought on their own. They are very strong. I really don't know where you found these powerful subordinates. A cold voice appeared beside Su Chun. It was either Lung Yue or someone else. Besides Su Chun, the only other person who can move around freely in the base is Lung Yue. Luo Hang and Zhang Tao cannot go to as many places as Lung Yue. If they want to enter here, the soldiers must report to Su Chun and get Su Chin's consent before they can enter. There's nothing we can do about him being handsome. Su Chin chuckled. Lung Yue rolled her eyes and believed your lies. Unconsciously, the relationship between the two seemed to be better than before. After all, Su Chun was willing to accept Lung Yue to stay in the base, so their relationship could not be bad. After all, Su Chun supplies Lung Yue with a large amount of energy crystals for her to absorb every day, which is not something that everyone can do. How's it going lately? Lung Yue knew that Su Chun was asking about her physical problems. She said helplessly, it's still the same as before. If I don't absorb energy crystals for a period of time, I will feel hungry all over my body. I tried not to absorb them for an hour before, but that feeling of hunger almost drove me crazy. People who have not tried it really cannot imagine how hungry a person must be to feel that every cell in the body is emitting a sense of hunger. She didn't know what changes had taken place in her body, nor did she know whether this change was good or bad for her. She knew one thing. If it weren't for Su Chun, she would have been tortured to death by this hunger. It can be said that Su Chun is her benefactor. Including this time, you have saved me 3 times. Lung Yue murmured. Well, what did you say? Fine. The battle between the three ended with Tanya's victory. Among them, Zhu Ling was the first to lose. There was no way. As a long-range attack super soldier, the venue here was too small and completely unsuitable for her. If they were in a large area, she was confident that she could wipe out the two of them. Bald Chong relied on his powerful melee ability to hold Tanya back for a while, but Tanya also had a medium-range attack method, which was her pistol. Tanya's pistol was able to threaten Bald Chong, but in the end Bald Chong was defeated. As soon as Tanya was born, she crushed the 2 super soldiers that appeared earlier, which shows that her strength is indeed very strong. This time, Su Chun was full of confidence. He had 3 super soldiers, all of which were at the peak of level 6. Even if the controller of the base city appeared, he was confident that he could deal with him. But it's still early now. I need some time to deploy troops. When my apocalypse tank army rolls over, I'll see how the base city can stop me. Su Chun was in high spirits. Chapter 64 Yuri. Super soldiers are hard to come by, but some ordinary soldiers are still fine. Su Chun let Tanya and the other 2 go down and continued to build. Of course, he asked Lung Yue to leave first. After all, one soldier after another was walking out of the barracks, and this scene could not be discovered by Lung Yue. Su Chen looked at the types of troops he could build and saw the sniper at a glance. This is a type of soldier similar to Zhu Ling, but of course its power is not as strong as Zhu Ling. It is a super type of soldier that surpasses ordinary types of soldiers. Snipers are able to perform long-range sniping, which is very useful at certain times. Well, let's build 50 snipers for now, and place them at various places along the wall. Rocket soldiers are one of the few types of soldiers that can fly in the air, and their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. Each rocket pilot wears a white flight suit and can fly easily in the air, dealing devastating blows to ground and air units. Su Chen knew that only when a transcendent reached the 6th level could he possess the ability to fly for a short period of time, and only when he reached the 7th level could he truly fly. It could be said that rocket-flying soldiers had an innate advantage. Su Chen also built 50 rocket-flying soldiers, letting them follow the soldiers out to fight and thus upgrade their levels. The energy in the base is in short supply now. At best, he can only raise the level of the warriors to the peak of the 3rd level. If they want to continue to raise it to the peak of the 4th level and complete the promotion task, they can only rely on themselves. Only those who have truly completed the promotion mission and possessed extraordinary qualifications can be trained by him. When Su Chen saw the gray pattern below the rocket-flying soldier, he couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that the Super Time Air Force Corps soldiers couldn't build it. Speaking of the Chrono Legion soldiers, or simply Chrono soldiers, they are a bug-like existence in the game, able to erase anything out of thin air, which is simply unsolvable. The only weakness is that he cannot be touched during the erasure process, otherwise the erasure will fail. Erasure does not happen all at once. The more powerful the existence, the longer the erasure time will be, and the erased units will be unable to attack or move. In other words, if it is a one-on-one situation, the Chrono soldier is invincible. Forget it. If there are no space-time soldiers, there are still the Navy SEALs. In terms of combat effectiveness, they are stronger than soldiers. They are completely special forces. Su Chen did not consider replacing soldiers with Navy SEALs. Both types of soldiers needed to be developed, and he could not just use one type of soldier exclusively. The appearance of the Navy SEALs was very similar to the special forces that Su Chen had seen before. He established 100 of them and prepared to use the Navy SEALs as a special unit. Next are the magnetic infantry and radiation engineers. To be honest, these two types of soldiers are quite special. The magnetic infantry has magnetic energy waves that can almost destroy everything. With them around, both offense and defense are very strong. Not to mention the radiation engineers. Once a large syringe is inserted, an area will become a radiation zone. No matter whether it is a human or a mutant beast, they will be killed by the powerful radiation. In response to this, Su Chen only built 20 of each and kept them ready for use at any time. Crazy Ivan. This is the real blasting expert. Tanya is far inferior to him. He is just a madman. There is another unit that sounds unreliable just by hearing the name, the terrorist. Su Chen did not build it. Even Crazy Ivan only built 10 of them. Yuri, this time we can finally build it. When Su Chen saw that Yuri's unit could be built, he had a feeling that this would not be another super unit. Sure enough, when he chose to build Yuri, the system's voice sounded, Yuri's construction time is 24 hours. May I ask if... Needless to say, I understand. Su Chen. System, your reaction speed is really fast. Soon, a bearded foreign man with a bald head and a strange mark between his eyebrows walked out of the barracks. Yuri, see you, Commander. Su Chen looked at Yuri, nodded, and said nothing. It must be said that with Yuri's outfit, some people would believe that he was the commander. This is not surprising. In the game, Yuri is the commander of a force. It is not surprising that he has this kind of momentum. No matter what, Yuri is his subordinate. Sure enough, just like Tanya, they all started at level 1 when they first came out. Sure enough, the system didn't give them those benefits. Su Chen was very excited about Yuri's appearance. He knew that Yuri possessed a very special ability, which was mind control. As long as they are within Yuri's sight, people under his control will not be able to escape his control unless they are beyond Yuri's control range. How far is your current control range? Su Chen was very concerned about this. Commander, my current control range is only 100 meters. Su Chen was a little disappointed, but he noticed a word, currently. Yes, Yuri is only at level 1 now, and he can control a range of 100 meters. What if his strength reaches the peak of level 6? Without saying a word, Su Chen promoted Yuri to the peak of level 6. For super soldiers, They did not need to complete any promotion tasks. The fact that they could become super soldiers showed that they had great potential, and promotion tasks were simply a joke. What's the current range? Yuri's eyes flashed. Current range, 2 kilometers. Su-chan was overjoyed. The 2-kilometer mind control range was completely beyond his imagination. However, considering that Yuri is now at the peak of level 6, if he can't even reach 2 kilometers, he would seem too useless. The range of 2 kilometers is enough for Yuri to do many things. Just imagine, when the two sides are fighting, Yuri suddenly controls an important person of the other side and attacks the people around him. The chaos caused is simply unspeakable. How many people can it control at one time? Su-chan asked. For ordinary people, they can probably control 1,000 people at a time. For first-level transcendence, it's at most 500. For higher-level transcendence, the number is smaller. If they are transcendents of the same level, they can only control one person. Su-chan nodded. He was not surprised. If Yuri could control multiple extraordinary people of the same level, he would be invincible. The current Yuri can't do it, but when Yuri X appears in the future, Yuri's abilities should be stronger. Apart from these, Su-chan was not interested in the remaining types of troops and ignored them for the time being. In addition to the arms, the last area is the armed units. This unit includes all units from the Navy, Army, and Air Force. However, the shipyard has not been established yet, so it is impossible to build some sea units. Only land and air units can be built. Su-chan had been looking forward to these two types of units. Chapter 65 Premonition. When Su-chan opened the last interface, the large number of tanks inside directly filled Su-chan's eyes. It can be said that in my eyes, there are only tanks. Mirage tank, Prism tank, Apocalypse tank, hee. Su-chan grinned foolishly. His favorite tanks are these 3 types. Among them, the Mirage tank has built-in camouflage ability and can turn into a tree anytime and anywhere, so you can't see it even if you get close. The Prism tank is a mobile version of the Prism Tower. When the number of Prism tanks increases, the beams they emit will be more powerful and have a scattering effect. The final Apocalypse tank, fighting against the sky, the earth and the air. In 2 words, invincible. Of course, this is all Su-chan's imagination. In fact, although the Apocalypse tank is strong, it is not invincible. However, as a tank, the Apocalypse tank can shoot down planes from above and bomb tanks from below. Except for its inability to dive into water, it has almost no weaknesses. If I have to say one reason, it's just one: speed. The speed of ordinary tanks is okay, but the Apocalypse tank is much slower than ordinary tanks due to its bulky size. However, this cannot conceal the power of the Apocalypse tank. Not to mention anything else. If a row of Apocalypse tanks rushed over during a siege, who could stop them? No nonsense, build 3 types of tanks. Su-chan was very excited, but the system's words directly extinguished his thoughts. Master, you don't have much energy left, and you can't build 3 types of tanks? What? The energy is gone so quickly. Where is my hundreds of thousands of energy? When Su-chan took a look, he found that he really didn't have much energy left. Building a few tanks was no problem, but the key was that he wanted to build a large number of tanks, which was impossible. First, build 1 of each of the 3 types of tanks. No, build 1 of each of the remaining units. I want to try them out one by one to see which one works best. Su-chan's favorite saying is, as long as it is easy to use, it doesn't matter if it is not the best. Among all units, the Prism tank is not the strongest, but Su-chan likes to use the Prism tank to forcibly destroy the opponent's base and win. But in reality, he was still prepared to see what those units were capable of before deciding on his final choice. If he has no energy, then he naturally has to wait for the energy to increase. Every day, the ore alone provides him with nearly 20,000 points of energy. In addition, with the soldiers constantly killing mutant beasts, the actual amount of energy he obtains every day is close to 30,000. As long as he waits a few days, he will have the energy to build a new army of tanks. However, after a few days, Su-chan suddenly discovered that the temperature outside had dropped. When he first came here, the sun was shining brightly in the sky and the temperature was extremely high, as hot as a furnace. It has only been a few days, half a month, and the temperature has dropped suddenly. Su-chan even feels a little cold. What a crappy weather. It's still June. Is it going to snow in June? Su-chan said with a cold joke. Because of the drop in temperature, the soldiers changed their clothes into thicker ones. Of course, all of this requires energy, but with the system in place, everything is not a problem. Lung Yue found Su-chan and said that she had something important to tell him. What's the matter? Why are you so anxious? Su-chan was a little confused. This was the first time he saw Lung Yue with such an expression. Lung Yue said directly, "Winter is coming." "What? You're not wrong, it's only June now. How can it be a cold winter? Isn't this at least after December?" Su Chen couldn't believe it. Lung Yue looked at Su Chen with strange eyes. "I really don't know where you are from. Don't you know that since the animals mutated, even the earth has undergone tremendous changes? The time of spring, summer, autumn, and winter has completely changed. Now there are only two seasons, summer and winter. June of each year is when summer turns to winter, and December is when winter turns to summer. Every time at this time, base cities and gathering places around the world will go out to hunt as many mutant beasts as possible to prepare for the winter. It is very difficult to find food in winter. Every year, a large number of people and mutant beasts die from low temperatures. Humans' resistance to low temperatures is completely inferior to that of high temperatures. I thought you would send people out to prepare to store food, but I didn't expect you to do anything. I can only come here to remind you." Only then did Su Chen realize what was about to happen. If Lung Yue hadn't told him, he would probably have foolishly thought that winter would have to wait until December. Fortunately, every time I go out to hunt mutants, I always have the soldiers pack up the mutant carcasses and bring them back. The mutant meat jerky stored in the base now is estimated to be enough for everyone to survive for 2 or 3 months. This is not enough, and we must store more food. Su Chen did not hesitate and immediately summoned his 4 super soldiers and told them about this matter. According to the commander, we must set off now to hunt more mutant beasts and store more food. According to my memory, there are only large groups of mutant beasts in some distant places. The mutant beasts nearby have basically been cleared out by us. Zhu Ling said first. In order to bring back the mutant beast's corpse quickly, we need the fastest speed, so we need a large air transport unit. Tanya reminded. Are you talking about the Kirov airship? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Red Alert has many air units, but not many of them are large in size, and the Kirov airship is one of them. That's right. Tanya nodded. The Kirov airship has a large transport capacity, but the key is that its speed is too slow and it is not very suitable. It would be better to use an armed helicopter. Zhu Ling retorted. Bald Chang looked stupid and didn't say anything. Yuri had a stern face and didn't say anything either. Only Zhu Ling and Tanya spoke. Both of them insisted on their own opinions, but according to what they said, both options had their advantages and disadvantages, and Su Chen was a little embarrassed. At this time, Yuri spoke up, Commander, since we need to transport a large number of mutant corpses, why not let the armed helicopters and Kirov airships set off at the same time? In the end, Su Chen adopted Yuri's suggestion and ordered all the helicopters in the base and the newly built Kirov airships to set off to bring back the corpses of the mutant beasts killed by the soldiers and make them into jerky. Facing the coming winter, Su Chen dare not be careless. The main base needs to stock up, and the same goes for the branch base. And because the branch base was established relatively late, there are quite a lot of mutant beasts in that area, so there is no need to worry about shortages. The subbase needs 2 people to be there. Who are you going to send? Chapter 66. Why is it so sexy? The 4 of them looked at each other, and finally it was Zhu Ling and Guang Tu Chong who went over. As the deputy commander of the subbase, Zhu Ling had certain experience, and had also worked together with Guang Tu Chong before, so it was just right for the 2 of them to go over. After assigning all the people out, Su Chen suddenly had some free time. Looking at the large amount of dark areas on the radar, he thought that there seemed to be many ways to light up the map in red alert. The simplest one is naturally to build a spy satellite, so that every dark area can be seen. In his eyes, there is no place in the world that he cannot see. Unfortunately, what he lacks now is a spy satellite, so this method can be ignored. The second method is to summon paratroopers and have them land in a dark area. In this way, he can see the situation around the paratroopers, which is also a method. Of course, he has a better way, which is to build a reconnaissance plane and let it fly into the dark area. In theory, as long as the reconnaissance plane is not destroyed, it can fly to crash. Wherever the reconnaissance plane passes, it will be shown on the map and will not be covered by the dark area again, unlike the situation of paratroopers. Su Chen felt full of energy at the thought that he could finally light up the map. System, build me 10 reconnaissance planes and have them fly in 10 directions. Soon 10 reconnaissance planes were built and flew in 10 directions, according to Su Chen's orders. Su Chen was paying attention to what kind of maps these reconnaissance planes would light up. It would take several hours for a reconnaissance aircraft to cover a distance of 500 kilometers. Their speed could not match that of the Black Hawk fighter, and they could only fly slowly. But Su Chen forgot one thing. There are flying mutant beasts in the sky. He has never encountered them before, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. One of the reconnaissance planes seemed to have intruded into the airspace of a group of mutant sparrows and was chased by these sparrows and destroyed on the spot. It hasn't even flown 100 kilometers yet. Remember that place. There are so many mutant sparrows there. My anti-aircraft infantry has been hungry and thirsty for a long time. Suchun silently memorized that place. While eating the delicious mutant beast jerky, he waited for the reconnaissance plane to fly out of the radar range. Finally, after a few hours, Suchun discovered that the remaining 9 reconnaissance planes finally reached the edge of the radar, rushed out of the radar range, and came to the dark area. Good, we've finally reached the edge. I hope we can find something good. Suchun's idea was too good. He thought there were treasures everywhere outside. However, the reconnaissance plane did not find anything for an hour. There were almost mutant beasts all along the way, and some humans would appear occasionally. It seemed that these humans came out to hunt mutant beasts and prepare for a good winter. Not long after, another reconnaissance plane was destroyed, again by a flying mutant beast. The sky is full of flying mutant beasts. They have a strong awareness of their own airspace. Once they find something else appearing in their airspace, they will be in awe. There will be fights among flying mutant beasts, let alone when facing human flying vehicles. As time went by, one reconnaissance plane after another was destroyed. Without exception, it was all the work of the flying mutant beasts. One of the reconnaissance planes seemed to be hit by a big flying mutant beast. After just one encounter, the reconnaissance plane was gone. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful creature among the flying mutant beasts. It's really not easy for humans to survive until now. Suchun shook his head and looked at the last reconnaissance plane. The distance this reconnaissance plane had flown was more than 500 kilometers, which meant that it was now more than 1,000 kilometers away from the base. At this moment, Suchun discovered through the perspective of the reconnaissance plane that a base city appeared in front of him. There is actually a base city here. This is the second base city I have seen. I don't know what it is called. Suchun said. When the reconnaissance plane discovered this base, naturally someone in the base also discovered this reconnaissance plane. Reporting to the city defender, we have found a plane. It looks like an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Should we shoot it down? A soldier shouted. The city defender frowned. He didn't notice any unmanned reconnaissance plane flying out of the base city. Where did this reconnaissance plane come from? Report to the higher-ups and ask if anyone has recently sent out an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. If so, ask the reconnaissance aircraft to provide proof. If not, the city defender didn't finish his words, but the soldiers understood what he meant. The lack of proof meant that the reconnaissance plane was not from their base city. It was even possible that it was being controlled by a high-level mutant beast. This possibility was not impossible. This kind of thing has happened before. A high-level mutant beast controlled a plane and broke into the base city, causing considerable damage to the base city. From then on, any base city that encountered an unknown aircraft would ask it to produce a certificate issued by the base city. This certificate could be anything, and it was different every time, making it impossible to forge it. The city defender didn't dare to let anyone shoot down the reconnaissance plane at will. What if this thing was really released by some big shot? If he shot it down, he would be the one in trouble. Not long after, the soldier came back. Mr. City Guard, it says that no one has released an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft recently, and no certificate has been issued. This reconnaissance aircraft does not belong to the base city. That's easy. Just shoot the plane down for me. As a base city, an air defense system is a must. Under the order of the city defender, a dozen soldiers came to a hand-controlled turret, aimed the turret at the sky, and began to fire. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen huge artillery shells rushed into the sky, targeting the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Although these are hand-controlled, they have auxiliary aiming devices, so anyone can fire. This type of anti-aircraft gun has a very high hit rate. Just when they thought they could hit the reconnaissance plane, they suddenly found that the reconnaissance plane suddenly accelerated and avoided their fire. The reconnaissance plane circled in the air, sometimes turning into an S shape, sometimes turning into a B shape, and the faces of those who watched it turned red. Fuck. A drone dares to taunt us? Brothers, shoot it down. These soldiers are crazy. When have they been laughed at by a drone? If they don't shoot down the drone today, how can they hold their heads up in front of their other brothers in the future? Countless shells flew into the sky, and every time they were about to hit the reconnaissance plane, it suddenly dodged. That action was quite amazing. I'm so fucking. These people are cursing. When have they ever seen such a cool reconnaissance plane? No, this is definitely not an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Someone is controlling it. Someone noticed something was wrong. Impossible. There is definitely no one up there. My eyesight is pretty good. Why can it be so coquettish without anyone around? Chapter 67. Get out of the way. Let me do it. These people certainly don't know that the reconnaissance plane suddenly accelerated just now because its rank has increased and it can now be called a first-order reconnaissance plane. Unlike ordinary units, the upgrade of a reconnaissance aircraft is calculated based on the flight distance. If you want to upgrade one level, you must fly 1,000 kilometers. Don't think this is easy. Among 10 reconnaissance planes, only this one can fly 1,000 kilometers safely. It is very difficult. If any danger occurs, the reconnaissance aircraft may be destroyed. It has no attack capability at all. As for why the reconnaissance plane was so stylish and cool, it was naturally Su Chen's doing. The reconnaissance aircraft has two modes. One is automatic mode, just like the previous one, and the other is manual mode, and the operator is naturally Su Chen. Su Chen didn't expect that the reconnaissance plane could be manually controlled. When a joystick similar to those in video game arcades appeared on his chair, he was stunned. Not only that, the interface in front of him also changed to the perspective of a reconnaissance aircraft. This feeling was very interesting. Su Chen was having a great time, but the city defenders had dark faces. There were so many of them, but they couldn't even shoot down an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. If their superiors knew about this, they would definitely be criticized. Get out of the way, let me do it. The city defender felt that the level of these people was too low, so he prepared to take action himself. You should know that before he became the city defender, he was a famous gunner in the base city, known as Brother Cannon. The city defender came to a hand-operated anti-aircraft gun, used auxiliary equipment to aim at the reconnaissance plane, and made predictions at the same time. At that moment, he suddenly pressed the button, and a shell flew towards an empty place. Did the city keeper slip? Why is the position so different? Others might have slipped their hands, but the Lord City Guard certainly wouldn't. You don't know that when the Lord City Guard was young, he was known as Cannon Brother. As long as he fired a cannon, no matter what flying object you were, it would come down. Fuck, the City Lord is so powerful? Of course, stop talking nonsense. Watch carefully and learn from the Lord City Lord's skills. Just when Su Chen was having fun, the system's prompt sounded, Master, a shell is flying towards the place where the reconnaissance plane is about to pass. There are 3 seconds left before the collision. 2 seconds? Su Chen was shocked. There was actually someone who could predict his next direction based on his behavior. This person was indeed very capable. If there was no system prompt, the reconnaissance plane he was controlling would definitely be blown up. But now? The reconnaissance plane was clearly flying forward, but the next second it suddenly descended and did a Thomas turn. That is, it turned in a circle and narrowly avoided the artillery shell that was sure to hit the city defenders. Impossible. The city defender gritted his teeth. His brother Pow actually failed? He was very sure that if it was a stupid unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, it would definitely not dodge. In that case, someone was remotely controlling this reconnaissance aircraft? Pass my order, and have some people go out to search and find the person who remotely controls the reconnaissance plane. According to the current situation, that person will definitely not be able to control the reconnaissance plane beyond a range of 3 kilometers. Ever since the world began to mutate, some of the things that happened in the past have weakened to varying degrees. For example, before the end of the world, mobile phones had signals everywhere except in mountainous areas. Now, only the base city and its surrounding areas have signals. Once you get a little further away from the base city, the phone becomes a brick. The city defenders sent people out to look for the person who controlled the reconnaissance plane. They could never have imagined that Su Chen was more than 1,000 kilometers away from here, remotely controlling the reconnaissance plane. Su Chen found that these people's artillery fire was useless to him, so he simply let the reconnaissance plane fly to the base city. He wanted to click on all the maps of the base city, so that there would be 2 base cities on his interface. The city guard saw this and gritted his teeth. Contact the helicopter brigade and ask them to send someone to shoot down the reconnaissance plane for me. At this moment, the city defender knew that he had lost face. After all, as a city defender, his duty was to defend against external enemies, and this reconnaissance plane was his target. But he couldn't handle it, so he actually asked the Air Force for help. He could already imagine how he would be ridiculed by the people over there in the future. Although face is important, position is more important. He doesn't want to be fired because of releasing a reconnaissance plane and then being discovered by the boss. In less than 10 minutes, Su Chen discovered 5 helicopters flying over and wanting to destroy the reconnaissance plane. Of course, Su Chen would not let them do as they wished. So on this day, many people in the base city discovered that a reconnaissance plane was circling in the sky with 5 helicopters, sometimes running here and sometimes flying there, which made people dizzy. Damn, Why is this reconnaissance plane so fast? The people on the helicopter cursed. They thought this was an easy task. It was just destroying a reconnaissance plane. Moreover, they could laugh at the city defense forces in the future. This made the helicopter brigade very proud. Unexpectedly, after flying up, they increased the speed of the helicopter to the maximum, but still couldn't catch up with the other party. What's the point of fighting? Captain, the reconnaissance plane is too fast and our helicopter can't catch up. Should we send fighter jets to take action? Someone asked their captain. The captain slapped him and said, "You are the only one who can do this. Don't I know that?" The captain's face looked a little ugly. The fighter team was different from their helicopter team. The two sides were colleagues and also enemies. Moreover, the importance of the fighter team was far superior to theirs. For example, in this incident, the helicopter team can be dispatched at any time, but if the fighter team wants to be dispatched, they must ask the boss above. Without the approval of the boss, no one has the power to mobilize the fighter team. After a while, the captain knew that he couldn't go on like this, so he contacted the boss and told him what was happening here. "You useless idiots. You can't even handle a reconnaissance drone. Get out of here right now. I'll get the fighter team to take action." Being scolded by the boss, the captain could only continue. He looked at the twisting reconnaissance plane in front of him with an unpleasant expression and squeezed out a voice from between his teeth. "Retreat." After the helicopter left, Su Chan lit up the map of the base city even more unscrupulously. At the speed of a reconnaissance plane, he finished lighting up the map in less than half an hour and was ready to leave. At this moment, dark shadows attacked from a distance at a very fast speed. These turned out to be the fighter jets treasured in the base. In order to deal with the reconnaissance plane, fighter jets were used, and no one thought that the reconnaissance plane could continue to act rashly. Chapter 68. Tier 3 Reconnaissance Aircraft. According to common sense, it is correct to think so. Even a first-tier reconnaissance aircraft cannot match the speed of a fighter jet. In addition, a fighter jet is a flying unit that exists specifically for combat, so the reconnaissance aircraft is completely outclassed in all aspects. When they saw the fighter jets appear, the city defenders and the captain of the helicopter brigade thought that the reconnaissance plane was doomed. Even the boss who gave the order for the fighter jets to take action no longer paid attention to this place after giving the order. A small reconnaissance plane was insignificant to him. 3 fighter jets, which looked like an eagle, flew over from a distance, catching up with the flying reconnaissance plane at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. This fighter plane is none other than the strongest air unit of Base City and is called the Black Diamond Fighter. The 3 pilots found their target and calmly rushed over in their fighter jets, with the missiles already ready. "Let me do it this time. I haven't had a good time in a long time," said one of the pilots. The other 2 people had no objection. After all, the operation was completed and the rewards would be divided equally among the 3 of them. There was no such thing as getting a reward only after getting a kill. If they fired too many missiles against a reconnaissance plane, they would definitely be criticized when they returned. After receiving a positive answer, the pilot was very excited. He aimed the aiming device at the reconnaissance plane in front and suddenly pressed the launch button. A missile flew out, and the pilot felt there was no need to look. The speed of a missile was faster than that of a fighter jet. How could a reconnaissance plane possibly dodge it? There was a loud bang, and just as the pilot was preparing to return, suddenly he saw a black shadow flying out from the explosion area. It was the reconnaissance plane. Fuck, this doesn't make sense. Why didn't the reconnaissance plane explode? The pilot was stunned. Not only the pilot, but everyone who saw this scene was so shocked by the performance of the reconnaissance plane that they were speechless. This is a missile from a fighter jet, and it didn't even blow up a reconnaissance plane. Are you kidding me? Only Su Chan knew that in the settings of Red Alert, the reconnaissance aircraft had no attack attributes, which resulted in a relatively high health volume, and ordinary attacks could not kill the reconnaissance aircraft instantly. Although the fighter jet's missiles seem very powerful, they still cannot kill the reconnaissance aircraft instantly. Without an instant kill, the reconnaissance aircraft has the ability to continue flying. There is no method in Red Alert that can break the wings of the aircraft and cause it to crash. This was reflected in the reconnaissance aircraft, otherwise it would have been destroyed by the attack just now. However, Su Chan knew that if it attacked a few more times, the reconnaissance plane would still be destroyed. After all, the reconnaissance plane could only escape and could not attack. System, is there any way to make the reconnaissance plane escape? If the reconnaissance plane was destroyed at the beginning, Su Chan would not care, but now the reconnaissance plane has survived until now, Su Chan feels that it can still be rescued. With the current speed of the reconnaissance plane, it is impossible to escape. However, if the reconnaissance plane can be upgraded to the 3rd level and awaken its own abilities, there may be a chance to escape. Wait, what did you say? The reconnaissance aircraft has reached the third level and can also awaken its abilities. Suchin couldn't believe it. He knew that some of his units could only be upgraded to level 3, but he didn't expect that level 3 units could actually awaken abilities. What the hell was this? In addition to the arms, units such as tanks, aircraft, and ships can randomly awaken at least one ability after being upgraded to level 3. These abilities are usually suitable for their characteristics. But how can I upgrade the rank of the reconnaissance aircraft? Isn't it possible to just use energy to upgrade it? The Master's Commander Authority has been upgraded to level 6, and he now has the power to directly use energy to upgrade his rank. The reconnaissance plane is so far away, can I upgrade? With the Master's current authority, it is possible. Suchin rolled his eyes and said, System, I see through you. Without Commander Authority, there are no human rights, right? Only at this time did Suchin feel that Commander's authority was a good thing. Things that could not be used before could now be used. Without saying a word, he upgraded the reconnaissance aircraft to the third level. Suddenly, without anyone noticing, the reconnaissance aircraft underwent a complete transformation. The speed of a first-order reconnaissance aircraft makes the air defense soldiers helpless, so how fast is a third-order reconnaissance aircraft? Suchin felt it, and found it was no less powerful than those fighter jets. So, including the 3 pilots, they suddenly found that the reconnaissance plane suddenly accelerated and ran away. Chase it, we can't let it get away. The 3 pilots were anxious. They thought this mission was a simple one, but they didn't expect a reconnaissance plane would have so many unexpected problems. Not only can it block a missile, but at its current speed, damn, their fighter jets can't even catch up. How is this possible? It's just an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. The pilot couldn't believe it. It was precisely by taking advantage of this speed that the third-level reconnaissance aircraft flew away directly, and the remaining 3 fighters did not dare to chase it. The outside world was the world of mutant beasts, and some mutant beasts were as fast as their fighters. Once they were discovered, they would be finished. The fighter jets look powerful, but they can only target mutant beasts below level 6. When the mutant beasts reach level 7, they almost ignore these fighter jets. I smile triumphantly. Suchin hummed a song happily. He felt a sense of accomplishment after playing tricks on an entire base city. However, what he was most concerned about was what abilities the reconnaissance aircraft would awaken after reaching the third level. Invisibility, deformation. To be honest, Suchin really didn't expect that this reconnaissance plane actually awakened 2 abilities, which looks very awesome. Not to mention the invisibility, it can make the reconnaissance aircraft transparent. Now, unless it is an extremely powerful existence, ordinary humans and mutant beasts cannot detect the existence of the reconnaissance aircraft. This is truly the most powerful reconnaissance aircraft. As for the ability to transform, Transformers? Suchin felt his hands itching, so he directly gave the reconnaissance plane an order to transform. After a series of complex transformations, the reconnaissance plane turned into a car. Shit, it turns out this thing's ability to transform is limited to cars and airplanes? I really thought I could become a transformer, Suchin kept complaining. From this point of view, the second ability is rather useless and is not as good as the first one at all. Master, the transformation ability can change into anything according to your imagination. Just now, the master thought of a car in his mind, so the reconnaissance plane turned into the shape of a car. The system explained. Suchin's eyes lit up. Is it so awesome? Become a robot. The next second, the car on the ground changed and turned into a robot. It looked very strange, but it was definitely a transformer. Chapter 69 Free and Paid. After a series of operations, Suchin discovered an important shortcoming. That is, because the reconnaissance aircraft had no attack power, the transformed robot also had no attack power. At most, he uses his own strength and can kill an ordinary person with one punch. He is just a weakling. Damn, why does a reconnaissance plane have the ability to transform? Suchin was very upset. If the transformation ability appeared on the Apocalypse tank or the Kirov airship, he was sure that the combat effectiveness would be even stronger. He had just asked the system and knew that this transformation ability was extremely rare. The probability of him gaining this attribute on other units was very small. Forget it. With the stealth capability, the reconnaissance plane is much safer. I'll just let it fly around and help me light up the map. Suchin gave up control of the reconnaissance plane and turned it back to the previous automatic mode. However, this time he set some reminders. Once he encountered the base city, he would know, and then Suchin would make another trip to the base city. Suchin didn't know that the big boss of base city who was fooled by him was now furious. You are a bunch of useless people. The fighter jets haven't even destroyed the reconnaissance plane. Are you all idiots? The boss was so angry that his face turned blue. He didn't think that the fighter jets had failed. After all, there was no comparison between reconnaissance planes and fighter jets. In such a situation, the reconnaissance plane was allowed to escape. No wonder the boss was angry. A middle-aged man with sparse hair kept wiping the sweat off his face. While the boss was taking a break, he whispered, "Minister, according to the pilot, the missile they launched did not blow up the reconnaissance plane. The reconnaissance plane suddenly accelerated and had a speed no less than that of a fighter plane. They chased it for a while before returning." Bump. The big guy threw away the ashtray on his table and hit the middle-aged man's head, causing it to bleed. However, the middle-aged man did not even think about stopping the bleeding, but knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. But he knew that with just one word from the big boss in front of him, he would be finished, even if he was a third-level transcendent. In this world, human life is the least valuable. For the big guys, there are many people who want to be their lackeys, and he is not a big deal. You tell me, a reconnaissance plane can't even be destroyed by missiles and its speed is comparable to that of a fighter jet. Do you fucking think I'm crazy? The boss was so angry that he really wanted to kick this guy to death. Even if you find an excuse, if you can't find a reasonable one, no pig would believe it. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "Minister, I have a video here. You will know after watching it." When the boss finished watching the video, he fell silent. The video showed the reconnaissance plane being hit by a missile and coming out almost unscathed, and then the fighter jets chasing it but never getting close to it. Keep this secret to yourself. Tell everyone who sees this to shut up. If anyone asks, just say the reconnaissance plane has been destroyed. Do you understand? Yes, Minister. This matter was discussed in the base city for less than a day, and then it suddenly disappeared, as if the reconnaissance plane had never appeared. This had no effect on Su-chan. He had originally just wanted the reconnaissance plane to help him illuminate more maps. As for discovering the base city, it was just a byproduct. At the same time, the operation of hunting mutant beasts is proceeding in an orderly manner. With the help of a large number of helicopters and 5 Kirov airships, a large number of corpses of killed mutant beasts were transported to the base. All the soldiers went into battle, separating the meat, internal organs and bones as quickly as possible, and collecting all the mutant beasts' blood. These all needed to be stored, and they were all good things in winter. Although there are no warehouses in Red Alert, with the ability of engineers, it is not a problem to build a modern large storage warehouse. He only needs to provide energy and some materials. Lung Yue and the other two gathered together this time and followed the soldiers to carry out the mission of hunting mutant beasts. After this period of time, the three of them have changed a lot. Apart from Lung Yue, Luo Hang and Zhang Tao are definitely elite soldiers just by looking at their appearance. The two had learned a lot from going out with the Red Alert soldiers to hunt mutant beasts, and now they could proudly say that they could beat several of their previous selves. I never thought that the person who saved us from the mutant beast would be the controller of a base. Zhang Tao sighed. At that time, they never thought that the situation today would come about. There were hundreds or even thousands of soldiers around, carrying out various tasks in an orderly manner, some hunting mutant beasts, some transporting mutant beasts, some building temporary garrisons, and no one was idle. If we have to say there were any, there were only 3 of them, but they were not soldiers, so they took a short rest and no one said anything to them. Anyway, I've long seen that Brother Chun is not an ordinary person. It's true. It was a wise decision to follow Brother Chun. After Luo Hang flattered Su Chun, he turned to flatter Lung Yue. Of course, all this is because the big sister discovered that Brother Chun is special. Otherwise, how could we have a relationship with Brother Chun? Zhang Tao was speechless. This guy's flattery was becoming more and more shameless. Lung Yue didn't say anything. Seeing this scene, she thought of something. I don't know how many people will die this winter. This one sentence made Luo Hang and Zhang Tao silent. They all knew that many people would die every winter, and not everyone could store a large amount of food before winter came. No food means death. They are able to survive until now because of their identity as extraordinary people. It is very difficult for ordinary people to survive a winter. Big sister, should we? Just when Luo Hang wanted to say something, Lung Yue interrupted him. I know what you want to say, but have you ever thought about why he would let these soldiers give the beast meat they exchanged their lives for to ordinary people for free, just because of your words? Luo Hang smiled bitterly. Yes, he was too naive. Who is he? Who is Su-chan? Why does he think Su-chan agrees to his request? It seemed like just a casual sentence, asking Su-chan to help those ordinary people, but there were so many ordinary people in the surrounding area. Even if Su Chin used the entire base's food storage, how many people could he help? Big sister, I was wrong. Luo Heng lowered his head. No, you were right. Ah. Luo Heng raised his head in surprise, wondering what the big sister meant. Saving people is never wrong, but your method is wrong. It is impossible to ask Su Chan to help those ordinary people for free, but what if he is paid? Chapter 70 Food. At first, Luo Heng didn't understand what it meant to save people for a fee, but when he heard what the big sister and brother Chan said, he suddenly realized it. Winter should be coming in these few days. The base city will be fine by then, but in the gathering area, at least half of the people will be threatened by the severe winter. This is an opportunity for you. Lung Yue went straight to Su Chan. Oh, what chance? Su Chan didn't seem to care. He was observing his food storage. After all, he now had 2 bases. It would be funny if he didn't store enough food and couldn't survive the winter. People are only willing to give anything in exchange for their lives when they are in desperate situations. If you take this opportunity to go to those gathering places and exchange food for something, what do you think you won't get? Su Chin touched his chin and said, well, it's a good idea, but why do we have to exchange it with food? Can't we just snatch it away? Lung Yue's expression froze. Yes, with Su Chin's strength, apart from the base city, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to seize those gathering places? All of a sudden, Lung Yue didn't know what to say, while Luo Heng and Zhang Tao remained silent. They didn't dare to interrupt in this situation. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. I'm not a tyrant. This method of directly snatching things is not suitable for me. I can consider the method you mentioned. Su Chan did not lie. This method was indeed good for him. Not everything can be resolved by force. Why use force when it can be resolved peacefully? Those people had no grudges against him, so he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to deal with them. Su Chan contacted the 4 super soldiers and asked about their recent food situation. Commander, the food we have stored now is enough for a base city to consume normally for about half a year. Before winter comes completely, the food reserve should be able to increase by 1.5 times. This is Zhu Ling's voice. The total number of troops in the 2 bases is only more than 10,000 at most, while a base city has at least millions of people. The consumption of so many people in half a year is quite terrifying. Basically, even if they don't hunt mutant beasts, the stored food will be enough for them to eat for a long time. Commander, our soldiers encountered a late 6th order mutant beast about 300 kilometers north of the branch base. Do you want me to send our subordinates to eliminate it? This was Bald Chong's voice. When he heard about a fight, he was full of energy. Don't worry about it for now. If it continues to approach the subbase, we can take action to deal with it. The current strength of the super soldiers is at the peak of level 6. With such strength, it would not be easy to deal with a late level 6 mutant beast. After thinking for a while, Su Chin said, increase the food storage. I will have some use for it when the time comes. Yes. In recent times, his energy has been consumed very quickly. If almost all the soldiers had not been dispatched to hunt mutant beasts, he would have felt that his energy was about to run out. Seeing that he still had nearly 200,000 energy left, Su Chan felt his hands itching. He felt that he must build a tank core. Just as he was about to take action, he thought of one thing. Once winter came, without the income from mutant beasts, he would only have one source of energy, and that was the mines. In this case, his energy source is very limited. Without energy, many things cannot be done, so he must save some energy just in case. It would be nice if I had several mines on hand. Thinking of this, Su Chan was suddenly shocked. He doesn't have any mineral deposits, but does Base City have any? A base city should at least know the locations of several mineral deposits. Otherwise, where would the metals in the base city come from? It's impossible that they appeared out of thin air, right? Now Su Chan got excited. He called Lung Yue over and asked her if she knew the location of the mineral deposit in base city. Unfortunately, this kind of news is usually only known by senior officials. How could Lung Yue, who has only been in the base city for a few days, know it? I don't know about this, but there must be someone in the base city who knows about it. Maybe people in some gathering places also know about it. For example, this coal mine is the closest to our gathering place, so everyone in our gathering place knows about it. Lung Yue's words made Su Chan react immediately. Yes, how could he not know about the mineral deposits near his home? Why was this coal mine not occupied by the gathering place in the first place? On the one hand, there were quite a few mutant beasts here. On the other hand, the coal in the mine was not of much use except for burning for heating. Only some ordinary people need it. Extraordinary people almost don't need coal for heating. Now that the gathering place has been destroyed, no one will come here to dig some coal. Su Chan did not hesitate and directly sent out a team of soldiers to those gathering places. At the same time, they used tanks to pull boxes of food. If you agree to tell the location of the mine, you will get food. If you disagree, haha. This time, for the sake of the mineral deposits, Su Chun gave a death order. These soldiers perfectly executed the commander's orders, and no one would disobey. In order to make the soldiers' words convincing, the soldiers leading the team must have at least the strength of the peak of the 4th level, and are equipped with various arms, with everything except flying units. If those gathering places knew that such a powerful and cruel team was heading towards them, they would probably have been scared to death. The team was sent out, and soon Su Chun received a message from Tanya. Commander, the radar has detected a large number of mutant beasts approaching the base. Should we attack? Su Chin's eyes lit up. He was currently lacking a large amount of food, so now it was coming. Everyone, attack. Keep all the meat. The mutants. Remember not to destroy the corpses. Commander, almost all of our soldiers have been sent out. Including the soldiers the commander just sent out, the total number of soldiers left in the base is less than 100. Su Chun didn't believe it and took a closer look. Damn, there were really less than 100 people. Among these 100 people, almost all of them are soldiers who stay behind. Their main responsibility is to defend the safety of the base, and they are assigned to various places in the base. Su Chun feels it is very risky to rely solely on these soldiers to defend the base. Fortunately, I left behind 2 radiation engineers. I didn't expect they would come in handy. Su Chun raised the corner of his mouth. This is one of his favorite types of soldiers. A large syringe creates an almost unsolvable zone. Unless someone can kill the radiation engineer remotely, the radiation engineer is simply invincible. Even though he sent some soldiers out, he still left the radiation engineers behind. Hey, mutants, you're done? Just when Su Chun was excited, a voice sounded, Commander, don't you want to keep these foods? The radiation power of the radiation engineers will make these foods inedible. Chapter 71 Your barbecue has arrived. Please check it. Su Chun was stunned. He had fucking forgotten. The purpose this time is not to kill the mutant beast, but to get the meat from the mutant beast. The power of radiation can certainly kill mutant beasts easily, but afterwards, the irradiated meat is simply inedible. Well, mutants should like this kind of meat. Su Chun frowned. Then what should we do? There are too few soldiers. If we use only guns, we won't be able to kill those mutant beasts even if we kill them for a long time. According to the markings on the radar, the number of mutant beasts that invaded this time reached more than 5,000. Among these mutant beasts, the weakest was at level 2, and the strongest even had a level 6 leader. Su Chun estimated that these mutant beasts were preparing to stock up before winter came. TSK, you actually dare to treat humans as winter food reserves. You are very brave. The next second, Yuri's steady voice appeared. Commander, the soldiers cannot attack. We can let the tank corps and helicopter troops take action. Although it will damage many mutant beast corpses, it will be able to save the base. Any unit of Red Alert can enter automatic mode, but manual mode is more flexible than automatic mode. Generally speaking, Su Chun uses manual mode. Yuri's suggestion was quite good, worthy of a man who had been a commander. However, after a systematic analysis, it was estimated that if 2 troops were dispatched, only 1/3 of the mutant beasts would survive. In other words, 2/3 of the mutant beasts will turn into pieces of minced meat, which is useless to eat. Should we collect the scraps of meat and make dumplings for the soldiers? Any other suggestions? No one spoke. The 4 super soldiers were all thinking. Soon, Tanya's voice sounded, Commander, you want to preserve the bodies of these mutant beasts, but you also want to annihilate them all, right? Yes, Tanya. What can you do? If I remember correctly, there are many flamethrowers in the machine gun bunker, and the power of the light prism tower and magnetic storm coil can also be adjusted, right? Su Chun's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Tanya continued, the power of the flame beam and magnetic storm can cause great damage to mutant beasts. Most importantly, as long as the power is appropriate, the mutant beast's body can be completely preserved. By the way, a portion of roasted mutant beast meat will be given as a gift. What are you waiting for, Commander? Bang. Su Chun slammed the table and said, Okay, it's decided to be you. Before this, Su Chun had never thought of this method. After all, before he only considered how to kill the enemy effectively. This time, not only did he have to kill him, but he also had to preserve his body, which was much more difficult. Su Chun had an illusion that these mutant beasts rushing over were like delivery men, but takeout usually delivers food from restaurants, while these mutant beasts pack themselves up and deliver them to the door. Su Chun seemed to hear a voice saying, Your barbecue has arrived. Please check it. TSK TSK. It seems like I haven't eaten roasted mutant meat recently, so I'm going to give it a try this time. Boom. More than 10 kilometers away from the main base, more than 5,000 mutant beasts were running wildly, and the ground was shaking violently. At the front of the mutant beast herd, a snow-white leopard stood proudly on the head of an elephant. This was the leader of the mutant beast herd, a late 6th-order mutant beast. I can already smell the scent of humans. I didn't expect that after a while of absence, a human gathering place would appear here again. They are really courting death. A human expression appeared on the face of the snow-white leopard. For some advanced mutant beasts, they have long known some things about humans, such as the division between gathering places and base cities. The strong ones are generally in the base cities, and the gathering places are where the weak humans stay. Generally speaking, advanced mutant beasts like it don't care about any gathering places at all. It would be too cheap to attack a gathering place, except when winter comes. In order to stock up, they can only find ways to kill more humans and get some food from humans so that they can survive the cold winter. Chief, when we go to the human gathering place this time, can you let me eat a few humans to fill my stomach? I haven't eaten humans for a long time, said the elephant below. No problem. I'll let you eat your fill this time. Move quickly. The other guys must be taking action too. We can't let them eat all the humans. Hearing the voice of the snow-white leopard, all the mutant beasts increased their speed. Finally, after a long journey, these mutant beasts arrived at the vicinity of the main base. On the way forward for the mutant beasts, Su Chun had already withdrawn the sentry guns, bunkers, and other units. Anyway, these units could not stop so many mutant beasts, so they could be recycled and reused, as they all generated energy. The snow-white leopard stood 500 meters in front of the base gate, looking at the base from afar with a strange look in its eyes. If it remembered correctly, the defense of ordinary gathering places seemed to be very weak, not like this at all. This was completely the defense of the base city. Humans have built a new base city here. This is impossible. The snow-white leopard couldn't believe it. So far, it had never heard of humans building a new base city. After all, building a base city is very difficult and not so easy to build. But the snow-white leopard looked at the things in front of it and fell silent. This is not the base city. It would not believe it even if you kill it. Chief, shall we go up? The elephant asked naively. The snow-white leopard hesitated for a moment and finally decided to rush forward. With its strength, it could even rampage through a base city. So what was a place that was only suspected to be a base city? Led by the snow-white leopard, more than 5,000 mutant beasts set off a wave and attacked the base. Su Chun sat in the boss chair, looking at the scene very comfortably. When they get close to the gate, we can start. The mutant beasts were getting closer and closer to the base, 300 meters, 200 meters, 50 meters. At this time, the soldier standing on the city wall took out the flamethrower behind him and sprayed hot flames downwards. These are all flamethrowers taken out from the bunker. They are extremely powerful and can deal with mutant beasts below level 3 without any problem. Even level 4 mutant beasts dare not face the power of the flamethrower. If a mutant beast breaks through the flamethrower's defense, it will be the turn of the light prism tower and the magnetic storm coil to take action. A beam of light and a magnetic energy wave visible to the naked eye will hit a mutant beast, killing it on the spot. Its fur will turn gray, and it will emit a slight aroma of barbecue. The snow-white leopard was confused. What was going on? When did humans have such powerful weapons? But this taste is so delicious. Chapter 72 Divine Soldiers Descended from Heaven. Su Chun saw through the radar interface that the only 6th-level mutant beast had saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth, and he was stunned at the time. Fuck, you are the boss of these mutant beasts, right? Why are you drooling? The corner of Su Chun's mouth twitched. He was very suspicious. If there were no other mutant beasts present, this leopard would have eaten the fragrant roasted mutant beast on the ground. He thought about it, and it seemed that mutant beasts usually eat raw food and have never tasted cooked food. No wonder they drooled when they saw grilled meat without any seasoning. It was really sad. A 6th-order mutant beast cannot be dealt with by a flamethrower. The light prism tower and the magnetic storm coil are also a little bit insufficient. Only super soldiers can deal with it. The snow-white leopard was stunned. Now was not the time to drool. It had to kill these humans with flaming weapons and destroy those buildings emitting strange light beams. Otherwise, its minions would be doomed. The snow-white leopard was agile and dodged all attacks. It came to the wall, ready to kill the soldiers. Just as its claws were about to fall on a soldier's neck, suddenly, the snow-white leopard found that it could not move its body. What's going on? The snow-white leopard was shocked. It had never encountered a situation that made it lose control of itself. What kind of ability was this? The snow-white leopard was aware of humans' extraordinary abilities, but it had never encountered such unreasonable abilities. This guy took control of its body directly without any reason. Who can it go to for justice? Who else but Yuri has the ability to control others? Yuri came to the wall and looked at the snow-white leopard indifferently. At this moment, the snow-white leopard felt his heart filled with fear. In its eyes, the man in front of him was like a devil. Yuri controlled the strongest snow-white leopard, while Tanya rushed into the herd and began killing. Tanya's abilities in all aspects are relatively balanced, and she is the one who thrives best. Tanya's double guns kept firing bullets. Every time a bullet was fired, a mutant beast would die. At the same time, her agile figure shuttled among the beasts, and no mutant beast could touch her. As a peak level 6 warrior, Tanya's strength far outstrips these mutant beasts. Soon, Yuri ordered the snow-white leopard to take action against these mutant beasts. The low-level mutant beasts didn't feel anything, but when some mutant beasts above level 4 saw their leaders actually attack them, the shock was beyond words. Or you can change it to, fuck your mother. Think about it, it was their leader who originally led them to attack humans and prepare to stockpile goods. But when they came to the human side, their leader immediately rebelled and attacked them. This is even more of a traitor than a traitor. Little did they know that the snow-white leopard was also devastated inside. It was innocent and it did not do it voluntarily. But with just one claw, it can easily kill a 5th-level mutant beast, and those mutant beasts will never believe it again. Suchin knew that the outcome was decided. Well, there are more than 5,000 mutant beasts, and most of them seem to be larger in size. This is a big harvest. Suchun sighed very much. It was very difficult to find a mutant beast like this that came from thousands of miles away to deliver its head. Just as he was sighing, a leading soldier's voice came. Commander, we found a group of mutant beasts besieging the gathering place of our target. What should we do? Afterwards, several leading soldiers said the same thing. Suchin realized that it was not just their base that was attacked, but all the gathering places. He opened the radar interface and zoomed in on the places where the gatherings were. Sure enough, groups of mutant beasts were besieging the gatherings. The gathering place did not have as good defense as the base, and it was breached after just a short resistance. If it weren't for the mutant beasts that attacked the gathering place, the strongest of which was only level 4, the gathering place would have been destroyed long ago. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, trigger the mission, rescue the human gathering place, and wipe out all the mutant beasts. If the mission is successful, you can get temporary permission to use a random super weapon once. There is no penalty for mission failure. Suchin's eyes lit up. For him, this task was like someone offering him a pillow when he was sleepy. This is the super weapon he has always dreamed of. Not to mention the most powerful nuclear missile silo and weather controller. Even other non-combat super weapons have various magical effects. Even if it's just a one-time usage permission, it's a good thing for him. The problem is this total annihilation, which means not a single mutant beast can be left out. It looks like we need to plan carefully. At this time, the gathering place numbered 21261 is the next gathering place after Lung Yue is located. Gathering places with consecutive numbers like this are rare. There were screams everywhere in the gathering place. Blood and corpses were everywhere. The mutant beasts rushed towards people as soon as they saw them, and they looked like they had not eaten meat for a long time. Mom. A little girl hid under the bed and cried softly. She had just seen with her own eyes that her mother walked out of the room in order to let her survive, and was eaten on the spot by a mutant beast. She will never forget that scene in her life. She could only cover her mouth tightly, hoping that the mutant beast would not discover her. If mutant beasts could be avoided in this way, so many people would not have died in history. A mutant beast that looked like a wild boar walked into the room, its nose moving constantly as if it was smelling something. It slowly walked towards the bed. The little girl was so scared that she covered her mouth tightly with her hands, not daring to make a sound. Just when the little girl thought she was doomed, suddenly there were screams of mutant beasts outside. Not just one, but a whole bunch. At the same time, a gunshot was heard, and the little girl saw the wild boar fall to the ground with a bloody hole on its head. Come out, little girl. You are safe. A deep voice sounded, and a man in unfamiliar military uniform came over and stretched out a hand to the little girl. The little girl had never felt so safe. She stretched out her hand and held the soldier's hand. Not only here, the same situation occurred in other gathering places. A group of soldiers suddenly appeared and caught the mutant beasts off guard. Many mutant beasts in the gathering place were killed at once. If it were just soldiers, it would be fine, but Su Chun put many special types of soldiers into these teams. These special soldiers all possess various unique abilities, and none of them are weak. Chapter 73. We charge a fee. The magnetic infantry was walking arrogantly on the street. A mutant beast rushed over. He just waved his hand and a magnetic energy wave rushed over, disintegrating the mutant beast on the spot and turning it into a basic organization. The magnetic infantry with magnetic energy waves are so arrogant. This time, the radiation engineer did not directly insert the large syringe in his hand into the ground, which might easily cause accidental injuries. He simply raised the large syringe and shot at the mutant beasts. As long as the mutant beasts were touched by the radiation force, they would turn green and die miserably on the spot. The Navy SEALs are responsible for rescuing those who are about to be eaten by mutant beasts. They are very quick, and the guns in their hands can often kill with one shot. They are stronger than soldiers. The snipers came to the highest point of the gathering place. With a gun in hand, the world was theirs. No mutant beast could escape their deadly bullets. 2 rocket soldiers flew in the sky, patrolling the entire gathering place, trying to rescue those trapped by the mutant beasts, while also preventing the mutant beasts from escaping. The other different arms are all playing their own roles. Although there are only 1 or 2 of each type of arms, when they are combined, their combat effectiveness is unimaginable. It can be said that the arrival of the soldiers suddenly filled the people in the gathering place with hope. They had never thought that someone would rescue them at this time. "Don't be afraid, everyone. Our reinforcements are here," shouted a one-eyed man. He seemed to be the boss of this gathering place. The other people who were originally in despair, after hearing this, looked into the distance and saw that there were indeed some people dressed strangely, hunting mutant beasts. Their pressure was relieved a lot. They subconsciously regarded these people as reinforcements from the base city, and no one thought that these people were not from the base city. With the reinforcements, these people began to release all their strength. The extraordinary ones broke into the mutant beasts and started fighting, while ordinary people took guns and provided cover for the extraordinary ones. At this time, no one could stay out, as this was a battle that determined whether they could survive. The leader of the mutant beasts that attacked this gathering place was a 4th-level mutant beast. When it discovered that humans had actually sent reinforcements, and they were very powerful ones at that, it did not give in, but instead let all the remaining mutant beasts rush forward, determined to break through this gathering place. Target the mutant beasts above level 3, and then deal with those at level 1 and level 2. The team leader gave the order. So all types of soldiers began to attack in a targeted manner. Unless they were attacked by mutant beasts that provoked them, they would first attack those mutant beasts of higher levels. Now the mutant beasts above level 3 are in trouble. Ever since Su Chun had plenty of energy, he had already raised the minimum strength of all his soldiers to the early 4th level. With their strength, it would be easy for them to kill a 3rd-level mutant beast in seconds. Even if they faced a 4th-level mutant beast, there was a great chance that they would win. In less than an hour, all the mutant beasts in the gathering place were killed. Not a single one was left. In the end, some mutant beasts wanted to escape, but the soldiers following Su Chin's orders naturally would not let them escape. The rocket pilots and snipers had noticed this long ago, and the rescue operation was perfect. It's not just this gathering place. Almost all gathering places are in similar situations. If it weren't for Su Chin's soldiers, these gathering places would probably be in a terrible state. Thank you so much. Without your help, few of us would have survived this time, the one-eyed man said to the team leader's soldier with a grateful look on his face. The others were also very grateful. They had always thought that the base city never cared about the lives of their gathering places. They did not expect that the base city would send elite soldiers to help them in advance. This was something they had not expected. The soldiers' words confused these people. "You misunderstood. Our services are not free. We charge for them. Now let's talk about the fees." In the end, this operation made Su Chun earn a fortune. There were a total of 10 gathering places, and 3 of them actually knew the location of the mineral deposits. This was definitely a good thing for Su Chun. Of course, Su Chun also exchanged food in gathering places for a lot of things. The most important thing was naturally some metals. With metals, engineers could build many things. Su Chun felt that he had made a profit by exchanging some extra food for important supplies. Of course, it was not all smooth sailing. Some people felt that their actions were necessary and should not be charged. The soldiers used guns to tell them that there is no free lunch in this world. When they found out that the people who rescued them were not from Base City, they were all stunned. Apart from Base City, what other force had so many elite troops? Such a big thing happened here, and the news soon reached the Base City. The base city immediately realized that those soldiers must be from the military base, and they were all gritting their teeth in anger. Their people were actually rescued by people from the military base. This is simply a slap in their faces. No, we have to teach the military base a lesson. Aren't they looking for mineral deposits? Let's give them a big gift. Suchin knew the locations of the 3 mines. When the soldiers brought back all kinds of supplies, he built 3 slave mines. Originally, he didn't like to use this mine, but apart from this mine, the other ones were immovable buildings. If you want to build an ore refinery in other places, you must first use a base vehicle to establish a subbase, otherwise it cannot be built. Only the slave mine can be exempted from this requirement. It is movable. Of course, the slave mine itself has no attack power, so he must send some soldiers to protect it, and also send out some mining vehicles to speed up mining. Well, in this situation, we can't use the transdimensional mining truck. It seems that we can only use the armed mining truck, which at least has some counterattack capability. Suchun did not hesitate and directly built 3 slave mines and 30 armed mining vehicles, and equipped each team with a large number of soldiers, tanks, and planes, which could almost be said to be a small legion. Without this little bit of military power, Suchun was worried that he wouldn't even be able to defeat the mutant beasts in the mine. Just in case, Suchun equipped each of their teams with a peak 5th level soldier. If there were any high-level mutant beasts, the peak 5th level soldiers could deal with them. It should be alright for now. Suchun planned to continue to grow slowly. He felt that he was still stronger, and it would be safer to deal with the base city then. In less than half a day, Suchun received a message that his 3 teams went to the location of the mine and were ambushed. Chapter 74. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm RBQ? Commander, we've been ambushed. The enemy is led by an early-stage 6th order transcendent, and there are many other transcendents. We have lost 1/3 of our soldiers. At this rate, it won't be long before our team is wiped out. Suchun could hear that the soldier's voice was very urgent when he contacted him. It seemed that he was fighting with the opponent's early 6th level transcendent. A soldier at the peak of level 5 can only remain undefeated when facing an early level 6 transcendent. It is extremely difficult for him to defeat him. After all, who among those who can become a 6th level transcendent is a fool? Not just one, but the contact situations of 2 other soldiers were similar, with only different losses at most. The most serious incident was that one team was ambushed and lost half of its combat effectiveness. If it weren't for the peak level 5 soldiers who were still there, they would have been defeated long ago. Base City, I didn't look for you, but you dare to provoke me. If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm a badass? Suchun was furious. He knew that this was a warning from the base city to him. Most people would have to accept it if they encountered such a situation. After all, it would be too late to send someone over temporarily given such a long distance. As long as the battle is not evenly matched, it will often end quickly. The base city sent people to ambush, which must have taken a lot of combat power. Ordinary reinforcements would definitely not be able to do it. Tanya Yuri, it's your turn to come on stage here. Commander, what should we do with the other team? Tanya asked curiously. I'll go to that team. No. How can the commander take risks so easily? I can't agree to this. Tanya refused immediately. Commander, calm down. You can't take risks easily. Yuri also disagreed. The commander is everything to them. If something happens to the commander, they will all be doomed. Every Red Alert unit knows this. You seem to underestimate me. Have you forgotten that my strength is at the same level as yours? Suchun raised the corner of his mouth. That's true, but the commander's fighting ability is not as good as any of us. I don't agree with the commander taking risks. Tanya insisted. Suchin's face changed. Tanya, this is the commander's order. No objection is allowed. Yes, commander. Tanya and Yuri could only accept their fate. After all, the commander's orders were supreme. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. I won't act rashly without any certainty. Take your men and let's go. This time Suchun was really angry. The base city actually dared to ambush him, causing him to lose a lot of soldiers. Suchun never leaves revenge overnight. He takes revenge immediately. After killing these people, I believe the base city will also feel the pain. This time there are 3 6th level transcendents. Suchun sneered. Lung Yue and others naturally noticed such a big move at the base, so she went straight to find Suchun. What happened? Nothing, just a little trouble. Suchun waved his hand. I want to go too. Ah. Suchun was stunned. I'm not kidding. With my current strength, I should be able to go to the battlefield, right? Lung Yue said as she displayed the strength of a mid-4th order stage. You know, some time ago, She was still a first-level transcendent. It has only been such a short time, but she has reached the middle stage of the fourth level. If other people knew about this, they would probably be dumbfounded. Middle stage of fourth level, just barely passable, Su Chun said casually. Lung Yue rolled her eyes at Su Chun. She knew that Su Chun was telling the truth, but sometimes the truth can hurt people. She knew that Su Chun had 4 capable men under his command. The strength of these people had reached the peak of the 6th level, and each of them had a unique ability. She had witnessed the battle between Tanya, Zhu Ling, and Bald Chong with her own eyes. She felt that if she fought with them, she would not be able to withstand a single blow because the gap in strength was too great. Su Qin not only brought Lung Yue with him, but also asked Luo Hang and Zhang Tao to follow Tanya Yuri's team and let them go to the battlefield in person. Only those who have actually been on the battlefield can be considered a qualified soldier. The previous battle with the mutant beasts was just an appetizer. Su Qin acted decisively. If he wanted to get to the battlefield quickly, walking would definitely not be possible, and the tank speed was also not fast enough, so he had to use a helicopter. 300 armed helicopters set out in 3 directions, heading for 3 battlefields. This was the second confrontation between Base City and the base. Last time the base won. So what about this time? The armed helicopters were very fast, and by the time they arrived at the battlefield, there were not many Red Alert soldiers left. But even if they were completely wiped out, they were still protecting the most important slave mine. Without this thing, they would not be able to mine even if they went to the mining area. None of the Red Alert soldiers spoke. They were all killing the enemies silently. They did not need to use words to boost morale. As Red Alert soldiers, they would die with the enemy. A Red Alert soldier was approached by the enemy. He threw away his gun and engaged in close combat with the enemy. However, the enemy turned out to be a 5th-level transcendent, whose strength far exceeded his. At one chance, the Red Alert soldier suddenly approached the enemy and pulled out the grenade on his body, wanting to die together with the enemy. You want to die with me? Dream on. The 5th-level extraordinary man noticed the other party's situation, sneered, and kicked the soldier out. Under normal circumstances, the Red Alert soldiers would definitely be killed, while the 5th-level extraordinary people would not suffer any damage at all. But suddenly, a phantom flashed by, passed by the Red Alert soldier, and appeared in front of the 5th-level extraordinary person. This thing is for you. The 5th-level extraordinary person took it subconsciously, lowered his head and took a look. His eyes widened. It was a grenade. Boom. The grenade exploded, and no one thought that a 5th-level extraordinary person would be killed by a grenade. However, when they looked over, there was no trace of the 5th-level extraordinary person at the place, only debris all over the ground. Impossible. How could an adult be killed by a grenade? One person couldn't believe it. Normally, it is indeed impossible, but what if a 5th-level transcendent is controlled and unable to use the power of his own body? A 5th-level transcendent cannot use his strength, and is at most similar to a 3rd-level transcendent. He can be completely killed by a grenade. Commander. Sir, why are you here? The Red Alert soldier was so excited when he saw that it was the commander who rescued him that he almost shouted the commander's name. If the enemy heard it, the commander would be in danger. You are all my people. I will not allow anyone to bully you. Su Chun waved his hand, and suddenly those extraordinary people who were fighting with the soldiers suddenly turned against them and attacked their former companions, killing many people on the spot. Traitor! A stabbed man screamed miserably. Chapter 75 Mind Control Thief is useful. These extraordinary people never thought that their companions who came with them to carry out the mission would stab their own people with their weapons on the battlefield. Those people were all confused when they were stabbed, and those who were stabbing others were also confused. It's not me. I didn't do that. Don't talk nonsense. The man who stabbed someone with a weapon denied it 3 times in a row. The person who was stabbed was so angry that he vomited blood and died on the spot. These people had no idea what was happening. In just a blink of an eye, their bodies became uncontrollable and they rushed directly towards their companions. However, their mouths were still able to move. It was a terrifying feeling. Seeing that the other party had an internal conflict, Su Chun raised his mouth. Mind control is so useful. Just now he used his commander authority and borrowed Yuri's mind control ability. He liked the feeling on his first try. With Su Chin's current ability, it is too easy to control these extraordinary people who are less than level 6. Seeing that his 5th-level peak soldier is struggling to deal with the 6th-level extraordinary person, Su Chun did not hesitate and directly controlled the 6th-level extraordinary person, and at the same time asked the Red Alert soldiers to stop attacking. Commander, this mission has failed. Please punish me. The 5th-level peak soldier came to Su Chun and knelt on one knee. This failure has nothing to do with you. It's just that the base city doesn't want me to have an easy time. Capture all these extraordinary people. If there are any who resist violently, break their limbs and tie them up." The soldier was stunned. "Commander, I know 4 limbs, but what are 5 limbs?" Su Chen's eyes silently glanced at the soldier's lower body. The soldier immediately clamped his legs together and took a breath of cold air. He understood everything. The following battle was very simple. Su Chen used the mind-controlled extraordinary people as a suicide squad, rushing around and interrupting the formation of these people. The soldiers who came down from the helicopter joined the battle. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was over and they captured nearly 40 extraordinary people. The weakest of these extraordinary people was at level 3, and the strongest was naturally the one at the early level 6. This time, the base city spent a huge amount of money to ambush Su Chen's men. "I'm telling you, you'd better let me go. Base city is not something you can afford to mess with." Even if he was caught, the 6th Order Transcendent was still very tough. "Really?" Su Chen smiled indifferently and looked at a soldier beside him. The soldier kicked the extraordinary man in the lower body without hesitation. The extraordinary person stared with his eyes wide open, his whole body twitching. The feeling was simply worse than death. When the other prisoners saw this scene, they were so scared that they clamped their legs together. It was too brutal. "Tell me, who asked you to come here?" "You. Don't even think about it." The man didn't finish his words before he was kicked again. At this moment, the 6th-level Transcendent hated his own physique for the first time. Although he was in pain, he couldn't faint. "I tell you to answer. If you keep talking nonsense, you won't get what you want anymore." As his happiness for the rest of his life was at stake, the 6th Order Transcendent finally gave in. It was the head of the Chi family who joined forces with several other families to send us out. "Our people received news from the gathering place that you had obtained the locations of 3 mines. The head of the Chi family believed that you would definitely send people to the mines, so he asked us to come here in advance to ambush." The 6th-level extraordinary person told the truth, and Su Chen's eyes showed a hint of ruthlessness. He is the head of the Chi family, right? It seems that when he controls the base city, none of these families will be allowed to stay. Take everyone back and recycle the waste. The so-called waste utilization is to use them as miners. Although Su Chen now has enough energy to produce mini minecarts, he is still used to using these people as miners. This can be regarded as Su Chen's bad taste. Before going back, Su Chen went to the gathering place of the 3 people who had reported their affairs and squeezed them again. Although this operation was carried out by the base city, how could such a thing happen without their reporting? The gathering place is just the interest. He will settle the big bill with the base city. Su Chen's side finished quickly, and the other 2 sides were not slow either. Yuri's method was the same as Su Chen's, while Tanya really showed off. Tanya is a super soldier who is well balanced in all aspects. After she entered the battlefield, almost no one could stop her, and she directly won the MVP of the game. Lung Yue and the other 2 who followed the team only found some weaker transcendents in the corners to fight. The center of the battlefield was not a place they could go. The team suffered heavy losses, so Su Chen simply sent out more teams. He wanted to make the 3 mines impregnable. The battle here was over, and the base city soon got the news. Bump. The head of the Chi family was so angry that he threw a valuable ornament on the table to the ground, breaking it into pieces. His roar could be heard outside. "Damn military base. No matter who you are, I will not let you go." At the beginning, the head of the Chi family hated the military base because his son was captured. But now, the military base has become an irreconcilable relationship with their base city. This time, the operation was led by him. He persuaded the other 2 families to send out a total of 3 6th Order Transcendents. He felt that this mission could be easily accomplished. However, it didn't take long before he received news that all 3 teams had been wiped out and almost all of them had been captured. Puff. The head of the Chi family was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted on the spot. "Oh no, the master of the family has fainted. Doctor. Not to mention the chaos in the Chi family. When the other 9 families learned of the result this time, they all fell silent. This team was led by 3 6th-level transcendents, yet they all failed. Is the military base really that strong? No, we can't wait any longer. We must let the Lord Controller come out of confinement early. This is a major matter concerning our base city. I believe that even if the Lord Controller knows, he will understand us." A family head suggested. Except for the head of the Wang family, almost all the heads of the families agreed with this plan. The 6th-level extraordinary person is not capable of doing this, so they can only ask the controller of the 7th-level extraordinary person to take action. They don't believe that there are any 7th level extraordinary people in the military base. A strong man of this level would be treated as a controller anywhere. How could he hide in a small military base? Just as these family heads were discussing, suddenly all of them changed their expressions and looked in one direction at the same time. Over there, they felt a strong pressure. This is the breath of the Lord Controller. Has he come out of seclusion? A family head shouted in shock. The Lord Controller has come out of seclusion on his own. Does this mean that he has reached the peak of the 7th level? The other family head was delighted. Ha ha ha, my son has finally come out. The military base will be ours. The head of the Wang family laughed. Chapter 76 The Controller. A huge building in the center of Wangchang City. It is a place where only the controller is qualified to live. It is the center of Wangchang City. Over the past year, because the controller has been in seclusion, no one has dared to approach here for a long time. The area is filled with powerful supernatural beings guarding this place. Anyone who dares to break in will be killed immediately by these supernatural beings. No matter who. The news that the controller had come out of confinement spread throughout the entire base city in a very short time. They excitedly ran around to tell each other about this good news. The controller's coming out of seclusion means that his strength has been further improved. It is very likely that the controller has broken through to the peak of the 7th level, which is a good thing for the people in the base city. The stronger the controller is, the greater their sense of security will be. If their controller breaks through to the 8th level, they will probably be so excited that they will not be able to sleep. In a magnificent hall, a young man with an imposing bearing sat on a noble throne, with a group of people standing below. These people were either the patriarchs of a certain family or extraordinary beings whose strength had reached the 5th level. Greetings to the controller. Everyone bowed to show their respect to the controller. Well, has anything major happened in this year? The controller said lightly. He didn't think that anything earth-shaking would happen in just 1 year. If there really were countless mutant beasts attacking the base city, he believed that others would have awakened him long ago instead of waiting for him to break out. The people below looked at each other, and finally the head of the Chi family stood up and said respectfully, Master Controller, a big event has indeed happened recently. A military base has appeared in a coal mine about 200 kilometers away from Wangchang City. The owner of the base is very hostile to our Wangchang City and kidnapped my son from the beginning. After explaining the situation, the patriarch of the Chi family looked at the controller with some trepidation. If the controller was unwilling to help him, he would probably never be able to rescue his son. At this time, another family head said, Master Controller, the military base poses a great threat to our base city. We have tried to recruit them, but they ignored our good intentions. Traitors like this who disregard the safety of mankind and intend to cause internal strife among humans should not exist in the world. The heads of various families came forward to speak, and almost everyone agreed that the military base must be eliminated. Stop! The controller waved his hand, and everyone immediately shut up. In the base city, the controller has supreme power. Father, is what they said true? The controller looked at the person in the front below, who was the patriarch of the Wang family. That's right. That military base poses a great threat and must be eliminated as soon as possible. Not long ago, we set up an ambush on the military base, but our people were completely wiped out. The team was led by 3 level 6 transcendents. The controller looked around. In fact, he was a little confused just now. As a 7th level transcendent, his memory was almost photographic. He noticed that there were a few missing faces here. It turned out that they were captured. I understand. Leave this to me. After saying this, the controller suddenly disappeared from the spot. The controller has always been decisive and swift, so no one found it strange. They all thought that the military base was doomed. It's just a military base, but it has repeatedly provoked our Wangchang City. Who gave it the courage? If the Lord Controller takes action personally, he will die a miserable death. A family head laughed. Yes, did you feel it just now? When I stood in front of the controller, I felt like there was an invincible king standing in front of me, and I had no ability to resist at all. There are only a few people at the peak of the 7th level in the entire human race. In other words, if no 8th level extraordinary person appears, the controller will be invincible. These people were more excited than each other. They had witnessed the horror of 7th order extraordinary people. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were superhuman. Almost all weapons have no effect on 7th level extraordinary people. Some weapons with strong explosive power can be avoided in advance by relying on instinct before they get close. If you want to kill a 7th level transcendent, there is no other way except to fight him head-on. As for what an 8th level transcendent looks like, that is not something they can know. Just as the controller was leaving for the base, Su-chun, who was having a leisurely meal, heard the system's alarm. Highest level, red alert. A 7th level peak intruder is approaching the base, and the system is calculating the master's probability of resisting the opponent. The calculation result is that the master's probability of resisting the opponent is only 10%. What, system? Are you kidding me? I have 4 peak level 6th order super soldiers under my command, but I can't deal with a peak level 7th order extraordinary person? Su-chun couldn't believe it. Starting from level 5, every time you advance 1 level, your strength will change dramatically. An early level 7 transcendent can easily deal with several level 6 peak transcendents. Even for a level 6 peak super soldier, the success rate of dealing with a level 7 peak transcendent is very low. After hearing the system's explanation, Su-chun suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If even the super soldiers didn't work, then what else could he do? Damn it, this guy came out too quickly. If he had been out for another month, my commander authority would have been upgraded to level 7. By then, I could have upgraded the 4 super soldiers to the peak of level 7. What would a peak level 7 transcendent mean to me? Su-chun forced himself to calm down. He knew that being anxious would be of no use at this moment. What do I have that can deal with a peak level 7 transcendent? Kirov airship? Apocalypse tank? Su-chun quickly shook his head. These things were okay for dealing with ordinary transcendents, but they were not effective against transcendents at the peak of the 7th level. Unless he had hundreds of apocalypse tanks, all of which were at level 3, he would still have some confidence. After all, according to the system, the attack power of the 3rd level apocalypse tank has reached the 7th level, which is enough to threaten the 7th level transcendent. The scene of 100 3rd level apocalypse tanks attacking would be too beautiful. But when he thought about the energy required, Su-chun felt that he couldn't bear it. It was too much. Energy. If I had so much energy, I would have killed this guy in seconds. Wait, in seconds? Suddenly, Su-chun thought of something. This was his last hope. If this thing was useless, he could only consider selling the base and running away. This was a base that he had spent a huge amount of money to build, and he didn't know how much it would cost to rebuild it. Thinking of this, Su-chun closed his eyes. Chapter 77 Iron Curtain Device. System, I want to draw the reward for the last mission. Su-chun had completed a mission before, and the reward was a random draw for the right to use a super weapon. No matter which super weapon it was, the effect was very powerful, but there were still only 2 that Su-chun valued most, the nuclear missile silo and the weather controller. He believed that even a peak 7th level transcendent would be crippled if not killed under the bombardment of these 2 weapons. Can a disabled 7th level peak transcendent be a match for the super soldiers under his command? What kind of extraction method do you need, master? What style? Su-chun thought for a moment and said, keep it simple, just make a turntable. The next second, a turntable appeared in Su-chun's mind. There were 6 areas on it, and each area was a super weapon. Start. The turntable began to rotate so fast that Su-chun could not see the words on it at all. Stop. The turntable slowly stopped, and finally the pointer stopped at a position. When he saw the name of this area, the corner of his mouth twitched. Why was it this? Iron Curtain Device. This is the super weapon that Su-chun drew. The Iron Curtain Device is very powerful. It can make units within a range invincible, and the invincibility period is at least 30 seconds. What can you do with 30 seconds of invincibility? Basically, you can do whatever you want. But if Su-chun remembered correctly, the invincibility of the Iron Curtain Device seemed to have some limitations. This thing was only effective against tanks and buildings. It had no effect on the Air Force, let alone the arms. It was completely useless. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, Master, please do not confuse the game with this system. There are restrictions in the game, but there are no restrictions in this system. As long as they are units under the Master, they can use the Iron Curtain Device. Su-chun's eyes lit up. So awesome? In just a short moment, Su-chun thought of many ways to target the opponent. This was 30 seconds of invincibility, which must not be wasted. This was the key to whether they could defeat the opponent. System, please ask me carefully, is the invincibility time 30 seconds? That's right. After receiving a positive reply from the system, Su-chun immediately summoned 4 super soldiers. Juling and Guang Tu-chong, who were far away in the branch base, immediately came back using the teleportation function. This was related to the life and death of the base, and no combat power could be let go. The 4 of them already knew the current situation. Facing a strong man at the peak of level 7, they had no strategies and could only fight head-on. If they win, the base can be saved. If they lose, they can only abandon the base. For Su-chun, as long as he has the system, making a comeback is not a problem at all. However, he doesn't want to make a comeback. He wants to beat the hell out of this guy. I won't say much about this matter. I just want to say one thing, we must win this time. Su Chun was fully armed. He also wanted to go to the battlefield this time. After all, he also possessed the strength of the peak of the 6th level, and maybe he could play a key role. This time the 4 super soldiers did not stop them. They all knew that since the commander had decided to go out, they could not stop him. At most, they could only protect the commander's safety. Outside the base, the wind was blowing coldly. Winter was getting closer and closer. The temperature outside was dropping sharply, and some soldiers had already put on thick clothes. Su Chun, with 4 super soldiers, swaggered towards the enemy's must-pass place. With radar, he could clearly see the enemy's route, and when the enemy took action, the mine detector pointed out the enemy's route. I guess the other party doesn't know that all his actions are seen by Su Chun. Su Chun could see that the other party was moving very fast and would probably reach the base soon. He was wondering whether he should give the other party a big surprise. Yuri, Zhuling, wait until he enters your attack range and give him an appetizer to try first. Yes. The controller was getting closer and closer to here. 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 3 kilometers. At this moment, Yuri's eyes changed, and invisible mental power penetrated the space and instantly descended on the controller. The controller suddenly stopped and frowned. Just now, an invisible force tried to break through his mental defenses and control his body, but fortunately he blocked it. Anyone who can become a 7th-level transcendent is a strong person with a firm heart. It is difficult for mind control to easily break through their defenses. The next moment, Zhuling's bullet also arrived. The bullet was like a ghost, approaching the controller silently, but it stopped 5 centimeters away from the controller's eyes. Zhuling's bullets couldn't even break the opponent's defense. Su Chun was a little shocked when he saw this scene through the radar. Is a peak 7th-level transcendent so powerful? The attacks of the 2 super soldiers didn't even touch the opponent's clothes. This made Su Chun frown. If they couldn't even break the defense, how could they fight? On the surface, Su Chun was very calm, as if he had a plan in hand and was sure of victory. Along the way, Zhuling's bullets and Yuri's mind control kept harassing the controller, and at least consumed a lot of his energy. Finally, the controller came to a place 100 meters away from them and saw Su Chun and others. Are you the owner of the military base? The controller spoke in a very indifferent voice, as if he didn't care about Su Chun's identity. You are the controller of Wangchang City. I didn't expect that the controller is quite young. It really surprises me. Su Chun raised the corner of his mouth. The controller didn't say anything. In terms of youth, Su Chun was younger than him. This was what made him feel strange. The military base can be said to be an accidental discovery, but he noticed one thing, that the 4 people around Su Chun were all extraordinary people at the peak of the 6th level, which was simply incredible. Even in the base city, there are only 1 or 2 people who have reached the peak of level 6. Why are there 4 on the opposite side? Because of the influence of the system, the controller could not see Su Chun's strength. He did not think how strong Su Chun's strength could be. If he was a 7th-level transcendent, he could enter a base city and become a deputy controller with great power. There was no need for him to be the owner of a military base. The military base will be incorporated into Wangchang City. I can give you the power of deputy controller. Su Chun didn't expect that at this point, the other party still wanted to recruit him. Did he think he would care about the identity of a deputy controller? What I want is not the position of deputy controller, but your position. As soon as he finished speaking, the controller took the first step. He is so stubborn and unyielding that he deserves to be put to death. Chapter 78 Secret Trick. The controller did not move, but the temperature around him seemed to rise suddenly, and suddenly balls of flames appeared around him, making the controller at this moment look like a fire king. Extraordinary ability related to fire? Su Chun was only slightly surprised. There is very little information about the controller in the base city. Even if there is, it is not accessible to Lung Yue and the others. This is the first time Su Chun knows that the controller's extraordinary ability is fire. The extraordinary power of fire can only be regarded as average among many extraordinary powers. However, because so many people use it, the number of uses of fire is also the largest. This controller is probably the first person who can use the extraordinary ability of fire to increase his strength to the peak of the 7th level. The high temperature of the flames made the surrounding area warm. This time, the controller did not give Su Chun another chance to speak. Suddenly, hundreds of flames moved, turning into fire meteors and flying towards the direction where Su Chun and others were. Protect the commander. Zhuling growled, and the soul-destroying rifle in her hand suddenly changed from a long sniper rifle to a short and powerful submachine gun. Da-da-da. The submachine gun has a lot of bullets, and it can be fired continuously without the need for a magazine. Each bullet hits a ball of fire. Only Zhu Ling's precise controllability can achieve this. Bal Chang rushed forward directly. As a melee super soldier, he didn't have much effect here. Only when he got close to the enemy could he really show his ability. Tanya was also protecting Su Chan. Bullets were flying from her two guns. Her shooting accuracy was no less than that of Zhu Ling. While protecting Su Chan, Yuri used his mind control to constantly harass the controller. The ability of mind control cannot be avoided. Every time he has to use his body to resist. Once he can't resist, he will become Yuri's puppet. It can be said that among the four super soldiers, only Yuri has the greatest influence on the controller. What kind of weird ability is this? I have never seen it before. Why would someone with such extraordinary ability be his subordinate? The controller was very unhappy. Since he became the controller, he has always hoped that there would be more rare superpowers among the super people under his command. Unfortunately, the birth of superpowers is rare in the first place, and rare superpowers are even rarer. At least he has not seen many rare superpowers. He was somewhat thankful that the other party's strength was not as good as his. If they were at the same level, he felt that he would not be able to resist the other party's strange and extraordinary abilities. Once his mind was lost, he would be doomed. Thinking of this, the controller increased the number of flames, and the overwhelming flames flew towards the direction where Su Chan was, making them unable to cope with it. Take my punch. Bal Chang finally came in front of the controller and punched him in the face without any mercy. As a melee super soldier, Baldy Chang's combat awareness is very terrifying. He punched the barrier in front of the controller, and the barrier began to fluctuate. A hint of surprise appeared in the controller's eyes. It was not easy for a 6th-level transcendent to make his barrier fluctuate. The controller ignored Bal Chang's attack and continued to deal with Su Chan. He could see that these four people were centered around Su Chan. As long as he killed Su Chan, everything would be easy. Maybe he can win over the remaining four people. This is the controller's idea. If he knew that once Su Chan died, the four super soldiers would also disappear, I wonder what he would think. As if realizing that his flames had no effect on Su Chan, the controller waved his hand, and the flames suddenly changed into small fire dragons. This is not the end yet. The fire dragons gathered together and grew larger. Soon, a huge fire dragon 50 meters long appeared on the field. Roar! The fire dragon roared towards the sky, spitting out flames from its mouth, with unparalleled power. Just as the controller was about to control the fire dragon to burn these enemies, his heart suddenly skipped a beat and he subconsciously tilted his neck. Then a fist broke through his barrier and hit where his head was originally. What a pity, I missed. I will definitely hit it next time. Bal Chang's voice came. The controller did not expect that a 6th-order transcendent, who was nothing in his eyes, could actually break his barrier. Even if a strong man of the same level wanted to break his barrier, it would be difficult. How did you do it? The controller looked at Bal Chang seriously. If the other party didn't say anything, he would let him know what pain was. Bal Chang chuckled. It's such a simple thing. Do you still need me to teach you? Don't you know that water dripping wears away a stone by constantly attacking the same place? The controller's pupils shrank. This kind of thing is easy to say, just keep attacking one place, but it is not easy to do. Even for him, it was difficult to make every attack land on the same place. To thank you for telling me, I will leave your body intact. Before the controller finished speaking, Bal Chang's fist came again, and this time his fist was more powerful. Bal Chang has entered combat mode. It looks like I can hold him back for a short time. It all depends on their performance next. Su Chan thought. To be able to become a super soldier, the four of them naturally have their own unique skills, which are usually not used. Only when facing such a strong enemy will they use their own skills. Combat state. This is Bal Chang's unique skill. Only after fighting with the opponent for a certain period of time can he enter this state. After Bal Chang entered combat state, his strength increased by at least 2 levels. In other words, Bal Chang can now be said to be a mid-7th level strongman. Although he is still far behind the peak 7th level masters, at least he will not be killed instantly. Next, it's my turn. Tanya narrowed her eyes, and she merged her 2 guns in the middle, turning them into a pistol that was twice as long. This was Tanya's unique skill, combining 2 guns into one to fight. After merging 2 guns, Tanya's bullet power has been greatly improved. Not only the bullets, but in fact all aspects of her body have been improved as well. Tanya is quite balanced in all aspects, so even her special moves can improve her overall strength. Tanya came to the battlefield between Bal Chang and the controller in 2 jumps. She naturally joined the battle and did not cause any trouble to Bald Chong. This is how powerful Tanya is. Her gunfighting skills are stronger in close combat than in long-range combat. Tanya assisted Baldy Chong and suppressed the controller for a while. Of course, this was related to the controller's weak melee ability. Just 2 pieces of trash. You want to deal with me? Chapter 79. Fire Zone, the prototype of the domain. The controller sneered, and a circle of flames suddenly appeared around him, shaking Tanya and the bald man away. The powerful heat wave brought by the flames prevented the two from getting close to each other for a while. What kind of flame is this? The temperature must have reached at least 2,000 degrees, right? Su Chun was shocked. It was possible for human power to reach this level. As expected, there has always been a saying in the base city that the 7th level transcendents have surpassed the scope of humans. Tanya's eyes changed. He seems to be preparing a big move. We can't let him succeed. After saying that, Tanya stepped forward. Even though the flames were very hot, she just gritted her teeth and persevered. Fortunately, the clothes she was wearing were not ordinary clothes, but special combat uniforms. Even if they could not withstand the high temperature of 2,000 degrees, they could at least hold on for a while. In less than half a second, Tanya rushed into the ring of fire and faced the controller. How can I, Bald Chong, lose to a woman? Bald Chong laughed and used his body to force a breakthrough. His clothes were not as powerful as Tanya's. He was just wearing ordinary clothes, but his body was too strong. Even the high temperature of 2,000 degrees only left some charred marks on his body, and he did not suffer much damage. It's my turn to take action. Zhu Ling chuckled, and the sniper rifle mode of Miao Ling appeared again. Endless energy gathered in her gun. This was a charging mode that she rarely used. The power of a bullet that has been charged will be greatly enhanced, at least by a small level. As a former commander, Yuri was relatively calm and composed. His expression remained unchanged. He used his special skills, absolute control. Yuri's mind control is difficult to resist, and he expends a lot of his own energy to improve his mind control ability, which means absolute control. The 4 of them launched their strongest attacks at the same time, and the controller will definitely die this time. Boom. The attacks of the 4 people broke out at the same time. A violent explosion occurred where the controller was. In an instant, Tanya and Bald Chong were blown away. Yuri also groaned, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Only Zhu Ling had no problem. She stared at that place carefully without putting down the gun in her hand. Not long after, a figure appeared. It was the controller. But his clothes were tattered, his face was covered in blood, and he looked like a scavenger, looking quite miserable. But Zhu Ling's face changed drastically. The strongest attack of the 4 of them was not able to kill the opponent instantly. Puff. The controller spat out a mouthful of blood. He sneered and looked over here. Just a small flaw revealed, and your trump card was exposed. Are you disappointed that I didn't die? Fortunately, if a peak 7th level extraordinary person died so easily, I would be a little disappointed with the strength of the peak 7th level. Su Chun smiled faintly. Snort. The controller felt that Su Chun was just talking tough. In the current situation, he was only slightly injured, most of which were superficial wounds. He still had at least 70% of his strength left, so he believed he could deal with those 4 people. He didn't think Su Chun could be that strong. As long as these 4 people died, Su Chun would be trapped. Commander, shall we go back to the base and use it for defense? Zhu Ling said in a low voice. The 4 of them had already used all their abilities, but still couldn't take down the controller. If they continued to fight, it didn't matter if they died, but the commander must be kept safe. It's okay. I still have a trump card. How are your injuries? I'm fine, Zhu Ling said. We were slightly injured, but our combat effectiveness won't be reduced much, said the other 3. That's good. Wait. Before Su Chun could finish his words, he felt the temperature around him suddenly rise. It felt like going from winter to summer all of a sudden. The change was too fast. Su Chun saw that the surrounding area had turned red, and flames appeared from somewhere on the ground, like flaming lotuses. It was beautiful, but also carried a deadly danger. You are lucky to die in my fire zone. This is my first time using the prototype of the domain I just comprehended. The controller's voice seemed to come from all directions. I can see the flame zone, but what the hell is the domain prototype? The system was very considerate and gave some popular science. Only when a transcendent reaches the 8th level can he possess a domain. The so-called domain is the transcendent's control over the surrounding world. Generally speaking, the stronger the transcendent, the larger the domain. There are only a few people who can comprehend the domain at the peak of the 7th level. Simply put, This guy is still a genius? Su Chun raised the corner of his mouth. Genius is nothing. In front of my red alert army, even a genius will have to eat shit. Is it so great that you have a prototype of a domain? Activate the Iron Curtain device. Su Chun just snapped his fingers, and in an instant, a layer of translucent light black film appeared on the bodies of 5 people, including Su Chun. The 2 original super soldiers, Zhu Ling and Guang Tuchong, were a little confused, but the super soldiers that originally belonged to the Red Alert series instantly recognized what it was. Iron Curtain device? Isn't the base still unable to build super weapons? How could there be an Iron Curtain device? The 2 of them couldn't believe it. After all, the super weapon is the ultimate weapon in Red Alert, and its effect is the most powerful. If they had known earlier that there was a super weapon, the Iron Curtain device, they would probably have been able to think of many ways to use it. But the commander is Su Chun, he can use it however he wants, and now is indeed the best time to use the Iron Curtain device. Being in the opponent's fire zone, they felt a huge heat all over their bodies. If they did not use energy to resist, they would probably turn into a mummified corpse in an instant. However, with the protection of the Iron Curtain device, they don't have to worry about this at all. The Iron Curtain device is invincible for 30 seconds. During this time, you don't need to defend, just attack. Su Chen's voice appeared in the minds of the 4 people. After all, the invincibility time of the Iron Curtain device must not be known to the controller. The controller didn't care when he saw the strange things coming out of Su Chen and the other 4. He had taken out the prototype of his own domain. Who could resist it except an 8th-level transcendent? Go to hell. The controller laughed loudly, and endless flames filled every place in the fire zone. The 5 people had nowhere to escape. This was the controller's trump card, and he felt that he was sure to win. However, reality gave him a hard slap in the face. Su Chen and 4 other people rushed over, completely ignoring the flames, and punched him in the face. Talk more and watch your fists. This time, Su Chen also participated in the battle and had an invincible time. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't waste time at this time? Chapter 80. Extra Dinner Tonight. Su Chen can clearly tell you how great it is to be invincible. It is extremely great. No matter what the controller does, no matter how he does it, he cannot affect the 5 people. Instead, all their attacks will fall on the controller. It's just that the turtle shell next to the controller is too hard. It takes 5 people many attacks to break it once. The next time the turtle shell reappears, they have to start all over again. This caused them to waste a lot of time, and 10 seconds of the 30 seconds of invincibility had already passed. Commander, we can't go on like this. Even if we are invincible, our attacks are too weak. Zhu Ling's voice sounded in Su Chen's mind. Is there any solution? I just noticed one thing. This layer of defense on his body will only disappear when the opponent attacks. As long as we can draw out his attack, and everyone else uses all their output, there is hope of defeating him. Su Chen understood what Zhu Ling meant. Simply put, he wanted someone to be used as bait. So who could be more suitable to be the bait than Su Chen, the commander? Zhu Ling didn't say it directly, probably because she was very conflicted inside. They were obviously the ones protecting the commander, but now they were using the commander as bait, which made her want to die immediately. It is not so easy to be a bait. The controller may have noticed their invincible state. In other words, the controller will not attack easily before the invincible state disappears. The most critical moment is the moment the invincible state disappears. At that time, the controller will definitely think that they have lost any resistance and will definitely use a killing move. After all, being invincible for 30 seconds without any cost, the controller just couldn't believe it. Su Chen thought about it carefully, and this was the only way. Otherwise, their mission this time could basically be considered a failure. Okay, it's settled. Of course, they did not waste these 30 seconds of invincibility, and all their special skills appeared again. This time their purpose was to consume the energy of the controller. Even for a controller at the peak of the 7th level, the energy in his body is not endless. As long as there is no energy, the controller can only rely on the strength of his own body. However, his physical strength is at most at the same level as Zhu Ling Yuri, and is not as strong as Tanya and Baldi. Soon, the 30-second invincible state disappeared, and the 5 people groaned at the same time and wanted to retreat. At this moment, the controller's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Just like what Su Chen thought, the controller does not think that the so-called invincible state will not come without any cost. Since there is a price, as long as the time is up, these people will suffer some harm, and this is the controller's opportunity. He waved his hand, and a small fire dragon appeared instantly and attacked Su Chen. He had never forgotten that Su Chen was the center of these people. However, at this moment, the controller suddenly noticed a smile on Su Chen's mouth. His face changed. Not good. One punch. Bald Chong's right fist emitted a dazzling light and hit the controller heavily. The controller's eyes almost popped out, and he spit out blood and flew backwards. One shot. Tanya was not willing to be outdone. She combined her two pistols into one and fired a bullet that looked like a small sun, shooting into the abdomen of the controller. Yuri's eyes widened, veins bulging around his eye sockets. Invisible mental power surrounded the controller's body, making his body stiff even though he couldn't control it. A fatal blow. The bullet that Zhu Ling had been waiting for a long time whizzed out like a flying dragon, piercing through the controller's head, and finally his body fell to the ground, motionless. The surrounding flames gradually went out, and Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the final plan worked, otherwise they might not be the match of the controller. He didn't expect that a peak 7th level transcendent would be so powerful. He really didn't know what kind of strength an 8th level transcendent would have. The crisis is over. Let's clean up here and go back to have a celebration party. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, Master, the intruder is not dead. What? He's not dead yet. It's impossible. Su Chen was speechless. He saw the controller, who was supposed to be dead, actually stood up from the ground. His head, which was missing half of its head, looked very scary in this situation. I didn't want to be exposed, but I didn't expect you to force me to this point. The controller's voice was hoarse. The look in his eyes when he looked at Su Chen and others was no longer like the look a human should have. Click, click. Strange sounds kept coming out of the controller's body, and at the same time, a large number of bulges appeared on the surface of his body, as if something was about to break out of his body. Puff. Finally, the controller's body exploded, and a monster like an octopus emerged from his body. At first, the octopus's body was very small, about the size of an adult at most, but in a few breaths, its size suddenly increased, and soon it grew to a height of more than 10 meters, becoming a behemoth. Fuck, what the hell is this? Why haven't I heard that extraordinary people can transform? Su Chen shouted. Master, this mutant beast is not the previous controller of the base city. If I'm not mistaken, this mutant beast had already planted a seed in the controller's body. It should have waited until the seed matured before devouring the controller, but it was killed by the master, and the seed had to be born early. After hearing what the system said, Su Chen suddenly realized. He said that even the extraordinary people were not so awesome as to become like this. After all this time, it's still a mutant beast? Tell me, do you want to grill it or steam it? Su Chen looked at such a huge seafood and could no longer suppress the eager thoughts in his heart. The octopus was very angry. It actually saw from a human's face that he wanted to eat it. Stupid human, it was the only one who ate humans. When would humans dare to eat it? The octopus was so angry that it swung its huge legs, trying to catch Su Chen and others in one fell swoop. Bump. With a gunshot, the flying octopus's leg was broken. The huge pain made the octopus stunned. It absorbed the energy of a controller. Although it did not reach the peak of the 7th level, it was at least the middle stage of the 7th level. How could it not be able to deal with several humans at the peak of the 6th level? Before it grows up, it is just a seed and has no idea what its controller has experienced. A peak 7th level controller is dead, so what is a mid 7th level octopus? Brothers, we're going to have an extra meal tonight. Chapter 81 Bad News. After a day, the people in Base City became a little unsettled. They felt that if the controller dealt with the military base, he should be able to deal with it quickly. However, such a long time had passed, and they had not seen the controller return. Could something unexpected have happened? As soon as this statement came out, others criticized it. Master Controller has reached the peak of the 7th level. Even among the top human beings, he is considered a strong man ranked within the top 50. How could there be an accident? The next day, those who said these words shut up. It was unacceptable that he had not returned in 2 days. However, they still did not think that anything had happened to the Lord Controller. At most, he had discovered some other situation and went to take a look. The 3rd day passed, and the heads of the 10 major families were a little panicked. They knew that the controller was going to deal with the military base, but the controller had not returned in 3 days. Did this mean that something really happened to the controller? Impossible. My son is a master at the peak of level 7. Who can hurt him? There are no mutant beasts above level 7 nearby. There is no way anything can pose a threat to my son. The head of the Wang family shouted, but he still couldn't hide the worry on his face. He was not only worried about his son, but more importantly, he was worried about the safety of a controller. Without a controller, This base city would be in name only. Once a mutant beast above level 7 attacked, who could resist? The significance of the existence of a controller is more of a deterrent force. Without a controller, a base city will lose its backbone and may eventually collapse on its own. So far, there has never been a case of a controller going missing in any of the 100 base cities around the world, and he doesn't want Wangchang City to become the first example. Send someone to investigate near the military base to see if there is any trace of the controller. In the end, these family heads still sent people out. Along the way, they easily discovered the route of the controller. After all, the controller never concealed anything when going to the military base. These people followed the traces and found the place where the controller fought with Su Chun and others. When they found some scattered fragments on the ground, they fell silent. Why do I feel like this dress is controlling? Shut up. If you say another word, I'll kill you. As the captain of these people, he is now very flustered. Without his subordinates reminding him, he can see that the owner of these fragments is the one who controls them. After all, the controller's clothes are very special. Only the controller in the entire base city is qualified to wear them. Everyone has seen them. How could he not know them? At the same time, he also understood what kind of shock this news would cause when it reached the base city. The military base's strength has reached this level. Even the controller is dead. Why didn't they capture the base city? The captain was a little puzzled. If he knew that Su Qian just thought base city was troublesome and did not immediately capture base city, I wonder what he would think. At this time in the base, Su Chun called everyone back and held a grand party. The main course was of course the octopus they caught. To be honest, the grilled octopus tasted so delicious that Su Chun couldn't stop eating it. Needless to say, Luo Heng and Zhang Tao, they had never eaten seafood since childhood, and they were very upset. There is no way. This place is quite a distance from the coast, and they have never left the gathering place, so how can they have the chance to eat seafood? Only Leng Yue started eating like a lady, but there was a hint of weirdness in her eyes. Bring those miners here as well. Let's give them a chance to learn their lesson today. Of course, those who don't obey will remain in prison. Not all of the people who had been captured by Su Chun were obedient. They always tried to find ways to escape. However, here, they had no chance of escape. Every time they came back, they would be severely punished by the soldiers and then locked up. There are also some people who have long accepted their fate, working diligently every day and never thinking of escaping. Qi Jiang was one of these people. He went from being a young master of a big family to a miner, falling from the clouds to the ground all of a sudden. This feeling is not something that ordinary people can bear. But he was happy to do it. Of course, the most likely possibility was that he was still expecting his father to rescue him from here. Unfortunately, he had always been a miner and had no idea what was happening outside. If he knew that even the controller had died at Su Chin's hands, he would have given up the idea long ago. Qi Jiang followed the miners and came to the party. Every time he saw the many soldiers here, he was a little worried. Could his father really rescue him? Dad will definitely save me. As long as I endure the humiliation and bear the heavy burden, I will be able to do it. Qi Jiang cheered himself up, and then he saw the giant octopus corpse placed in the field. To be honest, this was the first time Qi Jiang saw such a large mutant beast. The aura emanating from the corpse alone made him feel a little breathless. Is this a 7th level mutant beast? Qi Jiang widened his eyes. Even if you have never eaten pork, you have always seen pigs run. As the young master of the Qi family, he has much more knowledge than ordinary people. He immediately recognized that this was a 7th level mutant beast. After all, he had seen the controller of a 7th level transcendent. Although the aura of this beast was not as strong as that of the controller, it was undoubtedly a 7th level mutant beast. This base actually has the power to kill 7th level mutant beasts. This fact made Qi Jiang a little dazed. When someone gave him a skewer of grilled octopus, he still hadn't come back to his senses. Being able to kill a 7th order mutant beast means that this strength is likely to compete with the Lord Controller, which is not good news for him. Qi Jiang subconsciously took a bite of the skewer, and suddenly he was stunned. This taste? He had never eaten it before. Is this the meat of the mutant beast? It doesn't look like a mutant beast on land. Could it be a mutant beast from the sea? But where do mutant beasts from the sea come from here? Qi Jiang couldn't figure it out. The entire base was in high spirits that day, but there was no such good thing in the base city. When the results of the exploration team came back, the heads of the 10 major families fell silent. Son, my son. The patriarch of the Wang family burst into tears. His son was the pride of his life. He had reached the peak of the 7th level at a young age and was also a controller. He believed that sooner or later his son would be able to become an 8th-level transcendent, or even the strongest human being. However, today, all his dreams were shattered. After DNA testing, it was confirmed that the fragments on the ground were his son, the ruler of Wangchang City. Chapter 82, I want them to be buried with me. Truth cannot be hidden, and the news of the controller's death spread throughout the base city in an instant. Now the people in base city are in a panic. The controller is their backbone. Without the controller, what will happen to base city in the future? Once attacked by a 7th-level mutant beast, they may not be able to stop it. Once the strength reaches the 7th level, the number of people can no longer be a check and balance. They can survive once or twice, but over time, the base city will not be able to survive. Unless a 7th-level transcendent appears immediately and becomes the new controller, they are in danger now. Brother Wang, now is not the time to be sad. Base city cannot be without a 7th-order transcendent for a day. We only have one solution now, which is to invest all resources in the existing few 6th-order peak transcendents to see if they can become 7th-order transcendents in the shortest possible time. Only in this way can our base city be stable. How could the head of the Wang family not know about this? However, the one who died was his son. His face was ferocious, like a wild beast. Gather all the troops for me. I want them to be buried with me. The head of the Wang family has gone crazy. The military base has become his mortal enemy. He will not give up until the owner of the military base is killed. Of course, the other family heads would not agree. The controller was already dead, and even if they gathered their troops, they would probably not be a match for the military base. Once even their last army is gone, who will be able to stop the military base? It may not be long before the base city is completely transformed. At this time, a family head suggested, should we contact the nearby base city and jointly take down the military base? Someone immediately objected, no. If the controller of that base city knew that our base city lacked a controller, he might temporarily move in with us. Then it would be hard to say who would have the final say. When the base city was established, the powerful humans drew up an agreement, which basically means that if a base city lacks a controller above level 7, the controller of the nearest base city can temporarily move in there and have temporary authority until a new level 7 transcendent appears in that base city, and then the controller will leave. However, there has never been a situation where a base city has no controller. This is the first time. What should we do now? The military base will attack again sooner or later. Are we just going to sit there and wait for death? Some family heads were very anxious. Even the controller was dead. How else could they resist the military base? Just as they were discussing a solution, a soldier told them that it was snowing outside. Snow means winter is coming. For nearly half a year, the outside will be covered with ice and snow. Under such circumstances, they did not think that the military base would take the initiative to attack. It would be a fool's act to launch an offensive in such weather. The military base will not actively attack during the winter, which means we still have half a year to create a 7th-order extraordinary person. If it doesn't work within this period of time, we will think of other ways. Under normal circumstances, there would be nothing wrong with them thinking this way, but unfortunately they didn't know that Su Chen didn't care what the weather was like outside. Under the radar, all their actions can be seen clearly. Of course, Su Chen needs more time to develop, and winter is undoubtedly a good opportunity. It's snowing. Su Chen stood outside, feeling the snowflakes falling. This was the first snow he had seen since he came to this world. Every winter, humans suffer heavy casualties. There is a severe shortage of cotton-padded clothes and other supplies that ordinary people need. Especially for some babies born in winter, they often cannot get enough warmth and freeze to death. Lung Yue stood beside Su Chen with a complicated expression. With the food and animal skins we gave them last time, I believe the death toll this time should be less. Oh, and by the way, we also gave them some coal mines. Su Chen shrugged. He is not a cold-blooded person. He is easy to talk to within his ability. Of course, the premise is that there are benefits. If there are no benefits, he is not a good person. The people in the gathering place use their own things to exchange for food and other supplies from Su Chen. Even some things that seem to be useless to those people can be turned into treasures by Su Chen. After Su Chen's soldiers' last rescue, the people in the gathering place realized that these reinforcements were not from the base city, but from another base they had never heard of. Some people even asked the soldiers if they could follow the soldiers back. Su Chen asked the soldiers to refuse. The base was currently unable to supply these people, and bringing them along would only be a burden. Su Chen saw this very clearly. When there are too many people, things will become complicated. Currently, the base is mainly populated by Su Chen's subordinates. They will absolutely obey Su Chen's orders, but the same may not be true for others. Well, It's almost time to develop a third branch base. Only at this time, the mutant beasts almost all hid themselves for the winter, and humans rarely went out. If Suchin established a branch base, it would be difficult to be discovered. The more branch bases there are, the faster Suchin's energy will grow. But the only problem is, where should the third branch base be built? I already have the army and the air force, but now I lack a navy. Should we build a third subbase on the seashore or near a larger river? Suchin considered a lot of things. The possibility of being by the sea was relatively small. After all, the geographical location here was not near the sea. But if he remembered correctly, there was a very long river in the south of his world. He wondered if it was the same in this world. Suchin looked at his only third-level reconnaissance aircraft, which had lit up many maps. Thanks to its stealth capability, it had not been discovered so far. However, the reconnaissance aircraft mainly explored the western area, and the southern area was still black. In that case, we can only send paratroopers to conduct reconnaissance? After thinking about it, Suchin finally decided to drop the paratroopers. Unlike the time when he drew the lottery, now he can drop the paratroopers by himself. He only needs to build 12 soldiers at a time and spend some energy. At that time, the paratroopers will appear directly in the designated sky and land. Suchin directly created 120 soldiers at one time, divided them into 10 groups, and pointed them at 10 places in the south. He didn't believe that 10 groups of paratroopers could not find the river. Just as Suchin was waiting for the paratroopers' result, Tanya's voice rang out, "Commander, there is a situation." What happened? Suchin was puzzled. The controller was dead, so what else could be going on? "Commander, please look at the radar interface." After saying that, an interface appeared in front of Suchin. He took a closer look and frowned. Chapter 83: The Mutants Movement. Mutants are the product of human failure after mutation. On the day when animals mutated, humans all over the world also experienced their first mutation. Those who succeeded became the extraordinary people we know today. The losers will become mutants, and only those who did not show any reaction at the beginning have remained ordinary people so far. No one knows the reason for the mutation so far. Some people speculate that it may be a virus studied by a certain country and spread to the world. Some people also suspect whether this is a conspiracy of aliens. Anyway, all kinds of speculations are flying around, and the truth is unknown. Since then, humans have withdrawn from the original cities and rebuilt base cities in other places. The ruins of the cities that had been devastated by the war have become the homes of mutants. As we all know, mutants have no intelligence and they will attack all life that appears in front of them, whether it is human or mutant beast. There are very few mutants living in the wild today. Most of them have been living in urban ruins. Human adventure teams are usually very cautious when entering urban ruins, for fear of attracting a large number of mutants. Humans know a lot about mutant beasts, but mutants have always been ignored. After all, the strength of a mutant is only at level 4 at most, and no one has ever seen a mutant above level 5, which greatly reduces humans' vigilance against mutants. The interface Suchin saw was the interface of a group of mutants, but these mutants gathered together, with a mutant standing in the middle, gesticulating and expressing something. This scene made Suchin wonder whether the mutants had developed intelligence. "Tanya, what do you think is going on?" "I think this might be a way for mutants to speak. Mutants cannot speak, so they can only use body language as a substitute. This shows one thing: mutants have developed intelligence." Suchin couldn't quite believe it. No one had seen mutants develop intelligence in decades. Why did mutants develop intelligence at this very moment? Would it be possible that in addition to mutant beasts, humans would have another enemy, mutants? As for joining forces with mutants to fight mutant beasts, Suchin felt that probably no human would think so. There is no way. No matter how you look at it, mutants are not normal humans. Some mutants look almost the same as zombies, and some even have body parts that are gigantic or even bestial. In short, they are just as weird as can be. Trying to find one who looks similar to a human among a group of mutants is as difficult as trying to find a tall person among a group of short people. Unless the time really comes to exterminate the entire race, Suchin doesn't think that humans will join forces with mutants. Moreover, looking at the interface on the radar, the mutants seem to be unable to speak and can only use body language. Perhaps this is already an incredible thing for the mutants. Suddenly, an idea popped into Suchin's mind. Should he capture a mutant and study him? Just as his thought came to his mind, he saw that the mutant on the interface had changed again. The mutant group made way for a passage, and then some mutants threw two things in front of the mutant in the middle. Suchin took a look and narrowed his eyes. The two things turned out to be a human and a mutant beast. What does this mean? Are they going to use humans and mutant beasts for sacrifice? Suchin didn't say anything and continued to watch. The mutant in the center came to the side of the human. The human seemed to have fainted and didn't know what was going on here. He was awakened by a slap from the mutant, and then he saw the surrounding environment. Suchan could see that the human who was awakened was very panicked and kept shouting. Unfortunately, the radar could only transmit images but not sounds. However, Suchan thought that it was nothing more than some words of begging for mercy. After all, this guy didn't look like a tough guy. The mutant beast on the other side was also awakened. It was a 4th-level mutant beast. After waking up, it kept struggling. Several mutants around rushed forward and finally suppressed the mutant beast. The central mutant stood between the man and the beast, with his hands raised high and a sacred expression, as if he was praying. The mutants around him knelt on the ground. All of a sudden, the mutant in the center attacked. His hands turned into claws and violently tore the man's throat. Blood spurted out. The man's eyes widened and a hoarse groan came from his throat. At the same time, the central mutant attacked again and also tore the mutant beast's throat. The blood of the man and the beast flowed on the ground and strangely came to the central mutant, soaking his feet with blood. In the next second, Suchan saw strange lines appearing on the body of the central mutant. They were light blue in color and flashed away. The blood on the ground seemed to be controlled and all sucked into the body of the central mutant. Boom! There was a vibration around, and the mutant in the center suddenly doubled in size. Even through the screen, Suchan could see that this guy had become stronger. What the hell is this? How can mutants become so strong? How come I have never heard of it before? Suchin blinked. If he remembered correctly, the strongest mutant was only at the peak of level 4. Could it be that the mutant just now became a level 5 mutant in this way? Interesting. Mutants can increase their strength by killing a human and a mutant beast. So, mutants are enemies of both humans and mutant beasts. This discovery surprised Suchan very much. He didn't expect that the mutants, whom he had never taken seriously before, seemed to want to cause trouble. It is winter now and humans hardly go out, but mutants seem to be not afraid of the cold, which means it is impossible for humans to know the mutants' current situation. If Suchan didn't have a radar, he probably wouldn't have discovered the mutants. The central mutant was successfully promoted to a 5th-level mutant. Suchan saw it again. This mutant used the same method to improve to the peak of the 5th level before he stopped to allow other mutants to improve their strength. Suchan was very surprised that these mutants actually kept so many humans in captivity. A preliminary calculation showed that there were at least hundreds of humans. Among these humans, most are ordinary people, but there are actually more than a dozen extraordinary people among them, all of whom are 1st and 2nd level extraordinary people, and none of them is above the 3rd level. After careful examination, Suchan came to a conclusion. It doesn't matter if humans are a little weak, but mutant beasts must be strong. If mutant beasts are weak, it will affect the effect of promotion. I don't know if it's just the mutants here, or if all mutants around the world are like this. If it's the latter, Tiske. Chapter 84 Weapons of War Kirov Airship. The changes in the mutants caught Suchin's attention, and he decided to send out a team to capture these mutants. Well, which team should I send out? Direct human wave tactics or tank tactics? Suchan was very conflicted. He now has too many choices. No matter what team he sends out, he can definitely complete the mission. Finally, he decided to send out the Kirov airship. After all, as a weapon of war, the Kirov airship's only function when it first appeared was as a transport boat, which really discredited the reputation of the Kirov airship. This time, the Kirov airship wants to let everyone know that when it comes to lethality, it is still the best. 5 Kirov airships took off from Suchin's base. Their huge sizes were seen by the miners who were mining in the open air. They just sighed at the strength of the base and continued mining. Chijiang glanced at the Kirov airship in the sky. He was very calm now. Even if the base made a spaceship, he would not be surprised anymore. He knew that he would never be able to get out in this lifetime. The Kirov airship is very powerful, but its only flaw is that it is too slow. Just in case, Suchan sent some armed helicopters and rocket pilots as escort to protect the safety of the Kirov airship. After 2 or 3 hours, the Kirov airship finally arrived at the ruins of the city. Suchan had been paying attention to the situation of the mutants. They did not leave after completing their promotion. The leading mutant was still doing something unknown, and it seemed that he was consolidating his position. Is this a primitive tribe? Suchan smiled. Soon, these mutants discovered that the sky, which was originally dark due to the snow, became even darker at this time. They looked up and saw countless black spots falling from the sky. They didn't know what they were. If they still had human memories, they would probably know that these were called bombs. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded like firecrackers. It was estimated that these mutants had never tasted the taste of bombs before, and this time they finally had enough. Once the Kirov airship starts bombing, that area will almost become a Jedi, and its power is only slightly inferior to that of a nuclear bomb sweeping the ground. If the Kirov airship was faster, it would be more practical. When facing the base city, Suchon did not dare to use the Kirov airship easily. After all, the base city also had anti-aircraft guns. If a Kirov airship was destroyed, Suchon would feel painful. Facing mutants who have no air defense capabilities, Suchon can use the Kirov airship with confidence. Just looking at the full bombing on the interface, Suchon feels very refreshed. It's worthy of being the representative weapon of Red Alert. The effect is simply amazing. It would be even more exciting if we could watch it live, Suchon said with a smile. After bombing for a minute, the Kirov airship finally stopped. The purpose this time was to capture some mutants as samples. If they were all killed, the mission would fail. The rocket pilots were spread out around to prevent the mutants from escaping. As expected, not all mutants died in the bombing. Some mutants managed to escape the bombing area and were attacked by rocket pilots. Biu. The weapons of the rocket soldiers are very peculiar, similar to a small pistol. Their attack power is not strong at the beginning, but after being upgraded to the peak of the 4th level by Suchon, their attack power is a nightmare for the mutants. The rocket pilots acted completely according to Suchon's orders. They did not kill the mutants, but only broke their legs and restricted their movements. The mutants screamed. They never expected that someone would attack them at this time. With their newly born intelligence, they would never have imagined that Suchon was targeting them. A battle ended with Suchon's complete victory. This time Suchon did not lose a single person. At most, he just consumed some energy to replenish ammunition and successfully captured more than 100 mutants. The remaining mutants all died in the bombing. Even the 7th level extraordinary people did not dare to withstand the power of this bombing. The strongest of them were only 5th level mutants, so it was not surprising that they died. After cleaning up the battlefield, the team quickly returned to the base, so the engineers in the combat laboratory had another task, which was to study the situation of mutants. Suchon wanted to know whether these mutants had only recently developed intelligence, or had had intelligence for a long time and were just discovered by him this time. This is very important. After a few days, Engineer Chan Yi came to Suchon's command room to report the research progress to him. Commander, after our research, we found that these mutants are indeed intelligent beings that were born recently. However, we cannot be sure whether the mutants in other places are the same. Mutants can only communicate through some simple means. If it is a little more complicated, the mutants cannot understand the meaning. As for the way mutants improve their strength, after we verified it from many aspects, we finally got a conclusion. It was a being who we didn't know whether it was a human or a mutant beast who told them that they had conducted their first experiment yesterday. Suchon narrowed his eyes. Did someone tell the mutants this way to improve their strength? Humans? Not likely. After all, humans themselves didn't know that mutants could be born. So how could someone have told them in advance? As for mutant beasts, there may still be some. Just like the situation with humans, the mutant beasts are not monolithic, and there is also competition among them. If a high-level mutant beast that failed in the competition learned about the situation of the mutants, it would want to make the mutants stronger and thus muddy the waters. This possibility exists. Suchon was somewhat helpless. If he had known about this kind of thing in advance, he could have monitored the light spots entering the city ruins every day. In this way, he would have known who told these mutants how to advance. Wait, if that person is still in the city ruins, even if not, wouldn't he go back to the city ruins to see what's going on there? Thinking of this, Suchon immediately notified Tanya and Yuri to immediately monitor any living creatures entering the city ruins. But before he could meet that person, Suchon encountered a problem. You said that our current energy crystals can't last until the end of winter? Suchon stared at Long Yue with wide eyes. Even an iron-blooded rose like Long Yue blushed a little. Recently, she discovered that her appetite had increased again. After calculations, she realized that if she continued to eat at this rate, the base would not have enough energy crystals by the end of winter. Without the energy crystals, she felt that she would starve to death. Chapter 85 Target. Mutants. How many energy crystals do you need every day? Suchon asked. Long Yue thought for a moment and said, it will probably take 100 level 4 energy crystals. Suchon was astonished. This was a 4th level energy crystal. If it was replaced with a 3rd level or lower one, it would cost at least several hundred yuan, or even thousands of yuan. The corner of Suchon's eyes twitched. He really didn't expect that Lung Yue actually needed so many energy crystals now. She was simply a big gold eater. I guess apart from him, only the base city can afford it. The difference is that he has the final say here in the base and can give all the energy crystals to Lung Yue, but this is completely impossible in the base city. Even the controller does not have the power to mobilize all the energy crystals. If you continue like this, it may only take 2 or 3 months, not even the end of winter, for all the energy crystals in the warehouse to be consumed by you. Su Chen pondered. The only thing he was thankful for now was that his soldiers did not need energy crystals. They could use energy points instead to directly improve their strength. The energy crystals that Luohang and Zhang Tao needed were less than 1% of Lung Yue's, a huge difference. Lung Yue naturally knew this, and a trace of entanglement appeared on her face. Otherwise, I will leave. Su Chen suddenly interrupted her. You are mine. You are not allowed to leave the base without my permission. Lung Yue felt her heart suddenly stop beating. No one had ever spoken to her like this before. A strange feeling filled her heart. Su Chen had no idea about the changes in Lung Yue's heart. His words just now had no other meaning. He only had one thought in mind, how to save Lung Yue. Now that winter is coming, almost all mutant beasts are hiding for the winter. It is not easy to find those mutant beasts. Moreover, the environment outside is more severe than before. Once a battle breaks out, the losses will definitely be huge. Suddenly, Su Chen thought of something. If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be energy crystals in the bodies of mutants. Mutants did not seem to be affected by winter. So, could he collect energy crystals from mutants? Mark all the locations of mutants around. Su Chen shouted into the air. The next second, an interface appeared in front of him, marking no less than 50 places, all of which were where mutants were. Su Chen was a little surprised. He had not paid attention to mutants before, but he did not expect that the number of mutants was no less than that of mutant beasts. He thought about it, and then realized that before the end of the world's population reached nearly 10 billion. Even if half of the people became mutants, the number would still be 5 billion, which is a rather exaggerated number. After more than 30 years, the number of mutants has decreased slightly, but still exceeds the number of humans. It may seem that 50 places with mutants in this area is a bit too many, but in reality, it is very few. The target of this operation is the place where there are mutants. This time, Juling, Guangtuchong, Tanya, and Yuri will form 4 teams respectively and set out in different directions to conduct a sweep against the mutants. Lung Yue, you and your teammates can voluntarily join their team, but you must accept their orders. If you violate orders during the battle, I will punish you. When it comes to fighting, Su Chen is an iron-faced and impartial man. The reason why the Red Alert Corps is so powerful is that they absolutely obey orders. No soldier will question his orders, even if it is an order that requires death, they will execute it unconditionally. Lung Yue nodded. She played almost no role in the last battle. This time, she had to make a contribution to the operation against mutants, otherwise she would feel like a waste. Such a large-scale operation cannot be accomplished in just a few words. Su Chen called the 4 super soldiers over and began to discuss the route of the operation. This time, the operation must capture all the mutants in one fell swoop. In Su Chen's eyes, these mutants are all golden energy points. The mutants just hid away and were worried about having no energy source. These mutants showed up at the right time. They made a plan overnight, and the 4 of them led 4 teams and headed towards the nearest mutant gathering point. This time, the operation was mainly carried out by the Air Force, supplemented by the Army. After only a few days of snow, a thick layer of cotton had accumulated on the ground outside. Even if the huge apocalypse tank wanted to rush through, it would not be an easy task. In order to ensure the marching speed, the most effective way is to take the Kirov airship, with armed helicopters and rocket pilots as escorts. The remaining soldiers all ride on the Kirov airship, swaying slowly towards the distance. After assigning the tasks at the main base, Su Chen did not forget about the branch base. The branch base was an undeveloped virgin land with a large number of mutant beasts and mutants. Although it was impossible to carry out a large operation like this time, a small operation would be fine. Su Chen sent the 9 most powerful soldiers under his command, Su Yi to Sujio, except for the 4 super soldiers, to the branch base, and let Su Yi lead them in small-scale attacks on mutant beasts and mutants. In any case, there was no time to relax. Su Chen suddenly felt as if he had some free time. Just as Su Chen was thinking this, the alarm sounded. Alert! Paratrooper Team 5 encountered a mutant beast and is in a fierce battle. Su Chen frowned. Paratroopers had encountered mutant beasts before, but the system did not issue an alarm at that time. Why did it specifically sound an alarm this time? Suchun felt something was wrong and immediately switched his view to the 5th paratrooper team. The map over there was not lit up, so he could only see what was happening there in this way. Suchun was connected to the vision of the captain of the 5th paratrooper team. Through the captain's eyes, he saw some snow-white mutant beasts that looked like monkeys appearing from the surroundings and launching a fierce attack on the 5th paratrooper team. Where did these monkeys come from? Aren't mutant animals said to hibernate in winter? Suchun was puzzled. Some special mutant beasts adapt to winter weather, and they usually only appear in winter. The system explained. In that case, his paratrooper team 5 won the prize? In such a large place, they happened to encounter some mutant beasts that come out in winter. Suchun felt that if there was a lottery here, the 5th paratrooper team would definitely win the jackpot. Chapter 86, Are You Competing with Me in Quantity? Haha. The configuration of the 5th paratrooper team was that everyone was at the peak of the 4th level, and the strength of these apes was also mostly at the 4th level, which allowed the 5th paratrooper team to survive. However, after a long time, the 5th paratrooper team could not hold on. After all, there are too many monkeys, almost 200 of them, and there are only 12 people in the 5th paratrooper team. How to fight them? Faced with this desperate situation, most people would probably despair. There was snow all around, and they couldn't run fast. If they tried to fight, they wouldn't be able to win, so they could only wait to die. But they are red alert soldiers, and none of them has ever had the concept of fear of death in their minds. If Suchun needs it, they can rush in and carry out a suicide attack. The 5th paratrooper team knew that the commander had discovered the situation here, but they did not request support and obey the commander's orders. Of course, Suchun would not watch his soldiers die here. They were the ones who helped him find the river. How could they die here so easily? Well, it's too far from here, more than 1,000 kilometers. Even if we send super soldiers on Black Hawk fighter jets, there won't be enough time. Is there any way to get other units there quickly? Suchun thought about it and clapped his hands suddenly. Fuck. How could I forget that paratroopers can instantly appear at any designated place? Suchun thought of a good idea. There were a lot of monkeys, so he made sure the number of paratroopers exceeded that of the monkeys. Make me 20 groups of paratroopers. The landing site is at the location of Paratrooper Team 5. Also, have Paratrooper Team 5 enter deployment status. Following Suchun's order, the 5th Paratrooper Team immediately entered the deployment state on the spot. At the same time, 20 groups of paratroopers were built in an instant. With energy points, they could do whatever they wanted. Suchun now owns 5 mines. He devotes all his energy to mining every day, and his energy points increase rapidly. The monkeys who were fighting with the 5th paratrooper team did not see that more than 200 figures suddenly appeared above their heads and fell from the sky. Kill him! Suchun roared, and the paratroopers who landed on the ground immediately joined forces with the 5th paratrooper team and began to counterattack. After several enhancements, the AK-47's power was enough to threaten the 4th Order mutant beasts. Their bullets formed a barrage of bullets, covering all the monkeys that rushed up. For a while, the only sound here was the miserable cries of the monkeys. The battle was over in less than half an hour. The paratroopers did not lose a single man and wiped out all the monkey mutant beasts. After the paratroopers cleaned up the battlefield, they unexpectedly discovered a core. This should be the first time I found a core. I didn't expect these monkeys to be so useful. The only pity was that the monkey meat on the ground could not be taken away. Every soldier's backpack was filled with various things. They could only take a look at it with regret and continue looking for the river. Shortly after the paratroopers left, some mutant beasts slowly came here following the smell of blood, enjoying a rare feast. Hey, why did the 8th paratrooper team end up in a gathering place? Suchun was bored, so he looked at the situation of other paratrooper teams. As a result, he unexpectedly discovered that the 8th paratrooper team was actually located in a gathering place. Through the contacts, Suchun learned that the reason why the 8th paratrooper team entered the gathering place was because they rescued a person in the wild. This person was from the gathering place. They were mistaken for soldiers from the nearby base city and were brought to the gathering place and warmly treated. More importantly, the 8th paratrooper team heard that there seemed to be a mine nearby, and they were here to find out the specific location of the mine and mark it down. It's a mineral deposit. When we expand our base there in the future, we can directly build a slave mine there. The mineral deposits were just an unexpected surprise. What he was most looking forward to was the second branch base. After all, he had wanted to see the shipyard for a long time. The paratroopers are still searching for traces of the river. The coming of winter has brought a lot of trouble to the paratroopers. Their speed has slowed down a lot. Suchun can only wait slowly. On the other side, 4 teams of super soldiers arrived at the first mutant gathering point. This time they did not directly send the Kirov airship to carry out a bombing, but instead released all the soldiers to let them have an actual combat. Suchin directly enlarged the interface. He wanted to see how his soldiers performed in this kind of battle. This team was led by Bal Chong. As soon as he arrived, he ordered the soldiers to charge without any hesitation and was quite decisive. He didn't even do any research on the mutants. Sure enough, this guy's brain is all brawn. Fortunately, I didn't expect him to become a commander. Suchin covered his face. Bal Chong's behavior can be summed up in one word: reckless. This place was originally thought to be a town. There were not many mutants inside, probably less than 500. The Red Alert soldiers killed at least more than 100 of them in one charge. After being attacked, the mutants immediately began to fight back. This was the first time Suchin witnessed the mutants' attack method. Most of the mutants walked slowly like zombies, but some of them suddenly grew larger, expanding several times in size and turning into fat men, crushing towards the Red Alert soldiers. Da-da-da. Bullets kept shooting at these fat guys, and Suchin discovered that these bullets did not seem to penetrate the fat guys' bodies. The fat mutants' defense suddenly increased a lot, and they turned into a meat tank. Bullying my men? Bal Chong sneered, instantly appeared next to the fat man and punched him. Puff. Just like the sound of air leaking from a balloon, the fat mutant's body quickly shrank and eventually turned into a piece of skin. Himph, you are vulnerable. Tear this place down and go to the next gathering point. The situation of the other 3 teams was similar. They almost dealt with the mutants there in a crushing manner. With the radar, they will not miss any mutants and will obtain a lot of energy crystals. Suchin just stared at the energy growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his face was full of smiles. At this rate, it shouldn't take long to accumulate the 1 million energy points required for level 7 authority. Then, after completing level 7 authority tasks, I can upgrade to level 7 authority. I believe that with level 7 authority, even without those super weapons, I should be able to build the spy satellite I want most. What Suchin wanted most was a spy satellite. With it, he wouldn't need to light up maps everywhere. He could look wherever he wanted. There isn't a single useful unit in the recent draw. Have I become a loser recently? This won't do. It seems like it's time to show my real ability. Suchin stood in the command room with a serious expression. Possessed by the Emperor of Europe, draw a lottery. Chapter 87. Transdimensional Teleporter? This time, Suchin used the power of the Emperor of Europe to draw the lottery for the first time. The prices he drew during this period were either soldiers or hounds. In any case, he did not draw any special types of soldiers, and some of the types of soldiers he expected were not even visible. In desperation, he could only try once. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. After Suchin's experience of using it for a period of time, he discovered that the time for which the European Emperor is possessed is 3 seconds, but his luck will only reach its peak at the last second. In other words, if he draws the lottery at the moment when the European Emperor's possession ends, he will have a great chance of drawing good things. Give me a spy satellite or a nuclear reactor or anything. A super weapon would be even better. Suchin kept muttering with his eyes closed, counting the time silently in his mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, the 3rd second is coming. Lottery. Suchin suddenly opened his eyes. Stop. Almost at the moment the turntable started turning, he shouted stop, and soon the turntable stopped and the pointer landed somewhere. Suchin didn't see anything else, he just saw the 4 words, super weapon. He immediately laughed out loud 3 times towards the sky. As expected, he was the European Emperor. However, after a few seconds, he didn't hear any sound. This was not right. System, what's going on? Where's my super weapon? Master, there was a bug in the draw just now. The location indicated by the guide is exactly in the middle of 2 areas. In other words, the master did not draw a super weapon. At most, it can only be considered half a super weapon. The corner of Suchin's mouth twitched. Is there still half of the super weapon? So how do we calculate this? The system was silent for a moment, and then said, the reward has already appeared and cannot be changed. According to the master's selection, the super weapon the master should get is the Transtime Teleporter, but Suchin didn't hear what the system said next. He was so happy just by the space-time teleportation device. With the hyperspace teleporter, he can attack wherever he wants. Aren't you hiding in the base and not coming out? I'll teleport the army directly in and blow up your lair. It can be said that the existence of the time-space teleporter allows Suchin to do whatever he wants. Master, master. The system called out several times, and finally woke Suchin up. Ah, what did you say? I said. Because of the accident with the pointer, the transdimensional teleporter that the master got this time is not complete, only half. Snap. Suchin felt like he heard the sound of something breaking. He couldn't believe it. Only half? System, come here. I'll give you a buff. How can a lottery prize only have half? Half of a trans-time teleporter, can it still be used? Ahem, of course I can't get half of the transdimensional teleporter, but the master has been given a chance for directional teleportation, and the upper limit of the number of teleported units is no more than 1,000. Suchan then let the system go. It was a good opportunity for teleportation. In some urgent situations, he could use this teleportation opportunity. This was the ability to teleport to any place. Just when Suchan was about to give up, he suddenly thought of something. No, this is not right. It seems that I am at a disadvantage. I could have a complete transdimensional teleportation device, but in the end, I was only given one chance to teleport. Permission to use any super weapon twice, said the system. Let me ask first, do these super weapons include the super weapons in Red Alert 3? This matter is very important, and Suchan must ask clearly. Before he came here, there were 3 Red Alert series in his world, and the super weapons were only in Red Alert 2. The super weapons in Red Alert 3 were even more powerful. If it was the super weapons in Red Alert 3, Suchan would definitely be overjoyed. It is limited to the super weapons in Red Alert 2. Only when the owner unlocks the 9th level authority can he build the units related to Red Alert 3. Suchan nodded. He knew that the units in Red Alert 3 were more powerful than those in Red Alert 2. If Red Alert 2 was Xiaomi Plus rifles, then Red Alert 3 was high-tech. 2 chances to use super weapons is good news for Suchan. With this calculation, he has 3 chances to use super weapons, but the opportunity of using the super time teleporter is a fixed one. For the other 2 chances, he could have used the weather controller or the nuclear missile silo twice. Think about it, who could survive 2 lightning storms or nuclear bombs? Even an 8th level transcendent couldn't do it, right? When he thought of this, Suchan laughed obscenely. It turned out that Voldemort was the king. Suchan was very satisfied with the result of this lottery. He was worthy of being possessed by the lucky guy who could only be used once a week. It was simply amazing. Suchan leaned back in his chair happily. Now that the development of the base was on the right track, he didn't need to worry about it for the time being. But a few days later, Suchan, who was watching the snow outside, suddenly heard an alarm. A huge mutant beast over 100 meters in size is heading towards the base. Commander, should we destroy it? What the hell? A mutant beast that is 100 meters tall. Do you fucking think this is a small monster that Ultraman fights? Are there really such big mutant beasts in this world? Soon, Suchan saw the display on the interface. Yes, there really was such a large mutant beast. This is a monster that looks like a giant lizard, but it is a standing one. It is 100 meters tall, with a tail several dozen meters long dragging behind it. Its body is covered with thick scales that provide very thick defense. It is moving towards the base. Suchan frowned. This mutant beast came from a direction beyond the radar detection, which means it came from 500 kilometers away. Why was it staring in the direction of the base? This was wrong? He stared at the radar interface carefully. No other light spots appeared around the mutant beast, which meant that no one attracted the mutant beast. What was going on? Master, the radar currently has no level. You can consume energy points to upgrade the radar's level, and the radar's capabilities will be enhanced, said the system. Although Suchan didn't know the system's intention, the system specifically said it, which meant it must have discovered something. Radar can also be upgraded? Suchan was stunned. He knew that combat units could be upgraded, but construction units could also be upgraded. What the hell was this? As long as it's a Red Alert unit, it can be upgraded. So Suchan spent 100,000 energy points to upgrade the radar to a 3rd level radar, gaining a special ability, the ability to break delusion. After upgrading to a 3rd level radar, the interface did not change much, but this time Suchan discovered 3 fast-moving light spots in front of the mutant beast. Strange, it wasn't there just now. How come it suddenly appeared? Can it only be discovered by the upgraded radar? Chapter 88 Godzilla. Enlarge these 3 light spots. I want to see what these 3 light spots that suddenly appeared are. The radar interface zoomed in, allowing Suchan to clearly see what the 3 yellow spots were. They turned out to be 3 people. The only strange thing was that these 3 people were wearing a silver-white coat that covered their entire bodies, leaving only a pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Could it be that it's the clothes they are wearing that prevents the upgraded radar from detecting them? Suchan guessed. Suchan noticed one thing. One of them was carrying a huge bag on his back, and inside the bag seemed to be an egg? Well, what's going on here? the three of them want to steal an egg? Su-chun touched his chin and saw a huge monster on another interface. He simply replaced it with Godzilla. According to the radar images, Godzilla's direction of movement was consistent with that of the three people, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Could it be that these three people stole Godzilla's eggs, and that's why they are being chased by Godzilla now? This possibility is very high. What level of mutant beast is Godzilla? Su-chun asked the system. As long as it is within the radar detection range, the strength of any mutant beast can be detected. Early Stage 8. The corner of Su-chun's mouth twitched. The previous 7th level peak controller had made him use almost all his strength to barely deal with it. Now there was an early 8th level controller. Is this still possible? Su-chun knew that Godzilla must not be allowed to get close to the base. Otherwise the base would basically be abandoned. With his current strength, he is definitely no match for an 8th level mutant beast, unless he uses his 2 opportunities to use super weapons right now. However, Su-chun still has some doubts whether he can kill an 8th level mutant beast. It is definitely not possible to deal with Godzilla directly. He can only think of other ways. So Su-chun focused his attention on the 3 men. The reason why Godzilla came here was most likely because of the giant egg behind one of them. He believed that if he snatched the giant egg away, Godzilla would go back. The strength of these 3 people are all 6th level transcendents. There is no other place nearby that has a grudge against him and can produce 3 6th level transcendents except Wangchang City. I killed the controller. Are you here to take revenge? Su-chun chuckled, but a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for his powerful radar, he would have been able to detect Godzilla's presence from afar. Once Godzilla got close to the base, even if he returned the dome to it, the angry Godzilla would definitely destroy the base before leaving. For mutant beasts, humans are their food, and a delicacy at that. With a large plate of delicious food in front of it, which mutant beast would be willing to leave? Wait, didn't they say that an 8th level mutant beast could transform into a human form? Why is this one still in its original form? Is he mad? Unable to figure out what was going on, Su-chun simply gave up thinking. Anyway, he just needed to snatch the giant egg and then lead Godzilla away. At the same time, the 3 people on the radar were panting. The one carrying the giant egg shouted to the 2 people next to him, "It's time. Change people." The other person took the giant egg without saying a word and put it on his back. Damn, this egg is really heavy. Is the offspring of an 8th level mutant beast so special? Even the weight is different from other eggs. They are 6th level transcendents. They have killed many mutant beasts and obtained some mutant beast eggs. However, those eggs are completely different from the eggs of 8th level mutant beasts. This egg is not only huge, but also weighs over 1,000 pounds, which is simply terrifying. If they were not all 6th level transcendents with strength countless times greater than that of ordinary people, they probably would not be able to carry such a big thing. Don't waste your energy talking. As long as we throw the giant egg to that military base, we will get out of here quickly. The 8th level mutant beast will never let go of that place. The third person said in a deep voice. For this operation, they mobilized almost half of the base city's combat power in order to lure this 8th order mutant beast from a distance of 800 kilometers and destroy the military base. Even the peak 7th order controller had been defeated. The top leaders of the base city all understood that unless an 8th order person took action, it would be impossible to deal with the military base. This time, the operation was led by a peak 6th level transcendent, assisted by 2 mid-level 6th level transcendents, and some team members whose weakest was 5th level transcendents. They advanced 800 kilometers in the snow and finally succeeded in capturing the giant egg and attracting the 8th level mutant beast. To do this, they sacrificed most of their team members, and only 3 of them managed to survive. They were very grateful and ran away with the giant egg. But they forgot one thing. The giant egg was the offspring of an 8th level mutant beast. How could they, who were not even at the 7th level, get it so easily? Before they took action, they took into account that the military base might have devices to detect the surroundings. The silver-white clothes they wore were special clothes that could block any detection. There were not many of these clothes in the base city, so they could be said to have used all of them in this operation. Base city had no way out. As long as the military base existed, they felt like there was something lingering in their throats and could not sleep well, fearing that the military base would send a large army to attack base city at any time. By then, even if they could contact other base cities, it would be too late. When the base city was first established, there was an agreement that the person in charge of the base city must be the strongest person. If someone can seize the base city with his own strength, then this person will be the new controller. The strong are respected. This is the characteristic of this era. The people in the base city are also willing to follow the strong. The stronger the controller is, the more stable they will be. A powerful controller can guarantee their lives, so they won't worry even if an 8th level mutant beast attacks them. While these people were taking action, the top leaders of the base city had been paying close attention to the situation here. Unfortunately, their detectors were not as effective as radars. At most, they could only detect areas within a radius of 200 kilometers, and they were unable to produce images. From this point, it can be seen that the technology of the Red Alert system, no matter in which aspect, is far ahead of this era. It's been so long, there should be news, right? The hall that was originally the controllers had become the place where the 10 major families held family meetings, and it was the head of the chief family who spoke. According to the planned time, there should be news in the next 2 days. We have given Liu Yong a special communicator. As long as he is within 700 kilometers of the base city, there should be news. As soon as the voice fell, many family heads suddenly heard a beeping sound. Chapter 89. The military base is doomed. This ordinary voice immediately touched the hearts of all the family heads. The head of the Wang family took out an ordinary-looking communicator from his body, and an intermittent voice came out from it. Family, we have completed the mission. We are about to reach the designated location. It won't be long before you. The military base is doomed? The rest of the words could not be heard clearly, but all the family heads heard the last sentence. Ha ha ha, son. Daddy is finally going to avenge you. I'm going to make those people die miserably one by one. The head of the Wang family laughed crazily, while the other family heads turned a blind eye. Ever since the controller was confirmed dead, the head of the Wang family has been like a madman, spending all day thinking about how to destroy the military base. But even the master at the peak of the 7th level is dead. Even if they put all the power of the entire base city together, they probably won't be a match. Besides, not all family heads agree with this method. To be honest, the Wang family and the Qi family have the greatest hatred towards the military base, and the other families are just following the crowd. Even if one day, the owner of the military base breaks into the base and becomes the new controller, they think they will not be in any danger. On the contrary, it is hard to say about the Wang family and the Qi family. Knowing this, the heads of the Wang and Qi families are the ones who most want the military base to be destroyed. They have thought of many ways, but none of them are feasible. The biggest problem is that if they want to deal with the military base, they must use the power of the 8th level. However, all the beings in the world who have reached the 8th level, whether they are humans or mutant beasts, are beyond their control. On the human side, every 8th level transcendent is the highest level among humans. It is impossible for anyone to give orders to them unless they give them orders. Then there is only one way left, the 8th level mutant beast. Wangchang City had known about the existence of an 8th level mutant beast for a long time, but this 8th level mutant beast had never intended to attack the nearby base city, so Wangchang City had not taken any action. This time, in order to deal with Su Chun, they spent a lot of money and dispatched a large number of elite warriors, even a transcendent who could possibly break through to the peak of the 6th level. The price they paid was that as long as the 6th level peak transcendent could come back safely, they would pay everything to help him reach the 7th level transcendent and become the controller of Wangchang City. Faced with such temptation, this 6th level transcendent could not refuse and agreed on the spot. In fact, in this operation, they were also gambling on whether these people could obtain the offspring of the 8th level mutant beast. Unexpectedly, they really succeeded. After human investigation, it was found that the stronger the mutant beast, the smaller the probability of giving birth to offspring. Of the several 8th level mutant beasts known to humans today, almost half have no offspring, otherwise human situation would be even more difficult. They also speculated that this 8th level mutant beast had offspring. After all, an 8th level mutant beast hiding in its own lair all day long. What else could it be possible for it to create humans? No, beasts? Now that their men have obtained the offspring of an 8th level mutant beast, if they throw it into the military base will be destroyed. The 8th level mutant beasts will not give humans a chance to explain. In the eyes of the mutant beasts, all humans are the same. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook with every step the 8th level mutant beast took. Godzilla's size was no joke. A guy this big would be as tall as a skyscraper just standing there. Even though the distance was quite far, the three of them felt cold sweat on their backs. When they stole the eggs, they never imagined that the hill next to the giant egg would actually be home to an 8th level mutant beast. I have already informed them of the news. As long as I can complete this mission, I can become the controller of Wangchang City with a lot of resources and the support of major families. You two will also follow me through life and death. I can't say you will be the deputy controller, but the status second only to the deputy controller should be no problem. The 6th level transcendent said to the two people beside him. The lowest level of a deputy controller is the early 7th level. If you are not even at the early 7th level, you are not qualified to serve as a deputy controller. When the two heard this, they were suddenly excited. They were risking their lives to join the mission this time, just to give it a try. The aptitude of the two of them can only be considered okay. If nothing unexpected happens, the peak of their lifetime will be the 6th level, and the 7th level is probably not enough. But if they can get a lot of resources and a pretty good identity, they might still have a chance to fight for the identity of a 7th level transcendent. Thank you for your cultivation, sir. The two said respectfully. Ha ha ha, no problem. As long as you remain loyal to me in the future, there is hope for you to become a deputy controller. This 6th level peak transcendent named Lu Yong is very proud and feels that he can become a 7th level transcendent at any time and directly reach the top to become a controller. He is now very glad that the military base killed the original controller. Otherwise, even if he reached the 7th level, he would only be a deputy controller. The gap between the early 7th stage and the peak 7th stage is too big. But Lu Yong didn't notice that a strange look flashed in the eyes of a person next to him. Su Chun, who was in the base, was just about to call back the 4 super soldiers who were hunting mutants outside when he suddenly received a call from someone he didn't expect. Commander, I am now mixed up with one of the 3 people who stole the egg. May I take action now and kill these 2 people? Su Chun was so confused that he almost blurted out, "Who are you?" He soon realized that the voice seemed to be a spy. Ever since he successfully saved himself by borrowing the spy's abilities last time, Su Chun almost forgot about this guy's existence. He only had one task for the spy, which was to work hard to climb to the top of the base city. I haven't seen him for a while. How did this guy get to this point, even not letting go of my eggs? Wait, what did the spy just say? The egg-stealing trio? Su Chun silently looked at the radar interface. If that was the case, then one of these 3 people was a spy? Damn, the spy's camouflage is so good that even their own radar can't detect it? If the spy was marked as a blue dot on the radar, he would definitely know that this was his own spy. Why would he need to mobilize his own 4 kings? Suddenly, Su Chun gave up the idea of asking the 4 heavenly kings to come back. With the spy here, things were stable this time. He had already upgraded the spy's strength to the peak of level 6. Only a transcendent above level 7 would have a certain chance of seeing through his disguise. But are there any transcendents above level 7 in the current base city? In other words, the spies can do whatever they want in the base city. Chapter 90, I have a bold idea. The spy should be the only unit that Su Chun allowed to be left alone. Su Chun never interfered in his development path. If a spy had the ability to kill a family head and become the family head himself, Su Chun would not find it strange. But he didn't expect that the spy would actually get involved in this egg-stealing mission and successfully come back alive. This guy is really lucky. Some time ago, Su Chun reached the authority to build a spy. He wanted to build multiple spies and completely replace the top leaders in the base city. However, he was told by the system that he could only build 1 spy at present. This highlights the importance of spies. You have to know that only super soldiers have such treatment. The spy lived up to his name and thrived in the base city, his identity remaining undiscovered. In the past, it was fine when he disguised himself as some small minions, but when he disguised himself as some powerful extraordinary people, he had to understand the personality traits of these people and the interpersonal relationships around them, otherwise it would be easy to be exposed. The appearance can be imitated, but these things can only be understood slowly. This time, the spy imitated a mid-level 6th order transcendent, who was a relatively ordinary person in the base, which was very suitable for the situation of a spy. What the spy could never have imagined was that he was selected for this mission not long after he took over, which almost made the spy want to run away. But when he learned that this mission targeted the base, the spy immediately stopped talking and honestly participated in the operation. He wanted to extinguish these people's hopes at the last moment. The spy's true strength is at the peak of level 6, and his true strength is comparable to that of the early level 7. This is the spy's confidence. During the operation, he was secretly doing nothing and was not discovered by anyone. On the surface, he had the strength of a mid-6th level, so it was not surprising that he was able to survive in the end. The reason why the spy did not kill the 2 men on the other side was because he was thinking about whether he should let the commander take action to get rid of this 8th level mutant beast. After all, such a large mutant beast, not to mention how much energy can be obtained after killing it, just the meat on its body and the possible huge energy crystals that may appear are all good things. When Su Chun learned of the spy's idea, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You think too highly of me. If I had a large number of super weapons in my hands now, he would definitely rush over without saying a word. But he only has 2 chances to use super weapons now. If he fails to kill the 8th level mutant beast and is targeted by it instead, then he will have to give up this main base. Don't reveal your identity for now. Wait until the right time to make your move. Are you sure you can kill with one blow? Suchin asked. Please rest assured, Commander. If I can't kill him with one strike, I won't be called a spy anymore. Suchun, does your reputation as a spy have anything to do with whether you can kill with one strike? However, after hearing what the spy said, Suchun felt relieved. After all, it was a branch of soldiers second only to the super soldiers. If its strength was too weak, it would be too embarrassing. Commander, I have a bold idea. I have an immature suggestion for your idea. Oh, I messed up the words. I mean, I have a complete set of orders. The spy felt a frown on his brow. His commander could be quite funny sometimes. Commander, I think it would be better to do this. After hearing the spy's words, Su Chen's mouth twitched constantly. If there were outsiders present, they might think that he was sick. In fact, what the spy said could be said to be insane. He sold out others and asked them to help him count the money. Su Chen really didn't expect that his own spy would be this kind of person. Are you sure? 100% sure. Su Chen was relieved immediately. He did not contact his own 4 heavenly kings and left all the matters to the spy. The Red Alert soldiers gave their loyalty, and what Su Chen gave was his trust. Even though the spy's loyalty was at full value, he still felt excited when he heard that his commander trusted him so much. This is a major crisis that concerns the existence of the main base. Under such circumstances, the commander still trusts him so much. The spy's loyalty value is off the charts. It has been detected that there are spies in the master's combat units. Their loyalty value exceeds the upper limit. An ability is awarded. The ability is chosen by the master and is limited to all existing units. The system's voice sounded. System, what's going on? Is there a limit to the loyalty value? And there's also the bonus ability. Can I just give the spy an ability, whether it's mine or another unit's? Su Chen really didn't expect that. He just trusted the spy and asked him to handle this emergency, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. All Red Alert soldiers have a maximum loyalty value when they are born. However, in some special cases, if the loyalty value exceeds the upper limit, they will be given a chance to be rewarded with abilities. However, this reward must be done by the master himself. The ability to be rewarded can only be selected from the various units under the master's command. The master's own authority ability cannot be used as a reward. Master, do you want to select the reward ability now? Choose. Su Chen nodded, and then a large pile of text appeared in front of him, describing the various abilities that each unit possessed. The abilities varied, and it all depended on how he chose. For example, his soldiers all possess an ability, tenacity, which can greatly enhance the soldier's physical fitness. Although they are not as strong as Baldi, there are not many types of soldiers that can compare with the soldiers in this regard. Of course, there are also some special soldiers, such as Sui and others. Because they were Su Chen's earliest batch of soldiers and had led multiple soldiers in battle, they naturally had another ability, Commander. This ability can command other soldiers and give them certain bonuses, which is considered a good ability. Forget about tenacity. It's useless even if you give the spy a command. This guy usually acts alone. Do you want him to command the people in the base city? Su Chen directly excluded the soldiers' ability options. He selected them one by one and found that no matter what kind of ability appeared on the spy, it was not particularly practical. What a spy needs is not the ability to fight, but the ability to save his life. As a spy, his greatest role is to imitate others. Once his identity as a spy is exposed, he can use his ability to escape. At this moment, Su Chen saw an ability. He raised the corner of his mouth and directly selected this ability. At this moment, the spy, who was hundreds of kilometers away, felt a slight shock in his body. He felt that in addition to the ability of camouflage, he had another ability. Chapter 91 Dragon Heart City. The spy immediately understood that this ability was bestowed by the commander, and his loyalty to Su Chen became even stronger. The 2 people next to him had no idea that the people they thought were their own were actually Su Chen's people from the beginning. There are satellites in this world, but on the day when animals mutated, almost all satellites in the world lost control. Only a few can still operate with some restrictions in various aspects. Every time a satellite is used, it means something very big has happened. At this time, in a base city thousands of miles away, the scale of this base is more than twice that of Wangchang City. The population inside is nearly tens of millions, and even 8th level transcendence can be found here. This is the first-tier base city, Longshin City, which is also one of the few first-tier base cities in the world with relatively strong strength. Satellites will not be used easily, but they will send back some photos at regular intervals. The base city has a department that is specifically responsible for studying these photos to see if there are any abnormal phenomena. As a result, this time, I really discovered it. Minister, after research by me and others, we are almost certain that this is an 8th level mutant beast. Only mutant beasts with strength exceeding the 8th level will have a body length of more than 100 meters. There is absolutely no mistake about it. A young researcher said to his minister with confidence. The minister is a young man who looks to be no more than 30 years old, but he actually exudes the aura of a 5th level transcendent. It can be said that he is a young and promising person. He looked carefully at a photo in the young researcher's hand. In the photo, a blurry figure stood on the ground. There were many snowflakes floating in the sky, affecting the clarity of the satellite. This is a satellite photo, and it shows a fairly large black spot, a moving black spot at that. Something is wrong. Bring all the subsequent photos here. The following photos are all similar. The only difference is that the black spot is moving. A huge moving black dot. No wonder the researchers think this thing is an 8th level mutant beast. According to the information they knew, the size of a 7th order mutant beast would never exceed 100 meters. This seemed to be an unknown limitation. Only when the strength reaches the 8th level, the mutant beast's size will undergo a breakthrough change. 100 meters is only the most basic. He even knows that among the 8th level mutant beasts, there is a big one with a body length of a kilometer. The main task of their department is to monitor these 8th level mutant beasts and prevent them from suddenly rioting and causing harm to the base city. Check which is the nearest base city around the black spot. The minister gave the order. Soon the researcher gave the result. Minister, the base city closest to the black spot is the 3rd level base city Wangchang City. The controller is a late-stage, 7th order extraordinary person. It is said that he has been in seclusion and wants to break through to the peak of the 7th order. A late 7th stage extraordinary being is definitely not the weakest among all the controllers of the 3rd and level 3 base cities. The weakest ones are those in the early 7th stage, and there are more than one of them. Not all base cities have controllers at the peak of level 7 or even level 8. After reaching level 7, each upgrade to a small level will take a long time and resources, and the most important thing is talent. The word talent may seem abstract, but it is crucial to them. It is almost impossible for a person without talent to become a transcendent. However, a person with strong talent can become a high-level transcendent in a short period of time. This cannot be changed artificially. Wangchang City? Inform the people in Wangchang City about the news about the 8th level mutant beast. I guess they haven't discovered it yet. If the 8th level mutant beast is targeting them, I will report to the Supreme Controller and help Wangchang City resist the 8th level mutant beast. Only the 8th level extraordinary ones are qualified to be called Supreme Controllers. Their strength far exceeds that of ordinary controllers, and they are named Supreme. And because of technical limitations, although they can transmit messages thousands of miles away, it is limited to one-way transmission. Wangchang City does not have the technology and equipment to transmit the message to Longshin City in one go. Of course, Wangchang City can choose to pass the message from one base city to another until it finally reaches Longshin City. However, this is very troublesome, and for some reason, the message may be completely changed when it reaches Longshin City. A base city had tried this before. The original message they conveyed was that a 7th order peak mutant beast was attacking and they requested support. As a result, when the news spread to the nearest 1st level base city, the meaning became, if anyone wants to come over for dinner, we'll treat them. At that time, those who received the news in the 1st level base city were stunned. What the hell was this? Soon, the news from Longshin City spread to Wangchang City, and the heads of the 10 major families in Wangchang City knew about it immediately. I didn't expect that even Longshin City has discovered traces of 8th level mutant beasts. Satellites are really convenient. The head of the Wang family sighed. If their base city controlled a satellite, they would probably be able to know the situation of the military base in advance and would not rush in completely in the dark every time. The satellites in Dragon Heart City have been monitoring the movements of various rank 8 mutant beasts. I don't find it strange that they were discovered this time, but we need to do something that a base city should do. You mean, send some people over to check the situation? That's right. The other family heads thought about it and realized that Longshin City didn't know that they were the ones who provoked this 8th level mutant beast. It would be very strange if they did nothing after receiving the message from Longshin City without knowing it. Thinking of this, they sent out a team of extraordinary people, pretending to go over and investigate the situation. In fact, These big guys had instructed that there was no need to get too close to the 8th level mutant beast, just watch it from a distance. The 3 egg-stealing guys ran at full speed. They dared not go too slow, otherwise they would be caught up by the 8th level mutant beast. Lu Yong simply calculated the distance and felt that the military base was not far away. He said, with the strength of the 3 of us, it shouldn't be a problem to get close to the enemy. When the time comes, we just need to hide the giant egg near the military base. The 8th level mutant beast will definitely not let go of the military base. We just need to go back in advance and everything will be done. Good idea, provided the spy wasn't among them. Brother Yong, what if we are discovered by the military base? The military base has the ability to kill the controller. I'm worried that if we get entangled, we might end up. Another person was a little worried. In fact, Lu Yong also knew that this matter was very dangerous, but for his own future, he had to take a gamble this time. Just then, the spy spoke. Chapter 92, The Spy's Operation. Brother Yong, how about this? I'll take the giant egg and attract the 8th level mutant beast according to the original plan. You and Xiaozhongjie can leave here now. When the time comes, I just hope that Brother Yong can help me. That's enough. Lu Yong's expression was moved. He understood the meaning of the spy's words, which was probably to say that he would bear the danger and take all the benefits. What kind of spirit was this? At this moment, Lu Yong almost shed crocodile tears. Brother, I understand. From now on you are my, Lu Yong's, real brother. If anyone dares to bully you, I will avenge you. Lu Yong slapped the spy on the shoulder and handed the giant egg behind him to the spy. Another person named Xiaozhongjie said nothing. He knew that doing this would definitely gain Lu Yong's recognition and appreciation, but this was a gamble with his life, and he did not have the courage to do so. Lu Yong talked hypocritically to the spy for a while, but when he saw the 8th level mutant beast chasing him, he immediately stopped talking, turned around and ran, with Xiaozhongjie following closely behind. But the two of them did not notice the flash of mockery in the spy's eyes. The spy is Su Qin's own man, so of course he will not encounter any obstruction when entering the base, and he can walk into the base smoothly. Commander, I have accomplished my mission. The spy handed the dome to Su Qin, which was Su Qin's request. Su Qin wanted to see what the differences were between the descendants of the 8th level mutant beast. It would be great if we could find the cause of animal mutation from the descendants of 8th order mutant beasts. Well, you did a good job. I have called Yuri back over there. I believe Yuri is already handling it. Su Qin said. The spy smiled. It seemed that it would not be long before he would have to give up this identity and switch to another one. Commander, how do we deal with the 8th order mutant beast? Su Qin took a look at the 8th level mutant beast on the radar interface. He knew that with the current strength of the base, fighting against the 8th level mutant beast would be asking for trouble. Besides, this 8th level mutant beast was brought upon him by Base City, and it would be rude not to reciprocate. For such a big gift, he must of course repay Base City. Call Chunyi over. Soon, the engineer Bosch Chunyi arrived here, and Su Qin pointed at the dome and said, use your ability to copy a dome. That's right, Engineer Chan Yi is also a soldier with an ability, which Su Qin only found out about later. In fact, this ability is not copying, but falsification. When Su Qin knew that Chunyi had such an ability, he was quite speechless. There was nothing wrong with the engineer falsifying the data. Chunyi walked over, reached out and touched the giant egg for a while, then took out his toolbox and fiddled with it for a while. Soon, an identical giant egg appeared on the ground. Even the smell it emitted was the same. No one could tell which one was real and which one was fake. Even though this was not the first time Su Qin had seen this ability, he still wanted to shout, this is fucking unscientific. It's clearly a giant egg, but the engineers built it this way, which completely violates a lot of basic laws. There is only one explanation for this system. Competence never makes sense. When Su Qin heard this, he burst out laughing. If one really investigates the matter, why would an ordinary reconnaissance plane become a transformer? The real giant egg was directly taken away by Su Qin. No one else could suppress the aura of the giant egg. Su Qin had many ways to do it. As for the fake giant egg, Su Qin looked at the spy. The spy immediately understood what Su Qin meant. He walked up and smashed the giant egg. There was an egg yolk inside. The spy simply ignored the yolk, collected the eggshells, put them in his backpack, and walked out. Su Qin looked at the egg yolk on the ground, and an idea popped into his mind. Chunyi seemed to have sensed Su Qin's thoughts and said in advance, Commander, anything made with counterfeiting ability is inedible. If any adverse reactions occur, I will not be responsible. Su Qin coughed lightly. I just want to know whether the things made by this counterfeiting ability are real. Collect these things and make fried rice with eggs as a snack for the miners. Not to mention that Su Chan was using miners for experiments. The spy walked out of the base and came to the back of a small hill. There were actually 3 people here. Upon closer inspection, among the 3 men, there were Lu Yong and Xia Zhongjia who had just run away. They stood there blankly, like fools. Next to them stood an uncle in a tall military uniform. It was Yuri. According to the commander's instructions, they have been controlled. Now I will let this person tell you all his information. Please remember it. Yuri was very straightforward and went straight to the point. Mind control is not simply about controlling other people's bodies. Since it is mind control, it is naturally about controlling the other person's mind. In other words, as long as Yuri is willing, the other party will not be able to realize that they are being controlled, and during the period of being controlled, they will not have any memory in their brains. This time the plan was proposed by the spy. He deliberately let the 2 of them leave first, just to make it easier to send the dome to Su Chan. Later, he rushed over and let Yuri control them, just to sneak into the base city again. But he entered under the identity of Xia Zhongjia. While listening to what Xia Zhongjia said about himself, he did not sit still. He directly put some eggshells in his backpack into Lu Yong's backpack. Luckily, they had other things in their backpacks, so the extra eggshells didn't change anything. These eggshells are his last trick. He will use the eggshells attraction to the 8th level mutant beasts to bring them to the base city. And at the last moment, he wants to put all the blame on Lu Yong. This is the spy's entire plan. After Su Chan heard the spy's plan, he felt that this guy really chose the wrong career. You shouldn't be a spy, but a military strategist. It's a pity that there is no such profession as dog-headed military advisor in the Red Alert system. Otherwise, Su Chan would definitely let this guy change his profession. Xia Zhongjia's information was quickly revealed, and Yuri immediately thought of killing Xia Zhongjia. Soon, the spy next to him disguised himself as Xia Zhongjia and put on his clothes. Others could not tell that this guy was not Xia Zhongjia. Yuri took away Xia Zhongjia's body, and when he was at the limit of his control, he directly cut off his mental control over Lu Yong. Lu Yong was startled and woke up instantly. Zhongjia, let's wait a little longer. If he hasn't come back yet, we'll leave immediately. Lu Yong didn't notice anything unusual at all. Some traces around had already been dealt with by Yuri. A hint of coldness flashed in the spy's eyes. Although he did it on purpose, he had worked hard to complete the mission alone and let them leave first. But this is how Lu Yong treated him in the end? Chapter 93 Turn. Lu Yong didn't know that Xia Zhongjia next to him had been replaced by a different person. He didn't blush at all when he said this. After all, Lu Yong was certain that the spy would not be able to come back, because that was a military base that could kill a 7th level controller. No matter what means he used, he did not believe that a mid-6th level transcendent could come back alive. Saying such things is nothing more than to cover up one's own shame. Xia Zhongjia, who was playing the spy, nodded immediately and said, "Brother Yong is right. Our mission is basically completed. We can go back to the base city next. As for him, it depends on luck." Xia Zhongjia is a person who likes to flatter others, so Lu Yong didn't notice anything wrong with his words. Although it is a pity to lose the spy, Xia Zhongjia is at least a mid-6th order extraordinary person. With the resources of the base city, I believe he can reach the late 6th order in a short period of time. By then, he will be his right-hand man. If one wants to control a base city, it is not enough to have strong power. One must have one's own power. He obviously took a fancy to Xia Zhongjia's strength. Currently, there are only 2 peak 6th level extraordinary people in the entire base city. When he becomes a 7th level controller, except for that guy, Xia Zhongjia will be the strongest and fully qualified to follow him. Thinking of this, Lu Yong couldn't help but say a few more words. "Old Xia, as long as I become the controller of the base city, the previous conditions will not change, and I will let you marry the eldest daughter of the Zhong family that you have always cared about. What do you think?" The name, Old Xia, is only used between close people. It is obvious that Lu Yong needs to get closer to Xia Zhongjia. The spy had already heard this news from Xia Zhongjia. He deliberately showed a hint of excitement. "Really? That's the Zhong family, they will?" Without waiting for the spy to finish, Lu Yong waved his hand, as if he had become the controller. "The Zhong family is only the 10th-ranked family, and I will be the controller at that time. Do you think a mere 10th-ranked family dares to go against my will?" "Thank you, Brother Yong." "No, thank you, Lord Controller." The spy flattered Lu Yong at the right time, which touched his heart directly. He laughed. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lu Yong didn't see anyone, so he turned around and said, "Let's go." Seeing Lu Yong's look, a hint of sarcasm flashed across the spy's mouth. He is indeed a cruel and ruthless guy. However, no matter how clever you are, You can't defeat the commander. The spy said nothing and followed Lu Yong silently. After running wildly for a while, Lu Yong suddenly realized that there were other people around him. He shouted loudly, "I am Lu Yong, the 6th-level extraordinary person from Wangchang City. Who is in front?" "Brother Yong?" "Brother Yong is me, Xiaozheng." A group of people walked out from behind the trees. Finding that these people were his own people, Lu Yong let down his guard. "Why are you here? Did the big guys ask you to pick me up?" "No. Actually, we are here to monitor the movements of that 8th-level mutant beast. Isn't that right, Brother Yong?" Xiaozheng asked curiously. Lu Yong suddenly remembered that their mission this time was top secret, and the only people who knew about it were the 10 family heads. Xiaozheng obviously didn't know about it. "You discovered all this. We have obtained some intelligence and are going to report back. You guys continue to monitor here." Lu Yong did not have time to chat with these people. He had more important things to do now. Just when Lu Yong was about to leave, Xiaozheng suddenly widened his eyes, pointed to the distance, and said in a trembling voice, "Yong, Brother Yong, turn, turn." Lu Yong was stunned. "What turn? If you have something to say, just say it nicely. What's the point of acting like this? You are a 5th-level transcendent. You should at least set a good example for your subordinates." Lu Yong scolded. With his strength, it was normal for him to scold a 5th-level transcendent. Normally, Xiaozheng would probably accept the scolding with his head down, but this time his behavior was a little strange. Xiaozheng held Lu Yong's arm tightly and pointed hard at the distance. His face turned red for a moment, and he was unable to speak. "Brother Yong, if I'm not mistaken, that's what Xiaozheng is talking about," said the spy. Lu Yong turned around curiously and saw a scene that stunned him. The 8th-level mutant beast that was supposed to walk towards the military base actually turned a corner and walked towards them. The end of their direction was the base city. "Oh my god, what's going on? Didn't Zhou Ran put the giant egg into the military base? Why is he coming towards us?" Lu Yong shouted at the time. Zhou Ran was the name of the person the spy had played before, but he didn't notice it. When Xiaozheng and others heard this, they suddenly looked strange. "Brother Yong, is it because the 8th-level mutant beast noticed that the giant egg was not moving and knew that the giant egg could not escape, so it came to deal with the 3 of us first? Zhou Ran didn't come over. I'm afraid he is already," the spy said in a low voice. Lu Yong's expression changed constantly. Xiaozheng's words made some sense. He knew that the intelligence of an 8th-level mutant beast was no less than that of humans, so it was not surprising that he could think of this. But doing so would mean that their mission had failed. If they were really targeted by an 8th-level mutant beast, he believed that once the big guys knew about it, they would definitely throw him out to calm the 8th-level mutant beast's anger. Damn it! Lu Yong was furious. He was just one step away from getting everything if the 8th-level mutant beast destroyed the military base. Why did it turn out like this? In fact, Lu Yong had no idea that the reason why the 8th-level mutant beast turned around was because it discovered that the breath of the giant egg was coming from him and the spy. Who else should it chase if not them? The 8th-level mutant beast is coming towards the base city, which is a serious problem. Not to mention that they can't defeat it even if they have a controller, but now they don't even have a controller. How can they fight? Brother Yong, let's go back quickly and report this matter to the bosses. This is not something we can decide on, Xiaozheng said hurriedly. Lu Yong was helpless, but this was the only way. On the way, he kept thinking about how he should deal with it. Once it was confirmed that the 8th-level mutant beast was heading towards the base city, he would most likely be abandoned. No, I must find a way. Lu Yong couldn't help but glance at Xiaozheng beside him, and a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. The spy followed silently without saying a word, but how could he not notice the look that Lu Yong gave him just now? Don't worry, you still have some value now. Once we get to the base city, haha. The spy sneered in his heart. Chapter 94 Life is like a play. It all depends on acting. Lu Yong brought the spy back to the base city and went straight to the main hall in the center of the base city. Lu Yong greets all the family heads. Lu Yong bowed slightly, which was a sign of respect for the family heads. If he becomes a 7th-level transcendent, his status will surpass those family heads, and he will become the #1 person in the base city. LV Yong, you did a good job on this mission. The reward we agreed on remains unchanged. Judging from the time, the military base should have been destroyed, right? Said the head of the Wang family with a smile. His son died at the hands of Su Chun, and he was the one who most wanted the military base to be destroyed. The hatred of the head of the Qi family was nothing compared to his. However, the head of the Wang family was surprised to find that Lu Yong's expression in front of him was a little abnormal. Since Lu Yong took the initiative to take on the task of reporting the 8th Order mutant beast, Xiaozheng simply did him a favor. Anyway, he didn't get much credit for reporting the matter, and if he could establish a relationship with Lu Yong, he would have a backer in the future. The spy stood behind Lu Yong without saying a word. No family had looked at him. Everyone stared at Lu Yong, waiting for his answer. Lu Yong knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He had to make a decision. Master Wang, I have something very important to report. Lu Yong suddenly said loudly. Explain. Among those who followed me, there are 2 traitors. Lu Yong's words shocked everyone at once. They didn't expect Lu Yong to say such a thing suddenly. What do you mean? The head of the Wang family narrowed his eyes, and an aura of superiority emerged from his body. Lu Yong knew that now was the most critical moment, and he had to push away all responsibilities. On this mission, only Zhou Ran, Xia Zhongjie, and I managed to steal the egg of the 8th level mutant beast, and we were the only 3 who came back alive. When we were not far from the military base, Zhou Ran suddenly asked for the egg. He placed the egg near the military base to attract the 8th level mutant beast, and the 2 of us left first. At that time, I trusted him too much and never thought that he would betray the base city. But after we waited for him for a long time, we found that Zhou Ran did not come. We had no choice but to come back and report the mission first. Not long ago, we saw a scene that was absolutely impossible to happen. Speaking of this, Lu Yong's expression seemed extremely sad and angry, and there was even a trace of tears in his eyes. His acting skills amazed the spies who knew the truth. Life is really like a play. It all depends on your acting skills. What's the scene? A family head couldn't help but ask. Lu Yong took a deep breath and said in a slightly hoarse voice, the 8th level mutant beast did not destroy the military base, but came towards the base city. What? All the family heads were shocked. They were going to use the 8th level mutant beasts to deal with the military base, but in the end the military base was fine, and they were the ones who were in trouble? Why would the 8th level mutant beast come here? Isn't the giant egg placed at the military base? A family head couldn't help but ask. They just couldn't figure it out. Shouldn't the 8th level mutant beast be chasing the giant egg? Why was it coming towards the base city? Lu Yong knew that the critical moment had come. He shouted loudly, it must be Zhou Ran. He must have been a traitor to the base city. He definitely didn't put the giant egg in the military base. It's even possible that Zhou Ran is near the base city, otherwise an 8th level mutant beast would not come here. The spy couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. It was a good idea, but unfortunately he had no idea that Zhou Ran was himself. Lu Yong's guess was reasonable, and the family heads couldn't help but think along Lu Yong's lines. What you said makes sense. It seems that we must find Zhou Ran first. Before the head of the Qi family could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Yong. Master Qi, there's no need to go through so much trouble. As long as we catch one person, we'll soon know Zhou Ran's whereabouts. Who? It's him. Lu Yong pointed at the spy, and the spy cooperated and showed a surprised expression, as if he did not expect that Lu Yong would point at him. At this moment, the faces of the family heads changed drastically. They immediately summoned the guards hidden around them, trying to subdue the spy. The spy saw that the situation was almost there, and now it was his turn to show off his acting skills. When it comes to acting, he can say that everyone here is his younger brother. Wait a minute, the spy shouted, but the guards turned a deaf ear to him and still walked towards him, trying to subdue him. Don't you want to know the truth? The spy's voice echoed in the hall. Stop. The head of the Wang family waved his hand, and the guards immediately stood aside obediently, not daring to overstep their authority in the slightest. The head of the Wang family looked at the spy with deep eyes, definitely an old fox. Xia Zhongjie, if you have anything to say, just say it. I will only give you one chance. As an old fox, he certainly would not believe Lu Yong's one-sided statement. The spy had already considered this, which is why he spoke at this time. Lu Yong remained calm, but he was actually a little panicked inside. Xia Zhongjie was the only one who knew that he was lying. After all, he wanted to use Xia Zhongjie to perfect his lies, which would undoubtedly kick Xia Zhongjie away from him. In this situation, how could Xia Zhongjie speak for himself? The spy looked at Lu Yong with a bitter and hateful expression. His voice squeezed out from between his teeth, full of resentment. Brother Yong, I call you Brother Yong, and this is how you treat me? Zhou Ran was forced by you and had no choice but to take the giant egg to the military base to take risks. It would be fine if you didn't appreciate it, but you actually slandered him as a traitor to the base city? Lu Yong's eyes changed. He didn't force Zhou Ran at all. Xia Zhongjie was slandering him. Just as Lu Yong was about to speak, the head of the Wang family said calmly, Lu Yong, I haven't asked you to speak yet. Don't force me to take action. Lu Yong shut up immediately. He knew that if he really dared to disobey this person's words, he would really deal with him. Even though his strength has reached the peak of the 6th level, it is not a force that the big families cannot cope with. This is how powerful the big family's foundation is. Unless he becomes a 7th level transcendent, he will always be a weakling in the eyes of the big families. You mean, Zhou Ran was forced into the military base by him? A family head asked, do you have any evidence? Family heads, LV Yong is a 6th level peak transcendent. How dare we, 2 mid-level 6th level transcendents, resist? Please use common sense to think about this. This is a matter of life and death. If Zhou Ran was not forced to do this, how could he do it alone? It was agreed that everyone must go together. The family heads nodded one after another. Even if it were them, they would think so too. No one is a fool. How could such a thing as sacrificing oneself for others happen? Chapter 95. A good show. Lu Yong was extremely frustrated, but he had no idea what to do. Even he would think so. But the key point is, this is not the case. It was Zhou Ran who really took the initiative to propose to do this. He did not use any coercive means at all. He opened his mouth but said nothing. When he saw the expressions on the faces of these big men, he realized that no matter how much he explained, it would be useless. In the end times, who doesn't cherish his own life? If Zhou Ran committed suicide on his own initiative, no one would believe it if he told others about it. Suddenly, Lu Yong had a doubt in his heart. Did Zhou Ran and Xia Zhongjie have already joined forces to frame him secretly? Could it be that what he just said was true? The spy glanced at Lu Yong and said, don't be impatient, the best is yet to come. Seeing that the thoughts of the family heads were in line with his own, the spy continued, it's not just Zhou Ran. I was also threatened by Lu Yong. If Lu Yong didn't want to kill me, I wouldn't have said this. As he spoke, the spy put down his backpack, which fell to the ground, and there were some strange collision noises inside. Normally, apart from a small amount of food, their backpacks mostly contain various weapons and equipment. However, when they heard the sound just now, their first reaction was to know that this was definitely not a weapon or equipment, and certainly not food. All the family heads must be very curious about why Lu Yong threatened me. This matter is related to why the 8th level mutant beast went to the base city. The spy said in a very deep tone, because the backpack contains the eggshells of the descendants of the 8th level mutant beast. Impossible. The giant egg was clearly taken away by Zhou Ran. So how could you have eggshells here? Also, why would I threaten you to help me keep the eggshells? You are simply framing me. Lu Yong finally couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted out. But this time the head of the Wang family did not stop him. In fact, the head of the Wang family was also a little confused by the situation in front of him. What was going on? It is difficult to tell whether what Lu Yong said is true or what Xia Zhongjie said is true. The spy sneered, LV Yong, of course you would say that. Have you forgotten that in the nest of the 8th level mutant beast, in addition to a complete giant egg, there was also an egg with many broken eggshells scattered around it? Aren't you just coveting these eggshells and wanting me to keep it a secret? I didn't expect that you would be so cruel and actually wanted to find me as a traitor, so that no one would believe what I said, and you can get the eggshells of the descendants of the 8th level mutant beast for nothing. After being reminded by the spy, the big guys suddenly realized that the backpack actually contained the eggshells of the descendants of the 8th level mutant beast. This thing is very precious. No wonder the two of them became enemies. Of course, this is something they welcome. Only Lu Yong looked confused. There were no broken eggs in the nest of the 8th level mutant beast, only a complete giant egg. Xia Zhongjie was lying. Thinking of this, Lu Yong was full of energy and said to the bosses, Masters, I can be sure that there are absolutely no eggshells in the backpack. He lied to us. Lu Yong was with Xia Zhongjie throughout the entire trip. There was almost no time when Xia Zhongjie was out of his sight. He was sure that there were absolutely no eggshells in Xia Zhongjie's backpack. Open it and take a look. The head of the Wang family signaled a guard to go up. The guard walked forward and opened the spy's backpack. When some eggshells of different sizes appeared inside, the scene suddenly became quiet. No, it's impossible. How is this possible? Lu Yong felt terrible. Where did those eggshells come from? There was clearly only one giant egg, and it was taken away by Zhou Ran. Where did Xia Zhongjie's eggshells come from? He was sure that these eggshells belonged to the giant egg. After all, he had carried the giant egg on his back and was quite familiar with its aura. It was precisely because of the familiarity that he was dumbfounded. How could there be a second egg? The spy added, If you still don't believe me, you can check Lu Yong's backpack. There are also some eggshells in his backpack. Soon a guard came forward, took away Lu Yong's backpack, opened it directly, and indeed saw the eggshell. Lu Yong was now speechless. At this moment, Lu Yong felt as if he was trapped in some kind of whirlpool. The people around him were all spectators, and he was the clown performing on the stage. Snap! It seemed as if a string was broken, and Lu Yong suddenly started laughing crazily and foolishly. Hey hey hey, hey hey, waha. A sixth-level transcendent turned into a fool just like that? All the family heads were stunned. They had never seen a sixth-level transcendent suddenly become a fool. This could definitely make the headlines. Normally speaking, let alone a sixth-order transcendent, even a first-order transcendent would not become a fool because of a blow. Everything was the spy's secret behavior. Here we have to mention the second ability of spies, mind control. That's right, Su-chan directly rewarded Yuri's ability to the spy. However, I don't know if it's because this ability is incompatible with spies, so spies can't do what Yuri can do and directly control everything about a person. However, he can influence others through words or actions and launch some mental attacks. Lu Yong is an obvious example. The so-called mind control, under normal circumstances, to control others, requires a huge gap in strength between the two parties. The spy and Lu Yong are both at the peak of level 6, so it's a bit difficult to control them directly, but what if Lu Yong's inner defenses are almost zero? At this time, the spy could easily do whatever he wanted to Lu Yong, and it would be easy to make him mentally collapse and turn him into a fool. At first, the family heads couldn't believe that Lu Yong had really turned into a fool. After all, no one dared to believe that a sixth-level transcendent had turned into a fool. When the verification results came out and they discovered that Lu Yong had really become a fool, they all fell silent. LV Yong attempted to frame his comrades and embezzle the eggshells of the descendants of the 8th-level mutant beasts, hoping to make the base city bear the consequences for him. Now he is being punished and imprisoned in the dungeon, and he will never stand up again. The judgment of the head of the Wang family represents the final decision of all the heads of the families. Forget about the first one, it has nothing to do with them. The key is the second one. Lu Yong's behavior is simply trying to kill them. Which family head would not be so angry that he wants to tear him into pieces? If the base city hadn't been more tolerant towards high-level extraordinary people, they really wanted to kill people. Xia Zhongjie, you've worked really hard this time. All the rewards for the mission are yours alone. It's just that becoming a controller is something you can do if you have the qualifications. Chapter 96 Requesting for Support. Longxin City has been paying close attention to the situation of the 8th-level mutant beast. When they discovered that the direction in which the 8th-level mutant beast was heading was actually Wangchang City, these people became a little panicked. Minister, at this speed, it won't be long before the 8th-level mutant beast reaches Wangchang City. With the strength there, they will be unable to resist the 8th-level mutant beast. Someone exclaimed. The minister frowned. He knew this matter was serious. Although Wangchang City is only a 3rd-level base city, its population is at least 2 to 3 million. If it is conquered by an 8th-level mutant beast, humans will lose a considerable number of elites, which will be a huge loss for humans. Report to your superiors immediately. The minister gave the order, but he knew that even if the supreme controller came forward, it might not be too late. After all, Longxin City is too far away from Wangchang City. Even if the supreme controller can fly, such a long distance cannot be eliminated. Do we need to use that thing? The bigwigs in Wangchang City are completely unaware of Longxin City's actions. They now have only one option, which is to ask Longxin City for help. Their base has no controller, the strongest person is only a level 6 peak transcendent, and the second level 6 peak transcendent has just gone crazy, which leaves them with no way out. Seeing the panic of these big guys, the spy coughed lightly, drew everyone's attention to himself, and then said, "Fellow family heads, you seem to have forgotten one very important thing. The reason why the 8th-level mutant beasts are close to the base city is all because of these eggshells. If the eggshells are taken out of the base city and thrown into the wilderness, then the 8th-level mutant beasts will naturally leave here." Many family heads suddenly realized that they had actually forgotten this point. Come here, take these 2 backpacks out, the farther away from the base city the better. As long as you do a good job, you will be rewarded handsomely when you come back. The head of the Wang family directly called a guard to do this. This was part of the spy plan. Toppled Lu Yong, but the base city could not be destroyed. He knew that his commander was determined to capture the base city. All plans are under the control of spies. Su Chun, who had been paying attention to this place, couldn't help laughing when he saw that things were almost over. This guy is really amazing. He has fooled everyone by himself. I really don't know when he can build a second spy. I don't think it's too much. A spy who not only solved the crisis of the main base, but also killed many powerful extraordinary people in the base city. Most importantly, he gained the trust of these big guys, and they were going to provide him with a large amount of resources. What is the difference between the resources falling into the hands of a spy and falling into the hands of Su Chun? Under normal circumstances, as long as the guards took away the backpack containing the eggshells, the 8th level mutant beast would definitely chase the guards. However, half an hour later, the people who were monitoring the 8th level mutant beast discovered that there was no change in the direction of its movement. What's going on? Why isn't it chasing the eggshell? A big guy shouted in disbelief. This is an 8th level mutant beast, the most powerful existence in the world. If it comes to the base city, no one will be able to resist it. At that time, they might as well find a way to escape. No one could answer him. What was going on? It was still the spy's voice. I have a guess. The reason why the 8th level mutant beast didn't chase Eggshell is probably because the temptation of the base city is too great. The family heads were slightly stunned, then reacted. They forgot one thing. Mutant beasts are enemies of mankind, enemies from the beginning to the end. Humans can increase their strength by eating mutant beasts, and vice versa. If an 8th level mutant beast really eats a person from a base city, even if it cannot become a 9th level mutant beast, its strength will be greatly increased. Compared to their own descendants, it is probably most important for mutant beasts to improve their own strength. In other words, his descendants are not as important as an entire base city. It would have been fine if the 8th level mutant beast had not encountered the base city, but now it has come not far from the base city. It is like a hungry person with a large table of delicious food not far away. Anyone would follow their instincts at this time. The same goes for the 8th level mutant beast. It is true that it possesses intelligence that is no less than that of humans, but generally speaking, it is still a beast. Even the spies had not expected this. The 8th level mutant beast had abandoned its own offspring and wanted to eat everyone in the base city. For a moment, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the hall again. Let's ask for support. We have no chance of winning against an 8th level mutant beast. The head of the Wang family said helplessly. At this moment, he looked like an ordinary old man. But even if the message is sent and reaches Longxin City, the meaning will be completely changed, right? Another family head thought of something that happened in the past and smiled bitterly. That incident spread to all the base cities and is still widely circulated today. If communication doesn't work, then we can only use the second plan and send a distress signal to the nearby base city. Their controllers must come here. If they don't, it will be a betrayal of humanity. They have no choice at this time. The head of the Wang family is indeed an old fox. He immediately grasped the weaknesses of those people. I believe that the controllers of the nearby base cities knew that the one who attacked Wangchang City this time was an 8th level mutant beast. They would probably curse the old fox to death, but they had to come. When the base city was first established, it was stated that if a nearby base city was in danger of destruction, the surrounding base cities must send out strong people at the controller level, unless they themselves were in danger. It is impossible to transmit the signal to Longxin City, but there is no problem transmitting it to the nearby base city. Because it is a one-time transmission, the message will basically not undergo any strange changes. I believe that as long as the nearby base city sees it, it will definitely send a controller over. Soon, the 3 pieces of news spread to the 3 nearby base cities. When the 3 base cities learned about the trouble in Wangchang City, they shouted, "Fuck! Damn it! How could these bastards in Wangchang City provoke an 8th level mutant beast and still need me to clean up their mess?" A controller cursed. He really wanted to curse the controller of Wangchang City to death. As controllers, everyone knows how powerful the 8th level mutant beast is. It is an existence that has reached the pinnacle of this world. If they, the 7th level controllers, go there, they can only hold on for a while at best. It is almost impossible to really defeat the 8th level mutant beast. Now we can only hope that the 1st level base city will discover the situation here and let the Supreme Controller take action. Chapter 97, Hell Laser Cannon. The controllers of the 3 base cities set out with all their might towards Wangchang City. In this situation, no one dared to disobey them. A controller had done so before and suffered a miserable end. Not long after, the highest level of alarm sounded again in Wangchang City. This time, the people in the base city were very calm, at least not as panicked as the previous time. What's going on? Has the military base sent troops here again? Someone said casually. Who cares? Even if something goes wrong, we won't be the first to perish. I think it would be better to let the master of the military base come in and take control of the base city. Maybe we will be better off then. Hush. Don't say such things casually. Be careful. There are ears on the other side of the wall. TSK, there are only 2 of us here. Who would know? Don't you think so? The controllers are all dead. Without the protection of new controllers, this base city will be destroyed sooner or later. In comparison, I would rather the master from the military base come over. At least I can feel safe this way. He was not the only one who had this idea. In fact, ever since the death of the controller, the entire base city had been in a panic. Without the controller, they were worried that a 7th-level mutant beast would attack them. What would they be able to resist then? Every controller is the highest guarantee of the base city. Why do they fight so hard to enter the base city? Isn't it for the guarantee of the controller's strength? Now that the base city has no controller, these people's ideas have begun to change, and some people even think that it would be better to let the owner of the military base become the controller. No matter what means someone uses to kill the controller, it has nothing to do with them. They only need a controller with powerful strength. They knew that Base City was now controlled by 10 major families. If they spoke out openly, the end would be disastrous. So they carried out their activities in secret, contacting some extraordinary people who had a certain level of strength and agreed with the person who would become the controller. No one knows that these people did this because of the instigation of spies. In order to allow Su Chun to control the Base City, the spy made a lot of efforts in secret. His disguise ability was too convenient in the Base City, and no one doubted his identity at all. Su Chun is not aware of what the spy has done. He waits until the most critical moment to provide assistance to his commander. The 8th-level mutant beast is getting closer and closer to the Base City. According to calculations, it will take less than 2 hours for the 8th-level mutant beast to arrive in the Base City. When will the 3 controllers arrive? The head of the Wong family spoke. The fastest of the 3 controllers should take an hour and a half to arrive. The second one will take 2 hours, and the last one will take about 2.5 hours. Someone answered from below. In this case, when the 8th-level mutant beast arrives, there may be only 1 controller arriving. But how can a 7th-level controller resist the 8th-level mutant beast? Even though this is an early 8th-level mutant beast, its strength has reached the top of this world, and it is far beyond the reach of a 7th-level beast. Old Wong, at this point, we have no choice but to use that. The head of the Chi family said seriously. Old Chi, are you talking about that? The other family head asked in shock. However, not all family heads knew what the head of the Chi family was talking about. A hint of surprise appeared on their faces. Was there something in the Base City that they didn't know? The head of the Wong family closed his eyes and said, I understand. This is a matter of life and death for the entire Base City. We can only use the last resort. Even if we cannot kill the 8th-level mutant beast, we should be able to cause it considerable damage. As long as the controller can hold on and the 2nd and 3rd controllers arrive, there is still hope. Protecting the Base City at this time is equivalent to protecting themselves. They see it very clearly. A family head asked, Brother Wong, I wonder what exactly you were talking about just now? There are no more than 5 people in the entire Base City who know about this thing. It's not surprising that you don't know about it. The head of the Wong family coughed lightly. This is something we got when we built Wangchang City. It can be said to be a weapon beyond the norm. It is basically not used at ordinary times, unless it comes to the critical moment of life and death for Wangchang City. After all, every time this thing is used, it will consume a huge amount of energy and cause damage to the weapon itself. What's the weapon called? It's called the Hell Laser Cannon. It's powerful enough to instantly kill beings below the late 7th stage. Even a peak 7th stage being hit head-on would be seriously injured. How much of an impact it can have on an 8th stage mutant beast, we'll only know after we try it. The spy is not here, but Su Chun has been asking the system to keep an eye on this place. When Su Chun learned that there was such a powerful weapon in the Base City, he thought of something. System, you said before that this world has not discovered nuclear power, but has developed other weapons. Is this Hell Laser Cannon one of them? The system had told him at the beginning that there were no nuclear bombs in this world, but there were some weapons second only to nuclear bombs, and he was finally able to see them with his own eyes. That's right. The Hell Laser Cannon can fire a powerful ray that has great killing power against mutant beastmen below level 8. However, for mutant beastmen at level 8, its power is only average and can cause some injuries. The weakness is that this weapon consumes a lot of energy. If converted to this base, at least 5 power plants are needed to supply the energy consumption for one launch. Su Chun clicked his tongue. You know, his power plant has a huge power generation capacity. One power plant can fully supply the electricity for a small city. But one laser cannon actually requires 5 power plants. What a huge electricity consumer. In that case, if we fire one cannon, won't all the electrical equipment in Wangchang City be paralyzed? In theory, yes. Su Chun narrowed his eyes. He was already considering whether to make a profit from it. The spy has reported to him that the eggshell's attempt to attract the 8th-level mutant beast has failed, and now the 8th level mutant beast has set its sights on Wangchang City. Unless the 8th level mutant beast is driven away, it will definitely eat everyone in the base city. It is true that Su Chun was unhappy with some people in base city, but he did not want everyone in base city to be ruined. An 8th level mutant beast is quite powerful. Su Chun touched his chin and thought of something. System. How far can the construction unit I built be from the main base? He remembered very clearly that the new construction units built in Red Alert could not be placed everywhere, but only near the base. He didn't know what restrictions there would be. The main base has fewer restrictions. As long as it is within 300 kilometers of the main base, new building units can be built. The subbase is only within 150 kilometers. Chapter 98 Research Results. Is this range fixed? It will be gradually upgraded according to the commander's authority, starting with a smaller scope. Su Chin immediately understood that a range of 300 kilometers was enough. At this time, Su Chin suddenly received a call from an engineer at the subbase. Commander, we have made a major breakthrough in the grass we are researching. Su Chin suddenly stood up from his chair, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He remembered very clearly that these small grasses were found on top of an underground research institute. They could block the radar's sensing ability. It could be said that this was another type of crack generator. Can we use the grass to directly create a new crack generator? Su Chin asked. It's a bit difficult to achieve the original effect completely, but we can imitate 60% to 70% of the effect. The engineer replied. Su Chun made a simple calculation and felt that an effect of 60% to 70% should be enough to block the satellites of this world. When he could build a real crack generator, nothing would be able to see his base clearly. Okay, start building a new crack generator immediately. To avoid confusion, this is called a pseudo-crack generator. Yes, Commander. Under Su Chin's command, all the engineers at the branch base worked with all their might and actually created a pseudo-crack generator in just half an hour. This thing is much smaller than the real thing and looks like a toy. When Su Chun saw it for the first time, he thought he was dazzled. How do you use this thing? The commander only needs to place the pseudo-rift generator anywhere in the base, and it will operate automatically. Su Chun placed the pseudo-crack generator directly on his desk. Some light appeared on the surface of this small thing, and it started to work. Then he stared at the radar screen for a minute, 5 minutes, and nothing happened. Is this thing a knockoff? Su Chin couldn't help but complain. Master, although the fake crack generator is not as powerful as the real one, it can still form a black curtain above the base, making it impossible for people to detect the situation of the main base. It is important to remind you that the master cannot see this black curtain. Otherwise, how can the master see the base clearly through the radar? Su Chin's mouth twitched. The system's words were well-reasoned and convincing. With this, he has the crack generator in advance, which is a good thing for the base. Build another pseudo-crack generator at the branch base. Su Chin gave an order, by the way. Yes. At the same time, in the satellite monitoring department of Longxin City, a researcher suddenly discovered something strange. Minister, this is my discovery. I compared the route of the 8th level mutant beast and found a strange place. Speak. The minister was completely focused on Wangchang City. In response to his subordinate's report, he just habitually said the word, speak. The subordinate didn't take it seriously and continued. I discovered that the 8th level mutant beast was more than 800 kilometers away from Wangchang City at the beginning. Why would the 8th level mutant beast target Wangchang City at such a long distance? At the distance of the 8th level mutant beast at that time, there was actually a 3rd level base city that was closer than Wangchang City. It was unreasonable for it to come to the direction of Wangchang City. Not only that, I studied the route of the 8th level mutant beast. About 200 kilometers away from Wangchang City, the 8th level mutant beast suddenly changed direction. This is the direction of Wangchang City. I tried to follow the direction of the 8th level mutant beast and found a place that didn't look like a gathering place. The minister frowned. It doesn't look like a gathering place. What does that mean? Apart from the base city, there are only scattered gathering places outside. If it's not a gathering place, could it be a group of mutant beasts? I don't know how to explain it. The map shows that there should be a mine there, but I found these around the mine. As he spoke, the researcher took out a slightly blurry photo. In the photo, the mine was covered by a layer of black clouds, making it difficult for the satellite to see the situation below. In the corner of the photo, the researcher pointed here and said, based on my careful observation, this thing should be a city defense cannon and a bunker that was abandoned more than 100 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, there is probably a military base under the black cloud. It can be said that he is worthy of being a researcher in a first-level base city. None of them is a freeloader. He guessed the truth just based on some clues. This is because they have seen the layout of military bases, and there are always some defensive weapons around them, among which city defense cannons are only the most common one. The minister looked at the black cloud carefully with a strange look in his eyes. There were such coincidences in the world. Black clouds happened to appear above the military base and around Wangchang City. When did a military base appear? You mean, the original target of the 8th level mutant beast was this military base, but after that, I don't know what happened. It changed its target to Wangchang City? Seeing the researcher nod, the minister's brows were furrowed into the shape of a Chan character. This matter might be very important, as it was related to why an 8th level mutant beast would take the initiative to attack. After that great war, humans and the 8th level mutant beasts agreed to each other not to take the initiative to attack. Is the 8th level mutant beast going to break the agreement this time? Suddenly, the minister thought of a possibility. Someone had done something to the 8th level mutant beast, causing it to cross more than 800 kilometers and attack Wangchang City. The minister sighed. He originally wanted to tell the Supreme Controller about this, but he suddenly remembered that even if he told the Supreme Controller, the attack of the 8th level mutant beasts on humans was a foregone conclusion. At that time, the Supreme Controller would definitely not let the 8th level mutant beasts go, and the battle would start again. By then, it will not just be a few base cities that will be affected, but may even be the future of mankind. From now on, there is nothing we can do. We can only hope that the Supreme Controller can reach his goal as soon as possible. Minister, do you think the Supreme Controller will use that? The researcher asked in a low voice. The minister raised his eyebrows. You actually know this? Forget it. If you want to use that, you need to consume a lot of energy, maybe? At this moment, the power of the entire laboratory was suddenly cut off. At this moment, the minister understood that the Supreme Controller had used that thing after all. It seems that Wangchang City can be saved. The 8th level mutant beast is getting closer and closer to Wangchang City. There is only half an hour left before the 8th level mutant beast arrives at the edge of Wangchang City. At this time, the 10 family heads of Wangchang City and a strange middle-aged man are standing on the city wall, looking into the distance. Chapter 99 Fight for Humanity. Lord Controller, the 8th level mutant beast is in this direction. The other 2 Lord Controllers are still on their way. I hope you can delay them for a while this time. The head of the Wang family spoke. The strange middle-aged man was actually the first controller to arrive here. At this moment, his face was as dark as ink, and he wished he could slap the old man to death. He originally thought that even if he was the first to arrive, together with the ruler of Wangchang City, the 2 of them might have a chance to hold on for a while. However, after he arrived here, he was told that the ruler of Wangchang City had already fallen. I fucking at you in %. At that time, the controller was so angry that he cursed. You controllers have been dead for more than a week, and you didn't even notify any base city. And you asked me to come and help. Do you want me to die? If it weren't for the severe punishment humans imposed on traitors, he really wanted to kill all these people at this moment and surrender to the mutant beasts. Not to mention having a godlike teammate. He couldn't even have a stupid teammate. However, the behavior of these people gave him even more headaches than a stupid teammate. The controller is gone. What are you doing? From the beginning to the end, this controller had no good face towards them. The 10 family heads had been mentally prepared for this. Since they were not as strong as others, they could only swallow their anger. My strength is only at the middle stage of the 7th level. Although I am not the weakest controller, I am not that strong. The opponent is an early stage of the 8th level mutant lizard dragon. His attack power is average, but his defense is almost invincible. If I can delay for some time, there is a little hope. It was just a little hope. He knew very clearly the gap between himself and the 8th level, which could be said to be a world of difference. To be honest, he really wanted to run away, regardless of life or death here, but he didn't dare to do so. If he really gave up Wangchang City, the Supreme Controller would definitely take action personally to capture and judge him afterwards. The final result would probably be that he would go to the front line and fight mutant beasts all day long. That would be a life worse than death. For a strong man of his level, it would be a waste to execute him directly, so this rule came into being. However, if the matter is really too serious, execution is also possible. The controller was calculating how long he could delay. After thinking for a long time, he finally found that the time he could delay would definitely not exceed 1 minute. This is the case when the opponent is a lizard dragon. If it were any other 8th level mutant beast, he would probably be killed instantly. 1 minute is not enough. But he knew that it would take more than half an hour for the second controller to arrive, which means that the second controller would only arrive after he and the lizard dragon started fighting. What the hell is this fight? Just go home and take a shower and go to sleep. The head of the Wong family naturally saw the controller's expression of eating shit and felt that the time was about right. So he said, Master Controller, we have something in Wangchang City that should be able to help you. Oh, what is that? The controller asked casually without caring. Infernal laser cannon. What? Are you talking about the hell laser cannon that killed an 8th level mutant beast with one shot in the last war? The controller was overjoyed. If you have this thing, the 8th level mutant beast is nothing and can be killed with one shot. Ahem, the hell laser cannon has been damaged and its power is not as great as before. Now it can only cause certain damage to 8th order mutant beasts at most. The head of the Wong family explained. The controller just showed a happy expression, but it quickly disappeared. It's already pretty good that I can hurt an 8th order mutant beast. At least I can hold on until the second controller arrives. When the third controller comes, we'll have a chance to hold on until the supreme controller comes. Speaking of the supreme controller, everyone present had a look of reverence on their faces. They all knew that the relatively stable life that humans now have is brought about by the supreme controller. Without them, humans would have been slaughtered by mutant beasts long ago. Of course, some human weapons also played a corresponding role, and the hell laser cannon was one of them. Once, humans used this thing to kill an 8th level mutant beast with one shot, shocking the entire audience. Since then, no one has seen the hell laser cannon again. No one expected that this thing would be obtained by a 3rd level base city. When the 8th level mutant beast is dispatched, the human side naturally needs the presence of the supreme controller. Otherwise, with only 3 7th level controllers like them, they probably won't be able to hold out for long. Fight for humanity. Suddenly the head of the Wong family growled. That's right, fight for humanity. The controller closed his eyes and waited for the arrival of the 8th level mutant beast. At this moment, the winter wind is biting, but it cannot blow their hearts. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, the 8th level mutant beast arrived. It was the first time for many people to see an 8th level mutant beast. Its huge body, hard scales, and the aura it exuded made people despair. The 8th level mutant beast is 100 meters tall, while their city wall is only 50 meters, a difference of half. Master Controller, I leave Wangchang City in your hands. I will have someone charge the hell laser cannon right away. Yeah. The controller nodded slightly and jumped directly from the city wall. For ordinary people, jumping from this height would mean certain death, but for a 7th level controller, a height of 50 meters is nothing. Kill. The controller pulled out a big knife from his body. The blade emitted a cold light and chopped at one of the legs of the 8th level mutant beast. Bite. A huge recoil force came from the knife, almost causing the controller's knife to fly out. As expected of an 8th level mutant lizard dragon, its defense is too strong. It seems that this is the only thing we can do. The controller gritted his teeth. Since he couldn't break the defense here, he would rush forward. He didn't believe that the eyes and nose of the lizard dragon could have such a strong defense. The controller ran on the lizard dragon's body as if it were flat ground. This was the strength of a 7th order transcendent. The terrain did not pose much of a restriction to them. Except for not being able to fly, they were almost supermen. The lizard dragon didn't seem to care about the person controlling it. To it, a 7th level transcendent was nothing. In its eyes, there were only humans. He knew that as long as he ate these humans, he would soon reach the middle stage of the 8th level, and by then he would no longer be the worst among the 8th level mutant beasts. Besides, this time it was humans who attacked him first, and he was just acting in self-defense. Roar. The lizard dragon roared towards the sky, and the huge sound waves directly shattered the eardrums of some extraordinary people on the city wall who were less than level 3, causing them to bleed from all 7 orifices and lose their combat effectiveness. All the extraordinary people above level 3 felt dizzy and could not stand steadily. Before a single move was made, the human side suffered heavy losses. Chapter 100 Old Man, do you need electricity? The 8th level mutant beast is so terrifying. In Wangchang City, there are very few people who have truly witnessed the power of an 8th level mutant beast. Generally, only a few extraordinary people above level 5 have the opportunity to see the horror of an 8th level mutant beast. The controller who came to support turned pale. Is this an 8th level mutant beast? He miscalculated. He thought he could hold on for a minute, but now it seems that if this 8th level mutant beast really wants to attack him, he is worried that he can't hold on for half a minute. However, when the controller looked at Wangchang City not far away, he knew that he could no longer retreat. Even though this is not the base city where he provides shelter to humans, this is all human territory and mutant beasts must not invade. Thinking of this, the controller's expression turned cold, and his speed increased. In just a few seconds, he rushed to the head of the 8th-level mutant beast. "Get out of my way!" The controller roared loudly, and a faint green light appeared on the surface of the big knife in his hand, and he chopped heavily on the lizard dragon's eyes. Considering the size of the lizard dragon, its eyes are at least the size of an adult. If this knife hits it, it will definitely cause considerable damage to the lizard dragon. However, the next moment, the controller's sword seemed to hit something and bounced him back. Fuck, it's actually a defensive stance? Some people were shocked when they saw this scene. Even for an 8th-level mutant beast, not everyone has this thing called stance. It can be said that with this thing, an 8th-level mutant beast will be more powerful. When humans reach level 8, they have a domain, and when mutant beasts reach level 8, they have a stance. The names are different, but overall the effects are very similar. Before, humans were afraid of the strength of the 8th-level mutant beasts themselves, but now they suddenly remembered that the 8th-level mutant beasts have something called stance. Why not any other position, but a defensive position? This is just a fucking turtle shell? The controller cursed inwardly. He hurriedly stabilized his body so as not to fall off the lizard dragon. However, he had some doubts as to whether he could hold on until the second controller arrived. Wang Diji, you immediately fire the Hell Laser Cannon to break the lizard dragon's defensive stance. Then I will use my strongest move to see if I can hurt him. You only have one chance. The controller notified the head of the Wang family on the city wall through his portable communicator. Wang Diji was also a ruthless man. He immediately gave the order, and at that moment, all the electricity in Wangchang City disappeared and was absorbed by one place. To launch such a powerful weapon, the energy required is insane. Even if all the electricity of a base city is gathered together, it can only be used once. If they want to use it a second time, they will not have enough electricity. In other words, they only have one chance. Boom. A huge sound wave emerged from the base city, and then everyone saw that a beam of light as thick as a bucket flew out from a corner of the base city and hit the lizard dragon's defense position heavily. In just a moment, they heard a snap and the defense position shattered. Good opportunity. The controller, who had been waiting for a long time, took the opportunity to infuse his power into the big knife. The blade trembled violently, and the huge force caused tiny cracks to appear on the weapon. A trace of pain flashed across the controller's eyes. This was a weapon that he had spent a lot of money to get. There were really not many weapons that could withstand a 7th-level transcendent. Cut. With a roar, a huge light covered everyone's eyes. They only saw a flash of white light, and a wound more than 1 meter long appeared on the lizard dragon's neck. It was finally injured. Roar. If the previous roar was a demonstration, then this roar was rage. The lizard dragon is, after all, an 8th-level mutant beast. If it gets serious, no 7th-level controller can resist it at all. If he is at the peak of the 7th level, there is still some hope, but if he is at the middle stage of the 7th level, The lizard dragon opened its mouth wide and bit the controller. In order to cause maximum damage, he jumped off the lizard dragon's head, with his body in midair, unable to dodge. No! Wang Diji shouted. If he was bitten, even a 7th-level controller would be doomed. Without a 7th-level controller, how could they in Wangchang City resist the lizard dragon? Are they really going to die together today? At this critical moment, a voice shocked the whole city. Get out! An unparalleled aura suddenly erupted, carrying with it a tremendous power, and hit the lizard dragon's head heavily. Although it did not break its defensive position, the powerful force caused its head to deviate a few points. It was just a hair's breadth that saved the previous controller. Such a domineering punch. Is it the boxing champion? Someone exclaimed. In fact, because the controllers are so powerful, some people gave them titles based on their characteristics. For example, the controller who used the knife just now was called the Knife King, and the one who just appeared was the Boxing King. He was a late 7th level controller, and his strength was very close to the peak of the 7th level, so he was able to knock the lizard dragon's head off with one punch. Thank you. The Sword King retreated to the city wall and coughed up blood. Do you still have the strength to fight? The boxing champion said without further ado. At this time, others saw the appearance of the boxing champion. If the Knife King was a relatively cold man, then the boxing champion was a man full of passion. Just seeing his muscles all over his body gave the people of Wangchang City a sense of security. Of course, even if he loses the battle, the Sword King will not be scared at this moment. Then let's fight. Before the boxing champion finished speaking, he rushed forward, fully demonstrating the meaning of, if you can fight, don't talk too much. The Sword King smiled bitterly. How could he forget that this guy was a battle maniac? The next second, his body rushed forward again and fought the lizard dragon together with the boxing champion. This moment was broadcast live in Wangchang City, with everyone in Bay City watching. It was related to the life and death of Bay City, and everyone was qualified to know the result this time. Life or death depends on now. At this moment, a transcendent came to Wang Deji's side and whispered, "Master, someone wants to contact you. Get out of here. I'm not in the mood to talk to you right now." Wang Deji waved his hand impatiently. "But Patriarch, this man said that he has a way to help us defeat the lizard dragon." Before his subordinate finished speaking, Wang Deji took the communicator in the blink of an eye. As soon as he got it, he heard these words, "Old man, do you need electricity?" Wang Deji frowned. Of course he needed electricity. With electricity, he could fire the Hell laser cannon again. But the key was, do you know how much electricity he needed? Chapter 101. Selling electricity. I'm a professional. Can you provide electricity for a base city? Wang Deji sneered. When he heard the other party's first words, he defined the other party with a word in his mind. Liar. Damn it. You've tricked me. Are you looking for death? Tell me, how many base cities do you need electricity from? However, the other party actually took over the conversation, leaving Wang Deji speechless. Can you even draft your bragging? There is only one base city here, and you dare to say that you want electricity from several base cities? Why don't you say that all the base cities in the world belong to you? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. If I find out your true identity, you will die a miserable death. Wang Deji was very unhappy and had already started verbal threats. I'm a professional at selling electricity. Don't you want to charge the Hell laser cannon? Wang Deji, who was about to end the call, suddenly stopped what he was doing. The other party's words touched his heart. If the Hell laser cannon had unlimited power, he would not have to be afraid even of an 8th-level mutant beast. How do you know about the Hell laser cannon? Who are you? Wang Deji couldn't figure it out. The number of people who knew about the existence of the Hell laser cannon, including several other family heads, would not exceed 10 people. He believed that these people would not be so bold as to tell others about the Hell laser cannon. So how did this person know about it? Did you guess it? As soon as this idea came into his mind, it was rejected by Wang Deji. Not to mention that the Hell laser cannon had not appeared for a long time. It was bullshit to guess its name based on the previous shot. How should I know? Don't worry about it. I'm just an electricity seller. I happen to know that you were short of electricity, so I came here. There was a hint of smile in the other party's voice. Wang Deji forced himself to suppress his anger. What if the other party could really provide a large amount of electricity? Thinking of this, he asked with a hint of expectation, "Can you really provide a base city with electricity? What do you want?" This is how business should be discussed. I have plenty of electricity here, provided you can produce the corresponding energy crystals. If there were any red alert soldiers at this time, they would probably know who this guy is. Who else could it be other than Su Chun? The reason why Su Chun asked the spy to deliver the communicator this time was for the energy crystal of the base city. Lung Yue's appetite seemed to have increased a little recently, so he needed to prepare for the future. It is obvious that only the base city nearby has a large number of energy crystals. Without going into details, the number should be at least 1 or 2 million. Such amount of energy crystals are enough for Lung Yue to eat for a long time. After this winter is over, he will establish branch bases on a large scale, one near each base city. He wants to rule all the base cities. Only in this way can he have a steady source of energy income. At this time, the system's voice sounded, "Congratulations, Master. You are ready to expand your hegemony and dominate the world. This is a serial task, and the previous tasks are merged into it. The first link is to control the 3rd-level base city, Wangchang City. The means are unlimited. The population loss cannot exceed 50%. Success will increase the commander's authority once and give 3 chances to draw a lottery. Failure will reduce the commander's authority by 1 level. Su Chun raised his eyebrows. The previous mission only allowed him to control a base city at random. This time it was chosen to be Wangchang City. Of course, this had no effect on him. He now has the authority of a level 6 commander. If he is promoted to level 7, he will be able to build some units second only to super weapons by then, even if he cannot unlock super weapons. Spy satellites, space soldiers, nuclear reactors, I want them all. When he thought of the bright future, his ambition to occupy Wangchang City became even greater, but for now he is still a professional electricity seller. Wang Deji was very conflicted at this time. He didn't know whether he should believe Su Chen's words. Using energy crystals to exchange electricity would be a stupid decision in the eyes of anyone. After all, Energy crystals are much more valuable than electricity, but now the Hell laser cannon can only rely on electricity, and their technology is not strong enough to convert energy crystals into electricity. Therefore, for now, energy crystals are really not as good as electricity. If the lizard dragon rushes into the base city, no amount of energy crystals will be of any use. Okay, I'll change it, but how can I guarantee that you can provide electricity for a base city? Wang Deji said. Oh, it's very simple. Send someone to a place about a mile north of the Hell laser cannon. There is a power plant there. You can send someone to check and see if the power plant can provide electricity for a base city. Wang Deji couldn't believe it. Didn't he know what was in base city? How could there be a power plant there? This is bullshit. But he still held out a glimmer of hope, so he just asked someone to go over and take a look, which wouldn't take much time. I'll give you a few minutes. If not, just pretend I didn't say anything. After saying that, Su Chen hung up. Wang Daji hesitated for only a few seconds and immediately sent someone to check. The two controllers in front of him were fighting with the lizard dragon. If there was an extra Hell laser cannon at this time, the situation would be different. Less than half a minute later, he received a call from his subordinates. Master, this is incredible. I don't know how a power plant appeared here. The most amazing thing is that the power provided by this seemingly small power plant can really meet the electricity demand of the entire Wangchang city. No, it should exceed it by a lot. Wang Deji took a deep breath. He had never felt this way before. What the hell was going on? Where did the entire power plant come from? Are you sure? Master, I can guarantee it with my life. Okay, just connect the power plant's electricity to the Hell laser cannon. That idiot gave me a power plant for nothing and still wants me to take out the energy crystal. Dream on. Wang Deji sneered. He didn't believe that after he used the entire power plant, that man would appear and ask him to take it back. This was his territory and everyone had to obey his orders. Just then, he heard his men exclaim, "No, gone? What's missing?" Master, I was just here, and the power plant suddenly disappeared. What? If this person wasn't his confidant, he really wanted to spit at him to death. Do you think this is a movie? A power plant can just disappear like that? Master, this is true. The power plant just now is really gone. Before the call was over, Wang Daji heard a voice he hated very much from the communicator. Old man, you are very dishonest. I wanted to do a legitimate business with you, but you actually wanted to cheat me? No, that's a bad word. You actually want to take it away without paying. Do you think I'm Taobao, where I can return or exchange the goods without reason after use? Chapter 102. Money and Goods. Wang Deji didn't know what Taobao was. This world didn't have the developed e-commerce that Su Chen's original world had. Physical stores still dominated the world. However, he roughly understood the meaning of Su Chen's words. Could it be that his confidant really did not lie to him, and that this person was the one who destroyed the power plant? Thinking of this, Wang Daji suddenly felt terrified. Who was this person? How did he make a power plant appear and then disappear? Wang Deji naturally couldn't understand the function of the red alert system. If he built a building unit and it was not really needed, he could just recycle it. However, the energy recovered was only a part of the construction. This was the first time that Su Chen recycled his own construction unit. System, you are so evil. A power plant only recycles 1/3 of the energy. What about the remaining 2/3? Su Chen's mouth twitched. There will be a lot of consumption in recycling energy, which is within the normal consumption range, so don't worry about it, master. Su Chen rolled his eyes. He had always known that there would be losses in recycling units, but he didn't expect it to be so great. It was really a loss. Wang Deji pondered for a while and said, "It was my fault just now. Name a price. How many energy crystals does a power plant need? And how do you take the energy crystals?" Wang Deji is an old fox who doesn't care about his face at all. He was just about to hack into Su Chen's power plant, but now he can continue to talk business with Su Chen without changing his expression. If it were a young person, he probably wouldn't be able to bring himself to do it. Oh, are you ready to talk business now? Before that, the money for the power plant just now will be charged to you. I originally wanted you to inspect the goods, but who would have thought that you wanted to swallow my goods? If you don't give me the energy crystals, we don't need to continue talking. Su Chen was very straightforward. If you want to talk about business, no problem, just give me the money first. Wang Daji gritted his teeth. He knew that what he had just done was wrong, but he would never admit it. Whatever he got was his. He was very clear about that. However, he was very wary of the other party's methods. He had never heard of the ability to make a power plant disappear out of thin air. Could it be some new supernatural ability? Okay, I'll pay. That's great. The price of a power plant is 1/7 level energy crystal or an energy crystal of equivalent value. What? Wang Deji was shocked. This was the energy crystal of a 7th level mutant beast. One piece could be exchanged for a lot of supplies. Even in Wangshan City, there were only a few. These were obtained by his son, the original controller, after killing the mutant beast. If his son wasn't quite capable, he might not have gotten any. It's just a power plant, but it actually needs the energy crystal of a 7th level mutant beast. Why the hell don't you go and rob it? Think it's too much? Why don't you find a new seller and see if anyone can give you a power plant? Su Chun said with a smile. The corner of Wang Deji's mouth twitched. No matter how dumb he was, he knew that only the other party had this kind of thing. Where could he find the next buyer now? Okay, I'll give it to you. I want 3 power plants, a total of 4 7th level energy crystals. How do you take them? When saying this, Wang Deji's heart was bleeding, and at the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. As long as that person dared to come and take the energy crystal, he would let that person know his, Wang Deji's, methods. Put the energy crystal directly at the place where the power plant was just now. Pay the money and get the goods. Wang Deji immediately asked his confidant to take out 4 7th order energy crystals and stand at the place where the power plant appeared before. To be honest, even though it was not the first time he saw it, the confidant still felt stunned. Can you imagine a situation where suddenly there are 3 power plants in front of you? Where is the person? Just when this confidant thought that the other party might not dare to show up, he suddenly felt a strong wind blowing, and then the energy crystal in his hand disappeared. Fuck. The confidant was completely stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Of course, this confidant didn't know that the one that attacked just now was the 3rd level reconnaissance plane that Su Chun almost forgot about. This thing flew around by itself, and actually flew to the vicinity of Wangshan City. Su Chun was originally planning to ask other people to get the energy crystals, but now it's easier. With the speed of a 3rd-order reconnaissance aircraft and the 2 abilities of stealth and transformation, Wang Deji's confidants could not detect anything at all. He would never have thought that a reconnaissance plane could actually take the energy crystal away from him. When Wang Deji got the news from his confidant, he was confused. Wasn't that person a human? His confidant is at least a 5th-level transcendent, and he was able to snatch the energy crystal from his hands without him noticing. Are you a 7th-level transcendent? Never mind. Quickly charge the Hell laser cannon and kill the lizard dragon for me. Wang Deji didn't have time to think anymore. Time was running out. 10 minutes passed, and the battle between the 2 controllers and the lizard dragon was basically a process of being abused. Their attacks barely broke the lizard dragon's defensive stance, but it wouldn't take long for the defensive stance to repair itself. What the hell was the point of fighting? If it weren't for the base city behind them, they really wanted to run away. It was too torturous. Boxing King, if that guy doesn't come over, we really won't be able to hold on. The Knife King swallowed the blood that was rising up in his throat. His body was in tatters, and he no longer had the demeanor he had at the beginning. The boxing champion frowned, and there were many wounds on his body. If it weren't for the lizard dragon's strength and defense, they would not have been able to hold on until now. We can only take a gamble, betting on which Supreme Controller will arrive first, or we will be killed by the lizard first. The boxing champion's eyes were full of calmness, and he looked like he didn't care about life or death and would fight if he didn't obey. The Sword King smiled bitterly. Now they had no other options. In this world, the one with the strongest power was the boss. Just when the 2 were at a loss, a beam of light appeared from the base city. This beam of light was too familiar to the Sword King. Hell laser cannon? How is this possible? Didn't we just fire it once using the entire base city's electricity? How could there be a second time? The Sword King was stunned. The boxing champion had not expected that Wangshan City would have such a good thing. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If this attack can break the defensive force field, we still have a chance. Most of their attacks fell on the defensive stance. If there was no defensive stance, even an 8th-level mutant beast would not dare to ignore their attacks. Boom. The Hell laser cannon hit the defensive position, instantly shattering the defensive force field. However, just as the 2 were about to take action, another beam of light attacked. Even the 2 of them who were in control were stunned by this. Chapter 103. The Raging Lizard. 2 bursts of Hell laser cannon? They were all strong men who had experienced a lot of battles and were the controllers of a base city, but now they were actually frightened by the scene before them. This is a Hell laser cannon. Even if it is a defective product, it can still threaten their existence. There is only one kind of energy that can activate this kind of thing, and that is electricity. However, Wangshan City, as a 3rd-level base city, actually provided the launch of the Hell laser cannon twice. This is so unscientific. It's not twice, it's the third time. It was fired once before you came. The Sword King said dimly. The boxing champion took a deep breath and found that he really couldn't understand what was going on in Wangchang City. Just now he learned from Dao Wang that the ruler of Wangchang City was dead. He was stunned. That was a young man who was no weaker than himself. How could he be dead just like that? However, at this moment, the fourth shot appeared again. Wang Deji is indeed an old guy, and he sees things more clearly than many people. He knows that if he fires the Hell laser cannon one by one, it can at most break the lizard dragon's defensive position each time. But what if he fires the remaining few shots at once? The fourth shot has appeared. Will the fifth shot be far behind? So the two controllers saw the only scene in their lives. 3 Hell laser cannons left deep marks on the lizard dragon's body. They could see that a big hole appeared on the lizard dragon's belly, and its internal organs could be vaguely seen. This time the lizard dragon was seriously injured. Roar! Humans, I'm going to eat you. The lizard dragon made a sound for the first time, and its voice was filled with rage. When its descendants were captured by humans at the beginning, it was indeed a little anxious and ran over in a panic, but unexpectedly it discovered a human base city. As an 8th level mutant beast, it certainly knows the agreement between humans and mutant beasts, but the premise of the agreement is that both parties do not interfere with each other. Now it is humans who have provoked it first, and it eats some humans. Even the 8th level strongmen of humans cannot say anything, otherwise other 8th level mutant beasts will intervene, and it will eventually evolve into the previous war again. This is the confidence of the lizard dragon. But it never expected that this base city would be such a tough nut to crack, and even it was seriously injured. Seeing this scene, the humans on the city wall suddenly became excited and hopeful. The two controllers did not hesitate and rushed forward immediately. One with a knife and the other with a fist, they hit the lizard dragon hard on the injured part, which made the lizard dragon's injury even more serious. Roar! The lizard dragon roared, and the defensive stance around it changed. It no longer just protected its body, but expanded to wrap up the two controllers at once, and the originally almost transparent defensive force field became visible to the naked eye. Oh no, the lizard dragon is going to fight to the death. It has activated the maximum power of the defensive force field. Even for the two controllers, it will be difficult to break it. Someone's face changed drastically. They could see it, and the two controllers could naturally see it as well. Their faces darkened, knowing that the lizard dragon was trying to trap and kill them. What was originally a defensive stance to provide protection has now become their prison. In this cage, the only thing they can do is escape. Seeing the lizard dragon chasing the two people in the defensive position, the people on the city wall were very nervous. Once the two controllers were finished, their Wangchang City would also be finished. But they seemed to have forgotten one thing, that is, there was a third controller coming. Bump! A red light rushed over from afar and hit the defensive position straight. If it was the previous defensive force field, it would have been broken, but now the defensive position just shook a little and was safe and sound. Damn it! This is the defensive force field known as the turtle shell. How come it is such a troublesome 8th level mutant beast? A cursing voice was heard. Then the people on the city wall saw a young man who looked a little sloppy, with his hands on his hips and a huge Gatling gun on his back. Yes, it's Gatling. Before the end of the world, the Gatling gun was still a powerful weapon. However, in the end of the world, the Gatling gun was almost eliminated because it was not powerful enough and was too heavy. It was only useful in defense. This is a controller, and he is holding such a flashy weapon? Those who didn't know looked at each other in bewilderment, while those who knew became a little excited, as this was a man who was no less powerful than the one they controlled. That's right, this controller is in the late 7th stage, known as the Gun King. Of course, this gun is not that gun. When this title first came out, many people were speechless. It would be fine if you were holding an ordinary gun, then you can be the best gun master. But you are holding a Gatling gun and telling me you are the best gun master? It just so happens that the Gun King loves Gatling gun very much. He put all his belongings into this Gatling gun. After countless times of customization, the power of Gatling gun is now quite amazing. The Gun King curled his lips and took out the Gatling gun from behind him. Others might have a headache with this turtle shell thing, but he liked it the most. The biggest advantage of Gatling is that it can concentrate its power to bombard one place, and the immobile defensive force field is the best target. Da. Countless bullets flew out from the muzzle of the Gatling gun. These were all specially made bullets, and each one was probably worth a lot of money. Only the Gun King, a late 7th stage master, could afford them. The bullets bombarded the defensive position, but were broken in just 3 seconds. Then the Gun King walked in arrogantly with a Gatling gun in hand. What the hell are you doing in here? Get out now. The Sword King almost vomited blood when he saw the Gun King coming in. Didn't he see that this was the world of the lizards? Wasn't he asking for trouble by coming in? I came in with good intentions to save you, and this is your attitude? If you keep talking, believe it or not, I'll shoot you? The Gun King said domineeringly. The Knife King stopped talking immediately. He really believed that the Gun King could do this. After all, this guy had a criminal record. With the addition of the Gun King, the lizard dragon was suddenly overwhelmed. After all, the injuries on its body were still there. Even the lizard dragon could not withstand the continuous hits of the Hell laser cannon. The lizard dragon has been blinded by anger. What it wants to do most now is to eat these 3 humans. These are 7th level humans, and eating them is very nutritious. Just when everyone thought that the 3 controllers had a chance of success, suddenly everyone discovered that the huge lizard dragon suddenly disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. The 3 controllers saw a hazy figure where the lizard dragon originally stood. Chapter 1042 Weak. With a cold face and thin body, he looks like a non-mainstream boy. But the moment they saw this young man, the 3 controllers felt a chill all over their bodies. The humanoid form of an 8th level mutant beast? Almost everyone knows that when a mutant beast's strength reaches level 8, they can transform into a human form. In this case, it is difficult to check whether a person is an 8th level mutant beast. They had only heard of such things, and this was the first time they saw an 8th level mutant beast actually transform into a human. However, there was still a bloody hole in the boy's abdomen, and blood was oozing out of it. It really hurts, you lowly humans, damn it. The boy's expression turned hideous in an instant. Lizard Dragon, I advise you to leave. Our Supreme Controller will be here soon. Even if you die then, other 8th level mutant beasts will not help you. This time you took the initiative to start the battle, said the Sword King. Dao Wang didn't know everything. Wang Deji was hiding something from him. Dao Wang thought that this time it was just the lizard dragon that came to cause trouble. Taking the initiative? Human, would I come here if you hadn't stolen my descendants? The lizard dragon sneered. The opponent was delaying time, and it was also delaying time. Even with the powerful recovery ability of his 8th level mutant beast, he still needed some time to recover from his injuries. The Sword King's face changed. Someone touched the descendants of the lizard dragon? Holy shit, which bastard did such a thing and let the 3 of them clean up the mess? Hearing this, the other 2 controllers looked unhappy. They were being used as guns. No one doubted the words of the lizard dragon. After all, such things could be easily verified. In addition, they all knew that 8th level mutant beasts would not lie. This was their pride. Master Wang, do you have any explanation? Dao Wang's eyes were as sharp as torches, staring at Wang Deji on the city wall. Even though they were at a distance, Dao Wang's words still reached this side. Wang Deji's expression remained unchanged, and he looked like he had never done anything wrong, but the others were not as cunning as he was. Some of them revealed a flaw when asked this question. Who is the Sword King? He is a 7th level controller who has a detailed control over people's expressions. Naturally, he noticed the changes in those people. Now no explanation was needed, he understood. Master Wang, as the head of the first family in Wangchang City, you are the most powerful person here except for the controller. However, you used all of us to take the blame for you. What a great scheme. When this matter is over, I will report it to the Supreme Controller and let him judge you. The words of the Sword King represent the other 2 controllers. What are they fighting for? This is for the life of the entire base city, not for your own strategy. If the current situation did not allow it, they really wanted to go over and beat Wang Deji half to death. Some people on the city wall who had just learned about the situation looked at Wang Deji in disbelief. The crisis they faced was actually because of the head of the Wang family? If they were not afraid of Wang Deji's authority, they really wanted to kill this old man at all costs. Wang Deji looked calm, as if he hadn't heard what the Sword King said. How can you trust the words of a mutant beast? Master Sword King, you'd better find a way to deal with the lizard dragon. The Sword King withdrew his gaze. No matter what, they had to deal with the lizard dragon and never let it set foot into the base city. At this moment, the lizard dragon suddenly moved. After transforming into a human form, although its strength and defense were restricted, its speed became faster. The Sword King only felt a flash before his eyes, and a fist hit his chest. His body was knocked out and hung on the defensive position. Puff! The Sword King spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of horror. Quick! Too fast! The speed of the lizard dragon is incredibly fast. The Knife King is the first, and the Gun King is the second. The Gun King's Gatling gun was still heavy and bulky, and he was completely unable to turn in time. So he was kicked away by the lizard dragon and became the second person stuck in the defensive position. In the end, only one boxing champion was left. You're very fast, but... The boxing champion's muscles seemed to swell, and his skin turned blue. Don't underestimate the controller. Extraordinary abilities, muscle hardening. This is the extraordinary ability of the boxing champion. Not every controller has extraordinary ability. It is luck if one extraordinary person among 100 extraordinary people can have this ability. The lizard dragon frowned. The weaknesses of the two humans just now were quite obvious. Their bodies were too weak, but the one in front of him, even if not as good as him, the gap was not too big. If his physical strength was 50 before and his opponent's was 10, now the opponent's physical strength has reached 20, it is impossible for him to kill him instantly. In an instant, the bodies of the two men turned into phantoms and started fighting in this open space. They were so fast that almost no one could see them clearly. Only the Sword King and the Gun King could barely see a little, and the Boxing King was suppressed. That's right, even though the boxing champion used his extraordinary abilities, he was still no match for the lizard dragon and was suppressed in all aspects. It was not as fast as the lizard dragon, nor as strong as the lizard dragon, and even its body, which it was so proud of, was still completely defeated. If it weren't for his persistence, the boxing champion would have fallen to the ground long ago. Too weak. Is this the strength of humans? I really don't know how we lost the war. If I were to go, I would definitely be able to change the outcome. The lizard dragon laughed wantonly. In that battle, it had not yet reached level 8 and was not qualified to participate in the highest level battle, but it knew that it was that battle that laid the foundation for the current coexistence of humans and mutant beasts. The strength of humans was enough to defeat the mutant beasts. This made the lizard dragon very unhappy. It wanted to let other mutant beasts know that it was the first one to destroy the human base city. Bump. The boxing champion was slapped away by the lizard dragon and fell to the ground, motionless. Well, it's time to eat. Eating the three of you is equivalent to eating thousands of ordinary humans. The lizard dragon grinned and walked towards the boxing champion. The boxing champion was the strongest among the three, so of course it had to eat the best first. Just as the lizard dragon opened its mouth and was ready to eat, a dazzling light suddenly appeared not far from him, and then a figure appeared there. Another one coming here to die. Bump. Before the lizard dragon could finish its words, its body seemed to be hit by something, and it flew backwards and hung on its own defensive position. He knocked me away with just one move. Is this a human rank 8 warrior? Chapter 105 The Supreme Controller. When the Sword King and the Gun King saw this person appear, they were like bullied children seeing their parents. Sir Supreme Controller, you are finally here. The two were so excited that they finally held on until the arrival of the Supreme Controller. Unfortunately, the boxing champion fainted and did not see it. The Supreme Controller is a middle-aged man who looks majestic. His face is neither fat nor thin, his body is well-proportioned, and he is wearing casual clothes. It would be really hard to find him in a crowd. This seemingly ordinary person is actually the top powerful person among humans, the 8th level transcendent Zhu Hui. And he is not just a newcomer who has just become the 8th level, but a strong man in the middle stage of the 8th level. Is this the guy who dares to invade my human base city? Zhu Hui glanced at the lizard dragon not far away. Just one glance made scales appear all over the lizard dragon's body. This was the instinct of the mutant beast. It felt threatened. Master Zhu, that's it. Dao Wang hurried over and pointed at the lizard dragon and shouted. With the existence of the Supreme Controller, he knew that the little lizard dragon was nothing. A mid-level 8th order beast versus an early-level 8th order beast. Just think about it, and you will know who is stronger. The strength of extraordinary people becomes increasingly different as time goes by. Often, a small gap in level will result in a crushing situation. If they didn't have the help of the Hell Laser Cannon, there would be no way they could have dealt with the lizard dragon for so long. According to the original agreement, anyone who invades the human base city shall be killed. The light words revealed unparalleled dominance, which immediately made the Sword King and the Gun King feel the arrogance coming from humans. Look, who can kill an 8th level mutant beast just by saying so? Just as Zhu Hui was about to take action, the lizard dragon shouted, Zhu Hui, this time I didn't take the initiative to invade, but you humans stole my descendants first and provoked me first. Zhu Hui's hand stopped. He didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. He just assumed that it was the lizard dragon that took the initiative to invade. Now it seems that there is something behind it. Is this true? Zhu Hui looked at Dao Wang with a serious expression. If it is true, then this time it is their fault, and in the end it is humans who will suffer. After all, in this situation, the other 8th level mutant beasts will definitely not watch him kill the lizard dragon. After all, the lizard dragon is an 8th level mutant beast. If it dies, it will be a huge loss for the mutant beast. It's true, we have all been deceived. Dao Wang nodded. The next second, the two controllers only saw Zhu Hui stretching out one hand, and Wang Daji, who was several kilometers away, was suddenly caught. This scene shocked everyone. This is the strength of an 8th level transcendent. No wonder the number of 8th level transcendents like us humans is not as many as the mutant beasts, but we can still compete with the mutant beasts. I didn't expect that you were so powerful. The Sword King was shocked. It was also the first time that he saw an 8th level transcendent take action. They could handle most things, and there were very few opportunities for an 8th level transcendent to take action. Wang Daji was also shocked. He was on the city wall just now, and now he appeared here. What was going on? Su Chun, who had been observing the place, was shocked by the methods of this 8th level strong man. He just stretched out his hand and grabbed Wang Daji. System, what happened just now? The other party used the power of his own domain, which consumed a lot of energy. It was purely for show, and it is not very useful in actual combat. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Chen immediately understood that this guy was actually pretending to be cool. I have to say, this show-off was very effective. The lizard dragon was scared. It was worried that if the other party hit it like that, where could it run to? Can every 8th level transcendent do this? No, it's different for each person. Su Chen understood that this could only be used by him to show off, and not by others. At this moment, Su Chen discovered that the 8th level transcendent actually raised his head and looked up at the sky. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he returned to normal. Su Chen felt his scalp tingling. Had he been discovered? Master, please rest assured. The radar has been upgraded to level 3. It won't be easily discovered. The other party can only sense it a little at most. As an 8th level extraordinary person, he is very sensitive to any gaze. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Chen felt relieved. At this time, he really didn't have the confidence to deal with an 8th level transcendent. Previously, he was already exhausted from dealing with a peak 7th level controller. If an 8th level transcendent came, he thought he should consider running away. Unless his commander authority is upgraded to level 7 and the highest strength of his subordinates is raised to the peak of level 7, then he will have the confidence to face an 8th level transcendent. In fact, Zhu Hui did have a strange feeling, as if he was being monitored, but how could there be any monitoring that he could not detect? Wang Daji, the head of the Wang family, the #1 family in Wangchang City? Zhu Hui said lightly. Greetings, Lord Supreme Controller. Wang Daji did not dare to show the slightest disrespect in front of this person. This person was more powerful and noble than his son. This person was the true upper echelon of humanity. Why do you do this? Wang Daji knew that this was the key. If he explained it well, not only would he be safe, he would also be able to get this person's protection. Thinking of this, Wang Daji suddenly burst into tears. Supreme Controller, please make the decision for me. The two controllers next to him were all confused. What's going on? How dare you still play the victim? We were almost killed by the lizard dragon, but I didn't see you shed a single tear. Explain. All of this was framed by the owner of the military base. We have never done anything to provoke the lizard dragon. Military base? Zhu Hui frowned. When did a military base appear here? It's a military base, about 200 kilometers away from Wangchang City. The owner of the base wanted to become the ruler of Wangchang City, so he resorted to despicable means and killed my son, the ruler of Wangchang City. He was not satisfied and wanted to lure out an 8th level mutant beast to destroy Wangchang City. Didn't you say he wanted to be the master of Wangchang City? Why did he want to destroy it? Because that person is a villain. He would never let anyone get what he can't get, even if he has to destroy it. I'm here in Wangchang City, so he can't enter. So he went crazy and wanted to destroy Wangchang City. I have to say, this old guy is really good at telling lies, one after another. If Su Chen didn't know everything, he would have really believed it. It turns out that the old man who refuses to die is a thief. This old guy described me as an unforgivable person. Su Chen was so angry that he laughed. If this old guy didn't teach him a lesson, he would still think he was so awesome. Chapter 106, Favor. No one else could refute Wang Daji at this time. Besides, Wang Daji was the head of the #1 family in Wangchang City, so his words still carried great weight. Zhu Hui subconsciously believed his words, Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how a controller who had just reached the peak of the 7th level would die at the hands of a military base. It's not like he hasn't seen military bases before. Even if all the strength of a military base is concentrated, it is impossible to deal with a 7th level peak controller. As the most advanced being among humans, Zhu Hui knew the distribution of some military bases before the end of the world. However, he could not remember any military bases in this area. Could it be that some information was missed? He could not have imagined that such a huge base could be built in just 1 month. So, it was indeed the lizard dragon that took the initiative to attack our human base city? That's right. How could we possibly provoke an 8th level mutant beast? At this moment, Dao Wang suddenly spoke up. Wang Daji, that's not what the person next to you said just now. How about getting someone else to come over? Wang Daji didn't say anything, just looked at Zhu Hui. Now he was the only one who could decide everything. Zhu Hui just captured Wang Daji just to show off. Now he was asked to use it again. He was worried that he couldn't even beat the lizard dragon. So how could he capture a second person? Deal with the lizard dragon for now. We'll talk about this later. After saying that, Zhu Hui looked at the lizard dragon not far away. At this time, the lizard dragon had shrunk the defensive force field to its own body. The strength of the defensive force field is also reflected in the size of the coverage area. Before, its body was very large, which resulted in the defensive power of the defensive stance not reaching its maximum. Only when it turned into a human form, the defensive power of the defensive stance would reach its limit. Arguably, this is the real power of the defensive stance. With a defensive stance, the lizard dragon felt that it could at least hold out for some time. After all, it was an 8th level mutant beast that focused on defense. As long as it waited for some time, it would be fine. Master, there is an 8th level mutant beast rushing towards Wangchang City at a very fast speed. It should be going to meet the lizard dragon. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Su Chun enlarged the radar interface and immediately saw a golden rock flying in the sky, as fast as lightning. The 8th level mutant beast, Golden Rock. Ordinary 8th level mutant beasts may not be able to reach there at such a fast speed, but the Golden Rock, which is a flying beast, is different. Its speed is almost the best among all mutant beasts, making it almost invincible. Of course, only Su Chen knows this now, and no one in Wangchang City has discovered it. Well, should I do you a favor? Su Chen hesitated. No matter what, he will have to come into contact with the high-level humans sooner or later. Now is an opportunity. At least he cannot fight with the other party at this time. Otherwise, he can only run away. The strength of a mid-8th level transcendent is not something Su Chen can resist at his current level. After thinking about it, Su Chen finally decided to tell this person. Of course, Su Chen wouldn't go over there to deliver the message himself, but he had people. The Black Hawk fighter started up and flew out instantly. With the speed of the Black Hawk fighter, it should be able to arrive there before Jin Peng. The lizard dragon is a little panicked now. It is a mutant beast that has just entered the 8th level. How can it remain calm when facing a mid-8th level transcendent? Lizard dragon, my people told me that this time you took the initiative to attack the base city. Will you give up resistance on your own, or will I kill you on the spot? Zhu Hui said lightly, with an expression on his face that showed everything was under control. As a mid-8th level warrior with great strength, he was indeed qualified to say this. Moreover, the lizard dragon had been injured by the Hell laser cannon and 3 controllers before, making it no match for Zhu Hui. Once the fight starts, the end result is that it will die miserably. No, I have to find a way to delay time. It is truly an 8th level mutant beast, possessing intelligence no less than that of humans. If it were an ordinary mutant beast, it would probably only have one word to describe it: fuck. Soon, the lizard dragon thought of a way, and a trace of sarcasm appeared on its cold face. I didn't expect that the top powerhouse of mankind, the Supreme Controller, would be so shameless. Just based on one person's words, he said that I took the initiative to attack the base city. Do you have the courage to call all the 8th level humans and mutant beasts here and explain this matter clearly in front of all the powerhouses to see whether I took the initiative to attack the base city, or your people took my descendants first? The lizard dragon was very confident. After all, it did not lie. It was indeed humans who provoked it, so it was reasonable for it to fight back. Wang Daji's heart suddenly jumped. If the lizard dragon really succeeded, he would be dead. After all, in that situation, no one dared to take the huge risk to speak for him. What he did would soon be exposed, and then Zhu Hui might be the first person to kill him. Zhu Hui's expression changed slightly. The lizard dragon was so confident in saying this. Could it be that what it said was true? But Wang Daji's look just now didn't seem fake. did he? Indeed, Wang Deji's words just now were true. His son died at Su Chen's hands, and his hatred for Su Chen was real, so naturally his words had a certain truth. The words that are most likely to be believed are those that are mixed with some lies. Even if you talk nonsense, I won't believe it, said Zhu Hui. He is the strongest among humans, so he naturally has to stand on the side of humans. If he believes the words of the lizard dragon, how can he gain a foothold on the side of humans in the future? No need to say more. Since you are unwilling to surrender, let me kill you here. The lizard dragon's face changed. This bastard couldn't even delay time. Did he know that there were other 8th level mutant beasts coming? Zhu Hui didn't give him time to think. He just grabbed him with one hand, using the same move as before. The lizard dragon suddenly felt an irresistible force trying to suck him over. How could this be possible? Hold on, the lizard roared, fully activating his defensive force field. The defensive force field can be said to be the domain of human beings. It is not a tangible object and can withstand all attacks, including Zhu Hui's move. At this moment, a huge palm appeared on the surface of the defensive force field. The palm slowly squeezed the defensive force field, and even a faint handprint could be seen on the surface. Oh, it turns out to be a defensive force field. I'll see how long your turtle shell can hold out. Zhu Hui chuckled and increased his strength. The arena suddenly turned into a wrestling match between two people, and no one else could intervene. This was a fight between 8th level strong men. No one noticed that a strange light flashed in Wang Deji's eyes. He stood beside Zhu Hui without saying a word, as if he had been forgotten. Chapter 107. The Clash of 8th Level Powerful Beings. Su Chen watched for a while, then curled his lips and said, "This is the battle between 8th level warriors. Why doesn't it feel exciting at all?" In his opinion, if the 8th level strongmen started fighting, it would at least be a big scene, even if the sky and the earth were not broken. The result is that it becomes a competition between a man and a beast to see who is stronger. Su Chen felt that even if his men fought, it would be more exciting than this. Forget it. The Black Hawk fighter jets are almost here, right? Just as Su Chen was thinking this, Zhu Hui, who was about to break through the lizard dragon's defense field at the edge of Wangchang City, suddenly discovered a fighter plane appeared in the sky. The first thing that came to his mind was that Wangchang City had dispatched fighter jets, but what was the use of the fighter jets coming now? Before Zhu Hui could speak, Dao Wang was the first to speak. "Wang Daji, quickly send your fighter back and don't get in the way here. The power of the fighter jet is okay against 5th order transcendents, but it is useless against them, let alone the 8th order mutant lizard dragon. Is this thing here just to be cute?" Wang Daji was also stunned. He did not order the fighter jet to take off, and this fighter jet seemed a little strange. This is not a fighter plane from Wangchang City. Before Wang Daji finished his words, something fell from the Black Hawk fighter plane. The boxing champion leaped several dozen meters high and snatched the thing in midair. "What is it?" asked the Sword King. "A small box with a note inside." The boxing champion opened it and saw only a few words on the note. "There is still 1 minute until Jinping arrives." What? Jinping? As long as one is a human being, he or she knows the name of the 8th level mutant beast Jinping. This guy's speed has almost reached the extreme. No one can hurt it unless they have some large-scale moves to hit it. Although the two controllers had never seen Jinping, they knew that even an 8th level transcendent would not be sure of defeating Jinping, because this guy was too good at running. "Master Zhu, the fighter plane just now informed us that Jinping will be here in 1 minute. Dao Wang hurriedly told him about the note. Zhu Hui's face looked a little ugly. He finally understood what the lizard dragon was thinking. This guy had been delaying time. As long as Jinping arrived, he could escape at any time. Although Jinping and he are both in the middle 8th level, Jinping is too fast. He will never be able to hit Jinping. On the contrary, Jinping can threaten him. This time he is in trouble. Wasn't the fighter plane just now from Wangchang City? Zhu Hui was a little confused. If Wangchang City got the news, Wang Deji should be the first to know it. How could he possibly send a fighter plane to tell him? No, it was the fighter jet sent by that military base. It seems that the opponent's reconnaissance methods are more powerful than Wangchang City. Dao Wang was also very surprised. It is quite rare for a military base to have reconnaissance capabilities that surpass those of the base city. At this moment, Zhu Hui became a little interested in the military base. Was the other party really an unforgivable criminal, as Wang Deji said? Is this action a gesture of goodwill or a plea for mercy? Zhu Hui didn't think much about it. He had to catch the lizard dragon within 1 minute. Otherwise, when Jinping arrived, the lizard dragon would be doomed. Break! Zhu Hui shouted softly, and the invisible big hand finally broke the lizard dragon's defense field and directly grabbed its neck. The lizard dragon was terrified. If it was caught, it would definitely have a miserable end. Roar. The lizard dragon roared to the sky. It wanted to restore its original form. Want to restore your original form? Dream on. However, how could Zhu Hui give it the chance to restore its original form? When the 8th level mutant beast transforms, it looks very fast, but in fact it still takes a blink of an eye, and this is enough for Zhu Hui. Zhu Hui slapped the lizard dragon on the body, interrupting its recovery process. The lizard dragon spat out blood, and finally appeared in Zhu Hui's hand. Zhu Hui, if you dare to kill me, the other 8th level mutant beasts will never let you humans go. By then, dozens of base cities will be buried with me. Ha 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 ha. When the lizard dragon was caught, it threatened the other party, but what it said was indeed very likely. Nearly 20 years have passed since the last war. During this time, not only have humans grown, but the number of powerful mutant beasts has also increased. Zhu Hui clearly felt that some 8th level mutant beasts were moving unusually, and perhaps they would take advantage of this opportunity to start a war again. But can humans really start a war again? No matter which level you compare from, the number of strong humans is less than that of mutant beasts. If it weren't for the fact that human strongmen are stronger than mutant beasts at the same level, there would be no human beings now. Do you think I dare not kill you? Zhu Hui looked at the lizard dragon coldly and slowly raised his other hand. A trace of fear flashed in the lizard dragon's eyes. Of course it was afraid of death, but it also knew that begging for mercy was useless, so it was better to be cruel. As long as that person is present, it will definitely... Just as the lizard dragon was thinking this, the sky suddenly darkened. No, a figure that blocked out the sun appeared in the sky. At first glance, everything was golden, and pieces of feathers looked like they were cast in gold, flashing with a chilling aura. The pair of sharp eyes looked down on everything. This is the 8th level mutant beast Jinping. Lizard dragon, it's so shameful that you were caught by humans. Jinping's voice was full of disdain. The other party was just a mutant beast that had just entered the 8th level, and was far inferior to veteran mutant beasts like it. The lizard dragon bit its teeth. If it had no other choice, how could it ask Jinping for help? Every 8th level mutant beast is very arrogant. Unless it is a real life and death crisis, they will never ask other 8th level mutant beasts for help. As for how they seek help, humans have not discovered it yet. Humans only know one thing, that the 8th level mutant beasts seem to have a unique way of communication. Jinping, save me quickly, I will give you a certain price. The lizard dragon gritted its teeth. Asking Jinping for rescue is not free. It needs to pay a painful price. Very good, Zhu Hui. Will you let the lizard dragon go on your own initiative, or will you let me take action and destroy the entire base city? Jinping's voice was full of condescending tone. As the overlord of the sky, it has always been so arrogant. A trace of hatred flashed in Zhu Hui's eyes. Jinping, you mutant beasts took the initiative to tear up the agreement. Are you trying to provoke a second war? In the last battle, he had fought with Jinping and suffered a great loss. Now seeing his enemy appear, he was filled with rage. Ha ha ha, what's an agreement? Do you think we would value a so-called agreement? You humans are just an eliminated species, and we mutant beasts will be the masters of the earth in the future. Chapter 108, The End of the Strong. Zhu Hui's face darkened. Jinping's look seemed to indicate that the mutant beasts didn't mind a fight. Could it be that their strength was already strong enough to deal with humans? This is not a good sign. Zhu Hui knew that his speed was no match for Jinping. Once Jinping really broke into Wangchang City would basically have no way to resist. But he naturally didn't want to let the lizard dragon go, and the situation suddenly came to a standstill. The lizard dragon suddenly laughed harshly. I just said that you'd better let me go, otherwise the base city will definitely be buried with me. I heard that you are the guardians of the base city. Do you want to watch the base city be destroyed before your eyes? It must be said that the words of the lizard dragon deeply pierced Zhu Hui's heart. Zhu Hui has always been protecting mankind and the base city. But in the current situation, he was somewhat helpless. Jinping's combat power was not stronger than his, but its speed was too unstoppable, especially its instantaneous explosive power. If it was detrimental to the base city, Zhu Hui would have no way to deal with it. What to do? Let go of the lizard dragon and let Jinping take the lizard dragon away in a swagger? Or kill the lizard dragon and exchange a base city for an 8th level mutant beast? If he were a ruthless person, he might choose the second one, but as a high-ranking human being, Zhu Hui couldn't do it. I can let the lizard dragon go, but if you attack anyone here, I will drag you down with me, even if it means sacrificing your life. Zhu Hui looked at Jin Peng with cold eyes. Jin Peng saw determination in Zhu Hui's eyes and knew that Zhu Hui was not joking. He certainly would not be foolish enough to fight to the death with Zhu Hui. He came here mainly for the benefit of the lizard dragon. I can promise you that. Zhu Hui is at the same level as it. If he really fights hard, he will be in danger of dying. It is not worth it. The two controllers who had been silent nearby felt cold sweat on their backs. They did not expect this to be so exciting. They saw two 8th-level mutant beasts at once, and the second one was the famous Golden Rock. Seeing that their supreme controller had to give up killing the lizard dragon in order to protect them, they felt deeply humiliated. If they had the strength of the 8th level, would Jin Peng still dare to be so arrogant? The reason why Jin Peng is so arrogant is, of course, because it has two 8th-level mutant beasts on its side, even though the lizard dragon has been captured. Zhu Hui took a deep breath and loosened his hand. The lizard dragon looked at Zhu Hui playfully and prepared to leave. At this moment, someone moved, unexpectedly. Phew! An octopus leg pierced through Zhu Hui's chest, and blood splattered onto the face of the lizard dragon that had not yet left. Not only were the humans shocked, the two 8th-level mutant beasts also did not expect such a scene to occur. Zhu Hui looked back and saw Wang Daji looking at him with a strange expression. His right hand was no longer a human arm, but an octopus foot. Without waiting for Zhu Hui to counterattack, Wang Daji immediately distanced himself from him. At this moment, the two controllers reacted and stood guard over Zhu Hui. Master Zhu, are you okay? The two controllers were sweating profusely. The situation was too bad. Not only were there two level 8 mutant beasts staring at him, but Wang Daji didn't know how he ended up like this, and he actually seriously injured Lord Zhu. This was their biggest crisis now, and if things went wrong, not only would they be doomed, but Wangchang City would definitely be doomed as well. Puff. Zhu Hui suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He slapped his chest with his hands, and the bleeding stopped immediately. However, his face was extremely pale. The two controllers could clearly see that Zhu Hui's chest and back were pierced, and his internal organs were turned into pieces. The reason why Zhu Hui was still alive was because of his strong physique as an 8th-level transcendent. If it were them, they would probably lose their combat effectiveness immediately. This octopus foot, are you the Octopus King? Zhu Hui stood up with difficulty. He looked at Wang Daji and gritted his teeth. Wang Daji raised the corner of his mouth, and his mouth almost tilted onto his head. Wang Daji still looks the same on the surface, but in Zhu Hui's eyes, Wang Daji's body has turned into a mollusk and his inner self has turned into an octopus. I didn't expect that Lord Zhu Hui still remembered me. I'm really flattered. Your human body is so fragile. You're unable to bear it just by being touched. Wang Daji, no, it should be the Octopus King, said in a mocking tone. Hearing the name Octopus King, the two controllers' faces changed. As controllers, they certainly knew the names of some 8th-level mutant beasts, including the Octopus King. It is said that this is a very powerful mutant beast in the ocean, with its strength reaching the late 8th level. Almost no one in the sea can kill it, and its most disgusting ability is parasitism. As long as the human is parasitized by the King Octopus, no matter how you check, you will not be able to find it. This is the most terrifying thing about the King Octopus. Zhu Hui could never have imagined that someone in the inland city of Wangchang would be parasitized by the King Octopus. The only thing to be thankful for is that the parasite of the Octopus King cannot contact the main body, otherwise the situation here would be even worse. Unless the Octopus King takes back the parasite, he can get all the memories from the parasite. Not only that, the person being parasitized has no idea that he or she has been parasitized. Only at the critical moment will the parasite break out of the body. In fact, this is related to Su Chen. There are only two parasites in Wangchang City. They were originally sleeping, but the parasite of the controller was killed, which alarmed the parasite in Wang Daji's body. During this period, it was almost in a semi-awake state. The opportunity just now was that the parasite seized the right time to attack. It is on the side of the mutant beast, so of course it wants to weaken the strength of humans as much as possible. If humans knew that they had lost a mid-8th level strongman, they would probably be very sad. Thinking of this, the parasite laughed out loud. Octopus King, you did a great job. I didn't expect that one of your parasites could play such a significant role. Jin Peng commented proudly. The lizard dragon has reacted, and now it seems to have the upper hand. In other words, can it take revenge? Zhu Hui, you could never imagine that the situation has been reversed. I want you to die. The lizard dragon opened its mouth wide, revealing its teeth that were like sharp spikes. Zhu Hui is now supported by two controllers, but at this moment, tension appeared on the faces of both controllers. In this situation, can the injured Lord Zhu still turn the tide? Let me go back to the base city. Zhu Hui's tone was very calm. Master Zhu. Of course the two of them were unwilling to do so, as they were deserters. This is an order. The two had no choice but to run towards the base city. When the Octopus King wanted to make a move, Zhu Hui suddenly said, "If you dare to move, I will explode right here." Chapter 109. A good deal. The Octopus King stopped in his tracks. He did not dare to ignore Zhu Hui's words. This was the self-detonation of a mid-level 8th Order warrior. If he really did this regardless of the consequences, the parasite would surely die. The strength of this parasite is only at the peak of level 7. If he hadn't taken advantage of Zhu Hui's carelessness, he would not have been able to succeed in the sneak attack. After all, Zhu Hui would not be wary of Wang Daji, who is a human being. As for why an old man's parasite is stronger than a young controller, it is because this parasite absorbed everything from Wang Daji and secretly absorbed a large amount of energy crystals, which is why it can achieve this level. The parasite in the controller's body needs to absorb everything from him, and the speed is relatively slow. This is only the strength of the mid-7th level. Lizard Dragon and Golden Rock were not prepared to take action. They only had Zhu Hui in their eyes. As long as Zhu Hui died, this base city would no longer exist. These mutant beasts have long been unable to wait to attack humans. The current situation has only advanced the time a little, and this just happens to be an opportunity. Zhu Hui, as long as you are willing to die in my hands, I can use Jin Peng's name to guarantee that we will not attack base city this time. Jin Peng's voice was so loud that it even reached base city. Everyone in the base city who was waiting for the result was stunned when they suddenly heard this voice. They had no idea what was happening outside. The live broadcast was fine before, but after Zhu Hui appeared, the live broadcast seemed to be interrupted, resulting in no one being able to see what was going on inside. Zhu Hui, who is this? Jin Peng. Could it be the 8th level mutant Jin Peng? Is it also outside? Humans usually use respectful titles for top-level strong people, and few people know their real names. If Jin Peng said the title Ming Huang, humans would probably know who it is. Ming Huang Zhu Hui is one of the few active emperors among humans. All humans who have reached the 8th level of transcendence will be honored as emperors. The person who could be targeted by Jin Peng must be a supreme controller. Why are there 2 8th level mutant beasts? Is our Wangcheng city doomed? They didn't know that there was a parasite of the King Octopus outside. Otherwise, they would really go crazy. Hearing Jin Peng's words, Zhu Hui sneered, "Jin Peng, don't pretend in front of me. How much is your name worth? If I die, you will probably turn around and destroy the base city." Zhu Hui did not believe Jin Peng's lies. The mutant beast had credit, but in this situation, the credit could be abandoned at any time. After all, these are humans from a base city. If Jin Peng eats them all, he might become a late 8th Order existence. In that case, there will be very few people who can control him. Jin Peng actually had such an idea. As long as Zhu Hui died, he would definitely rush over and eat the humans in the base city. To it, face means nothing. As long as it has the strength, it is the boss. You can only believe what we say. Otherwise, once you die, those humans behind you will soon become our food. Now, I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. The lizard dragon laughed wildly on the side. Now the situation has really changed, and it is so happy that if it didn't know that Zhu Hui still has one last fight, it would definitely be the first to rush forward. Zhu Hui is at least a mid-8th Order warrior. If he eats the other party, he will definitely be able to break through, and may even reach the level of the late 8th Order. Zhu Hui looked at them calmly and said, "Come over here if you dare. I'll exchange 1 life for 3 lives. It's a good deal. Even if the explosion doesn't kill you, as long as you are seriously injured, what will happen if other mutant beasts find out?" Jin Peng and Lizard Dragon's faces changed slightly. This was exactly what they were worried about. The mutant beasts had never been harmonious among themselves. If the news that they were seriously injured spread, not to mention the other 8th level mutant beasts, perhaps the 7th level mutant beasts under their command would have some ideas. As long as they eat them, those 7th level mutant beasts may be able to break through to the 8th level. Such a huge temptation is too fatal to the mutant beasts. All of a sudden, the 2 8th level mutants fell silent. At this time, the Octopus King Parasite, who seemed to be just there for show, suddenly spoke. "You seem to have forgotten me. I'm just a parasite. Even if I die, it won't affect the main body. So, would you self-destruct for a parasite? This problem is extremely fatal. Zhu Hui's only threat is his self-destruction. However, once he self-destructs on the parasite, his self-destruction will not be able to kill the 2 8th level mutant beasts, and he cannot even seriously injure them. Zhu Hui's expression remained unchanged, but he had already begun to worry in his heart. It was this parasite that not only caused him to be seriously injured, but now even the threat of its self-destruction had decreased a lot. Could it be that they, the human race, were really going to suffer heavy losses today? The parasite was very pleased with itself. Strictly speaking, it was not the Octopus King, but rather an alternative descendant of the Octopus King. As a being less than level 8, it could actually threaten an 8th level warrior. This was simply unbelievable to it. Having said that, the parasite actually walked towards the base city, and as it walked, its appearance gradually changed back to Wang Daji's. It even wanted to impersonate Wang Daji's identity. Stop! Zhu Hui roared. The parasite ignored him and continued walking forward. At this moment, 2 missiles fell from the sky and hit the parasite heavily. Damn it! Who is that? There were some holes on the parasite's body, but they were not even minor injuries, which showed that its strength was really strong. At this time, Zhu Hui looked up and saw that the fighter plane that had just flown over was the one that launched the attack. Was it helping him? That's right, this was Su Qin's order, and he didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. You know, his first mission is to take control of Wangchang City, and he must not allow the loss of more than half of the humans in Wangchang City, otherwise his mission will fail, which will lead to a reduction in the commander's authority, which is not a good thing. Su Qian took a liking to this parasite at first sight. He did not forget the chewy texture of the octopus, which was simply amazing when grilled. If the parasite knew that Su Qian was attracted by its flesh, it would probably be furious. A small fighter plane wants to deal with me? The parasite was furious. He opened his mouth and spurted out a stream of ink, which hit the Black Hawk fighter plane, and the fighter plane exploded in the air on the spot. The parasite was very proud. At this moment, a man jumped out from the exploding fighter plane and came to Zhu Hui's side at the speed of free fall. It turned out to be Su Qin's capable general, Su Yi. Chapter 110 Hope. Who are you? Zhu Hui was a little surprised. He didn't even know this 6th level peak transcendent. There are only a few 6th level peak transcendents in Wangchang City. He knows their names and appearances, but the one in front of him is very unfamiliar to him, which is a bit strange. The commander asked me to come here. If you trust the commander, you will? Su Qian sent Su Yi over not to let Su Yi die, but to save Zhu Hui, the strongest man among humans. Through the observation just now, Su Qian could see that Zhu Hui was a person who was sensible and could give everything for humanity. Such a person could be called a hero. He could use his own life to hold back 3 powerful mutant beasts just to protect the human base city. Su Qian felt it was a pity if such a person died here. So he had sent Su Yi to fly a Black Hawk fighter and wait for this critical moment. No one knew what Su Yi said to Zhu Hui. His expression did not change at all, but only those who truly understood Zhu Hui knew that hope was emerging in his heart. In this moment of despair, a glimmer of hope is so rare. A human at the peak of level 6 really doesn't know how to live or die. The parasite glanced at Su Yi and said disdainfully, "In a battlefield where the lowest level of warriors are at the peak of level 7, a human at the peak of level 6 is simply too weak. It could be said that even the slightest aftermath of their fight could potentially kill this person." Just as the parasite was about to continue walking towards the base city, Zhu Hui spoke up, "Jin Peng, I can die, and even give you my body, but not here, 200 kilometers away from Wangchang City, otherwise. Right here, we die together." Zhu Hui's words resounded throughout the world, and everyone in the base city heard the voice. During this period of time, the people in the base city finally knew who Zhu Hui was. He was the strongest man among them, the Ming Emperor. "Lord Minghuang, please don't do that. You are the pillar of our humanity. You cannot fall. It's just a death. Why should we be afraid? Emperor Ming cannot die. Once he dies, we humans will lose a pillar. What will humans use to fight against mutant beasts? Damn mutants, I'm going to eat your flesh and drink your blood, you bunch of beasts." Everyone in the base city was cursing, saying that although humans were afraid of death, at certain times they were fearless and unafraid of death. Everyone knows how important Minghuang is to humanity. Without them, humanity can still function as usual, but losing Minghuang may affect the survival of multiple base cities. Even a child knows this simple truth. After all, only a first-level base city will have extraordinary people above level 8, and a first-level base city has multiple second-level and third-level base cities under its jurisdiction. Once there is a lack of 8th-level extraordinary people guarding it, those mutant beasts will not let go of such a good opportunity. There was a hint of surprise in Jin Peng's eyes. He had already prepared for Zhu Hui's self-destruction, But he didn't expect that Zhu Hui was willing to commit suicide at this time and give his body to him. If he ate Zhu Hui's body, he would have a great chance of breaking through to the late 8th level. This was too tempting for him. There was a flash of anger in the lizard dragon's eyes. All the benefits went to Jin Peng, but it was the most unlucky one. How could it not be angry? But because it is weaker than Jin Peng, it has no right to speak. Didn't it see that the parasite remained silent at this time? It was worried that if it spoke too much, Jin Peng would kill it. Jin Peng stared at Zhu Hui closely, and Zhu Hui also looked at Jin Peng, and sparks seemed to appear in their eyes. Okay, I can agree to this, but you have to stay at a safe distance, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen to Bay City. Jin Peng sneered. The so-called safe distance is the damage distance caused by Zhu Hui's self-explosion. As long as it is outside this distance, even if Zhu Hui self-explodes, it will not be seriously injured. Zhu Hui nodded, but you must take it with you. Zhu Hui stretched out his hand and pointed. It was the parasite. The parasite really wants to yell, "Fuck you! I'm about to leave. Why are you still staring at me?" Jin Peng just glanced at the parasite without saying a word, and the parasite knew that it had to agree, otherwise Jin Peng would kill it here. There has never been any free help between mutant beasts, only transactions of interests. If it can pay a price that makes Jin Peng excited, then Jin Peng's attitude might change. The parasite came back obediently and stood next to the lizard dragon. The lizard dragon, which was originally the protagonist, now became a passerby. Damn Jin Peng, damn Zhu Hui, you all deserve to die. The lizard dragon is very unhappy now. It could have successfully entered the base city and enjoyed its delicious food, but ended up like this. Not only did it not get any benefits, but it also owed Jinping a lot of things. In the end, even the biggest benefit was obtained by Jinping. How could it turn things around? Once Jin Peng becomes a late 8th order mutant beast, it can almost be said to be among the top few among all mutant beasts. When it sees Jin Peng in the future, won't it be bullied to death? Zhu Hui ran away, and Jinping's figure was also retreating. The lizard dragon and the parasite kept a certain distance from Zhu Hui. As long as Zhu Hui dared to self-destruct, they would run away at the first time. They knew that Zhu Hui would definitely not dare to do so. Some minor injuries were insignificant to them. Only serious injuries that would take them a huge amount of time to recover would affect them. Su Yi did not follow, but came to the base city silently. The others didn't know how Su Yi appeared, but the two controllers saw it clearly with their own eyes. Oh, there was also a Gun King who was still unconscious and was dragged back by the two of them. Who are you? When did Wangchang City have a 6th level transcendent? Dao Wang came down from the city wall and asked Su Yi. I'm not from Wangchang City. I'm from a military base. You can call me Su Yi. The Sword King seemed to have thought of something and was a little surprised. You are from the military base that killed the controller of Wangchang City? You are really brave to participate in such a battle. So the person behind you has not betrayed humanity yet. The Sword King just learned some news that there is a military base near Wangchang City. It was this military base that made Wangchang City look disgraced and killed its controller. This surprised the Sword King. The commander has never betrayed humanity. This time, we still have hope. Dao Wang glared at him and said, Don't talk nonsense. The Emperor Ming is already preparing to die. How could there still be hope? From what Zhu Hui just said, Dao Wang knew that Zhu Hui was ready to die. Once Emperor Ming died, their countdown to death would begin. Chapter 111 Super Weapon, Thundercloud Storm. Su Chen didn't pay attention to the situation on Su Yi's side. His radar interface was always locked on Zhu Hui. Wait until we reach the designated location, and then it will be time for him to make his debut. I've always wanted to try that, but I didn't expect the opportunity to come at such a good time. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. A long time ago, he wanted to try out how big a threat the super weapon posed to an 8th level strongman, but unfortunately he never had the chance. Now the opportunity has come, and there are several 8th level strongmen involved. 200 kilometers away from Wangchang City is exactly what Su Chen asked Su Yi to tell Zhu Hui. If the distance is too close, it will easily affect Wangchang City. If it is too far, Jin Peng probably won't be fooled. With this calculation, 200 kilometers is just right. Anyway, this distance is nothing to Jin Peng. If Zhu Hui really dared to deceive it, it would immediately go over and eat all the humans in the base city. Zhu Hui was on the way, still thinking about what Su Yi had just told him. As long as you find a way to lure them all to a place 200 kilometers away from the base city, the commander will naturally help you deal with these mutant beasts. Believe it or not, this is your only chance. To be honest, Zhu Hui really couldn't believe that there was any means that could kill two 8th level mutant beasts and a 7th level peak parasite. Even the Hell Laser Cannon, which was once known as the strongest single-target attack weapon, could not do this. When the weapon was at its most powerful, it could at most kill an early 8th stage mutant beast, and that was by surprise. If the opponent was alert, it might not even be able to kill an early 8th stage mutant beast. He really couldn't understand where the commander got his confidence from, but he really had no choice. What else could he do except choose to believe? I hope you can really give me a surprise. Even if it costs me my life, if I can keep these three, it will be worth it. Zhu Hui thought. Zhu Hui was never afraid of death. He was just worried that his death would be in vain. As a mid-8th level strong man, even if he died, he would take away a mid-8th level mutant beast. Of course, it would be even better if he could take away an early 8th level lizard dragon. As for the parasite, it was just an incidental thing in Zhu Hui's eyes. If there weren't two level 8 mutant beasts there, he could have easily killed the parasite. 200 kilometers is a long way for ordinary people, but for Zhu Hui, it doesn't take long because their speed is too fast. Finally, they arrived at a place 200 kilometers away from the base city, and Jin Peng couldn't wait to shout, "Zhu Hui, we have arrived. Don't make any small moves. If you dare to self-destruct here, no one of us will be seriously injured. If you provoke me, I will eat the people in the base city later." Jin Peng grasped what Zhu Hui feared the most, that is, the people in the base city. Sure enough, it saw the anger on Zhu Hui's face, but in his anger, he really didn't dare to do anything. Why is there no movement from the commander that person just mentioned? Is he really going to self-destruct here? But at this distance, they won't be in any danger at all. Zhu Hui was very anxious. Su Chun, who was watching here, raised his mouth and said, "The show is about to begin." Boom. Suddenly, Zhu Hui found that there were dark clouds and lightning above his head, as if it was going to rain. Isn't this bullshit? It's winter now, and you're making it rain? But these dark clouds in front of us are not fake. They are real. Jin Peng also felt very strange. Dark clouds did appear in winter, but they were very rare. Especially those with such a large area and density were rare. The strangest thing is, why here? It was fine just now. Where did the dark clouds come from? The lizard dragon frowned. It naturally didn't like things like water, and rain was also included in the range of things it didn't like. Of course, if it just doesn't like it, water won't have any effect on it. Only the parasite suddenly felt very happy. It was originally a parasite of the octopus king and was naturally close to water. However, in this inland environment, it was very rare to encounter large areas of water. The three mutant beasts, including Zhu Hui, didn't care about anything. It was just a change in the weather and had no effect on them. You actually ignored my thundercloud storm. I, Su Chun, would like to call you the strongest. Su Chun smiled. That's right, this dark cloud was created by Su Chun. He had two chances to use super weapons at will. This time he used his favorite weather controller. The only effect of this thing was to create a large-scale thundercloud storm and destroy everything. In the game, the area covered by the thundercloud storm is only the size of a base. But here, Su Chun directly let the thundercloud storm cover an area of 200 kilometers in radius. Within this range, the power of the thundercloud storm is the same. However, the thundercloud storm has a weakness, which is that it takes some time for the dark clouds to form. If you run away before the dark clouds are fully formed, the damage to the opponent will be minimal. But Jin Peng didn't know. They simply regarded the dark clouds as a natural phenomenon and didn't think much about it. After all, before this, no one had ever thought that the weather could be controlled artificially. This is the power of the weather controller. A super weapon, worthy of its reputation. Just when Zhu Hui was about to self-destruct, suddenly a bolt of lightning appeared and struck Jin Peng heavily. Jin Peng's wingspan reached 100 meters. Such a large body made it an obvious target. The speed of lightning was many times faster than that of Jin Peng, and he was struck by lightning on the spot. Swish! Jin Peng let out a scream, and a charred area appeared on his back, revealing a bloody wound. Damn it! How come the lightning hit me? Jin Peng cursed. He really didn't expect that he would be so unlucky. Just when Jin Peng thought he was unlucky, the lizard dragon and the parasite were also hit by a bolt of lightning. The lizard dragon spat out blood on the spot. His wound had not healed to begin with, and this strike made his injury worse. The parasite is much weaker, and a mollusk is most afraid of electricity. Something's wrong. Why did these lightnings strike us? The lizard dragon shouted. Jin Peng also noticed something strange at this time. Why did Zhu Hui bring them here? Why did dark clouds suddenly appear here? Why did the lightning only strike the three of them, but Zhu Hui was safe and sound? You can actually control the weather? Jin Peng looked at Zhu Hui in shock. Originally, Zhu Hui thought he was dead, but he didn't expect there would be a shocking reversal. Is this what that person said? The power of the commander? Controlling the weather is simply a fantasy. Chapter 112, 2 dead and 1 injured. Jin Peng wanted to know whether this was controlled by Zhu Hui, but the thundercloud storm did not give him time to speak. Swish! Another bolt of lightning struck Jin Peng, causing him to scream in pain. He discovered that these bolts of lightning seemed to be targeting him, while Zhu Hui, who was not far away, was not hurt at all. Of course, they didn't know that the thundercloud storm would only attack the enemies selected by Su Chan. Zhu Hui had been shielded by Su Chan outside the attack range of the thundercloud storm. No matter what the situation, Zhu Hui would not be hit. Zhu Hui was shocked. The commander's methods were too powerful. How did he do that? Is it someone's extraordinary ability or some special weapon? Jin Peng, this is not a place to stay for long. Let's go quickly. The lizard dragon shouted to Jin Peng, enduring the pain in his body. Just as he said this, another bolt of lightning struck, leaving another wound on his body. The lizard dragon's face looked very ugly. If this continued, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The most unlucky one was naturally the parasite. Its strength was not as good as that of the lizard dragon Golden Peng. After just a few lightning strikes, large areas of its body were charred. If it was hit by a few more lightning strikes, it would be dead. Without waiting for the two 8th level mutants to say anything, the parasite ran away without saying a word. In its opinion, as long as it ran at full speed, even lightning would not be able to hit it so accurately. Swish! The parasite's thoughts were interrupted. It looked up at the sky. How could this damn lightning be tracked? Jin Peng felt something was not good. It had a feeling that a disaster was about to happen. If it continued like this, it might really die. Just kidding, as a mid-8th level mutant beast, its status is equivalent to Zhu Hui's status among humans, which is quite high. If it died here, the mutant beast would probably be shocked. Zhu Hui, you humans are really good at tricks. I guess you lured us here just to catch us all in one fell swoop, right? Even though Jin Peng had some injuries on his body, he still couldn't hide his arrogant tone. Zhu Hui looked at Jin Peng indifferently. He knew that this method was not his, but the owner of the military base was a human, so there was no problem in treating it as a human method. You think too much. Your appearance is just an accident. Jin Peng snorted coldly. It would not believe Zhu Hui's words. 9 out of 10 words spoken by humans are false. This is the consensus of the mutant beasts. It felt that this might be a trap set by humans, deliberately letting the lizard dragon cause sabotage, and then Zhu Hui took action to attract it and kill it and the lizard dragon. Once the mutant beasts lost 2 8th level mutant beasts at the same time, I believe that the other 8th level mutant beasts would not dare to move recklessly for the time being, and the time of the war would be delayed. It's a good idea, but do you think you can kill me with this? Jin Peng said proudly. As one of the few speed-type mutants, it feels that with its own speed, it can completely escape the attack range, which is its confidence. Only the lizard dragon had an ugly look on its face. Its speed was far inferior to that of Jin Peng, or even Zhu Hui. Once it was hit by too much lightning, it would die. Jin Peng, you promised to save me, the lizard dragon roared. Jin Peng took a look at the lizard dragon. Even though the lizard dragon was in human form now, its weight had not decreased at all. Once the lizard dragon came on top of it, it would affect its speed, and then both it and the lizard dragon would be doomed. Jin Peng calculated this obvious thing very clearly. Lizard dragon, take care of yourself. After saying that, Jin Peng's figure disappeared here. It wanted to get away from the range of this thunderstorm as quickly as possible. But it was too wise. The strongest time for the thundercloud storm was not the beginning. What happened just now was just an appetizer. Now, the most powerful thunderstorm has been born. Boom. A huge thunder roared throughout the heaven and earth. The range of the thundercloud storm just reached the edge of Wangchang City. Everyone heard the loud noise, and some people were so scared that they sat down on the ground. When have they ever seen such a horrible thunderstorm? And it's winter. Even in summer, they have never seen it. Lightning bolts as thick as buckets fell from the sky and covered the entire earth. At this moment, within the range of the thundercloud storm, lightning was raging and the light was bizarre, turning this place into a sea of lightning. Jin Peng really wanted to yell, "Fuck it!" It was an 8th level mutant beast, and it was very fast, but in this environment, no matter how fast it was useless unless its speed could surpass lightning. Bolts of lightning struck Jin Peng heavily. Basically, he would be struck by a bolt of lightning every kilometer. The lightning was as thick as a bucket and was many times more powerful than the first bolt. At the beginning, the lightning could only cause its feathers to become charred and leave a slight wound. But now, there is almost no good spot on its back. It is full of potholes. If it were not an 8th level mutant beast with a strong physique, it would probably have problems even flying. It's almost there. We must hold on. Jean Pong gritted his teeth and used all his might to speed up. It vaguely saw the boundary of the thundercloud storm. As long as it left this range, it could survive. The distance is getting closer and closer. 50 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 5 kilometers, the last kilometer. Victory is at hand. A glimmer of hope appeared on Jean Ping's face, if that could still be considered a look. At this time, the golden Pong had completely lost the posture of the golden-winged rock. Not only was its entire body pitch black, but even one of its eyes was blind, as if it had rolled out of a pile of coal. Jean Ping's eyes were full of resentment. If it weren't for Zhu Hui, how could it have been so miserable? Of course, the lizard dragon also has a big reason. If it hadn't summoned me over, how could I have been like this? At this moment, Jean Pong hated the man and the beast to the extreme. Jean Pong could see that the boundary of the thundercloud storm was getting closer and closer to him and was about to pass it. At this moment, a bolt of lightning as wide as 100 meters covered the entire Jean Pong. Jean Ping's consciousness dissipated in an instant, and he fell from the sky. The 8th stage mid-stage mutant beast Jin Ping dies. Shit, it almost ran away. Is a mid-level 8th order mutant beast so awesome? Su Chan was a little surprised. If Jean Pong heard what Su Chan said, he would definitely be so angry that he would come back to life. Not only Jean Pong, the parasite had already been blasted into a cooked octopus, the fully cooked kind. Only the lizard dragon used its defensive force field and strong body to resist with difficulty. It did not run away, but looked at Zhu Hui. Zhu Hui, Lord Minghuang, I can surrender. As long as you are willing to spare my life, I can offer my energy beads. Chapter 113 Life-Saving Grace. Energy beads, also known as cores, are a shortcut for humans to improve their strength. Generally speaking, energy beads only exist in the bodies of high-level mutant beasts, and energy beads are the source of a mutant beast power. Once you lose the energy bead, death is impossible, but you will be controlled. As long as the energy bead is broken, the mutant beast will lose all its power in an instant and become a toothless tiger. The fact that the lizard dragon was willing to offer the energy bead showed that it truly surrendered. The current situation forced the lizard dragon to do this. It had only two choices. One was to be blasted into pieces by lightning, and the other was to surrender. The first option is to die cleanly, but the lizard dragon has not yet enjoyed its life, so how can it be willing to die so easily? The second option, although very embarrassing, will definitely make you a traitor by the mutant beasts on the battlefield in the future, but it is better than dying now, right? As for the idea of preferring death to surrender, it is useless to the lizard dragon. It is about to die, so what else is there to say? Zhu Hui was also stunned. This might be the first 8th level mutant beast to surrender since humans and mutant beasts started fighting. Before this, even 7th level mutant beasts rarely surrendered. The lizard dragon could be said to have set a precedent. Zhu Hui was tempted. After all, the lizard dragon was an 8th level mutant beast. Although it was only in the early stage, an 8th level mutant beast was worth many 7th level warriors. But he knew very well that it was not him who forced the lizard dragon to surrender. Commander, if possible, please capture the lizard dragon. I don't have the qualifications, only you do. Zhu Hui looked up at the sky. He felt that the mysterious commander should be able to hear him when he spoke. This was his intuition. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that a thundercloud storm appeared as soon as he arrived here? Su Chun had been paying attention to this place, so he naturally heard what Zhu Hui said. He touched his chin and thought, it seems like it would be pretty good to raise an 8th level mutant beast. Okay, I accept. Not long after, a voice came from the air, and Su Chun jumped down from the Black Hawk fighter and stood in front of Zhu Hui. The main base is not far from here, and with the speed of the Black Hawk fighter, it will be here soon. Zhu Hui's eyes lit up. Is this person the commander of the military base? He looks like an ordinary person, but he doesn't believe that an ordinary person can have subordinates at the peak of level 6 and have such magical means. What is your name? Zhu Hui asked. Su Chun. I'm Zhu Hui. Thank you for saving my life this time. No matter what you ask, as long as it doesn't go against my conscience, I can't agree to anything you ask for. This is a promise made by a mid-8th level strongman. If an ordinary person received this promise, he would probably be suffocated with excitement. But Suchun just nodded and said, "Nothing. Saving you is just a byproduct. My target is those mutant beasts." Suchun was not pretending to be cool. His target was indeed these mutant beasts. These were 8th level mutant beasts. Not to mention the bones and meat on their bodies. The research value of their entire bodies alone was a priceless treasure. "Anyway, you saved my life. The lizard dragon has agreed to surrender. As long as you—" Before Zhu Hui finished speaking, the lizard dragon burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! You humans are so stupid. You actually believed what I said casually? My purpose is just to lure out the person who caused this thunderstorm. It looks like it's you. An ordinary person dares to deal with me, a lizard dragon. You are very brave." The lizard dragon laughed. It looked like a simple-minded fool with strong limbs. In fact, this was just its appearance. It had just realized that the person who created the thunderstorm was not Zhu Hui, but someone else behind the scenes. That's why it pretends to surrender, in order to lure out the person behind the scenes. Think about it, being able to control an 8th level mutant beast. No one can resist this temptation, right? As a result, it bet right, and the man turned out to be an ordinary person. Now on the field, Zhu Hui is seriously injured and almost lost the ability to fight. Suchun is just an ordinary person, and he is the boss here. It's just that the lightning in the sky is a bit troublesome, causing many wounds on its body, but these are not a problem. As long as it catches that ordinary person, it will make this person stop the thunderstorm. Since the other party can create a thunderstorm, it should be easy to stop it. Thinking of this, the lizard dragon suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Suchun. Suchun raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this guy was actually a wise mutant beast. How could he know how to lure him out? But, too naive. Swish. One lightning bolt after another struck at the same time. This lightning bolt was dozens of lightning bolts gathered together at the same time, doubling its power. It instantly shattered the lizard dragon's defense field and bombarded its body. This kind of pain cannot be described in words. Even the lizard dragon, which is known for its defensive ability, only has one breath left. Suchun walked over and squatted down. "Do you want to do it again?" "No, don't." The lizard dragon's tongue was knotted and its eyes were full of fear. It didn't want to die. It really didn't want to die. "If you want to live, take out the energy bead." This time, the lizard dragon didn't say anything and directly spit out a green energy ball, which was held in Suchun's hand. "System, if I use this core, will the lizard dragon be destroyed on the spot?" This is what Suchun is worried about. He simply does not have enough cores. If the lizard dragon becomes waste after using them up, wouldn't he be at a loss? Suchun would never do a business that would lose money. The core just exists in a different form. It won't affect the lizard dragon. Rather, if the master uses this core to build a new subbase, as the subbase becomes stronger, the lizard dragon will also become stronger. Suchun's eyes lit up. Is it so awesome? The cores he had obtained before were all the cores of dead mutant beasts. This was the first time he had obtained the core of a living mutant beast. From this perspective, the lizard dragon is still quite valuable. All the parasites of Jinping are dead, the lizard dragon has been subdued by him, and there is no need for the thundercloud storm to exist anymore. As Suchun thought about it, the widespread thundercloud storm gradually disappeared. Now Zhu Hui was even more certain that Suchun had mastered a weapon that could control the weather, and he could do it at will. Suddenly Zhu Hui's heart was burning with excitement. If all their base cities could possess such a weapon, would they still need to worry about the attacks of mutant beasts? By then, the mutant beasts will probably need to worry about whether humans are going to counterattack. Benefactor. Zhu Hui just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Suchun. "Just call me by my name." "Well, Suchun, can I visit your military base?" "Don't worry, I will never go to a place I shouldn't go." "No problem." The happy Zhu Hui did not notice the sly smile that flashed across Suchun's lips. Chapter 114 Medical Technology. Asking Zhu Hui to visit the base was not a last-minute decision made by Suchun, but something he had thought about it a long time ago. If he wants to become the controller of Wangchang City, he must come into contact with an 8th-level transcendent. There is a rule in the base city that every newly appointed controller must meet an 8th-level transcendent to verify the identity of the controller. Only an 8th-level transcendent has the strength to verify this. No one else can. In other words, the newly appointed controller must go to the 1st-level base city to meet the 8th-level transcendent. Of course, there is another situation. If a quasi-controller meets an 8th-level transcendent in advance, he can let this 8th-level transcendent act as a guarantee. Then the quasi-controller can take office directly without having to go to the 1st-level base city again. Su Chun asked Zhu Hui to come over for this reason. Even if Zhu Hui did not make this request, Su Chun would take the initiative to propose it. Of course, if Zhu Hui proposed it, the initiative would be in Su Chen's hands. Not long after, a multi-purpose infantry vehicle ran over, and a soldier got off the vehicle and saluted respectfully to Su Chun. "Greetings, Commander." "Yeah." Su Chun nodded and looked at Zhu Hui. "Brother Hui, get in the car." Zhu Hui had seen similar armored vehicles before, but this was the first time he had seen one like this. "Your military base really surprised me. Not only does it have a variety of weapons and equipment, but it even has weather control devices. It really opened my eyes." In the car, Zhu Hui was deeply moved. Su Chun doesn't need to worry about what's happening outside. There are soldiers to deal with the golden pong and the parasite. These are two important specimens and food ingredients, and of course they cannot be wasted. The lizard dragon ran pitifully behind the car, with a look of pain on its face. It was too heavy and the car could not carry it, so it had to run behind the car. "This is also my luck." Su Chun did not say much. It was the best thing that people misunderstood this place as a military base. Zhu Hui didn't ask any more questions. He knew that some things could not cross the line. The car soon arrived at the gate of the base, which was guarded by 2 soldiers and 2 hounds. The moment they saw Su Chun, they shouted in unison, "Greetings, Commander." Even the 2 hounds raised their paws and placed them next to their heads, which surprised Zhu Hui, who had just got off the car. "You tamed the mutant beast?" With Zhu Hui's keen eyesight, he immediately saw the difference of the hound. It was clearly a mutant beast, but it could actually salute. This was simply unbelievable. You have to know how many experiments they have conducted in order to make the mutant beasts surrender, but the mutant beasts are all unruly, and only a few of them who are not afraid of death will not do this. This is a miracle in Zhu Hui's view. Su Chun glanced at Zhu Hui and was surprised. You will be surprised by many more things later. Sure enough, Zhu Hui's expression was mostly shocked afterwards, as he saw many incredible scenes. Not to mention the most common soldiers and hounds, he even saw some weapons he had never seen before, and some people dressed very strangely. Most importantly, he saw some tall buildings around him that he had never seen before. Su Chun brought Zhu Hui to a hall, which was a place built by engineers specifically for entertaining guests. In fact, this was the first time it was used. After all, before this, there had never been any guests worthy of Su Chun's entertainment. The two sat down separately, and Zhu Hui suddenly sighed. "I didn't expect there would be such a huge military base here. Even I didn't know about this base. It seems to be a secret base before the end of the world." "Brother Hui, what do you think of my place?" Su Chun asked. "Very impressive. I just sensed it briefly, and everyone here is actually a transcendent. The strongest one has even reached the peak of the 6th level. I am very surprised." Zhu Hui really couldn't figure out where Su Chun found so many extraordinary people. You know, most of the extraordinary people should be in the base city. In the nearby Wangchang city, if we really talk about the number of high-level extraordinary people, it may not be comparable to this military base. But he could see that these people were all human beings, not mutant beasts in disguise. If he didn't even have this kind of eyesight, how could he be the guardian of humanity? Brother Hui is the real deal, the human Ming-Huang. Ordinary mutants would probably be scared to death when they hear your name. What Su Chun said was not flattery, but the truth. If they hadn't encountered 2 8th-level mutant beasts this time, if a 7th-level mutant beast had appeared, it would have been scared to death when it saw Zhu Hui here. Zhu Hui smiled bitterly and pointed to the wound on his chest, which was still bleeding. "You are amazing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to sit here and talk. With my current injuries, it will probably be difficult to recover. It's already good enough that I can barely keep my condition from getting worse." If he had not instinctively shifted his body at the critical moment, he would have been pierced through the heart and died instantly. When it comes to healing, Red Alert naturally has its own system. These are not reflected in the game, but this is reality. Some related things have already been given to Su Chun by the system. You can't just wait for the soldiers to recover on their own, can you? Bang! As Su Chun snapped his fingers, a female medical soldier came over with a medicine box and began to treat Zhu Hui's wound. Not long after, she left, and Zhu Hui's chest no longer bled. He was confused the whole time. His wound was healed already? What kind of medical technology do you have here? How can it be so powerful? Zhu Hui couldn't believe it. He knew the extent of his injuries. If he went back for treatment, it would probably take some time to recover. However, the medical soldier just gave him a simple treatment, and his injuries actually recovered a lot. "Want it?" Su Chun raised his eyebrows. "Want to? Okay, but the price?" Zhu Hui knew very well that this thing belonged to Su Chun, and he could not use his identity to force Su Chun to take it out. Humans did not have this rule. If a certain person or a certain base city obtains something good, he will force the other party to give it out, and then humans will fall apart without waiting for the mutant beasts to attack. Without cohesion, how can humans resist mutant beasts? It is because of the examples set by these 8th-level transcendents that the general direction of humanity has not changed. However, not everyone can have their awareness. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Some people are enriching themselves. They can only deal with it if they find out. If they don't find out, there is nothing they can do. I can promise here that I will let you be the controller of Wangchang City. I can be your recommender, and Longxin City will become the solid backing of Wangchang City in the future. Chapter 115 Arms Dealer. Originally, Su Chun had the ability to become the controller of Wangchang City, and with Zhu Hui's recognition, it can be said that he could not escape the position of controller. Although as the controller of the first-level base city Longxin City, Zhu Hui should actually take care of all the second-level and third-level base cities under it. But since each first-level base city has at least 10 base cities under it, it is impossible for Zhu Hui to take care of each base city equally. Relatively speaking, second-level base cities receive more care than third-level base cities. Now that Zhu Hui is here, Wangchang City will definitely be given special attention by him in the future. This is no joke. With Zhu Hui as a solid backer, Wangchang City will develop better. I don't know how many controllers of third-level base cities dream of being appreciated and cared for by 8th-level transcendents and being promoted to second-level base cities. Su Chun directly asked the system to pack up the medical technology, put it in a USB drive, and handed it to Zhu Hui. All the information is in it, but if you can't understand it, I can't help you. Information is just information, and some physical objects still need them to study, and Zhu Hui knows this. At the same time, he was very surprised. What kind of research was this military base used for? There were so many good things in it. If the humans had this information, so many people would not have died at that time. Thank you, Zhu Hui said seriously. He knew the value of the information in his hand. It could be said that his previous promise might not be as valuable as the information. If Su Chun was willing, he could use this information to exchange for help from other 8th-level transcendents. There was no need to give it all to him directly. Su Chun waved his hand. We are all human beings, so it's no problem if we can help. Zhu Hui nodded. He was now basically certain that it must be the controller of Wangchang City who had set his eyes on this military base and wanted to take it over, but ended up angering Su Chun and was killed by him. Originally, the death of the controller of a base city was a big deal. After all, there had never been such a precedent in all these years. This was the first time. But after experiencing what happened before, Zhu Hui had long treated Su Chun as a person of the same level. Not to mention other things, just the weapon that could control the weather was enough to make him be regarded as an 8th-level strongman. Thinking of the weapon that controls the weather, Zhu Hui couldn't help but ask, "Can I see the weapon that controls the weather?" Zhu Hui was very smart. He knew that if he rashly said that he wanted the technology for this weapon, it might touch the other party's bottom line. After all, this kind of thing, no matter where it is top secret. When he said this, his heart was beating fast. Sure enough, Su Chun said, "This is the top secret of the base. It cannot be shown to others." Sorry. No, it was me who was careless. Su Chun appeared calm on the surface, but he almost laughed out loud secretly. He had known that Zhu Hui would not be able to resist asking about the weather controller, and this was exactly his purpose. He invited Zhu Hui not only to exchange medical technology for his support, his biggest goal was to let Zhu Hui talk about weapons. He, Su Chun, wants to become an arms dealer. Don't ever think that the weapons in Red Alert can only be used by Red Alert units. In fact, these weapons can be used by anyone. Su Chun can sell the weapons here at a high price. Even if his weapons are obtained by others and used to attack him, he can recover them on the spot. He can make money twice. Isn't it great? From the very beginning, Su Chun was not worried about this matter. This was the reason why he dared to sell his weapons. Throughout history, what is the fastest way to make money? Not to mention the others, one of them must be an arms dealer. This is a lucrative business, especially for Su Chun. For example, if he uses 10 points of energy to make a gun, this gun can be sold for the price of 100 first-level energy crystals. In this way, the profit is 10 times. These are just ordinary weapons. What if he sells attack helicopters or grizzly tanks? Think about it. When his weapons are everywhere in the world, it means that he can successfully spread his weapons all over the world without any effort. Of course, in order to implement this plan, an important person is indispensable, and Zhu Hui is obviously favored by Su Chun. Zhu Hui is the Ming Emperor among humans, a top-level strongman in the middle stage of the 8th level. If he buys weapons from Su Chun, doesn't it mean that his weapons are better than ordinary weapons? This invisibly gave Su Chun a big advertisement. This weapon is not okay, but the other weapons are fine. Brother Hui, do you want it? A smile unique to unscrupulous businessmen appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Zhu Hui's eyes lit up. To be honest, he was very envious of Su Chen's weapons, but Su Chun was his savior, so he couldn't bring up the matter on his own initiative. Now that Su Chen had said it, he no longer had these worries. Really? Su Chen didn't say anything and just threw a piece of paper over. When Zhu Hui took a look, he found that what was written on it were the names and effects of various weapons, as well as the prices of the weapons. AK-47, a firearm, currently has 6 grades. The weakest grade can only deal with first-order mutant beasts, and the strongest grade 6 can deal with 6th-order mutant beasts. The price ranges from 10 first-order energy crystals to 10 6th-order energy crystals. RPG, rocket launcher, is more powerful than AK-47 and has explosive effect, and the rest is the same as above. Grizzly tank, a land combat tank, has different effects depending on the different shells. The weakest can deal with 4th-order mutant beasts, and the strongest can deal with 5th-order mutant beasts. If 10 tanks attack at the same time, it will also pose a threat to 6th-order mutant beasts. The price of each tank is 56th-order energy crystals. Helicopter gunships, multi-purpose infantry vehicle. The more he read, the wider Zhu Hui's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Su Chun had so many weapons, and each one was more powerful than the last. Are these weapons real? Zhu Hui still couldn't believe it. Could firearms pose a threat to a 6th-level mutant beast? A tank that can kill a 5th-level mutant beast with one shot? He has never heard of it. If Zhu Hui knew that the tanks and planes sold by Su Chun were not upgraded, and that a single shot from an upgraded plane or tank could kill a level 6 mutant beast in seconds, he would probably go crazy. Brother Hui, you don't believe it? That's easy. As long as I take you to try it, you will know, right? Su Chun said with a smile. In order to sell weapons and become an arms dealer, Su Chun took great pains. He was confident that if Zhu Hui saw the power of these weapons with his own eyes, he would definitely place an order to buy them. By then, he will be able to support Lung Yue, the spendthrift woman. Chapter 116. It smells so good. The two stood in an open space, which used to be a place for storing coal. Now the coal here has long disappeared and turned into Su Chen's energy. The first one tested was the AK-47. In order to let Zhu Hui experience the power of various firearms, Su Chun simply took out 6 AK-47s with different powers. This is the AK-47. I don't think I've ever seen it before. Zhu Hui looked at the appearance of the AK-47 carefully. As the strongest among humans, he had used various firearms himself in the past. He was sure that this was definitely not the one. In front of Zhu Hui, there were 6 mutant beasts. What shocked him the most was that these mutant beasts actually stayed where they were, not moving at all. He was sure that these mutant beasts were awake, but why were they standing here so quietly? Thinking of this, Zhu Hui couldn't help but look at Su Chun. It seemed that the power of this benefactor was more than what it seemed on the surface. Even he couldn't make the mutant beasts so obedient. He could kill them in seconds, but he couldn't control them. Brother Hui, please. Zhu Hui took the weakest AK-47 and attacked a first-level mutant beast. The bullets flew out, leaving many blood holes on the body of the first-level mutant beast, which died on the spot. This also proved that the effect of this gun was real. As Zhu Hui experimented with the guns one by one, he became more and more shocked. As far as he knew, the most powerful firearms in each base city could only deal with 4th-order mutant beasts, which were already the best among guns. As for those used to deal with 5th-order mutant beasts, they were not guns, but other weapons. But here, he just used a gun to kill a 6th-level mutant beast with his own hands. This is a gun. Zhu Hui was a little confused. If every human had this gun, the mutant beasts would be nothing. Even an 8th-level mutant beast would not be able to withstand the salvo of hundreds of thousands of people. The idea was good, but he understood that it would be difficult to realize. This was a gun that could kill 6th-order mutant beasts. How could it be possible to equip everyone with it? The biggest problem is that he doesn't think Su Chun can produce hundreds of thousands of guns. I want the AK-47. I want all grades. I'll have someone deliver the energy crystals to me. Zhu Hui personally experienced the power of firearms, and he became more confident in his next weapon. Afterwards, he tested the RPG. With one shot, it killed the mutant beast instantly. It was much more powerful than the AK-47, and the price was the same as the AK-47, which made Zhu Hui feel that he had gotten a bargain. It was obvious at first glance that the armed helicopter was better than the one in his base city. Not only was it faster, but the most important thing was that its missiles were more than twice as powerful. There is also the Grizzly tank, which is much more powerful than the current mainstream Black Lion tank. He thinks that the Grizzly tank will become the mainstream tank in the future and the Black Lion will be eliminated. Finally, Su Chun did a simple calculation and found that with Zhu Hui's order, he could get enough energy crystals for Leng Yue to eat for half a year. As expected of the controller of a first-level base city, he has a lot of energy crystals in his hands, and the inventory over the years is no joke. Both parties were very satisfied with the transaction. Zhu Hui felt that Su Chen's price was too cheap and that he was definitely taking good care of himself, while Su Chun was very pleased with the difference he earned. It was a win-win situation. Then I will notify them now and ask them to escort the energy crystal over. As he spoke, Zhu Hui took out a small communicator from his body. This was a communicator specially made for 8th level transcendence. Basically, except for a few places, there was a signal everywhere, so he could communicate directly with Longxin City. This thing is equivalent to a satellite phone before the end of the world, and most people can't afford it. Wait. Before Su Chen finished speaking, he saw Zhu Hui holding the phone with an embarrassed expression, because he saw that there was no signal on his communicator. He suddenly realized that there was a signal blocking device in Su Chen's base. Haha. Zhu Hui showed an awkward but polite smile. Su Chen simply snapped his fingers and removed the shielding effect of the pseudo-crack generator, which allowed Zhu Hui's communicator to successfully notify the other side. The people in Longxin City have been keeping an eye on the situation in Wangchang City. When they discovered through satellite that 2 8th-level mutant beasts, the lizard dragon and the golden roc, appeared there, they almost went crazy. Some people felt that it was necessary to notify other 8th-level transcendents, as this might help save the Emperor Ming. But some people also think that even if they notify the Supreme Controllers, can they really arrive in time? At that time, they all showed a look of despair. But later, Zhu Hui took 2 8th-level mutant beasts and moved 200 kilometers away from Wangchang City. These people were confused and didn't know what was going on. Satellites can only take pictures, but cannot broadcast their conversations. Then a thundercloud storm appeared and suddenly blocked the satellite's view. They had no idea what happened next. These people were about to collapse after not seeing the Emperor for a long time. They all knew that without Emperor Ming, their base city would be in danger. Not only their base city, but also the surrounding 2nd and 3rd level base cities were the same. This concerns the life and death of tens of millions of people, and those who know the truth are so scared that they are sweating all over. To be honest, when they received Zhu Hui's communication, some people even cried. They really thought that Longxin City was going to be destroyed. Without the Ming Emperor's protection, this area would be very dangerous. But when they received the order from Emperor Ming, they were all confused. Why did Emperor Ming ask them to send people to escort a large amount of energy crystals to Wangchang City? Your Majesty, why do you want to send so many energy crystals? The minister asked puzzledly. This matter is classified as S-level secret. No one is allowed to ask. Yes. The minister was frightened. S-level secrets meant that only people of the same level as Emperor Ming could know about it. In the entire Longxin City, there was only Emperor Ming, an 8th-level expert. In other words, no one else was qualified to know about it. The minister went to arrange things, and Zhu Hui breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time, he felt that he had made the right decision this time. Brother Hui, our men just brought back the bodies of Jin Pong and the Octopus King. Do you want to eat some together? Su Chen asked. To be honest, Zhu Hui doesn't care about his appetite at all. His strength has reached a bottleneck, and it can't be improved by eating some mutant beast meat. The way humans and mutants improve their strength is similar at the beginning, but when they reach a bottleneck, they can only rely on themselves. This is why, at the same level, human transcendents are much stronger than mutant beasts. However, 10 minutes later, Zhu Hui was holding a skewer of grilled octopus feet in one hand and a skewer of grilled golden roe meat in the other, his mouth full of oil. Emma, it smells so good. Chapter 117 New Controller. A day had passed since the battle, and the people of Wangchang City had undergone various mental tests. They felt that even if mutant beasts attacked the base city, they would not be afraid at all. In fact, all their fears had been taken away yesterday. The 8th-level mutant beast lizard dragon attacked the city, coupled with the appearance of the 8th-level mutant beast golden pong, plus the terrifying thundercloud storm. The people of Wangchang City can proudly say that they are not afraid of anything anymore. Wang Deji is missing, and now the person in charge of the overall situation in the base city is Qi Haoyan, the head of the Qi family. They didn't know that Wang Deji was parasitized by a parasite, and the three controllers were not so bored as to tell this matter. After all, it was not a glorious thing for a high-ranking human being to be parasitized by a mutant beast. Since there was no controller in Wangchang City, according to the rules, Dao Wang stayed and temporarily guarded Wangchang City, while the other two controllers returned to their base cities as they also had places of their own to guard. Every controller is the same. They don't like to be in charge, and they will only show up when it's really a big deal. At this time, the Sword King was healing his wounds, and Qi Haoyan summoned the remaining family heads to discuss something. Everyone, Wang Deji disappeared. Maybe he was discovered by Lord Minghuang and taken away. If Lord Minghuang knew that we are all accomplices, I believe you will not have a good ending. Qi Haoyan looked at these people with cold eyes. Wang Deji's sudden disappearance was beyond his expectation. He lost a powerful partner. Now the Wang family is fighting for who will be the head of the family. It can be said that the Wang family is useless now. The other family heads naturally knew about this situation. They united to attack the military base and cause the death of the controller. They must bear part of this responsibility. Once Lord Ming Huang finds out, given his character, none of them will have a good ending. Master Qi, we all know about it. Don't worry, no one will say anything. A master of the family said. The other family heads nodded. This matter concerned their future, and no one dared to be careless. Very good. Then let's talk about whether Lord Minghuang and the two 8th-level mutant beasts died together. This is their purpose. As long as Zhu Hui dies, they won't have to worry about these things. For their own interests, they would rather Zhu Hui die. I think it's very likely that they died together. Otherwise, why haven't there been any rank 8 mutant beasts appearing until now? Have you forgotten what Lord Minghuang said at the time? Are you saying that the Emperor Ming said that in order to deliberately attract them over and then explode? Are you overthinking it? The 8th-level mutant beasts are not fools. If they stay at a safe distance, even the Emperor Minghuang will be helpless. Another thing is that the sudden thunderstorm yesterday was very strange to me. These people could never have imagined that someone had control of weapons that could control the weather. These people talked for a long time but could not reach a conclusion. It was simply because they had too little information. In the fight between 8th-level warriors, no one dared to get close, as one would end up dead if they were not careful. At this moment, the communicator on Qi Haoyan's body rang. This was a warning to him from someone outside, indicating that someone was coming. Bang! Soon, Dao Wang strode in here, and when he saw so many family heads, his face remained calm. I'm leaving now. Just 4 words made the faces of the family heads present change drastically. The Sword King was their guarantee here. What would they do if the Sword King left? Lord Sword King, why are you leaving now? Is there something wrong in your base city? Qi Haoyan cursed inwardly. Is it such a coincidence? No. I just received a notice from Lord Minghuang that the controller of your Wangchang City will be here soon, so there is no need for me to stay here. The words of the Sword King made the hall suddenly quiet, and they felt that their minds were confused. The controller? Appointed by the Emperor himself? I wonder which lord was sent here to serve as the controller. The first thing Qi Haoyan thought of was being sent here. After all, there is only one living 6th-level peak transcendent in Wangchang City now, and he has not yet reached the 7th level, so he is naturally not qualified to be the controller. Then there is only one possibility, to send a deputy controller from another base city to serve as the controller here. There is no other way but to take emergency measures. We can't let the King of Swords stay here to help them guard the place all the time. I don't know about this. Well, the notification has arrived. I'll leave first. After saying this, the Sword King left directly. He has his own base city, and it is impossible for him to stay here forever. Some people may wonder why the Sword King did not wait here for the new controller to arrive before leaving. There is no need for that. They are all controllers, and there is no superior-subordinate relationship. Even if he goes back, it won't be long before the controller of Wangchang City will appear in his hands. There is no need for him to stay here. The Sword King left easily, but he left a big problem for these people. That is, when the controller takes office, what attitude should they adopt towards this controller? As far as I know, there are several secondary base cities and Dragonheart City that have deputy controllers. If they are to be sent abroad, these are the only possibilities. No matter which deputy controller comes, we should still face it with the best attitude. Otherwise, the controller will have the power of life and death over us. Master Qi, what do you think we should do? All the family heads turned their eyes to Qi Haoyan. Now Qi Haoyan had become their backbone. What do you think the newly appointed controller would think if he knew about that military base? Qi Haoyan raised the corner of his mouth. The family heads looked at each other in bewilderment. What else could they think of? They would definitely snatch it away. A military base can quickly enhance the combat effectiveness of a base city, which is what every controller wants to see. Killing someone with a borrowed knife? Brilliant, really brilliant. They immediately understood what Chi Haoyan meant. As long as the new controller and the military base fought, they would not suffer any loss regardless of who won or lost. If the military base wins, it will mean angering the human strongman. Once the 8th level strongman arrives, a mere military base will definitely be doomed. If the new controller wins, it would be even better. They can enrich themselves and strengthen themselves. When a new controller is born in Wangchang City, this new controller will still have to go back obediently. This is the consensus of all the base cities. The controllers of each base city can only be the people of that base city and the surrounding gathering places. Jianger, Dad will definitely rescue you. Chapter 118 Administrator. In order to stabilize people's hearts, Chi Haoyan specially spread this news so that everyone in the base city knew about it. Have you heard that there seems to be a new controller coming? Hey, your information is too outdated. I know that the new controller is from Longxin City. Hey, why is it that the news I heard came from Greenleaf City? The appearance of this news calmed the people in the base city down immediately. If there was no one in charge of a base, they would be really worried all day long. They all knew that the 3 controllers who had come here before were only here to help them resist the 8th level mutant beast, the lizard dragon. Now that the lizard dragon has disappeared, they naturally thought that the crisis was over. Then having a new controller who resides here permanently would undoubtedly make them feel more at ease. Chi Haoyan not only spread the news, but also brought many people to the gate of the base city to prepare for the welcome. He just didn't believe that if he lowered his posture so much, the new controller would not give him face. Since they didn't know when the new controller would arrive, they could only choose a stupid method and wait here. If they knew that the new controller was still eating skewers at this moment, I wonder if they would be furious. After having a good meal and a good drink, Zhu Hui said to Su Chun, I have already passed on the news that you have become the controller of Wangchang City. I believe they should have received it. You can just go there and take up the position. Can you send someone over there to help me manage that place? Su Chun didn't like Base City. His greatest reliance was his Red Alert base. If he went to Base City, without the help of the Red Alert base, many things would be difficult to do. It also takes some time to mobilize the Legion from the base. Zhu Hui was stunned. He had never seen before that someone who became the controller did not want to be in charge of the place himself, but instead let others manage it. This was definitely the first time. In theory, it is possible. Without waiting for Zhu Hui to finish, Su Chun snapped his fingers and said, That's fine. I'll send someone to take over the place later. In fact, Su Chun had already thought of a candidate. That was Yuri. His mind control can prevent traitors from appearing among the people around him. If Wangchang City is built with him as the center, then Wangchang City will definitely become an iron wall. By the way, Brother Hui, please notify them again. It will be troublesome if those people don't believe it. That's right, it's just a little troublesome. If Su Chun is willing, he can directly and forcefully become the controller of Wangchang City. Zhu Hui naturally did not refuse this small request. Su Chun waited for a while and found that he did not hear the system's voice. He was a little surprised. Haven't I become the controller of Wangchang City? Why haven't I completed the task yet? The master has not yet truly taken control of Wangchang City, so I cannot judge whether the master has completed the mission. Su Chun thought about it, and it seemed that Yuri needed to go there again. So he gave Yuri an order. Yuri immediately flew to Wangchang City on the Kirov airship and temporarily gave up his original mission of exterminating the mutants. Seeing the sky darken, Chi Haoyan began to wonder if the new controller would not be able to arrive today. Just as he was about to send someone back, a family head nearby suddenly shouted, Look, what is that? Chi Haoyan squinted his eyes and looked over. In his field of vision, a moving black dot appeared in the distant sky. The strange thing was that their Wangchang City's detection device did not detect anything. What was this thing? Could it be a flying mutant beast? Chi Haoyan was shocked. If it was a flying mutant beast, Wangchang City might have to fight again. Chi Haoyan was about to have his men on alert, but a family head suddenly cursed, Fuck, is that an airship? What? Chi Haoyan was shocked. Airships existed in this world, but due to the madness of flying mutant beasts, all the airships in the world were destroyed. This thing had long been abandoned by everyone because it was too slow and could not adapt to the current situation. He didn't think that there are still people who dare to use airships. Isn't this courting death? Of course, they didn't know how powerful the bombing capability of the Kirov airship was. It could be said that even if a controller was forced to endure the bombing of the Kirov airship, he would probably be seriously injured if not killed. This is the deterrent power of the Kirov airship. As for the weakness of slow speed, it is not a problem at all. It only needs some soldiers to protect it. Gradually, the Kirov airship approached Wangchang City, and they could see the appearance of the Kirov airship clearly. Very big. The top is painted with a shark's mouth pattern, which looks very ferocious. The most attractive thing is the ammunition hanging under the Kirov airship, which is obviously powerful at a glance. Not knowing who the other party was, Chi Haoyan did not order his men to attack. Instead, he waited until the Kirov airship was not far from Wangchang City, and then he used the loudspeaker to shout, "The airship in front. Report your identity." As expected, only people from other base cities can fly the airship. But it is too slow to come from other base cities at this speed, and they will encounter various flying mutant beasts in the middle. How could it get here safely? A voice full of majesty sounded. The administrator sent by the new controller shut down the defense system and let the airship enter the base city. Chi Haoyan felt his brain suddenly filled with blood, and a deep sense of humiliation burst out from his heart. The new controller didn't come in person, but instead sent some kind of manager? Don't they think Wangchang City lacks managers? What they lack is controllers. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you are a subordinate of the new controller. What we need is the controller, not you. A family head couldn't help but jump out. How dare a dog be so arrogant here? He doesn't know whether he lives or dies. This was the owner of the house who spoke rather viciously. Chi Haoyan didn't say anything. He himself felt that the new controller was going too far. What they needed was the controller's combat effectiveness, who could guard Wangchang City. What the hell was the point of sending a manager? Can't they manage Wangchang City? Even if they can't manage it, it's not your turn as an outsider. At this moment, not only Chi Haoyan, but many people's hearts were filled with grief and indignation. They lost their own controllers and were humiliated by other controllers. Just when Chi Haoyan was thinking about whether to give this person a warning, he suddenly found that the head of the family beside him shouted, "Welcome to the administrator. Please forgive me for what I said just now. I said that because I was mentally ill. Please spare me, sir. I just said that because I was out of my mind. I support you coming to Wangchang City." Chi Haoyan. Chapter 119 Mission completed. Chi Haoyan felt terrible. What happened? You were just saying bad things about the other person, but you gave in so quickly. Are you slapping him in the face, or yourself? What are you doing? Chi Haoyan roared in a low voice. These people were giving in, which was not only a slap in their own face, but also a slap in his face. He, Chi Haoyan, is now considered the leader of Wangchang City, but these stupid teammates are actually giving in here and even welcoming the lackeys of the new controller. Where is your face? The patriarch who had just admitted his weakness looked at Chi Haoyan and advised, "Patriarch Chi, you should bow your head and welcome the administrator. This is not a shameful thing." "Yes, Lao Chi, are you going to drive the administrator away? If the controller is rejected, we will be the ones who will suffer. If you can deal with the controller, just ignore what I said." Chi Haoyan's face was uncertain. He understood this principle, but he couldn't let go of his face by bowing his head like that to welcome this person in. But soon, Chi Haoyan's expression changed, and he became very respectful, welcomed the administrator to enter Wangchang City, and shut down all defense systems. His order was quickly executed, and the people in the base city saw a huge airship entering the base city. Soon they found out that the Lord Controller had sent a representative, the Lord Manager, into Wangchang City to be responsible for managing everything in Wangchang City. But the Lord Controller whom they had been thinking about did not come. Why? Why didn't the Master Controller come? No one can understand why. If they want to practice, wouldn't it be better to practice in the base city? There are endless energy crystals here, and it is also the safest place. Why doesn't the Lord Controller come? Without a controller, people in base city don't feel safe at all. If the distance between the base cities was not too far and they could not arrive safely, they would probably really want to leave here and go to other base cities. At this time, Yuri was sitting at the top of the hall. Below him sat the 9 family heads and all the extraordinary people above level 6 in the base city. "Greetings, His Excellency the Administrator." Everyone bowed their heads slightly to show respect. But there was one person who held his head high with a proud look on his face and had no intention of bowing his head. This person was the only 6th-level peak transcendent in Wangchang City. Cui Zizhong, you are so bold that you dare to disrespect the administrator. Chi Haoyan yelled. The man called Cui Zizhong frowned slightly and looked at Chi Haoyan in surprise. With the manager moving in, shouldn't Chi Haoyan be the most angry? How come he became the manager's lackey? No matter how hard Cui Zizhong tried to figure it out, he couldn't understand that the 9 family heads, including Chi Haoyan, had been mentally controlled by Yuri. With Yuri's current strength, it would be too easy for him to control these people. This is also why these people changed so quickly at the door just now. He is just a transcendent at the same level as me. Why should I bow to him? Cui Zizhong said. What he said was true. There was no need to bow your head to other extraordinary people of the same level. Bowing your head usually happened when lower-level extraordinary people faced higher-level extraordinary people. Even if the other party is a so-called manager, Cui Zizhong is not afraid. He thinks he is the only peak 6th-level person in Wangchang City, and even has the greatest hope of breaking through in the future and becoming the new controller of Wangchang City. How could he bow to others? It's alright that the other party is a controller, but a peak level 6 cultivator who is at the same level as him wants him to bow down? He's dreaming. Yuri had already considered this point. He could control the 6th level peak transcendent. However, if he wants to control Cui Zizhong, he must give up the control of Qi Haoyan and others, and then things will become a little troublesome. Do you think that I am not strong enough to manage you? Yuri lowered his head slightly and looked down at the man. Yuri was once a commander. He had the final say in everything he did, except in front of Su Qian. At this moment, Cui Zizhong felt as if his body was stuck in a quagmire, unable to move, and a feeling of suffocation came over him. What kind of new supernatural power is this? Why is it so terrifying? I can't breathe. Cui Zizhong's face gradually turned purple. The people around were very confused. What was wrong with Cui Zizhong? Why did he look so bad? Just when Cui Zizhong felt that he was about to die, the pressure suddenly disappeared. He gasped for breath and looked at Yuri with fear in his eyes. He could feel that the pressure just now came from this man named Yuri. Who is this guy? I'm sorry, Mr. Administrator. Cui Zizhong finally lowered his head. He knew that he was no match for Yuri, even though he and Yuri were both transcendents of the same level. Seeing that the strongest extraordinary person in the field bowed his head, Yuri's identity as the manager was now confirmed without a doubt. At this point, Yuri officially took control of Wangchang City. At the same time, Su Qian, who was in the base, heard the voice of the system. Congratulations to the master for completing the first round of tasks. The reward is a 1-level increase in commander authority and 3 chances to draw prizes. The master's commander authority is upgraded to level 7. Level 7 commander effect, commander's domain. With the commander as the center, the combat effectiveness of all red alert units within a radius of 10 kilometers will be increased by 100. With the superarms domain, the combat effectiveness of all red alert units within a 5-kilometer radius will be increased by 50, and the maximum will not exceed the superarms. Su Qian's eyes lit up. With this commander's field, he, the commander, was no longer just a decoration. This was actually a powerful halo. Not only him, the super soldier also got a small halo. Even if he was not leading the troops, the red alert unit could still enjoy the effect of the field.